Chapter 1288, Practicing the Killer Move. With sufficient attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because he used Myriad Self-Killer Move as the foundation, Fang Yuan named this move Myriad Self-Second Style. But because this move was just created, it was far from being usable. Old Ancestor Shuihu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Chu, these two rank 8 existences continued to attack Reverse Flow River, causing huge ripples in the water. Countless attacks were reflected as the water level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had gone past their bottom line, and because he was unwilling to give up, Old Ancestor Shuihu and Mao Li Chu were expending their energy to attack Reverse Flow River, in order to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the river water, thinking, at this rate, I still have a lot of time. His heart eased slightly. Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth indeed. It endured the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences, only falling a little in water level. Of course, a reason was that Shuihu and Mao Li Chu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other, and Wei Ling Yong and Bai Chen Tian were together with the other Central Continent GU Immortals, awaiting their chance. These people restrained each other, they guarded against each other. How could they use their full strength on Fang Yuan? Because of this complex situation, a lot of pressure was lifted off Fang Yuan. He could test his killer move without rushing. The first activation, Fang Yuan was careful. First was Perseverance Immortal GU. It had been expending Red Date Immortal Essence to allow Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River, remaining unrestricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were a large number of Water Path Mortal GU. They flew up in Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture, surrounding the huge Perseverance Immortal GU as they moved in the air. Soon, large amounts of water vapor rose, as faint blue light appeared in them. But soon, this blue light vanished, some of it had even turned red. The originally ice-cold water vapor had turned warmer. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not what he wanted. He stopped his Immortal Essence expenditure. Crack crack, large numbers of Water Path Mortal GU exploded, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed down and started to think. According to his planning, there should be blue light shining as the water vapor became colder. Why was there red light and warmer temperature? Fang Yuan deduced in his mind. Soon, because of his wisdom path attainment level, he found the source of the problem. It was because he had used 2 conflicting Water Path Mortal GU. Fang Yuan immediately changed one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his Immortal Aperture and connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase Water Path Mortal GU easily. After modifying the entire Immortal Killer move, Fang Yuan tried to activate it again for the second time. Perseverance Immortal GU was still in use. The surrounding Water Path Mortal GU started to rise and fly around it. First was water vapor and blue light. He soon passed this stage as Fang Yuan used Immortal GU Pulling Water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU Pulling Water. This was the second core of the Immortal Killer move. The first core was undeniably Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal GU. While activating Perseverance Immortal GU, he activated Pulling Water. It was a very risky thing. If he could not manage it well, these 2 Immortal GU might interfere and cause harm to each other. They might even get destroyed. Testing Immortal Killer moves was not just risky to the GU Immortal. The Immortal GU and Mortal GU involved were also in danger. And because Immortal GU themselves were fragments of the Great Tao, when they suffered a backlash, the damage was much more severe. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. He was quickly rewarded for it. He met with difficulty. Although Pulling Water Immortal GU was activated and its mystical power was used, it could not integrate into the framework of the move. What is the problem? A lot of Water Path Mortal GU were destroyed. Experimenting with Immortal Killer moves had a price. A complete and effective Immortal Killer move needed conceptualization and experimentation. The GU Immortal needed to put in a lot of effort and resources. As the attacks in the outside world continued, Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body. His thoughts were produced rapidly as they moved around and collided. With his Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level, Wisdom Path Tao marks, as well as Wisdom Path methods, his deductions were progressing rapidly. It was faster this time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the problem. The powers of Perseverance Immortal GU and Pulling Water Immortal GU could not fuse together. It was because the quantity and types of Water Path Mortal GU were not appropriate. These Mortal GU were the bridge between the 2 Immortal GU. They had the effect of linking them. Fang Yuan thought about it. He reduced a portion of some water path mortal GU, and while increasing others, at the same time, he added in new water path mortal GU. The third activation. This time, it was smooth sailing. He successfully fused pulling water immortal GU into the killer move. The moment he succeeded, there were waves forming in the reverse flow river water below him. It was finally starting to work. But he was still far from reaching his goal. Fang Yuan did not rest. He could not waste time in this situation. He continued experimenting, activating the immortal killer move. His aura strengthened and weakened at times, flickering continuously. What is Lu Guanyi doing? GU worm auras are appearing on his body from time to time. It looks like he is experimenting with an immortal killer move. Other than old ancestor Shuihu and Mao Li Chu, the other GU immortals were just watching. Every time Fang Yuan experimented with his immortal killer move, the GU worm auras would leak. It could not be concealed from the GU immortals. If he wanted to conceal the auras, he needed a special immortal killer move. These types of immortal killer moves were very rare. Like Fang Yuan's dark assassination, it was among these immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan reached his limits in conceptualized myriad self-second style. He could not consider adding aura concealment to it. GU worm auras alone could not determine the types of GU worms. Furthermore, he had just created myriad self-second style. It was complex and used many different GU. It was not possible for them to find out its flaws by watching. Fourth time, fifth time. Fang Yuan continued to activate the immortal killer move. Sometimes he made great progress, while sometimes, because of some adjustments, he backtracked by several steps. Fang Yuan was not dejected. He persevered on without any expression. He is really testing an immortal killer move. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot, does he think he is an immortal venerable or demon venerable? Even if he creates an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all of us. The GU immortals watching all commented on Fang Yuan's naivety and mocked him in disdain. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some of their expressions changed. They found that some mystical changes were occurring in reverse flow river. 21st try. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, grabbing towards at river below his feet. Rise. At the same time, he muttered lightly. A soft sound occurred as a huge ball appeared on the river surface near him. This ball was completely made of reverse flow river's water. After rising, it burst as water splattered everywhere. The killer move activation failed. Fang Yuan's nose was bleeding as two streams of blood flowed down. His immortal killer move has effect on reverse flow river. Yu Yi saw this and his eyes shined with sharp light. No, more accurately speaking, he is using reverse flow river to create an immortal killer move. Bu Gen Z said. HMPH, laughable. Black Extremity smiled coldly. Back then, I used reverse flow river to create the sub and main fate reversing refinement formation. It used up several years of my time. Lu Guanyi, even if you are the reverse flow river lord, you are simply too arrogant. You think you can create an immortal killer move using it in such a short amount of time. Evidently, none of the GU immortals here thought highly of Fang Yuan's chances. But soon, Fang Yuan started his testing again. This time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near him. The mound quickly collapsed as the water doused Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale. His body wavered. Not only did he have a nosebleed, even his ears were bleeding. I failed again, man as before. At the next moment, he was completely healed. I should find the reason for the failure. It seems that a small problem occurred at the final juncture. Fang Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 1289, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. A moment later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, activating the killer move again. This time, a segment of reverse flow river's water was moved by him, causing huge waves. Even old ancestor Shuihu's attack stopped. But at the next moment, old ancestor Shuihu shouted loudly and erupted with even stronger attacks. This is so hard. Because I added in many GU worms of different types, many problems occurred. But this is already my current limit. To create a concise version, I will need years to deduce, or an increase in my attainment level once again. Fang Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many GU worms involved. It was too complex and had many issues to deal with. While Fang Yuan was sighing at the difficult progress, the other GU immortals were filled with shock. Even though they did not speak, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this fellow. Such fast progress. He could really mobilize reverse flow river. Unbelievable. Is he really human? He could achieve such progress in this short period of time. No, there is no way he can succeed. How can he really create an immortal killer move in such a short amount of time? Undeniably, Fang Yuan's rapid advancement had broken the common sense of these immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time and gain such rapid improvements through experimentation. But right now, they were seeing it live. Fang Yuan continued. Old ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chu, subconsciously increased their attacking power. But reverse flow river was too huge. Even after their endless attacks, they consumed less than 5% of the entire river. Once more, rise. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. He grabbed at the air towards the river below him as he called out. This time, the entirety of reverse flow river was affected. It was like a long dragon awakening from its slumber. It started to stretch its entire body freely. How could this happen? Someone cried out subconsciously. The entirety of reverse flow river started to fly in the sky like a rising dragon, ready to soar and roam the 5 regions in 9 heavens. Wishful thinking. Old ancestor Shui Hu shouted, slamming with his palms as an icy light shot out towards reverse flow river. Reverse flow river was hit and reflected it. The icy light seemed to have collided into a mirror. It was sent right back at him. In the blink of an eye, all of the vast surrounding grassland turned into an icy plain. Frost energy permeated, the sky was snowing, the temperature was falling. Strong winds blew intensely, the entire world seemed to have changed colors. This was the power of a rank 8. Fang Yuan could not help but feel shocked. He was temporarily safe in reverse flow river, and the other GU immortals were protected by their rank 8 existences. Ying Wuxia was covered in cold sweat. Purple Mountain True Monarch had awakened again at the crucial moment. If not for him, Ying Wuxia and the rest would not have survived. We will leave, Purple Mountain True Monarch said. But this, Ying Wuxia hesitated, but Purple Mountain True Monarch waved his hand and several rings of light appeared, capturing Ying Wuxia and gang, sending them towards the sky. To think that Shadow Sect was the first to retreat. Purple Mountain True Monarch left rapidly without saying a word. The GU immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Ying Wuxia was anxious. He transmitted to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Don't worry, I have already deduced that he won't die. He can definitely escape, Purple Mountain True Monarch said confidently. Ying Wuxia was not very convinced of Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, but he could not express his doubts. But at the next moment, he saw that all of reverse flow river started to glow in a bright blue light. Blue light flickered like rumbling clouds or raging currents. The immortals' gazes were all attracted to it. Fang Yuan stood in the middle. Great winds were blowing, causing his hair and sleeves to flutter in the sky. His eyes were eerie. He said softly, "Rise." Instantly, the river water surged and the immortals could hear the sounds of the waves. It resembled the roaring of 1,000 men. The scene was domineering and grand. Immediately after, the blue light condensed. Reverse flow river shrank. It became a tiny dot in an instant. The huge reverse flow river vanished. It condensed towards Fang Yuan and turned into a light blue-colored robe. This long robe had wide sleeves. It was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow-flowing water. It was the same appearance as reverse flow river earlier. Not just that, the surface of the white robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self-Second Style, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, had been successfully activated at this moment. He succeeded. He actually used Reverse Flow River to create a new Immortal Killer Move in this short time. The immortals saw this and became tongue-tied. Old ancestor Shui Hu was staring fiercely. I refused to believe this. He thrusted with his palms in Fang Yuan's direction. Immediately, an icy light shot out at incredible speed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was prepared to face it. The icy light landed on his body, but it was fully blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered as the terrifying icy light was reflected back at its creator, old ancestor Shui Hu. Success. Fang Yuan's heart was jumping. It gradually calmed down. Even though the Immortal Killer Move was activated successfully, he needed to test it. Old ancestor Shui Hu's attack confirmed that Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was incredibly powerful. Old ancestor Shui Hu dodged the icy light. his expression turned ruthless and harsh as he looked at Fang Yuan. "Let me try," Mao Lichu shouted. Its body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, it appeared behind Fang Yuan. Its ruthless claws were raised and they landed harshly. A loud sound could be heard. Fang Yuan flew out like a cannonball that was shot out. His field of vision changed. Fang Yuan had landed on the ground a breath of time later. Next, with a loud explosion, a huge crater was formed on the icy ground. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Fang Yuan slowly stood up in the deep crater. He was expressionless and his body was intact. There was not even a graze on his skin. Reverse flow protection seal had turned into a snow-white robe with an azure sash. There were almost no changes to it, but the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated to a large extent. If one observed closely, the snow-white robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Lichu looked at Fang Yuan before turning to look at its claws. Its right paw was covered in blood. Its flesh was exposed now. Fang Yuan suffered no injuries, while Mao Lichu was quite severely injured. Gasp! Sounds could be heard coming from the GU immortals present. What immortal killer move is this? Even Mao Lichu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chen Tian's eyes were twitching rapidly. He actually did it. Black Extremity was speechless. His expression was of utter shock. Even an immemorial desolate beast's physical attack was reflected back. Old ancestor Shui Hu frowned deeply. How can this be? Ying Wuxia, who was far away in the sky, saw this and felt like he was dreaming. There had never been a case where a rank 8 GU immortal attacked a rank 7 GU immortal and resulted in the rank 7 GU immortal being unharmed, while the rank 8 GU immortal was actually injured. Rank 8 and rank 7, the former always suppressed the latter. In the last few thousand years, Feng Zhuzhe was the sole monster who had overwhelming talent. He was unparalleled and could battle rank 8 existences. But now, after Fang Yuan created Myriad Self-Second Style, and successfully used it, Feng Zhuzhe no longer held this title alone. From now on, this supreme glory was shared with another person. Lu Guanyi, Central's Feng Zhuzhe, North's Lu Guanyi, Bu Gen Z muttered in a daze. Old ancestor Shui Hu smiled lightly. Lad, I underestimated you after all. His arms were behind his back. He stopped attacking. But Mao Lichu was furious. Little lad, you are courting death. You dared to make me lose face. The immemorial desolate beast attacked Fang Yuan furiously. Fang Yuan was not its match. He was slammed away like a rubber ball. But after dozens of blows, Fang Yuan was unharmed. He still had a pristine air, but Mao Lichu was panting roughly, bleeding profusely. Every one of its attacks was reflected back at itself. Mao Lichu was staring furiously, thinking, this lad is a porcupine. I'm hurting myself. Since when did Northern Plains have such a monster? Fang Yuan saw that Mao Lichu was at a loss against him and laughed, charging at the Central Continent GU Immortals. Central Continent's GU Immortals were like frightened birds. They dispersed at once. The two Central Continent rank 8 stayed and attacked Fang Yuan. Reverse flow protection seal was reflecting their attacks back at them. They landed on Mao Lichu, who was chasing after him. Mao Lichu was suffering greatly, so angry it was about to blow up. It spat out a vast amount of purple light. Its attack engulfed an enormous surrounding range. This attack caused a huge battle. The situation became chaotic. The GU immortals of all three sides were attacking. This was the last thing Ying Wuxia saw. He was in deep admiration towards Purple Mountain True Monarch's decision of retreating. At the same time, he understood. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions. It would shock the world. His reputation would rival Feng Zhuzhe. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed the regional wall, arriving at Eastern Sea. I finally got free from that crazy animal. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. More than 10 days ago, old ancestor Shui Hu, Central Continent's GU Immortals, and Longevity Heaven engaged in fierce combat. They fought with all they had. Fang Yuan managed to escape from this chaotic battle, but Mao Lichu refused to stop chasing him. Fang Yuan was not Mao Lichu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Lichu could only watch helplessly. It was a wild beast born in Northern Plains. It was restricted by the regional wall. Fang Yuan managed to escape from these pursuers. Time to go back to southern border. Fang Yuan did not stay. He flew into the clouds. Chapter 1290. Truce between Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. On the dark stone wall, eerie flames were burning. The flames were not big. They were like fireflies or lanterns in size. They were green flames that were cold and icy, the pale flames reflected on the faces of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Ying Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan. Being the first to leave the Reverse Flow River battle, they were brought here by Purple Mountain True Monarch. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch returned to a state of insanity. Looking at Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was nibbling on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Ying Wuxia, "This is your plan. This is the rank 8 great expert who will kill Fang Yuan." In this trip to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, even though Ying Wuxia saved Purple Mountain True Monarch, he lost a lot. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yun Sheng died in battle. This rank 8 GU Immortal was unreliable. But due to Shadow Sect's alliance agreement, He Lulan kept quiet. Ying Wuxia was mocked by Bai Ningbing, but his expression remained the same. After so many setbacks, he had gained a disposition of being calm no matter the situation. He slowly spoke. "I underestimated Fang Yuan, to think that he would refine Perseverance Immortal GU and become the Reverse Flow River Lord. No wonder heavens will choose him as a tool. This person can only be killed, he cannot be defeated." Ying Wuxia praised Fang Yuan without hesitation. Even though they were enemies, Ying Wuxia had an open mind. He admitted that Fang Yuan had both the advantage and superior strength. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, thinking about the scene where Fang Yuan conquered Reverse Flow River. She no longer said anything. In the tiny cave, only Purple Mountain True Monarch's screaming echoed throughout the place. A moment later, Purple Mountain True Monarch stopped shouting, his tiny body shook before he stood up calmly. He straightened his back, clarity returning to his eyes. "Lord, you are awake." Ying Wuxia was overjoyed, he quickly got closer. Purple Mountain True Monarch held his forehead, feeling pain in his head, his expression was distorting from the pain. "Earlier in Reverse Flow River, I forced myself to awaken, thus it was only for a moment. But now is different, I have quite some time left." "How long has it been? How did the battle end?" "It has already been half a month. Fang Yuan escaped Northern Plains through the regional wall, I assume he entered Eastern Sea. After all, he has some foundation in Eastern Sea. As for the battle, the result has yet to be determined. Central Continent's GU Immortals wanted to leave, but old ancestor Shui who pursued them. During the dangerous situation, an Immortal GU house descended from the sky, as both parties went to fight in White Heaven." Ying Wuxia answered. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "This time, Central Continent's GU Immortals will likely lose. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose Northern Plains as his domain. How could he not make arrangements here? For example, none of Longevity Heaven's rank 8 GU Immortals have shown up yet." "Lord, what do we do from now on?" Ying Wuxia asked. He was once in charge of Shadow Sect. Now that Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up, this rank 8 great expert was naturally going to lead Shadow Sect. Ying Wuxia had to step down. Purple Mountain True Monarch was about to speak when the sound of winds echoed in this cave. Next, the eerie fire on the cave walls started flickering intensely, as if a strong wind was blowing. Purple Mountain True Monarch's gaze flickered. "I arranged this cave as one of our escape methods. These eerie fires were nurtured by me to create a natural GU formation. It allows us to defend against deductions from others. When I was insane, how many times did they flicker?" 107 times. Bai Ningbing said plainly. "I am afraid Fang Yuan's deductions are included in this. His investigative killer move can use the profundities of Luck Path and find our locations. Even inside an immortal aperture, we cannot hide from him." Ying Wuxia said grimly. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being the person nurtured by Heaven's will, as the crucial key to deal with our Shadow Sect. This person is very daring and has incredible talent, his willpower is unparalleled, he is truly an absolute genius seen once in 10,000 years." Purple of Shadow Sect actually gave Fang Yuan such a high evaluation. But the 3 GU Immortals present were silent, they agreed with Purple Mountain True Monarch's words. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued. "And now, our plan is to reach a truce with Fang Yuan." These were shocking words. "What? A truce?" Ying Wuxia and the rest were shocked. "Is that very strange?" Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the three. He was very clear of the current situation. When he woke up, Ying Wuxia had used information path methods to inform Purple Mountain True Monarch of everything he knew. "You are all too young, you know too little. Our biggest enemy now is not Fang Yuan but Heavenly Court." Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head, looking at Ying Wuxia. "Do you think rescuing our main body's soul is easy?" Other than the Super GU formation in southern border, and that giant dream realm, I can assure you that when we strike, Heavenly Court will interfere. Like on Yitian Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower and attempted to thwart our plan. Or like this time, when they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to save Ma Hong Yun. Ying Wuxia's expression was grim. Lord, I considered that before, but our main body is in great danger. He is trapped by the dream realm and is being consumed by it. That's why I was so anxious. That is exactly why we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Purple Mountain True Monarch added. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is already extraordinary. That immortal killer move alone can stand up to rank 8 GU immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. He is listed on the Demon Judgment Board, and is a common enemy of Heavenly Court. Finally, cooperating is a win-win situation for us. Our shadow sect has huge amounts of cultivation resources. While he has the killer move to unravel dreams, he can help us conquer the giant dream realm and save our main body's soul. Ying Wuxia frowned deeply. He cast aside his personal emotions and tried to consider the possibility of this. But soon, he expressed his worries. Fang Yuan is scheming and vicious. He thinks of us as huge threats. He wants to eliminate us all. Now that he is the Reverse Flow River Lord, he is already able to contest with rank 8 existences. We desperately need methods to unravel dreams, while he needs cultivation resources less urgently. It is hard for us to cooperate. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. You are completely right, but do you know about the biggest flaw of the sovereign immortal body? What do you mean? You mean the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Ying Wuxia asked in confusion. Of course not. Non-conflicting Tao marks are the sovereign immortal body's biggest advantage, far surpassing the weaknesses that they bring. What I mean is that hidden problem. Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. There is an important hidden problem. Ying Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine a rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus GU. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus GU can be considered perfect without any flaws. But evidently, we only refined a rank 9 version. That huge drawback has not shown itself yet, but it will force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us regardless. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. The sovereign immortal body had a major flaw. As for what flaw it was that made Purple Mountain True Monarch so certain that it would restrict Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxia and the rest were curious, but Purple Mountain True Monarch did not answer it. At the same time, Purple Mountain True Monarch had his own questions and suspicions. Strange. From Ying Wuxia's information, our sect refined sovereign immortal fetus GU very hurriedly. It is not like our original plan. What is the reason that made our main body act so urgently? It seems that alongside getting in contact with Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Above the blue sea, Fang Yuan rapidly moved through the white clouds. His target was southern border. Happening again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He could sense that the power of dark limit on him was rapidly consumed. This consumption was so fast that it was going to be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing matters about him. When he saw that no one was around, Fang Yuan quickly placed his immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, isolating him from the outside world, and preventing the deduction of the other party, Fang Yuan's danger of getting exposed was alleviated. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he was met with countless deductions. Lu Guanyi's identity became extremely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert GU immortals were very curious about Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was a fake identity, but he was still Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan endured all of the pressure. Even with Dark Limit Immortal GU, he had to constantly stop and hide inside his immortal aperture. Along the way, Fang Yuan met with about 400 to 500 deductions. This greatly interfered with his traveling. He had to constantly stop, and resulted in him still being in Eastern Sea now. With his usual speed, he would be in southern border already. If not for Dark Limit Immortal GU, the situation would be worse. However, it is to be expected that I created such a huge commotion. After all, people are putting me in the same class as Feng Zhuzhe. When I destroyed 88 True Yong building in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help and felt no pressure, but now I do. It seems that getting an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions is necessary. Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path Grand Master. Deducing an immortal killer move was not impossible. But it would not be as easy as creating reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, there were many elements involved other than his water path attainment level. Most importantly, he had the appropriate immortal GU along with a strong foundation, thus he met with no problems. But currently, the immortal GU that suited this was Dark Limit. It was not Wisdom Path but Dark Path instead. Fang Yuan's Dark Path attainment level was not outstanding. Chapter 1291, Huge Assets. While evading deductions, Fang Yuan did not waste time, he inspected his immortal aperture. The sizes were incredible, beyond this world's common sense. 335,000 square kilometers of space was already shockingly huge, nobody would believe it if they heard of it. But now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had exceeded 335,000 square kilometers of space already. This was because he had been slaughtering GU immortals and annexing their immortal apertures recently. Because of the sovereign immortal body's special characteristics, Fang Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb all their Dao marks without any wastage. These immortal apertures added up to create many unique areas in the sovereign immortal aperture. These areas were mainly managed by land spirits. Fang Yuan could save a lot of effort. They were like tiny pearls scattered all over the 5 regions in 9 heavens. I have incredible amounts of space path resources. Normal GU immortals try by all means possible to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fang Yuan was satisfied with this. On the other hand, regarding the time path resources, he had a different feeling. The sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time had slowed a lot. It was 1 to 60 earlier, this was simply unmatched. But now, it was below normal standards. Before Fang Yuan changed his cultivation method, in order to stall calamities and tribulations, he had to do this. He used the time path methods in He Fan's true inheritance to slow the time in his immortal aperture. With fewer time path resources now, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production fell greatly. Not just that, all of his gains in his other resources also fell. Thinking over it in detail. Inside Mini Central Continent, there was the Blood G Forest, and Mirror Willows, they were from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Other than these, there was a small Jade Light Pit. This small Jade Light Pit had Light Path Mortal GU in it, the quantity was large. This was created in his immortal aperture after Fang Yuan took reference from the Jade Light Pit resource point of Northern Plains Lu tribe. Not long ago, Fang Yuan ransacked the Jade Light Pit and took away all of the Light Path Mortal GU in it. A portion of the Light Path GU worms were placed into the Aurora Lights in the 9 heavens, but the rest could not be sold easily. Fang Yuan thus created a small Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these Light Path Mortal GU. Of course, this small Jade Light Pit could not compare with the genuine article. The latter was a true resource point. It had a lot of Light Path Dao marks and any insect group placed in it would become GU over time. But the former was only created by Fang Yuan haphazardly to store his Light Path GU. Worms, it had no production capabilities. Mini Central Continent had the least development among the 5 mini regions. Mini Northern Plains was at a higher level. Mini Northern Plains had flat terrain that was mostly covered in snow and ice, becoming an icy plain. But snow and ice were not its only features. Closer to Eastern Sea, there was a shallow green beach. Pieces of rocks were piled together to form a special lake. The aquatic plants inside were growing well, as spirit snakes lived in it. This shallow beach was the blessed land of Transformation Path GU Immortal Handong. After Fang Yuan annexed it, even the pinkish-red spirit snake land spirit was moved over and managed the area for him. Nearer to Western Desert, there was a bone burial field. There was a mountain of skeletons here of all types, collarbones, skulls, leg bones, even those from flying animals. There were lots of immortal materials that were very valuable. This bone burial field was the bone burial field that Fang Yuan took from Lu tribe. After killing Lu tribe GU Immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial field directly into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that could generate bone path GU worms. But compared to the original bone burial field, my bone burial field may have a lot of bones, but the bone path Dao marks cannot match the original. In the original bone burial field, even the surrounding soil had bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can rebuild their bone burial field with no problems. Fang Yuan knew this deeply. Of course, Fang Yuan had already taken 80% of this bone burial field. The most valuable thing were these bones. The remaining 20% was the soil terrain. Lu tribe could rebuild their bone burial field, but to regain its former scale, they would need to expend a lot of resources. And closer to central continent. This was a sparse grassland with all sorts of wildflowers and grass. There were mainly blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These were from Immortal blessed land too. This grassland was huge, surpassing Han Dong blessed land. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolf groups, earth skin boar groups, poison beard wolf groups, and others. There was even a shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They were living in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature. Because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered here, the soil was sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first were the eerie fire dragon python dens. There were a lot of them in a particular area. The second was the sand gull soil beach. It produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a GU material. It was also the food of Connect Luck Immortal GU. But Fang Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal GU anymore. Sand gull soil was now a resource sold to help Fang Yuan earn Immortal Essence stones. At the center of the sand gull soil, there was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. It was filled with cracks. There were several small holes on it, as transparent egg white flowed out of the cracks slowly. Using the life essence in this egg, one could turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. The third was the rotten black swamp. This was formed when Fang Yuan went through tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had already modified it to become a dark path GU worm resource point now, but because it had just been made, its production was low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land resembling a rotting swamp. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters inside, and all sorts of earth path mortal GU. It was managed by the small mudman land. Spirit. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were more than 20 dog desolate beasts in it. These desolate beasts were all purchased in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fang Yuan. This was because Lu Yong blessed land's ownership requirement was to have 20 hound-type desolate beasts. Among those were his 6 bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a black hound land spirit. Mini Eastern Sea's development was about the same as Mini Western Desert. Wu Yi Hai's blessed land was here. This was a sea that was well managed by Wu Yi Hai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a huge field of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls, managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there was the original dragonfish group and 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubble fish group, as well as some rare literature carps and some oil water. There were large numbers of blue jade carps, blood jade carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was another blood lake. It had a large amount of desolate beast blood and GU immortal blood. Fang Yuan had once placed blood acid immortal GU here to recover. Right now, blood acid immortal GU had fully recovered, but this blood lake remained. In the 5 mini regions, mini southern border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Ceiling Mountain and others, for a total of more than 10 mountains here. Stalactite Cave, Regretful Spider Group, a small number of rockmen, a huge forest with musical trees, tea streams, and chi death birds singing. There was a Become Dragon Mound. Fang Yuan had used Pulling Mountain Immortal GU to move it into his Immortal Aperture from Northern Plains. And in the 9 heavens, a small field of Aurora Lights were in Mini Orange Heaven. There were a lot of flowing light fruits in the Aurora Lights, and because he had obtained a lot of light path GU worms from the Jade Light Pit, the scale of the Aurora Lights and flowing light fruits expanded greatly on its original foundation. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small gold fragment current. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was a lot of Pill Azure incense. This was the food of Change Soul Immortal GU. There was a heavenly crystal storage pool. It came from Heifan Grotto Heaven and had no use for now. Mini Black Heaven had the Walking Meat Tree. Mini White Heaven had multicolored Overlord flowers, 3 ancient remnant heavenly dogs, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. Mini Purple Heaven had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, although it had only desolate beast strength. More than 80 eagle nests were floating here. These were the loot from attacking Iron Eagle blessed land. The original eagle nest had already been fully eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. In Mini Blue Heaven, there was a lot of cloud soil. On top of them were the arrow bamboo forest, a star fragment grass field, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 desolate beast spine fin star dragonfish had already been sold during the battle to defend Heifan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit that produced stellar fire Gu and falling meteor Gu. After killing Yi Lui Qun and obtaining his blessed land, Fang Yuan also placed it here. It was a floating island filled with star fragments. The star core land spirit was managing it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, and some other desolate beasts and desolate plants. There was no need to discuss them in detail. As for Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley, they were in Langya blessed land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. As for Gu worms, rank 9 wisdom Gu was in Langya blessed land. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already been used, it would not be counted. Rank 8 immortal Gu, attitude, wisdom sword, years flow like water, sealed. Rank 7 immortal Gu, sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, sword escape, calamity beckoning with Chu Du year, after, dragon breath, affection, perseverance. Rank 6 immortal Gu, unravel mystery, woman's heart, blood acid, dark limit, dog shit luck, change form, strength chi, self-strength, flying bear strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, landscape as before, man as before, star eyes, spring autumn cicada contains heaven's will, stored in the immortal zombie body bone spike, perceivable Tao. The mortal Gu were of all different types, they will be skipped. He Cheng's dark arrow immortal Gu had self-detonated, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. In terms of captives, there was Fang Zheng in Langya blessed land, He Cheng intact body, Ma Hong Yun's soul, Lu Yong's soul, Yi Lui Qun Xing's soul. As for Shi Nu's soul, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow sect had incredible attainment in soul path, Fang Yuan could not stop the soul from dissipating even though he captured it. As for the rest, like Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul, the Featherman Gu immortal soul, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal souls, they were all sold to Langya land spirit for sect contribution points. They were probably absorbed by Danghun Mountain and made into Guts Gu by now. There was also the Featherman Gu immortal slave Zhou Zhang. He was sent to Western Desert by Fang Yuan to establish another plan. Huge assets. This was Fang Yuan's current portfolio, it was no exaggeration. In total, even though he was rank 7, he could fully rival ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals in assets. Just those secluded domains of heaven and earth were incredibly valuable. And his Gu worms were plentiful, the number shockingly high. Look at Gu immortal He Fan, he was a rank 8 Gu immortal. How many immortal Gu did he have? But many immortal Gu would create the problem of feeding them. Fang Yuan was still at this stage, trying to provide food for his immortal Gu. The rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu were basically fine. The problems were attitude Gu and wisdom sword immortal Gu, these two rank 8 immortal Gu. The new perseverance Gu that he obtained fed on reverse flow river's water, Fang Yuan could easily feed it. Affection Gu fed on the same thing as love Gu, hope and fear, Fang Yuan could easily resolve that. He bought a large number of hope Gu and fear Gu from treasure yellow heaven. For Fang Yuan, developing his immortal aperture was not the main point now. As long as he slaughtered Gu immortals and annexed their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would continue to grow. He was facing the problem of insufficient immortal essence. Pursuing Ying Wuxia and Gang, the reverse flow river battle, and escaping from Mao Li Chu, Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. This caused his red date immortal essence storage to fall to a critical level. Originally, with my time path resources, the rate of time was fast, my immortal aperture produced a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using my time path methods, the immortal aperture's time is close to the 5 regions time, I can only replenish my immortal essence through transactions. Reverse flow protection seal used a lot of the Gu immortal's mental energy and immortal essence. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal now. If he was still using green grape immortal essence, he would have ran out of them. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While resting, he sold all of the desolate beast corpses in treasure yellow heaven. These desolate beast corpses were immortal materials of high quantity. Fang Yuan had exterminated these desolate beast groups while he was pursuing Ying Wuxia in Earth Trench. Among them were a group of nightmare demonic cults. If these dream path immortal materials were sold in treasure yellow heaven, a huge commotion would arise, many Gu immortals would fight for them. But Fang Yuan kept all of these nightmare demonic cult corpses with him, he had better use for them. After resting for a while, he made several transactions. After subtracting the transaction fees of treasure yellow heaven, Fang Yuan earned a lot of Immortal Essence stones. One Immortal Essence stone could convert to 1 bead of green grape Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was a ranked 7 GU Immortal. Using 100 Immortal Essence stones would create 1 bead of red date Immortal Essence. While he was replenishing his red date Immortal Essence stockpile, he received some information. This is a letter from 6th Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After checking it, he felt shocked. Shadow Sect wants to negotiate a truce with me, they even want us to work together. Author's note: collating Fang Yuan's assets was too tiring. Chapter 1292, Attitude Gu's Problem. Fang Yuan's gaze was flickering. Shadow Sect's letter was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was completely logical. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not obtain a lot of cultivation resources, his battle strength rose drastically. He was at the level of the strongest person under rank 8, on par with Feng Juzhe. The increase in his battle strength gave rise to his heightened status. Actually, before this letter, he also received others. Like the one from Chu Du. Chu Du spoke very politely in the letter, congratulating Fang Yuan for his victory and expressing regret at not being there. Next, he talked about his own situation. Chu sect was now Chu tribe, and the supreme elders were now all external supreme elders. The disciples of Chu Du were his god children now, and finally, Chu Du talked about his own difficulties. Because he created a tribe and became part of the righteous path, he had to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own wish, he was forced to do so. There was also one from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Other than congratulating Fang Yuan, they invited him enthusiastically to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They said, even if Northern Plains did not welcome him, Crazed Demon Cave would always be his home. These words were very mushy, it showed their brand new attitude towards him. Regarding Longevity Heaven, they were putting up arrest warrants for Fang Yuan. After all, he killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who were pursuing Fang Yuan earlier, had quietened down. Fang Yuan's battle strength shocked them completely. They quickly recalled the members they sent out to find him. Instead, they were afraid that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan's strength was incredibly famous in Northern Plains now, well beyond Chu Du. And now, Shadow Sect has sent a letter seeking cooperation. Shadow Sect has a rank 8 GU Immortal, but he has a major weakness, he becomes insane at times. Fang Yuan thought about it. He had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch in Reverse Flow River. He learned something about his condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance GU and create the Immortal Killer Move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have likely lost in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Ying Wuxia's trap. All along, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were Fang Yuan's biggest threat. Heavens will set an arrangement using Fang Yuan to steal Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, causing Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect to have unresolvable enmity. If Shadow Sect wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU again, they would follow a method similar to what old ancestor Shui Hu was using to refine Fortune Rivaling Heaven. He used Ma Hongyun as the main material for the GU refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not escape that fate. He would be used as the immortal material for that GU refinement. He would be better off dead. But now, Fang Yuan's strength grew to a point where he could stand up to rank 8 GU Immortals, thus, Shadow Sect sought cooperation with him. This difference in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was like a weaker Immortal GU house, he could be unscathed against rank 8s, this gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like walking on a tightrope. Even though 6th Hair was saying the truth, and the reasons he gave were legitimate, there were indeed benefits to all of them if they cooperated. Disregarding anything else, just the soul path trap in Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, and the secret of the sovereign immortal body, could be settled if they cooperated. However, Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was still the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. They were mortal enemies, how could they easily turn into allies? Even if they were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between GU Immortals was not a person's reputation, but their information path methods instead. However, Fang Yuan was lacking in information path, this was his weakness. And Shadow Sect possessed powerful information path methods. Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster in all paths, ignoring everything else, just looking at Zombie Alliance and the organization, Defy, in Central Continent, they had used very powerful information path methods. Any organization was built upon the basis of alliance agreements. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect and did not dare to. If by cooperating, he was plotted against by them using information path methods, he would be an idiot. However, Fang Yuan did not reject them. He sent back a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he listed a request: give me attitude GU directly if you want to cooperate. Speaking of which, even though Fang Yuan had been using attitude GU all along, it was not his, it was borrowed from He Lu Lan. Back then, when lending the Immortal GU, both sides had an agreement. There was a time when he needed to return it. If he went past the time limit, Fang Yuan would not be able to use attitude GU. That was because He Lu Lan's will was inside attitude GU, not Fang Yuan's. And now, there was little time until the deadline. Attitude GU was a legendary GU worm that could be used with mental energy alone. It had outstanding effects with relatively low costs. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had passed many difficulties with its huge help. Even though attitude GU had no offensive methods, it was legendary in the support aspect. It had unlimited uses. Without attitude GU, the influence on Fang Yuan would be huge. Firstly, familiar face would be unusable. Even though Fang Yuan could use his transformation path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this immortal killer move, without that rank 8 core, the entire immortal killer move would weaken severely. The chance of getting exposed when he pretended to be Wu Yi Hai would be huge. It was very dangerous. If I can use this opportunity to resolve attitude Gu's problem, that would be best. Fang Yuan was feeling somewhat hopeful. It was about time. Fang Yuan used Dark Limit Immortal GU to increase its effect on him. Next, he stored his immortal aperture and set off towards the southwest direction. Inside the hall, Fairy Zi Wei sat as she used her immortal killer move. Her entire body was emitting faint purple smoke from all of her pores. She was using wisdom path methods to deduce. Soon after, Fairy Zi Wei's forehead was full of sweat as she opened her eyes. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I could not deduce the location of our GU Immortals. Fairy Zi Wei sighed. Central Continent's GU Immortals attacked Northern Plains. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan fled the scene as Central Continent fought against Old Ancestor Shui Hu in Longevity Heaven in an intense battle. Central Continent wanted to reinforce them and send help. But this first batch of Central Continent GU Immortals had gone missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Zi Wei could not deduce their locations. How could she save them? There was nowhere to send these reinforcements to. Duke Long beside her opened his eyes. He was still very weak. He was thin and frail like an old man. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Zi Wei shook her head. He seems to have defensive methods to resist wisdom path deductions, but they are not strong. However, we know too little about him. If we had some crucial information, he would be exposed to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. After a while, he spoke. So be it. Continue deducing the location of our GU Immortals, as well as Lu Guanyi. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had to place his immortal aperture down again. Lu Guanyi was famous in all 5 regions. Dark Limit's power was constantly being consumed on Fang Yuan's body, at a rapid rate. To maintain his secret, Fang Yuan had to stop many times. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. He drew in large amounts of heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi from all 5 regions. Ordinary GU Immortals could only absorb the heaven and earth chi of their region. If they placed their aperture in other regions, even though they could absorb it forcefully, because of the differing heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures would shake and many resources would be destroyed. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources, along with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Each time he absorbed heaven and earth chi, the commotion was huge. It was like a typhoon occurring. Especially after he obtained Reverse Flow River, this secluded domain of heaven and earth had a heavy burden on the immortal aperture. Chapter 1293, Thoughts of Trading GU. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it stayed in the immortal aperture for long, it would consume a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once he lacked heaven and earth chi, his immortal aperture would be unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to constantly place his immortal aperture outside to absorb heaven and earth chi and replenish it. After he finished his absorption, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he held an immortal zombie body. It was his original body. He tossed the immortal zombie into reverse flow river. The immortal zombie body flowed along it. Using perseverance immortal GU and reverse flow river, Fang Yuan made his experiments. He used all of the methods he could think of. However, it was pointless. As expected, the immortal zombie body's soul path Dao marks cannot be destroyed or suppressed by reverse flow river. After all, these are soul path Dao marks, not immortal GU. Rank 1 to 8 immortal GU cannot be used in reverse flow river. But Dao marks still work. It is like before I conquered reverse flow river, my Dao marks still defended me. Thus, rank 8 GU immortals were the strongest in that river. Fang Yuan continued to analyze and think about his failed experiment. He wanted to use reverse flow river to resolve his soul path trap. It was impossible. Fang Yuan was not disheartened. In fact, he had expected this before trying it. He placed the immortal zombie body back inside Heaven Sealing Mountain, using the GU formation to seal it again. Next, he refined GU. A nightmare demonic cult corpse was in front of him. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like blades, golden light shone as he moved them. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body and vanished. The nightmare demonic cult's front leg was cut off. There was no blood. These nightmare demonic cults died in battle. Fang Yuan asked his immortal aperture's land spirits to process these materials first. The blood had been drained and kept elsewhere. Fang Yuan lifted the leg and immediately tore it away. Next, he breathed out fire and started to process this leg. 3 days later, the leg was finally melted into a dark purple liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in GU worms to refine GU. Over a dozen steps took up only 15 minutes. The dark purple liquid exploded, as 100 Dream Path mortal GU flew around chaotically in the sky. But Fang Yuan willed and they quickly went back to Fang Yuan's side. 100 Dream Path mortal GU. This was only a leg of this nightmare demonic cult. Processing this immortal material took the most time. This step took 3 days. The rest of the steps only took less than an hour. Such efficiency was very high. It was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan refining GU in his dream realm previously. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan had to collect Dream Path GU materials before refining GU. There was a risk in entering the dream. He even sometimes had to use the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream, to pass the dream realm. Refining Dream Path mortal GU but using immortal killer moves, the cost was very high. But now, Fang Yuan had these nightmare demonic cults. Refining these Dream Path mortal GU was no longer like before. It is like earlier, when I used the Spring Dream Fruit to refine mortal GU, the efficiency was great. Actually, my GU refinement method can be improved. Like the cutting method earlier, I used metal path methods. It was not the best. Some of the Dream Path Dao marks were consumed. When processing immortal materials, I can try other methods to see if there is a better way. While he was refining GU, Sixth Hair sent another letter. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair was already the middleman between Fang Yuan and Purple Mountain True Monarch. In the letter, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not give in. He said bluntly, if Fang Yuan wanted to control Attitude GU, he would need to cooperate first. As long as they worked together, Attitude GU would be his. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's drawback. As for what it was, they did not say it. Rank 8 GU immortals are truly hard to deal with. Drawback. Is Shadow Sect lying, or is it true? This information had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. He had gone through many difficulties. This scheme or threat was nothing to him. It seems I can only work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter. He bargained and continued negotiating with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude GU to him before cooperating. Fang Yuan started to design a new immortal killer move. He wanted to use this immortal killer move to refine Attitude GU. He was soon met with a problem. The reason was that even though he had many immortal GU, they were not suitable for this purpose. It was not like the creation of Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan had Pulling Water Immortal GU and Perseverance Immortal GU. They were suitable as the two cores of this immortal killer move. But now, Fang Yuan's other immortal GU were not especially useful for refining Attitude GU. They had limited connection to it and a lot of mortal GU were needed. If only there is a chance to trade GU. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and rooted itself deeply. Trading immortal GU. Fang Yuan had too many immortal GU now. It was shocking. But in fact, a portion of the immortal GU were not suitable for him, or rather, they did not have much use for the time being. Wisdom Sword, years flow like water, even though they were not usable now, they were rank 8, Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks, his sword path attainment level was ordinary as well, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, and sword escape, these sword path immortal GU sustained a portion of his battle strength, he could not lose them. Looking over the situation, change soul immortal GU could be traded. Woman's heart was poison path, it had little use as well. Flying bear strength immortal GU was strength path, but Fang Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation, this immortal GU was not useful. There was also bone spike immortal GU, it was completely irrelevant to Fang Yuan's current circumstances. Perceivable Dao immortal GU could inspect Dao marks, it had a mystical use, but to Fang Yuan, it was not very useful, he had to weigh up its value later. All in all, woman's heart, flying bear strength, and bone spike, these three immortal GU had little use to Fang Yuan, if they could be traded for other immortal GU, that would be best. But trading GU, how difficult was that? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very common. But now, there were few opportunities for GU immortals to undergo high-end trading sessions. This way, Fang Yuan continued to travel and stop. He wanted to go faster, but it was too difficult. Along the way, when placing his immortal aperture, he refined Dream Path Mortal GU and deduced immortal killer moves, attempting to refine Attitude GU to make it his own. This time, as Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture and prepared to set off, his expression suddenly changed, he noticed traces of GU immortals fighting. Chapter 1294, Reappearance of Chu Ying. We're finally past the regional wall. Ying Wuxia let out a breath of air, looking at the sea, he felt mentally fatigued. He Lu Lan and Bai Ning Bing, who were beside him, were in no better condition. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group left for Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body, each time they passed the regional wall, it was a huge test. Thankfully, they were all powerful and were elites among GU immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not die. They were not leaving urgently. After entering Eastern Sea, they chose a random island. On this nameless island, Ying Wuxia directed Bai Ning Bing and He Lu Lan to start arranging a refinement path GU formation. The GU formation succeeded in activation. Ying Wuxia came to the center and took out the purple gold rock, processing this immortal material. As for Bai Ning Bing and He Lu Lan, they were outside the GU formation, standing to defend against any intruders. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted as the Miniman GU immortal, Purple Mountain, True Monarch woke up again. He was a rank 8 GU immortal. If he wanted to cross the 5 regions, he would normally have to use Black Heaven or White Heaven. But now, the parts of Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains were influenced by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, it was controlled by Longevity Heaven. Shadow Sect's group were not going to enter a trap. The outcome of Central Continent's GU immortals were displayed to them. Shadow Sect had deep foundation. Purple Mountain True Monarch went into hibernation again as a purple gold rock formed around his body. His aura was completely concealed, his vitality was indiscernible, he was just like a dead object. Using such incredible methods, Ying Wuxia brought Purple Mountain True Monarch through the regional walls and arrived in Eastern Sea. The thin layer of purple gold rock was easily refined by Ying Wuxia, who had the right method, it was way easier than the time when Lady Wanshou had to process it. Eastern Sea, Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up inside as he looked at the vast sea area. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first dismantled the GU formation and stored its components, wiping all traces of it. Then, the 4 GU immortals started to use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived in the turbulent flow sea area. Purple Mountain True Monarch led the way, none of the sea currents could pose as obstacles. Soon, Shadow Sect's group arrived at the center of the turbulent flow sea area. Where is the tributary of the River of Time? Unable to find the thing they needed, Ying Wuxia asked this in confusion. Don't tell me this tributary of the River of Time is already gone, it is at the fringe of the turbulent flows. He Lu Lan guessed. After some investigation, Purple Mountain True Monarch found some clues. That tributary of the River of Time has been taken away by someone. He said grimly. How can that be? Who did it? Is it Fang Yuan? Ying Wuxia first thought of Fang Yuan. But Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. this method should not be his. It is someone else, forget about it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next location, there is a tributary of the River of Time there too. Shadow Sect's group left the turbulent flow sea area again. Elsewhere in Eastern Sea, there was a vast sea and sky. Above the sea, a life and death battle was unfolding. Quickly leave, I was hit by his lightning soul needle, he can sense my location, I cannot escape, I cannot implicate you. Immortal Wa Dai lay in a man's arms, speaking weakly. This woman was dressed in a raiment, her sleeves were fluttering, she wore light pink. Her eyes were showing signs of weakness, blood was flowing out of the corner of her mouth, her injuries were severe. Especially on her skin, there were tiny sparks shining at times, it was the sign of the immortal killer move lightning soul needle's effect. No, the male GU Immortal rejected unhesitantly. He had broad shoulders and a thin waist, he wore a suit of battle armor, and even though he was covered in injuries, his valiance could not be concealed. How can I abandon you? If I escape now, how can I face Lord Miao Ming Shen? Even though he said that, when he looked towards Immortal Wa Dai, there was love in his eyes. He was Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang, Immortal Wa Dai, Gui Qiyi, these three were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen wanted to find a tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area, thus these three GU Immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they saw any GU Immortals approaching the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for their help. Then you lovebirds can die together. There was only one person in pursuit, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He was named Zhe Wen, he wore a blue robe and had tough, dry skin, like tree bark. His eyes were shining with red light, his teeth were sharp, he had a sinister expression. This person was quite a senior and had some reputation in Eastern Sea. He was a Lightning Path Grandmaster, but once when he was using an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash, leading to him having no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength, he possessed 2 immortal GU, the ranked 6 immortal Wa Dai and Feng Zhang were forced to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder, you two are quite daring to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over, I might leave you a proper corpse. Zhe Wen chuckled as he approached with overwhelming demonic aura. Immortal Wa Dai was anxious. We found this year's cycle powder first, how can it be yours? I have been here for half a month already, but the moment I looked away, you two took it. Zhe Wen growled. Immortal Wa Dai was incensed. Lord Miao Ming Shen found this year's cycle powder 3 years ago and set a GU formation here. Once every few months, I would come there and take care of it. No matter how you distort the facts, you cannot change them. Immortal Wa Dai said the truth. Zhe Wen stopped denying it, his expression turned grim. HMPH, you have a sharp tongue, you will be the first one I kill. Demonic scoundrel, don't be cocky. At this moment, there was a clear voice that resounded in their ears. Who? Zhe Wen's expression changed, he shouted. The moment he said that, the sea level rose up like a small mound. Next, from within the mound, a fierce beast charged out, causing winds to blow and water to splatter. A blue-scaled sea dragon appeared before the 3 immortals, speaking, Demon, hand over your life. The 3 immortals saw this and understood that this blue-scaled sea dragon was a GU Immortal's transformation. Immortal Wa Dai and Feng Zhang were happy and shocked. Zhe Wen was furious. Why are you a busybody? Take my killer move. Saying this, he breathed in deeply, spitting at his right palm. He did not spit out saliva, of course, it was an egg-sized flash of lightning. The lightning entered Zhe Wen's right palm and exploded into a beam of lightning that shot out from his palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not dodge, it opened its mouth towards the approaching beam of lightning. Dragon's breath. Zhe Wen saw this and laughed in his mind. My move can last for several minutes, while dragon breath needs to be used breath by breath, how can he last? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's breath did not end. The dragon's breath was like a beam of water colliding with the beam of lightning. Next, the powerful dragon breath smashed through the lightning pillar. In a few breaths' time, it got to Zhe Wen. How can this be? What dragon breath is this? Zhe Wen showed disbelief and shock on his face. He quickly dodged, but the blue-scaled sea dragon turned around and its dragon breath continued to sweep the battlefield. Zhe Wen frowned deeply, grunting, You guys are lucky, I will spare you this time. Saying this, he retreated, turning into a flash of lightning with incredible speed. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not give chase, it watched as Zhe Wen left. He wants to return to the GU formation, a lot of the year cycle powder is left. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out Zhe Wen's plan. Feng Zhang placed Immortal Hua Dai down and cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. Virtuous friend, you defeated the powerful foe, we will not forget the gratitude of saving our lives. I would like to know your esteemed name. The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking GU immortal. He smiled. I am Chu Ying, Fairy Hua Dai, have you been well? Immortal Hua Dai was surprised and joyful. To think that you are Chu Ying. Seeing Feng Yang's gaze, Immortal Hua Dai explained, it was thanks to Chu Ying that we found the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. He was the reason Lord Miao Ming Shen could take away the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 1295, Eastern Sea Trading Convention. So there was such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's words, Feng Yang's expression turned to joy, his suspicions were dispelled. This Chu Ying was naturally Fang Yuan in disguise. After he stored his immortal aperture, he found that there were traces of GU immortals fighting in the sea areas around him. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces and wanted to see if there were some gains for him. In the end, he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another person, Feng Zhang, were being pursued by an enemy. And the pursuer was a rank 7 immortal zombie. At this point, such a person was a weakling to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai some time ago. He wanted to get in contact with the Space Path GU immortal expert, Miao Ming Shen, who was behind Immortal Hua Dai. This person knew of a method to enter and explore the Blue Dragon Whale. And this Blue Dragon Whale was not ordinary either. It was nurtured by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and awakened its immortal aperture. It possessed a huge treasury. It was like the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Chu of Northern Plains. But the Blue Dragon Whale's wisdom was not enhanced. It could only swim freely in the ocean according to its instincts. Not only did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable awaken its immortal aperture, he also used an immortal killer move on its body. Thus, this Blue Dragon Whale had almost no predators or dangers. The Blue Dragon Whale was mild in temperament and posed no danger, but its defensive power rendered all of those who wanted to harm it helpless. This was the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. According to a secret rumor in the 500 years of his previous life, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left a true inheritance in the Blue Dragon Whale's body. Fang Yuan remembered that Miao Ming Shen had explored the world inside the Blue Dragon Whale many times. However, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance from start to finish. Fang Yuan naturally cared about this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being pursued, he realized that this was a rare chance. He could express goodwill to Miao Ming Shen again. Thus, he intervened and chased the lightning path immortal zombie Zhe Wen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. The ancient sword dragon form could not be used openly now, because Lu Guanyi had used it to kill Yi Lui Qun Xing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi was the reverse flow river lord that was able to go unscathed against rank 8s. His reputation was renowned all over the world, almost everyone knew of him. Countless people were interested in Lu Guanyi. They tried to deduce his origins. The fact that Lu Guanyi possessed an ancient sword dragon transformation was known to all. Thus, once Fang Yuan used the ancient sword dragon transformation, other GU immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of reputation. Even though Fang Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had change form immortal GU. He could turn into countless things in this world at will. Thus, he transformed into the blue-scaled sea dragon that was exclusive to Eastern Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast, but its might could not rival the ancient sword dragon. However, Fang Yuan's dragon breath immortal GU could still be used. Worth mentioning was that the dragon breath of the blue-scaled sea dragon was also used breath by breath. Earlier, he could defeat the lightning path immortal zombie Zhe Wen because Fang Yuan had used perseverance immortal GU at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal GU, after obtaining it, Fang Yuan had tried to learn more about its ability. GU Immortals nurture, use, and refine, these three aspects needed a lot of time and investment. After being in Eastern Sea for several days, Fang Yuan had already understood some of the uses of Perseverance Immortal GU. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal GU could allow other Immortal GU or Immortal Killer moves to last for a longer time. For example, the blue-scaled sea dragon's breath. If Fang Yuan used Dragon Breath Immortal GU solely, it could not break away from the normal limits of Dragon Breath, it would be used breath by breath, it could only be increased in strength. But if he used Perseverance Immortal GU along with the Dragon Breath, then the Dragon Breath would be used for a long time without stopping. Of course, he could not sustain it for too long. Dragon Breath had a huge burden on the throat, even real blue-scaled sea dragons breathed it out breath by breath. This was the self-defense mechanism of lifeforms after a long process of evolution. Thankfully, although that Zhe Wen had some fame, he retreated wisely after a short battle with Fang Yuan, realizing that he was a strong opponent. After all, Demonic Path GU Immortals focused on profits. This friend is... Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am one of Lord Miao Ming Shen's subordinates, Feng Zhang. Lord Chu, you are my savior, I wonder how I can thank you. Feng Zhang immediately introduced himself, it was very passionate and filled with gratitude towards Fang Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a helping hand. I met you two coincidentally, thus I stepped in. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have been moving around recently, I cannot stand these demonic acts. I have this personality, and because Fairy Hua Dai is an acquaintance, I had no reason not to help. Fang Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang heard these words and felt closer to Fang Yuan. The three immortals talked for a while as Immortal Hua Dai sighed, it is a pity. There was so much year cycle powder, they are mostly in Zhe Wen's hands now. Our efforts have been in vain. We should have made that GU formation even more hidden. Feng Zhang consoled. Alright, little Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so big, but Zhe Wen found this GU formation so coincidentally. We are not skilled in formation path, this GU formation is already the best that can be done. If we hide it even more deeply, we will need Immortal GU. Fang Yuan smiled. I have something to say, even though the year cycle powder is lost, your lives are preserved, this is hope. Don't be disheartened, there are losses and gains in life, aren't our lives just a cycle of losing and winning anyway? Feng Zhang laughed. Lord Chu speaks deeply, this is truly insightful. Immortal Hua Dai's brows were locked, she was sorrowful. I understand this too, and at a different time, so be it if this year's cycle powder was lost. But right now, Lord Miao Ming Shen is attending a trading convention, one of his GU immortal friends need this. Lord Miao Ming Shen has already agreed to his request, there are only a few days left until the convention, but the year's cycle powder was taken away, what should we do? Hearing this, Feng Yang's expression sank. That's right, we are going to return empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Ming Shen does not blame us, we will be at fault, we failed in our task. And most importantly, we will cause Lord Miao Ming Shen's reputation to suffer, this is our fault. Trading convention, Fang Yuan was moved. Earlier, he was thinking about trading away some of the unsuitable immortal GU that he had. To think that this would come in such a timely manner, he actually encountered one of Eastern Sea's trading conventions. Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources out of the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not match it. Eastern Sea GU immortals were usually more affluent. This resulted in Eastern Sea's trading conventions to be very famous in the 5 regions, they involved high-end items and often, GU immortals would exchange immortal GU with each other. Of course, this was not to say that the other 4 regions had no trading conventions. But they were too few of them, Fang Yuan could not join them either. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention served as his opportunity. I have immortal GU that I want to trade away, is it possible for me to join this trading convention? Fang Yuan did not hide his intention, he asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang looked at each other, the former said, this trading convention is very high class, we are not qualified to join it, nor do we have the rights to recommend others. But Lord Chu Ying is different, you are our benefactor. How about this, can you follow us to meet with our Lord, and see what he says? All right, Fang Yuan nodded. Shall we set off now? He was very rushed, because time was limited. Dark Limit's power was dwindling as other GU immortals deduced matters about him. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang were a little hesitant, their mission to collect the year's cycle powder had failed, they actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year's cycle powder, but they could not ask it outright. Actually, Fang Yuan was aware about their intentions, but during their conversation, he held the initiative of the topic and did not give them any chance to ask. Right now, even though Fang Yuan could go unscathed against rank 8 GU immortals, There was a flaw: it could not be used openly. Be it ancient sword dragon transformation or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be easily used. Once he did, he would have to consider how to keep them a secret. If too many traces were leaked out, Fang Yuan's identities and secrets might get deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed too. Fang Yuan had gone through so much to enter the Super GU formation and interact with the giant dream realm. If he lost this opportunity, it would be a terrible setback to his future cultivation. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang had no choice, they could only bring Fang Yuan away from here. They really had no courage to ask him. He had saved their lives, but they still wanted their benefactor to fight against a strong foe. They really had no face to ask him to do that. The three immortals moved quickly without stopping. But along the way, they talked and conversed a lot. As a matter of fact, Immortal Hua Dai had seen Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, but she was unclear about the background of this Chu Ying. Fang Yuan knew about her intention to probe him, thus he gave her half-truths about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had stayed in Eastern Sea for some time. Thus, his words were not lies. Especially some small details and experiences that he had, they were realistic. These experiences resonated deeply with Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang. How could Fang Yuan show a flaw here? By the time they met, Miao Ming Shen, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang already had very good feelings towards this easygoing, rank 7 secluded cultivator, Chu Ying. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, what was immortal zombie Zhe Wen's act of snatching some year cycle powder? Not long ago, Fang Yuan had taken reverse flow river directly from old ancestor Shui Hu. Chapter 1296, Light Shine Fungi. In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless mountain. It was desolate and barren, there were only rocks and caves in it. Several GU immortals descended from the sky. Among them were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang. To think that this trading convention would be held on such an empty island. Fang Yuan stepped on the island as he sighed to himself. Brother Chu, you might be unaware that large trading conventions like this usually have their locations decided several days before the meeting, to prevent others from having ill intentions. A GU immortal beside Fang Yuan said. This male GU immortal was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. In terms of appearance, he looked ordinary, only his flat and wide nose left a heavy impression on others. This person was a famous rank 7 space path GU immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Ming Shen. In terms of appearance, he was not outstanding, but after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though it was a short time, he could feel that this person was impressive. His appearance was deceiving. Fang Yuan had saved Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang under the identity of Chu Ying, learning about the trading convention. Next, he followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang to meet Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen had no hesitation as he agreed to Fang Yuan's request of joining the trading convention. Friend, you have helped me twice, you are also the benefactor of Little Dai and Little Feng. This is just a trading convention, how can I reject you? Please do grace us with your presence. He was a rank 7 GU immortal expert, but Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator with no reputation. Yet Miao Ming Shen did not put on airs, he was very amiable. He spoke politely and warmly to others. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Ming Shen came to attend the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped onto the island when a GU immortal came out of a rock. Miao Ming Shen, you are here. A midget GU immortal with a big head and small body welcomed them. Haha, tu tuo, long time no see. Miao Ming Shen said warmly. He laughed as he quickly went up to the person. Come, let me introduce the two of you. This is a secluded cultivator of Eastern Sea, Chu Ying. This is a rare earth path Grand Master in Eastern Sea, Tu Tuo. Miao Ming Shen said, greetings to you. Fang Yuan was polite but his expression was stiff. He pretended to be a secluded cultivator who was not good at interacting with people. It was flawless. Tu Tuo looked at Fang Yuan with several glances. He smiled with his yellow teeth. You received Miao Ming Shen's recommendation and are here for the first time. Haha, in the past, I also joined in after Miao Ming Shen's recommendation. Tu Tuo was also quite polite. He thought, Miao Ming Shen has good foresight, the people he invites are all talented experts. This Chu Ying looks unassuming and has no reputation, but since he has Miao Ming Shen's recommendation, he is not simple. While thinking of that, Tu Tuo said, follow me, I was the first to arrive, there is nothing much to do but wait now, we can create a space underground first. I will trouble brother too. After all, this time, I am the host of the trading convention, Miao Ming Shen said courteously. Haha, it is just an underground cave, it is nothing much. Come, Tu Tu Tuo, looked at Miao Ming Shen like an old friend, he grabbed his arm and led him underground. Everywhere he went, the tough ground melted like flowing water, opening a wide path that extended underground. Tu Tu Tuo and Miao Ming Shen walked ahead while Fang Yuan, Feng Zhang and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tu Tu Tuo and Miao Ming Shen talked along the way. Miao Ming Shen had incredible interpersonal skills. Tu Tu Tuo was laughing as he talked, his laughter was reverberating in the cave. Furthermore, Miao Ming Shen did not give the cold shoulder to Fang Yuan, he turned around to talk to Fang Yuan. His words seemed ordinary, but they felt natural and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was neglected. The underground cave was very ordinary, but it was wide enough. There was a platform, and several chairs in front of it, they were huge. There were carvings on the chairs, they were fluid patterns. This showed Tu Tu Tuo's incredible skills, and the meticulous aspect that he had. Fang Yuan counted, there were 6 chairs. It seems that this trading convention only had 6 people originally. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Zhang are not part of this, they will leave when the trading convention starts and guard the area. Fang Yuan guessed, there is a new member, I will add a chair. Tu Tu Tuo stomped lightly as a mound appeared on the ground, it started to rotate like a ball. In the blink of an eye, a chair was carved out like it was made by an artisan. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down while waiting for the other immortals. Not long later, 2 GU immortals appeared. The former was a girl, she looked like a child with 2 ponytail braids, her eyes were round and watery, but there was deep maturity in them. She was Tong Hua, a rank 7 light path GU immortal famous in the north of Eastern Sea. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose, his gaze was dark and he wore a black robe, having messy hair. He was Wu Ma Yong, a dark path GU immortal, having exemplary battle strength among rank 7 GU immortals. His immortal killer move, Dark Arrow Veil, had once defeated 3 rank 7 GU immortals working together. This battle caused his reputation to surge in Eastern Sea for some time. Tong Hua talked a lot, while Wu Ma Yong was uncommunicative. The two sides continued to mingle, and under Miao Ming Shen's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became congenial. 15 minutes later, a third GU immortal entered this space. He was Gong Liangbai, a Wisdom Path GU immortal who also cultivated Wood Path. Wisdom Path was his main focus, but Wisdom Path GU immortals were few in numbers, especially those like Fang Yuan who possessed a complete Wisdom Path GU immortal true inheritance. However, not only did Gong Liangbai have a complete Wisdom Path true inheritance, he even had some achievements in his cultivation. Even though he could not match the top 3 Wisdom Path experts, among lone immortals, he had a huge network and was willing to deduce for people in exchange for payment. This saying refers to the publicly recognized 3 most powerful Wisdom Path GU immortals in Eastern Sea currently. Song Jia Dan, Huan, they were Righteous Path members, they rarely deduced for lone immortals. And Dragon Head Tortoise was always inside Adversity Sea, his traces were hard to find, it was hard for people to seek help from him. Gong Liangbai, after these trades, let's have a good talk. I have some things for you to deduce. While talking, Miao Ming Shen said, is it that Lu Guanyi? I have received many requests from others, they are all after this person. Gong Liangbai said, of course not. Miao Ming Shen denied. Gong Liangbai nodded. Then that is fine. Speaking of which, I have already made 5 deductions, I failed each time. There are simply too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi has methods to defend against deductions. Fang Yuan listened by the side, his expression did not change, though he felt a little awkward. This topic attracted everyone's attention. Tu Tu Tuo shouted. This Lu Guanyi is so popular now, he is completely famous. Anyone who can render rank 8 GU immortals unable to deal with them as a rank 7 will go down in history. Tong Hua sighed, resisting rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, this is truly a goal to set. Miao Ming Shen smiled bitterly, it is a pity that I've had no opportunity to befriend such a person. Fang Yuan was sitting right beside him, hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that Lu Guanyi could resist rank 8s as a rank 7 because he became the Reverse Flow River Lord. This Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but how can it be so powerful as to leave rank 8 existences without options? Thus, the Immortal's topic of discussion turned from Lu Guanyi to reverse flow river. Fang Yuan had subtly changed the conversation's direction. The GU Immortals talked until night time. When night appeared and the moon rose, the trading convention began. The other two GU Immortals also had arrived. The trading convention officially began. According to the rules said earlier, Tong Hua stood on the platform. This is a desolate plant, I found it when exploring a deep sea. That place was dark as an abyss, but I saw some light far away. When I found the source, I took several minutes to reach it. The place was like a paradise of light path. It was so dazzling with rays of light extending immeasurably far. Initially, I thought that it was light from the corals. But soon, I found some green fungus on the surface of the corals. This green fungus is a desolate plant seen all over that place. I named it light shine fungus. It contains light path Dao marks and can emit strong light. Tong Hua talked about her findings, and the process of her naming. Fang Yuan was surprised to think that he found something he wanted when the trading convention had just started. Light Shine Fungi, Chapter 1297, Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal GU. Fang Yuan needed light. He had first used Aurora Light. He had bought large numbers of dazzling light GU to increase the Aurora Light in his Immortal aperture. The more intense the Aurora Light, the more flowing light fruits could be formed. In rank 8 attitude GU fed on these fruits. Light Shine Fungus was a type of desolate plant that provided light which was not like the multicolored Aurora Light. Humans had the highest intelligence, they were most skilled in adapting flexibly. There were methods to modify and graft plants in this world. Wood Path GU Immortals excelled at this. Each path has its own specialties, and Wood Path GU Immortals were often skilled at managing Immortal apertures. Thus, if Fang Yuan brought in Light Shine Fungi, he might be able to modify them in the future using Wood Path methods into Aurora Light Shine Fungi. It was possible. Other than Attitude GU, there was Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. Wisdom Sword Immortal GU fed on multicolored Overlord flowers. The latter two were easy to achieve, but illumination was hard. Fang Yuan's Immortal aperture had Light Path Dao marks, and he had also annexed a Light Path Blessed Land, but it was far from Fang Yuan's goal. If he used Light Shine Fungi, he would be able to solve the problem of mass production of multicolored Overlord flowers. But there was an uncertainty in this. Light Shine Fungi grew in the deep sea, could they still survive in other environments? This should not be a problem. After all, Light Shine Fungus is a desolate plant. Even ignoring Aurora Lights, earlier, I plundered Lu Tribe's Jade Light Pit, I gained a lot of replenishment. Even though I am still not at the required standard, I am close. But multicolored Overlord flowers are different, their scale is far from optimal. I have too few Light Path Dao marks currently, and not all of my Light Path Dao marks can gather at the multicolored Overlord flowers. My other lifeforms need light too. Oh, that's right, I have Transformation Path Dao marks. In crucial moments, I can convert them to Light Path Dao marks temporarily. While Fang Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua spoke. I am willing to trade these desolate plant Light Shine Fungi for story-building water elephants, 3 of them. Once she said that, a GU Immortal responded, story-building water elephants, I have a few. How many stories do you want from the water elephants? Story-building water elephants were a special type of beast in Eastern Sea. They had varying sizes, with white tusks and blue skin. Water elephants with 1-story buildings were like boats and had blue jade exoskeleton on their backs resembling buildings. 2-story building water elephants were larger, with 2 floors of blue jade exoskeleton on their backs. Similarly, 6-story building water elephants had wide backs and were like huge boats, they were desolate beasts. 7-story building water elephants were ancient desolate beasts, and 8-story building water elephants were immemorial desolate beasts, they were extremely rare. 9-story building water elephants did not exist. Be it beasts or plants, or even variant humans, there were no rank 9 versions of them. Among humans, there were only 10 of them, rank 9 GU venerables, they were unique among all lifeforms. Tong Hua showed the scale of her Light Shine Fungi and told the GU Immortals that she wanted a total of 3 6-story building water elephants. This was not expensive, it was very standard. But that GU Immortal frowned. I only have 1 6-story building water elephant, the Light Shine Fungi can be split up, would you like to trade? Tong Hua hesitated, he might not be speaking the truth. After considering it, Tong Hua nodded, then let's trade. Thus, the first deal was made, both sides transacted quickly. I would like some Light Shine Fungi, but I do not have story-building water elephants. Do you accept immortal essence stones? Fang Yuan asked. Tonghua shook her head, but she did not reject him entirely. If there are no story-building water elephants, never mind. But my light shine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, you can buy them then. In fact, Eastern Sea had mostly water path GU immortals. And light shine fungi suited Eastern Sea GU immortals a lot. Like Wu Yi Hai for example, his immortal aperture was a sea. Tonghua was only testing the waters with this new discovery, seeing if she could gain benefits from it. As for selling them for immortal essence stones, Tonghua did not want that. Because she did not know the market price. This was a new finding, she was selling it for the first time, Tonghua did not know its value. However, she was very expectant about it. Thus, she rejected Fang Yuan without hesitation. What if this light shine fungus was very popular in Treasure Yellow Heaven, then wouldn't her sale price be at a loss now? But if she sold it for too high of a price, the other party would not trade. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the best place for that. Tonghua did not want to sell it, Fang Yuan was helpless. But he understood her. This was a new desolate plant, she could use some methods to raise the prices later. Even though this world's economy was not developed, GU immortals were astute people, they knew how to jack up prices. Especially this light shine fungus, in the world, currently only Tonghua had it. If it were Fang Yuan, he would also elevate the price at the initial stage to earn a huge profit. This light shine fungus was just a rank 6 desolate plant. Once it was in the market for some time, people would research about it, and Tonghua's monopoly would be gone. After all, Eastern Sea was so big, light shine fungi would not grow in only one place. GU immortals could create a method to seek out light shine fungi after some research. That would cause the supply of light shine fungi to rise sharply. Seeing that no one else was interested, Tonghua stepped down. Next, the second GU immortal went up onto the platform. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the GU immortals would go up in order that was decided earlier. They could only put up one resource each round. This ensured relative fairness. As for Fang Yuan, a newly joined member, he could also transact and go on the platform, but he was the last person. This is marrow-sucking stone, rank 7 immortal material, I want some 1000-year floating wood. The GU immortal who went up expressed himself quickly, explaining his item. Once he said that, he displayed it. This marrow-sucking stone was black and looked like an ordinary rock by the beach. But in fact, as long as a life form that had bone marrow got close to it, they would be sucked inside. Thus, marrow-sucking stone was known as a demon stone. Demon stone was a name coined by mermen. Mermen were a type of variant human. Most mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen could live underwater and breathe. When they met marrow-sucking stones, they had suffered from them, thus, they feared and called them demon stones. In Eastern Sea's history, there were some merman tribes who treated these demon stones as deities to worship. But to GU immortals, this marrow-sucking stone was just an immortal material. This transaction was successful as well. 1000-year floating wood might be rare in the market, but the GU immortals here were all affluent, otherwise, they would not have gathered for this trading convention. Birds of a feather flock together, GU immortals who associated with Miao Ming Shen were not simple. One could say, this small trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea. After the second GU immortal, Tu Tu Tuo went up. I have an ancient desolate beast queen toad. It can command all huge toads at rank 6 level and below. If raised well, it can nurture enslavement path immortal GU as well. Anyone interested? The queen toad had a lot of enslavement path Dao marks. But Tu Tu Tuo's transaction failed. The fourth GU immortal. I am looking for clues to Chi Si. Anyone know how to find Chi Si and how to get in? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. It was also possible to trade information, but the GU immortals present stayed silent. This transaction also failed. Chi Si was a special and mysterious sea area in Eastern Sea. The GU immortals present might be unsure of it, or some might know but did not want to trade. The GU immortals went up one by one. The first round was about to end. Fang Yuan was the final one, and Miao Ming Shen was second last. He went up. I have a rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal GU, anyone wants to trade? Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes shined. Chapter 1298, Trading GU. The trading convention was underway. As the host of this trading convention, Miao Ming Shen originally was to be the final person to get on the stage. But because Fang Yuan joined in, he became the last person. Miao Ming Shen was now the second last to trade. In this aspect, Fang Yuan could see Miao Ming Shen's great interpersonal skills. GU immortals who got to trade first had the bigger advantage. Miao Ming Shen, as the final person, was expressing goodwill to everyone. But he could not place Fang Yuan before him. This was against the rules. Newcomers had to be last. If he went against this, everyone would be unhappy. After all, Miao Ming Shen was the host of this session, but what about the next? Interpersonal skills were nothing much, it was just one's attitude when interacting with people. Miao Ming Shen had a good grasp of this, he made the people that he interacted with feel friendly towards him. However, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Ming Shen, his gaze was shining as he looked at the immortal GU that Miao Ming Shen was holding. Rank 7, Divination Tortoise Shell GU. Because Fang Yuan had many methods that he could not use, like Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation or Reverse Flow Protection Seal, if they were used, Fang Yuan had to make sure there were no survivors. Otherwise, intelligence on him would leak and GU immortals would be able to find out more information about him, he would be forced into a corner. This was quite awkward, actually. As Fang Yuan got stronger, the problems he created were getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, looking at his opponents and enemies, all of them were colossal forces. Recently, he even made enemies with old ancestor Shui Hu, the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan was facing great pressure, he had not reached rank 9. Only after reaching rank 9 would Fang Yuan be able to announce his identity openly, nobody would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court could still find trouble with him. Currently, rank 7 Fang Yuan had to act with a low profile, he had to disguise himself and cultivate rapidly to accumulate strength. Becoming Wu Yi Hai has a weakness, or rather, I have a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight when he was Wu Yi Hai, because he was not the real Wu Yi Hai. After soul-searching Wu Yi Hai, Fang Yuan found that Wu Yi Hai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was a coral form, one was a seagull form, and the third was a tortoise. Earlier, during the battle in the regional wall, Wu Yi Hai had turned into a tortoise to defend himself. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned divine tortoise. An ancient desolate beast with a tough shell, it was top 10 in that regard among Eastern Sea's ancient desolate beasts. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yi Hai's immortal aperture. Wu Yi Hai's immortal aperture was a sea. There were 3 types of lifeforms inside, sea turtles and tortoises with the ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoise, corals with the ancient desolate plant silent coral, and seagulls with the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. As a transformation path GU immortal, he would often raise the species that he transformed into. Firstly, these lifeforms were resources that could help with his transformation path cultivation. Like the horned divine tortoise that Wu Yi Hai cultivated, if he needed any immortal GU in the future, he could kill these horned divine tortoises to refine it. Secondly, transformation path GU immortals had to have a clear understanding of these lifeforms that they transformed into to raise their battle strength. Raising them in the immortal aperture would allow them to observe the lifeforms and eventually have realistic transformations with greater battle strength. As for Fang Yuan, this was just a method. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was raised from dream realms and tribulations. Once his attainment level rose, it would influence all these cultivation aspects, including this. Thus, Fang Yuan saved a lot of trouble, he could skip a long time of observation and practice. If I can have this immortal GU, it would be very useful to me. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast, it had one ability, to defend against deductions. Many GU immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but using wisdom path methods to deduce its location was too difficult. If Fang Yuan became a divination tortoise, it would help him greatly when traveling. He concluded that this immortal GU was extremely useful. Or rather, it was too useful. For others, rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal GU might be useless. After all, it could only defend one's back. But if one wanted its deduction prevention ability, it was instead not as effective as other methods. Thus, it had little use. Furthermore, why would a GU immortal face deductions all the time? Was everyone Lu Guanyi? He was extremely famous in the 5 regions now, even his fake identity was. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise and use the transformation path Dao marks. It was an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against deductions would be far stronger than using divination tortoise shell immortal GU alone. Fang Yuan looked around. What made him happy was that these people were not very interested in the immortal GU. Transactions of immortal GU were only done through exchange. This was because immortal GU were unique, their value could not be determined easily. The value of immortal GU completely depended on the person. The same immortal GU could be a burden to someone. After all, the price of feeding immortal GU was huge, but to others, they would pursue it relentlessly, they would treat it like a treasure if they got it. Immortal GU. To think that he is trading immortal GU in the first round. The GU immortals sighed, they spoke softly, but they stayed on their seats, not moving. Miao Ming Shen smiled. He had anticipated this. They were few transformation path GU immortals. Among those present, Chu Ying was the only one. And even Chu Ying might not be very interested in this immortal GU. Transformation path GU immortals usually cultivated 2 or 3 transformations, too many was pointless. Unless they had the essence of transformation path, change form immortal GU, it could allow them to turn into any form. But Miao Ming Shen had his intentions in doing this. He was the host of this trading convention. If news that an immortal GU trade had occurred in the first round got out, it would elevate the status of this trading convention, it would attract more GU immortals with greater wealth here. I am willing to trade for this immortal GU. Fang Yuan stood up from his seat. At once, the GU immortals looked towards Fang Yuan with surprised expressions. Miao Ming Shen was slightly dazed, before reacting and smiling even wider now. I wonder what you would like to trade for? Fang Yuan asked. Miao Ming Shen chuckled. Chu Ying, this is your first trading convention, and you are my benefactor. How about this? I do not have much use for this immortal GU, we can trade anything. This time, Fang Yuan was dazed, he did not expect Miao Ming Shen to list such an easy condition. But even so, immortal GU transactions could only be done with immortal GU, other things were not usable. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have flying bear strength immortal GU. Deal. Before Fang Yuan finished his words, Miao Ming Shen agreed without hesitation. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Ming Shen, realizing why this person was doing so well in Eastern Seas GU. Immortal world. He was a lone immortal, but he actually had several GU immortals that were so loyal to him. But some things had to be stated clearly. He smiled bitterly. Friend, I am in admiration towards your intentions, but I have not finished my words. My flying bear strength immortal GU is only ranked 6. Miao Ming Shen's expression changed. The other immortals' expressions also turned grim, they looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying bear strength was a strength path immortal GU, while divination tortoise shell immortal GU was transformation path. Strength path was declining, but transformation path was still popular and strong. Between the two, flying bear strength immortal GU was already less valuable than divination tortoise shell immortal GU. And now, flying bear strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 immortal GU and rank 7 immortal GU be traded? The value was completely different. Chapter 1299, Another Trade. The difficulty of refining one rank 6 immortal GU was very different from refining a rank 7 immortal GU. Fang Yuan wanted to use rank 6 flying bear strength immortal GU to exchange for rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal GU. If spoken nicely, he was dreaming, but to be blunt, he was simply too greedy, he was trying to take advantage. This, taking advantage, also gave a feeling of disdain. Who did he think Miao Ming Shen was? Was he easy to bully? Or did he think the others were fools? Thus, the GU immortals having grim expressions was understandable. He saw these immortals' attitude and expressions, he knew why these people had a change of emotion. But he still asked, will you exchange it? Miao Ming Shen smiled forcefully, but he nodded, yes. You have helped me twice, these will suffice. The other GU immortals heard this and looked at Miao Ming Shen in a different light, their disdain towards Fang Yuan increased. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing his unhappiness towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. He said, everyone has said how incredible Lord Miao Ming Shen is. I was disbelieving, but after today, I completely agree. How can I take advantage of you? I will compensate you with something else, you will definitely be pleased. Saying this, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Ming Shen secretly. Miao Ming Shen heard this and his expression changed. He became excited. Chu Ying, are you serious? Ha ha ha, let's do the deal now, you will know if it's true or false. Fang Yuan laughed again. Sorry, we need to do this transaction alone, Miao Ming Shen said as Fang Yuan followed him to leave the cave. They went outside for the transaction. Afterwards, the two returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Ming Shen was smiling in a pleased manner. The two were walking together closely. Everyone could tell that their relationship had gotten closer. After sitting down, Miao Ming Shen cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. I owe you a third favor. Your demeanor is truly magnificent. This is merely a transaction, there is no favor. Fang Yuan was very polite. These words made the GU Immortals very perplexed. At once, they started guessing. What did Chu Ying trade to make up for the difference, and make Miao Ming Shen so happy? Miao Ming Shen sat down but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction, it was Fang Yuan's turn. He went on the platform. The Immortals looking at him had different gazes now. They were solemn and curious, with probing intentions. At the same time, they were curious about what Fang Yuan was going to offer. This was because they did not know Fang Yuan, he was a stranger. According to Fang Yuan's offer, they would be able to guess some information about him. Like what immortal materials he had in abundance, they were often produced in their own blessed lands. This way, some intelligence could be deduced, like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, and what types of Dao marks he had inside. If it were one or two damaged ancient desolate beast corpses, they were often the GU Immortal spoils of battle. If an ancient desolate beast reared in the immortal aperture died, the corpse would not be damaged. Such corpses would allow the Immortals to assess Fang Yuan's battle strength as well. GU Immortals focused heavily on gathering intelligence. On this aspect, Information Path GU Immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked them. Everyone, take a look, this is a Bone Path ranked 6 Immortal GU, Bone Spike. I obtained it by chance, but I am not a Bone Path GU Immortal, I want to trade with it, does anyone want this? As for what I want in return, I am like Lord Miao Ming Shen, I have no specific preference. Fang Yuan smiled. An Immortal GU again. This is the first round, there are actually 2 Immortal GU transactions. This Chu Ying is quite rich, he is a Transformation Path GU Immortal but he had 2 Immortal GU of other paths. The first transaction is done, but this one might not succeed. There are no Bone Path GU Immortals here. The GU Immortals talked to each other secretly, they were close with one another. None. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no GU Immortal spoke. He felt no disappointment. The rank 7 Immortal GU, Divination Tortoise Shell, was worth coming to this trading convention. Just when Fang Yuan was about to step down, a voice said, wait, I think, we can trade with this Immortal GU. The Immortals turned to look, it was Wu Maiyong. Strange, he is a Dark Path GU Immortal, why does he want a Bone Path Immortal GU? This question appeared in everyone's minds. Bone Spike Immortal GU had no relation with Dark Path. But if Wu Maiyong had any immortal killer moves that needed Bone Spike Immortal GU, then it was possible for him to want this Immortal GU. Everyone had their own secrets, even though the GU Immortals were puzzled, they held in their questions and watched quietly. There is a GU Immortal who wants Bone Spike Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was also curious. He asked, I wonder what you would like to trade with. Wu Maiyong frowned, he hesitated a little before gritting his teeth, I will trade this Immortal GU. He displayed this Immortal GU. It was a rank 6 Immortal GU, on the same rank as Bone Spike Immortal GU. The GU Immortals looked as someone cried out, this is Day Immortal GU. That's right, this was the ranked 6-time path, Day GU. I did not expect this trading convention was really worth it. Fang Yuan rejoiced internally, but his expression was blank, he seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this Immortal GU, he wanted it. Because he had He Fan's true inheritance, he had ranked 7-year GU, after Immortal GU, and years flow like water, as well as a bunch of time path Immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance, He Fan had been talking about Immortal level Day GU and Month GU non-stop. He remembered those 4 Immortal killer moves, days pass like years and the rest. If the inheritor can obtain Immortal level Day GU or Month GU, these 4 immortal killer moves would not need to expend so many mortal day GU and month GU, the effect would even rise greatly. These were the words recorded in He Fan's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan saw this and did not think much of them. He was not overly ambitious, year GU was enough to satisfy him. But destiny was very mystical, when Fang Yuan had placed no attention on immortal level day GU and month GU, day GU appeared right in front of him like this. Let's exchange it. Even though I am not familiar with time path, feeding bone spike immortal GU is certainly a burden. Fang Yuan said, my day GU consumes the water of the river of time, it has no feeding problems. However, I cannot use this immortal GU, I might as well trade it for bone spike immortal GU, to add into my immortal killer moves. Wu Ma Yang said. The two traded quickly. The original wills inside the 2 immortal GU left as the other party's immortal essence entered. The GU immortals will inside the immortal essence was the true key to refining GU. In Earth's terms, wills were like a preset program to GU worms. Wills could think. Wild GU worms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal GU was simply using the GU immortals will together with immortal essence to erase the wild will. Wild wills had the instinct to survive, they could not destroy themselves, thus, even though it was tough for GU immortals to refine immortal GU, it was not risky. Other people's immortal GU were different. A GU immortal's will was vastly different from wild will. Trying with brute force to refine someone else's immortal GU would only destroy it. For example, Fang Yuan could recall his immortal GU with just a special will set inside them. Basically all GU immortals would not allow another person to refine their immortal GU directly. Once that was happening, the will inside the immortal GU would destroy the GU worm. Unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal GU's will. But usually, it would be hard to suppress all of it in an instant. With a small flaw, the immortal GU would be destroyed. Precisely because of this, even though Fang Yuan captured He Cheng, he did not obtain Dark Arrow immortal GU. And because of this, even though Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan's alliance agreement was gone, he could not directly refine attitude GU, it was a problem. Chapter 1300. Refining attitude GU. This particular trading convention is very different. That's right, it is truly not normal. In our usual trading conventions, even though there are immortal GU trades, they will not appear in the first round. It was traditionally hard to trade immortal GU, most of the members in the trading convention had limited chances. Thus, they would usually put up the items which were unlikely to be traded to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade away their immortal GU, the GU immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was normal in trading conventions. Not only was there an immortal GU trade in the first round, it happened twice. And more importantly, both times succeeded. And in these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan played a pivotal role. Even though this was the first time he came to a trading convention, the GU immortals present did not dare to underestimate this newcomer, Chu Ying, anymore. We will start the second round now, Fairy Tong Hua, please. Miao Ming Shen said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started and immortal GU were already traded. This result would help him a lot when he traveled over Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. Tong Hua went onto the platform, she wanted to trade another type of desolate beast. It seems that she is trying to develop her blessed land. Fang Yuan, who was sitting beside Miao Ming Shen, spoke to him. Miao Ming Shen smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tong Hua had just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood. After a GU immortal passed a tribulation, their immortal aperture's resources would be greatly damaged, but they would gain a lot of Dao marks too. These new Dao marks would modify the immortal aperture's environment, causing it to be more accommodating to different types of resources. Thus, Fairy Tong Hua tried to trade for all sorts of resources in this convention, planning to develop them in her immortal aperture. This immortal Tong Hua is very affluent. Not only is her immortal aperture managed well, she also has a personal sea area, called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Whenever it is dawn or dusk, aurora light shines above the sea area, weaving with the sky, it is extremely beautiful. This sea area is not far away. After the trading convention ends, Fairy Tong Hua will invite everyone to her sea area for a gathering. By then, Brother Chu can go with us. Miao Ming Shen said, giving Fang Yuan some information about Tong Hua. Fang Yuan gained more understanding of her. Then I will thank you for a recommendation. To speak the truth, I am interested in her light shine fungus. Fang Yuan said directly. No problem, I can help you with that. Miao Ming Shen was someone who knew the best way to interact with someone. He gladly took on this task. After the trading of Immortal GU, his relationship with Fang Yuan improved greatly. Fang Yuan knew why Miao Ming Shen's attitude had changed. The reason was none other than lifespan GU. What could interest Miao Ming Shen was undoubtedly lifespan GU. Fang Yuan used a ranked 6 Immortal GU to trade for a ranked 7 Immortal GU, and he even used a declining strength path GU. But Miao Ming Shen was very satisfied with the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of lifespan GU to make up for the difference. Lifespan GU was only Immortal GU, but it was really rare. Many GU Immortals would keep them in their hands and refuse to trade them. They would keep these lifespan GU for the time when they really needed it. Miao Ming Shen's lifespan was not near its end, but he did not have a lot left. Thus, he was looking for the tributary of the River of Time. He wanted to find some methods to extend lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Ming Shen had entered the Blue Dragon Whale many times to look for the lifespan GU inside. Fang Yuan offered him lifespan GU, why would Miao Ming Shen not be happy with it? Furthermore, Fang Yuan took out 100 years of lifespan GU, what did that mean? Miao Ming Shen was not dumb, he thought. This meant that Chu Ying had more lifespan GU. Otherwise, why would he use them so unsparingly? Thus, Miao Ming Shen wanted to improve his relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan's motives were deeper. The Blue Dragon Whale, according to his previous life's information, Fang Yuan had a greater understanding of this opportunity than Miao Ming Shen currently. The transactions continued. During the second round, GU Immortals went up one by one, and most of their transactions succeeded. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Immortal GU Woman's Heart. Fang Yuan was about to trade this ranked 6 Immortal GU away when his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, something happened, everyone, I need to leave early. Fang Yuan said. The GU Immortals were shocked. This trading convention was a rare chance, to think that Fang Yuan was giving up now. But the trading convention was not a restricted event, it was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave, they could not stop him. What happened? Do you need my help? Miao Ming Shen sent Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. This is such a waste, I am missing out on the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Ming Shen quickly said, don't worry, when such a trading convention happens again, I will inform you. I will thank you in advance, goodbye. See you again. Fang Yuan flew off into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Miao Ming Shen sighed. Looking at Fang Yuan vanish, he turned around and went back into the cave. While flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. He had left earlier because a wisdom path great expert had suddenly tried to deduce his whereabouts. The power from Dark Limit was almost used up. With this huge expenditure now, Fang Yuan was forced to leave the trading convention prematurely. Damn it, which GU Immortal is deducing me? I wonder if they are deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. If he had some more time, he might have traded Woman's Heart Immortal GU away. Such opportunities were incredibly rare. After one convention, many GU Immortals would lay low for many years before wanting to trade again. After he got to a safe distance, Fang Yuan used the new Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal GU, as well as Change Form Immortal GU. Immortal Killer Move, Divination Tortoise Transformation. Transformation Path Killer moves were so simple and straightforward. Because he lacked the help of Mortal GU, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. But because of Change Form Immortal GU, this panacea, although the transformation had none of the battle strength from the Divination Tortoise, Fang Yuan could use it. This Divination Tortoise transformation was to give Fang Yuan more time. A while later, he found a safe environment and placed his Immortal Aperture. For several days, he stayed inside the Immortal Aperture. He started to think about how he could refine Attitude GU. Even though he had 2 new Immortal GU, they were not useful for refining Attitude GU. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the 3rd GU for Woman's Heart could have been a suitable Immortal GU. But Fang Yuan missed this opportunity. He needed to stay inside the Immortal Aperture for some time so that Dark Limit could be used again. By then, the trading convention would be over. This means I can only borrow Immortal GU from Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan. But this was a secondary method. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to settle it himself. Borrowing Immortal GU was not a feasible plan. If Fang Yuan used his own Immortal GU to deduce an Immortal Killer move to refine Attitude GU, it would help him greatly. He could even fuse this Immortal Killer move into Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Think about it, by then, Reverse Flow River would flow around Fang Yuan's body, and any Immortal GU that flew inside would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting was that? Fang Yuan had a long-term goal regarding this. But it was a pity, even though he joined the trading convention, he did not gain any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Langya Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path Immortal GU. Through Treasure Yellow Heaven, and after expending Langya sect contribution points, Fang Yuan borrowed some Immortal GU. A commotion occurred in Treasure Yellow Heaven again, but Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan came up with an Immortal Killer move using Reverse Flow River to refine Attitude GU. Fang Yuan purposely slowed his movement. Half a month later, he successfully refined Attitude GU. And now, he finally owned this legendary rank 8 Immortal GU. Chapter 1301, Approach of the Great Era. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. Greetings to Superior Immortal from Heavenly Court. 2 GU Immortals knelt on the ground. One old and one young. A grandfather and a grandson. They were GU Immortals from Wind Cloud Manor. The young GU Immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the elderly man was Old Man Bei Feng, with rank 8 cultivation level. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, he was famous, and without any mishaps, he would have become a member of Heavenly Court already. It was not easy or normal to become a member of Heavenly Court. Rank 8 cultivation level was not enough, they had to be elites among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since Heavenly Court was created. Heavenly Court did not waver in this aspect. Too few was better than too many. And this Old Man Bei Feng was now kneeling on the ground, expressing his reverence. The person he was kneeling to was an extremely weak old man. He was shaking as if a gust of wind could blow him away. But this old man was not ordinary. He had a huge origin. He left a deep mark in Heavenly Court's history. He was Duke Long. Get up, bring me inside. Duke Long said plainly. Yes, Old Man Bei Feng acknowledged. A moment later, Duke Long came to the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a deep earth trench. It was larger than the earth trench that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had. It was possible to stuff thousands of cities into it easily. Duke Long and Old Man Bei Feng were tiny like dust specks compared to it. From their view, the entire earth trench was covered in darkness. This darkness was so deep that one could not see through it. Suddenly, the entire earth trench started shaking intensely. The two sides of the earth trench started to have falling rocks. The earthquake caused incredible sound waves that would make people shell-shocked. Old Man Bei Feng's expression changed. He quickly used the Immortal GU in his Immortal Aperture. Suddenly, bright lights shone as countless auroras and flowing water weaved together dazzlingly. There was actually a huge Super GU formation here. In contrast to this GU formation, the one that surrounded Southern Border's Dream Realm was just a kitten compared to an elephant. Old Man Bei Feng controlled the GU formation. His expression quickly changed as his forehead was covered in sweat. The commotion is so huge. As a great rank 8 GU Immortal, he was actually feeling difficulty now. This Super GU formation was suppressing a terrifying life form. Old Man Bei Feng could only barely deal with it using the Super GU formation. It seems that after so many years, you are still so lively. Di Zhang Sheng. At this time, Duke Long spoke plainly. Roar. At the next moment, an overwhelming dragon roar filled the entire earth trench. The Super GU formation's aurora lights were dispersing, flowing water was disrupted. Old Man Bei Feng's forehead was dripping with sweat. He thought, this is after the Super GU formation's isolation, the volume is still so loud. If I have to face this evil dragon directly, I am afraid. Duke Long was unmoved. He assessed, it seems your temper has not changed, you are still so feisty. Accursed old man. This time, a voice came from inside the GU formation. The voice was just as loud. At the next moment, a huge dragon head appeared from within the aurora light and flowing water. It was Evil Dragon, Di Zhang Sheng. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast created from endless hatred, anger, and grudges, all these negative emotions in Central Continent's earth veins. It was born of nature, because it was created from the collective negative emotions of humans. After it was born, it had intelligence that matched humans. Initially, it could only roar and growl, but after learning, it could use Hope GU to awaken its aperture. It learned human language, and for some time, it turned into a human and tried to master GU Immortal methods. For some time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent. It caused great distress and chaos in the world. But eventually, it was suppressed by Duke Long. It was suppressed for countless years. But Heavenly Court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as humanity still flourished, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger every day. Even if its body was destroyed or completely decimated, soon, it would form from new earth veins, and continue to cause chaos in the world. That was why Heavenly Court used a Super GU formation to suppress this evil dragon. The people guarding the place were rotated from time to time. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for his own profits. He was punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave. And his grandpa knew that he could not do this alone, so he gave up the chance to join Heavenly Court and came to look after this evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it became incredibly furious. The meeting of enemies filled with animosity. Why are you roaring and growling? You cannot escape from this prison. Duke Long said plainly. Di Zhangsheng heard this and no longer raged. It laughed. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. Accursed old man, you are going to die soon. Your lifespan is reaching its limit. You only have one last chance of extending your life. Even lifespan GU cannot save you. Haha, this is hilarious. So what if you suppressed me? I am alive, while you are dying. Duke Long nodded. You are right. Sometimes, I envy you. You have a long lifespan from birth. You innately have longevity. This might be the last time we meet. Let me borrow 10 years of life from you. Saying this, Duke Long sucked in a breath. Old man Bei Feng was shocked to find out that as the guardian, he instantly lost control of this GU formation. Di Zhangsheng was suppressed by Duke Long. This super GU formation was created by Duke Long personally. Duke Long was the true owner of this super GU formation. Roar. Di Zhangsheng let out a painful cry. Duke Long was still sucking. Old man Bei Feng could not tell what Duke Long was actually sucking. It seemed to be a sort of life essence that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was forcefully extracted from Di Zhangsheng's body, sucked into Duke Long's own body. It seems that this super GU formation is not purely for suppressing Di Zhangsheng, it has this kind of effect. Old man Bei Feng had an epiphany. During the process of sucking, Duke Long's body inflated like a balloon from its twig-like appearance. His pale yellow ragged face faded to a normal color. His pale white hair also turned dark. He was hunchbacked earlier and had fragile bones that emitted cracking sounds, but it had straightened now. Most evidently, the pair of horns on his head were originally shriveled like two lumps of meat, but now, they shined with a metallic luster, piercing towards the sky. His peak rank 8 aura burst out like an invisible wall, pushing outwards. Old man Bei Feng took a step back uncontrollably. Looking at Duke Long's majestic background, he had a sense of admiration in his heart. In contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zhangsheng. It said in a hoarse voice, "Damned old man, that is merely 10 years of lifespan. It's like I'm giving a pool of piss to you." Ha ha ha, it was still laughing, but it was very weak now. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, "Evil dragon, you do not understand, how can I, Duke Long, fear death? I woke up this time to make up for my previous mistake. 10 years is more than enough. Enough for, what are you trying to do?" Evil dragon asked. "What else? The great era is coming." Duke Long said with deep meaning. Great era, don't tell me, the earth veins will merge, the regional walls will vanish, and the 5 regions will become one. Wait, accursed old man, don't go, tell me everything. Di Zhangsheng shouted, but Duke Long sneered. Why would he care about a captive? He turned around and left Hidden Dragon Cave without any hesitation. A nameless place. River water was surging. This was a tributary of the River of Time. Ying Wuxia and the rest had been waiting by the riverside for a long time. A figure emerged from the tributary of the River of Time. Quick, let's quickly give Lord a helping hand. Ying Wuxia saw this and shouted. He Lu Lan and Bai Ning Bing worked together beside him, activating the GU formation. Under the effect of the GU formation, Purple Mountain True Monarch escaped from the tributary of the River of Time. He was like a drowning person. He barely managed to crawl ashore. He breathed roughly and was soaked to the bones. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually managed to return safely after entering the River of Time. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but she was shocked on the inside. Lord, did you succeed? Seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch regain his composure, Ying Wuxia asked this. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. I went into the Red Lotus and interacted with that will, my gains were phenomenal. Is that so? Ying Wuxia was overjoyed. But Purple Mountain True Monarch had a solemn expression. I used Red Lotus, True Inheritance to observe the past and future. Before Fang Yuan was reborn, our shadow sect had succeeded. We delayed the Great Era by 500 years, we exterminated the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable before she matured, we even had Heavenly Court completely under our control. It is a pity that Fang Yuan changed everything. Shadow sect cannot stop it anymore, the Great Era is coming. Ying Wuxia had an extremely shocked expression. Bai Ningbing and He Lu Lan looked at each other, feeling puzzled. The former asked coldly, what is the Great Era? Ying Wuxia breathed in deeply and answered, the earth veins will merge, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one, and Great Dream becomes venerable. This is the Great Era. He Lu Lan and Bai Ningbing were stunned. Fang Yuan went back to southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance, he was back in Wu Clan. I am finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realm and go all out in raising my attainment levels. There is enough time. After 500 years, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I might become a great grand master of every path already. I am looking forward to it. Chapter 1302, Divination Tortoise Transformation. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Fang Yuan entered southern border, using Wu Yihai's appearance, he went all the way back to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing that he was back, Wu Clan's current first supreme elder, Wu Yong, summoned him. Brother, these are the immortal GU that I borrowed from the clan, I am returning them now. Fang Yuan returned the immortal GU in his hands. Wu Yong received them and smiled as he sat in the main seat. Was your journey to Eastern Sea fruitful? Every GU immortal had their own secrets, especially someone with a special status like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not probe excessively. His question was really just small talk. I had great gains. Fang Yuan showed some joy on his face, it was very realistic. That is good. Wu Yong nodded. He would not be able to imagine how great Fang Yuan's gains were. After leaving southern border, Fang Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not succeed in killing them, his gains were huge. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain Perseverance Immortal GU and become the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength surged and he could go unscathed against rank 8 GU immortals. Lu Guanyi's reputation was renowned in the entire world. Furthermore, while returning, he participated in an Eastern Sea trading convention. He obtained Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal GU and ranked 6th-day GU. Thank you for the concern, brother. I wonder when can I return to the GU formation to cultivate. Please arrange it for me. Fang Yuan said with a polite and humble tone. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. These last days, he had control of Wu Clan, because Fang Yuan backed down. There were few obstacles in Wu Clan, he successfully took over the clan and obtained the highest authority. Right now, Wu Yong was already different from when he first took over. He was more composed and grand, he gave off an indomitable aura, he had great authority. He was very happy about Fang Yuan's attitude. Clans were different from sects, bloodline was very important. Wu Yihai's status in Wu Clan made him very special among Wu Clan's GU immortals. In terms of bloodline, he was solely inferior to Wu Yong, and was above everyone else. Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, Wu Yong was sure to satisfy it. Thus, he agreed, return to your residence and rest first. I will arrange this, in a few days, it will be ready. Thank you, brother, I will take my leave. Fang Yuan left after seeing that his objective was achieved. He had a home in Wu Clan. When he first joined Wu Clan, he was assigned by Wu Clan to live on this bare mountain. Wu Yong is starting to be in control of Wu Clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he worked with an ambitious clan like Chao Clan, to create lots of problems, Wu Yong would have a huge headache. Thus, to play safe, Wu Yong would not let Wu Yihai roam around and make contributions for the clan, and increase his reputation. Other Wu Clan GU immortals were fine, but Wu Yihai was not. Or rather, not for now. Wu Dushu had just died, Wu Yong was in control of Wu Clan but it was not a stable position. Fang Yuan was very aware of Wu Clan's situation. He was not worried that he would be unable to return to the Super GU formation. While staying on the mountain, he cultivated. But his immortal aperture could not be placed down. Not to mention opening the immortal aperture's entrance and taking in heaven and earth chi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too deep. Each time it absorbs heaven and earth chi, the commotion is huge, winds would surge and clouds would move. But reverse flow river really consumes a lot of heaven and earth chi. It seems that I will need to go to Yitian Mountain later to take in heaven and earth chi. Only by replenishing it will I sustain the sovereign immortal aperture and prevent my foundation from falling. This was a form of burden. But it was a good one. Even though Wu Yong asked him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. He was fighting against time. During this period, many GU immortals from the clan came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special status, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude made Wu Yong very pleased. He felt that Wu Yihai was not trying to interfere in the clan affairs. Thus, he gave Fang Yuan a lot of immortal materials under his own name. Not only was he trying to reward and appeal to him, he was also trying to gain reputation for being a caring brother. At the peak of the mountain, Fang Yuan, who was inside his huge house, had turned into a tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house. It was black and had a thick and tough shell. There were countless markings on its shell. It was difficult to observe, but it had a certain order. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was associated with wisdom path. After transforming, Fang Yuan's transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. With his wisdom path Dao mark accumulation, there was a huge quantitative change. With this foundation, Fang Yuan could use wisdom path deduction methods with greater efficiency. It was at least several times or even more than 10 times that of before. Simply divination tortoise shell immortal GU, in terms of the GU worm itself, it could not compare to attitude GU or wisdom sword immortal GU. Even flying sword, sword escape, and dragon breath were better than it. But regarding Fang Yuan, it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a brilliant light shined in the divination tortoise's eyes. After 10 or so days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing the killer move, divination tortoise transformation. At Fang Yuan's will, he turned back to human. Next, he tried to use the newly completed divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice. After more than 10 times, he finally finished making his adjustments. A new divination tortoise transformation. He added in a lot of transformation path mortal GU, like tortoise head GU, tortoise tail GU, tortoise leg GU, and others. There were also some wisdom path GU worms, to increase the divination tortoise's ability to block deductions, until Fang Yuan reached his limits. There were also many defensive GU worms. Of course, there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal GU, the other was change form immortal GU. The brand new divination tortoise was larger than before. It was lifelike like an actual ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Especially the tortoise shell, countless Dao marks were weaved together in a criss-crossing fashion. There were an enormous number of them. Very good, I have reached my current limit. Fang Yuan experimented and felt very pleased. This was all thanks to his wisdom path and transformation path grandmaster attainment levels. Deducing these killer moves was as simple as drinking water. Similar to the ancient sword dragon transformation, which combined transformation path and sword path. This divination tortoise transformation was the combination of transformation path and wisdom path. And now, Fang Yuan had a new fighting method. It was not an incomplete version like before. This could be fully used in battle. And most crucially, the killer moves ancient sword dragon transformation, reverse flow protection seal, and myriad self could not be used in battle, but this divination tortoise transformation covered the flaw. It solved Fang Yuan's current problem. Fang Yuan stopped the transformation and rested to regain his mental energy. He closed his eyes and his mind entered sovereign immortal aperture. The rank 6 immortal GU was used, targeting reverse flow river in the immortal aperture. Red date immortal essence was expended rapidly, while reverse flow river started to produce river water under the power of landscape as before. The efficiency is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment. He was quite disappointed. Landscape as before immortal GU, even though it was effective on reverse flow river, the effect was mild. This formed a clear contrast to Luopo Valley and Danghun Mountain. Why is it that using landscape as before on Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley had such incredible effects, but on reverse flow river, it barely works? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Was Reverse Flow River more special than the other two secluded domains of heaven and earth? What other reasons were there? If he could repair Reverse Flow River immediately, that would be great. He would have an unceasing supply of Reverse Flow River's water. But reality was less than perfect for Fang Yuan. Wait, Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were once in the possession of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the creator of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Maybe, these two secluded domains of heaven and earth were modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lulan and the others could use Immortal Gu of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. His guess was right. Not only did Shadow Sect have a method to allow Gu immortals to cultivate other paths without facing conflicting Dao marks, they could also modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, to allow immortal Gu of certain paths to be very effective on the secluded domains of heaven and earth and not face conflicts from Dao marks. And Time Path immortal Gu were fully effective on Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley, they would not be resisted by the vast number of soul path Dao marks in them. This was because landscape as before and man as before belonged to Shadow Sect. They were passed to Tai by Yun Sheng through Purple Mountain True Monarch. As for Reverse Flow River, Shadow Sect did not have it, they had no interest in this river either. Thus, Reverse Flow River was not modified. When Fang Yuan used landscape as before on Reverse Flow River, it was weakened by its vast number of Dao marks, and had little effect. And this was already because Fang Yuan was the Reverse Flow River Lord, otherwise, landscape as before's effect would be reflected upon him. Reverse Flow River lost a lot of water, the rank 8 existences depleted a good amount. But thankfully, it is recovering, even though the speed is very slow. Can I use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist Immemorial Year beasts? Using Reverse Flow River, he could at most defend himself. If an Immemorial Year beast tried to destroy the Immortal Aperture, he could do nothing against it. He thought about this because Fang Yuan was concerned about the sealed rank 8 Immortal Gu, years flow like water. Even though his battle strength surged greatly, Fang Yuan was still unable to unseal years flow like water currently. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated silently, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangement for returning to the giant dream realm. But a few days later, a minor mishap occurred. Chapter 1303, Divination Tortoise's Power. In the hall, Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and another Gu immortal were present. He had a tall body, he wore a black and white coat, he had a long beard that extended downwards to his chest. His eyes were slim and long, a mysterious light was hidden in them, his body was covered in mist. Wu Clan Gu Immortal, Wu Yu Bo, a prideful person with peak rank 7 battle strength, it was only slightly lower than old Treeman Bada. Gu Immortal Yan Huang challenged Yu Bo, the reality is that Sha Clan is after Moon Bowl. This place produces Moon Path Gu worms, it is one of the most important resource points of our clan, we cannot lose. Wu Yong said, since I am going, there is no need to worry. If I can defeat Yan Huang twice, I can win a third time. Wu Yu Bo said coldly. Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape, resembling a bowl, and because it produced Moon Path Gu worms, people called it Moon Bowl. Moon Bowl had a village in it. But when Wu Clan expanded, in order to take over Moon Bowl, they eradicated this village. There was a Gu immortal in this village, he was known as Immortal Yan Huang. Wu Clan sent out Wu Yu Bo and defeated him. Immortal Yan Huang could not defeat them and had to escape in tears, abandoning his home. Wu Clan was a righteous path clan, they needed a proper reason to take over Moon Bowl, they could not kill Immortal Yan Huang directly. This was the rules of the righteous path. Immortal Yan Huang left with hatred. To take revenge, he hid his identity and practiced his killer moves, but he still lost to Wu Yu Bo a second time. After Wu Clan learned of his whereabouts, they knew that this enmity was unresolvable, they gathered Gu immortals to assassinate Immortal Yan Huang. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Yan Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu Clan wanted to pursue it, but at that time, Wu Dushu died, Wu Clan was in chaos and Wu Yong had just taken over, he needed to suppress the situation. This gave Immortal Yan Huang some time to recover. Until now, a few days ago, Immortal Yan Huang sent a challenge to Wu Yu Bo with Moon Bowl as the stake. Whoever wins would obtain Moon Bowl. Wu Clan was the #1 super force in southern border, how could they not accept it? But Wu Yong's worry was that Immortal Yan Huang was here after joining Sha Clan, a super force, he was no longer all alone. This meant that the mysterious force which helped Immortal Yan Huang earlier was undoubtedly Sha clan. On the surface, this was Immortal Yan Huang challenging Wu Yubo. But the truth was, this matter was significant. It was the contest of two super forces. This challenge had been spread widely. The attention of many southern border forces and GU Immortal experts were drawn to it. After Wu Dushu died, even though Wu clan was still the #1 force, its reputation had fallen. Sha clan was the first challenger of Wu clan's dominance. If Wu clan lost this, the other clans would smell weakness and everyone would be tempted to target Wu clan. There would be huge problems. This was Wu Yong's worry. Immortal Yan Huang's open challenge was now the first hurdle of Wu Yong's rule. Yu Bo, don't be careless, you know how important this is for our clan. Wu Yong sighed. That Yan Huang joined Sha clan, he is given aid by them, they must have ill intentions and be amply prepared this time if they are challenging you. First Supreme Elder, you only need to wait for good news. Wu Yubo had a nonchalant expression. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said, in my opinion, we don't need to bring so many people. This Yan Huang is just a loser, I can easily capture him. We should play safe. My brother is skilled in 3 transformations, he is a rank 7 expert, with him guarding you, I can rest assured. Wu Yong said. Wu clan had a huge territory. Even though there were many Wu clan GU immortals, they were split up in many places, they lacked manpower. Originally, Wu Yong was planning to send Fang Yuan to the Super GU formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong had to send Fang Yuan to guard Wu Yubo. After all, Immortal Yan Huang was not alone, he was accompanied by Sha clan GU immortal Sha Qing Kang. Fang Yuan had joined Wu clan, although he could reject this. There was no harm in going, Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good task, he only needed to stay on guard. After it was over, the clan would reward him for the help. Wu Yubo did not care, but Wu Yong insisted on it, he could not reject it. This matter was decided. A few days later, Wu Yubo went to the designated location with Fang Yuan. Over there, Sha Qing Kang and Immortal Yan Huang were waiting already. Immortal Yan Huang looked like a middle-aged GU immortal. He had a mature expression and ordinary appearance. After seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed, he stared with wide-opened eyes, like they were spewing fire. But that Sha Qing Kang had a special disposition, his body stood tall and straight like a mountain peak. He had a square face and white hair. Especially his beard, it was tough like needles, his eyes were shining brightly. Wu Yubo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants, I will return all this humiliation to you today. Immortal Yan Huang growled. Wu Yubo sneered. Simply slander. I did that to find traces of blood path and uphold justice, eliminating evil for this world. You are not a righteous person, and you dare to smear me, you deserve death. The two fought immediately. Fang Yuan and Sha Qing Kang watched at the two ends of the battlefield, staying on guard for their respective GU immortals. There was nothing to say, everyone knew the real reason, but the righteous path had to put a front of righteousness over their intentions. Immortal Yan Huang was a fire and earth path dual cultivator. On one hand, his flames were like rising dragons, emitting tremendous heat. On the other hand, rocks were rumbling, there was a huge commotion. Meanwhile, Wu Yubo cultivated water path, he moved like falling leaves, he was grand and swift, there was grace in his actions. His body was covered in water vapor, there was drizzle from the sky, but the rain was able to dissolve all of Immortal Yan Huang's flames and rocks. Evidently, Wu Yubo had the upper hand. However, the battle had just started, both sides were probing, they had not used their Immortal GU or Immortal Killer moves yet. Fang Yuan watched as he investigated the surroundings, he was defending against Sha Qing Kang, in case he used any sneak attacks. Sha Qing Kang seemed very relaxed, he looked at Fang Yuan at times, smiling when his gaze met with Fang Yuan's eyes. This made Fang Yuan feel uneasy. Sha Qing Kang was a Wisdom Path GU immortal, he was famous in Southern Border, he was a high-level character. Both sides started to use Immortal GU and Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was always suppressed and pressured by Wu Yubo, the advantage the latter had was becoming clearer. Victory was near, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his job, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, die, it is your honor to die from my signature killer move. Wu Yubo had deep killing intent, a cold light was shining in his slim and long eyes. He activated his Immortal Killer move, rain poured down as clouds gathered, dark winds were howling, the three fused together to form a ball-shaped cage capturing Immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside and could not leave. He was in a desperate situation, he was about to die. Fang Yuan closely observed Sha Qingkang, guarding against his intervention. But Sha Qingkang had a smile on his face, he watched casually, seemingly having no intention to interfere. But at this time, Immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly, the aura of countless GU worms appeared from his body, a bright light was shining from his body. Immediately, the cage that trapped him broke apart. How can this be? Wu Yubo was shocked, he was caught off guard, his signature killer move was broken, he immediately suffered huge injuries. The lava under Immortal Yan Huang's feet gathered and formed a battlefield. This was an immortal battlefield killer move. Wu Yubo had a pale expression, he was trapped inside the battlefield. The situation had turned around, Wu Yubo was in grave danger. With this sudden change, Fang Yuan wanted to help, but Sha Qingkang flew to him, warning him, Wu Yihai, don't be the shame of Wu clan. Fang Yuan chuckled. How can an outsider like you determine if our Wu clan is shameful? Saying this, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged into the lava battlefield. Sha Qingkang praised Fang Yuan's resolute decision internally, but he did not move slowly. In that case, have a taste of my killer move, Scattering Mind. A wisdom path immortal killer move. Sha Qingkang used his signature killer move right away, it was a powerful method. Any GU immortal hit with this would feel their mind wandering, there would be random thoughts colliding in their mind. Their battle strength would be greatly affected, if they were careless, they would fall into confusion and be unable to help themselves. Fang Yuan chuckled, he kept charging towards the battlefield killer move without caring. Fool, Sha Qingkang mocked coldly. At the next moment, his scattering mind hit Fang Yuan, but it dissipated, while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Sha Qingkang's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is divination tortoise. Sha Qingkang finally recognized Fang Yuan's transformation, he had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast, it was skilled against the deductions of wisdom path GU immortals. This wisdom path killer move was created from the concept of deduction, it was completely countered by the divination tortoise. The battlefield killer move was broken by Fang Yuan as the divination tortoise entered, immediately saving Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Sha Qingkang was about to interfere, but Fang Yuan said, our Wu clan has lost, this battle is over, Moon Bowl is yours. After hearing this, Sha Qingkang stopped. Immortal Yan Huang wanted to attack, but Sha Qingkang stopped him. The former had no choice but to watch with hatred as his enemy escaped. Why did you let him go? Immortal Yan Huang roared. Sha Qingkang looked at him coldly. We have already won Moon Bowl, our objective has been met. It is not the time for you to kill Wu Yubo yet. Don't forget that you are an external supreme elder of Sha clan, you have to think about our clan's benefits first. This time, Sha clan had won, if they pursued this matter, Wu clan would fight back with force. Sha clan did not want to be Wu clan's target and lose in the end, allowing the other forces to benefit. Chapter 1304, Happily Getting Immortal GU. The Wu clan ranked 7 GU Immortal, Wu Yubo, lost to Immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Sha clan, soon, the whole of Southern Border's GU Immortal world knew about it, everyone was moved. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert, a famous battle strength of Wu clan, he lost to Immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang is not weak, now that he has Sha clan's help, it is not that hard to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is arrogant and prideful, it is quite shocking that he lost to a person he defeated before. The important thing is that Immortal Yan Huang broke through Wu Yubo's signature killer move, this is impressive. Perhaps Sha clan's Sha Lu Pei helped him to deduce it. Sha clan had a wisdom path GU Immortal who was famous for being a deduction expert in Southern Border's GU Immortal world. It was Sha Lu Pei. This time, Wu clan lost face. Not only did Wu Yubo lose to Immortal Yan Huang, he even nearly lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai, who broke through the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo would not have survived. Seriously, yes, all sorts of GU worms have been passed around, they record the scene of that battle. Wu clan actually lost Moon Bowl, hee, this is a huge joke. Well, if we trace the origin, Wu clan had snatched Moon Bowl previously. This is what Wu clan deserves. Ha ha ha, now that Wu Dushu is dead, Wu clan cannot keep its title of number 1. Losing Moon Bowl was not a problem for Wu Clan, which had vast territory and wealth. But Fang Yuan had intervened to destroy the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. This made Wu Clan fall into a passive spot. This was the difference between righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. This was against the rules of the fight. Wu Clan had lost face as a result. And the problem was, there was hard evidence regarding this, they could not deny it. Sha Clan's wisdom path Gu Immortal Sha Qing Kang was the one guarding Immortal Yan Huang. He was a meticulous person and had used information path Immortal Gu to record the scene. They were targeting Wu Clan, they naturally came prepared. Wu Clan had to admit their fault. After Fang Yuan returned with Wu Yubo, Wu Yong gave orders to punish Fang Yuan. Because he had gone against the rules of the fight, he was punished to be secluded and had to compensate some immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo, this was a merit. But for Wu Clan, they had lost face, even though they saved a ranked 7 Gu Immortal, and it was much more important to them than face. Fang Yuan had merit, but Wu Yong punished him. But he had no grudges, he accepted his punishment and returned to Wu Clan's headquarters, staying in his mountain and not leaving. The incident of Moon Bowl was still escalating, the impact was increasing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to Immortal Yan Huang, he felt incredibly ashamed. He declared that he was going into secluded cultivation after returning, he would claim victory in the future. Even though Wu Clan lost Moon Bowl Valley and Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan, who broke the rules, Wu Clan's reputation had unavoidably declined. And most importantly, Sha Clan's actions were an inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous path and demonic path were different. The righteous path had its own rules. Sha Clan used these rules. Even though Wu Clan lost Moon Bowl, they did not object. Sha Clan was special in southern border, and even among the 5 regions. Because this super force mainly cultivated light path and wisdom path. Even though wisdom path Gu Immortals were rare, Sha Clan had 5 wisdom path Gu Immortals, and some of them were strong experts. Among the wisdom path Gu Immortals of southern border, Sha Clan was the domineering force, having a huge proportion of them. It was not strange that Wu Clan was plotted against by Sha Clan. The other forces saw Sha Clan's success and were all moved, wanting to imitate them. When Wu Dushu was alive, Wu Clan was domineering, taking over resource points from others, expanding their territory. Incidents like Moon Bowl were numerous. They had many enemies like Immortal Yan Huang. This was what other forces could use to deal with Wu Clan. All sorts of intelligence was arriving. Wu Yong had an ominous sensation. He felt like a storm was brewing towards Wu Clan. As expected, after Moon Bowl, Luo Clan approached Wu Clan with similar reasons as Sha Clan. Next, Kai Clan and Chai Clan also attempted to get a share of Wu Clan's inspiration Cocoon Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong oversaw the situation from the base, deploying people outside, but Wu Clan's territory was too big, they lacked manpower, they could only maintain the situation at best. Wu Clan was in trouble. Wu Yong had a huge headache, but his brother, Wu Yihai, was living a comfortable life. "Let me go, please let me go." "Ah!" Ma Hongyun's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored him, continuing to soul search him. Ma Hongyun's soul could not endure such torture, he quickly became very weak. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan used 1 Gu worm to replenish Ma Hongyun's soul, before continuing his soul search. "You evil fiend, kill me, kill me." The intense pain in his soul made Ma Hongyun unable to endure it. He continued to curse, scold, cry, and beg, but Fang Yuan was unmoved. A moment later, he stopped. Ma Hongyun's soul was very diffuse, like mist that was about to vanish. But next, Fang Yuan smashed 1 Guts Gu and Ma Hongyun's soul healed. "I have finally excavated all of the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had. But Zhao Lian Yun is not dead yet. I can still continue to keep Ma Hongyun's soul, it has value." He. Fang Yuan had killed Ma Hongyun by accident in Reverse Flow River and obtained his soul. These last days, he had been soul searching. After confirming that he had fully excavated everything, Ma Hongyun had no secrets in front of him anymore. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living beings' luck, heaven and earth luck, these were Giant Sun Immortal Venerables' 3 true inheritances. Self-luck was in Langya Blessed Land, all living beings' luck was in 88 True Yong Building, and heaven and earth luck was in Longevity Heaven. As Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88 True Yong building collapsed, and the all-living being's luck true inheritance was destroyed as well. However, back then, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were protected by the all-living being's luck true inheritance, they each received a portion of it. After so many events, Fang Yuan soul-searched him and obtained this portion of the all-living being's luck true inheritance. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to use Ma Hongyun to refine fortune rivaling heaven and needed a healthy Ma Hongyun, thus he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyun left Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was captured by Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng. Since he learned about the all-living being's luck true inheritance, Shadow Sect also knows. Fang Yuan analyzed, in this portion of the true inheritance, the greatest value was fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu's recipe. Ma Hongyun remembered the details. This was the core essence of the all-living being's luck true inheritance. It was because Ma Hongyun knew of this Immortal Gu recipe that old ancestor Shui who learned of it after buying him, resulting in him having the intention to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, even if he used up all of his wealth, he could not complete 10% of the recipe's needs. Unless he had a living Gu material like Ma Hongyun, he could save a lot of precious refinement materials. Fang Yuan could barely give it a go. But how would Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu? This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Brazenly trying to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu, what would happen? Old ancestor Shui, whose outcome was an example. This was the number 1 Gu immortal with the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, but he was not doing well now. Not only did his refinement of fortune rivaling heaven fail, he lost Reverse Flow River and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, even his beloved wife Lady Wan Shou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now, and the Sovereign Immortal Apertures Foundation can rival rank 8 Gu immortals, my Immortal Essence Stone and Red Date Immortal Essence storage is low, and most importantly, I have few resources that are high in value. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Ying Wuxia, from southern border to eastern sea to northern plains. It consumed a lot of immortal essence. And inside Reverse Flow River, he created an immortal killer move. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was the most costly immortal killer move that he had. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's production was incredible, but because I reduced the rate of time to stall calamities and tribulations, the efficiency fell drastically. Even though I am still earning profits, my expenditure is huge too. Especially the feeding of Immortal Gu, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu and Attitude Gu have not had their feeding settled yet. I still need more funds for them. Fang Yuan wanted to solve the problem of food, he also needed to store immortal essence. For emergencies, his current situation was quite awkward. A while ago, he had to pay immortal essence stones for saving Wu Yubo against the rules. It added to his problems. Slowing the rate of time causes my immortal aperture to produce more slowly. This way, I can only expand production to emphasize on quantity instead. But what resources do I expand production of? This is an important consideration. Some resources are already oversupplied in the market. If I expand production, it would only harm me. While Fang Yuan was thinking about this, Wu Yubo's will brought an immortal Gu and flew towards Fang Yuan's mountain. Thank you for saving my life. Lord Wu Yi Hai, this rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Gu will be my expression of gratitude. Wu Yubo's will actually gave Fang Yuan an immortal Gu. Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. Evidently, this was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had benefited from this Moon Bowl incident, he gained an immortal Gu. Even though it was rank 6, immortal Gu were unique, they were priceless. Chapter 1305, Vajra Thought. This Vajra Thought Immortal Gu was fist-sized, it looked like a translucent glass, shining with golden lights, it looked very appealing. Fang Yuan held it in his hands, it was heavy, as if he was holding a piece of gold. The process of changing owners was very fast. When Fang Yuan refined this Vajra Thought Immortal Gu successfully, Wu Yubo's will said goodbye and flew away. Obtaining a ranked 6 Immortal Gu like this, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Because he had merit, Fang Yuan saved Wu Yubo, it was a huge merit in Wu clan. Even though he broke the rules and Wu clan lost face, they preserved a precious ranked 7 battle strength. Evidently, his merits surpassed the problems he caused. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood why. This was the righteous path, they had to do it on the surface. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not do it himself. Once he did, the political implications would be different. If it were found out, others would use it to attack his reputation. Thus, Wu Yubo's will had to do it. This Vajra thought Immortal Gu was supposedly Wu Yubo's personal gift to Fang Yuan, but it was actually Wu clan paying for it. There had to be this middleman, it was the righteous path's way. Another Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Ordinary Gu immortals might be happy, but to Fang Yuan, the implications were different. He had too many Immortal Gu. The burden was huge, but Vajra thought Immortal Gu is a wisdom path Immortal Gu, I can use it to make up for some of my weaknesses. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level, he lacked wisdom path Immortal Gu. In the past, he only had attitude Gu and unravel mystery Gu, but now he had affection Gu and Vajra thought Gu. For wisdom path Immortal Gu, this was enough. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path Grand Master attainment level, he could use them well. Fang Yuan instilled red date immortal essence, attempting to activate this Vajra thought Immortal Gu. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, they shined with a metallic luster, giving off a tough feeling. When the thoughts collided, they created clanking sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly produced Vajra thoughts to deduce. But he found that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. The thoughts were hard to fuse, they often broke apart. Fang Yuan thought. As expected, he was not surprised. Vajra thought Immortal Gu itself was not good for thinking, it excelled in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, when they left his mind, they expanded in the outside world. Becoming fist-sized golden balls, there was bright light shining on their crystal-like surface. Fang Yuan sat on a cushion, hundreds of Vajra thoughts were floating around him. At once, golden light shined and gave him an extraordinary air. At his will, a Vajra thought flew out. It was very fast. Thoughts moved rapidly to begin with, thoughts moved faster than light in one's mind. When the Vajra thought was in the outside world, it was not as fast as in the mind, but it was still rapid. This speed is half of Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched, he was satisfied with this speed. Sword Escape was a rank 7 Immortal Gu, and one with great speed. Vajra thought Immortal Gu was only rank 6, but the Vajra thoughts could have half of Sword Escape's speed. Of course, for Immortal Gu like Vajra thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the quality of the Vajra thoughts produced would not change, only the quantity would vary. In theory, mortal Vajra thought Gu could produce Vajra thoughts no different from those produced by the Immortal Gu. The difference was the quantity. Rank 5 mortal Vajra thought Gu could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once. But Vajra thought Immortal Gu could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of Vajra thoughts at once. Then what was the power of one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a tile on the ground and shot out the Vajra thought. Bam! The Vajra thought created a trail of golden light as it crashed into the tile, drilling deep underground. The power was decent. This place was Immortal Gu house. The defensive power was too weak for Gu immortals, but it was not useless. The power of the Vajra thought made Fang Yuan think of bullets from Earth. But it was much larger than bullets. One use of Vajra thought Immortal Gu can create thousands of Vajra thoughts. If they are all shot out together, it is quite a sight. Wait a second, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two Gu immortals, one was Dong Fang Chong Fan, the other was Yi Lui Qun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Myriad Star Fireflies. The latter also had an immortal killer move, it used star fragments as the core. The longer he fought, the stronger he became. I have Vajra thought Immortal Gu, why don't I imitate Myriad Star Fireflies and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan considered it. Intuition from his wisdom path Grand Master attainment told him that this would not be tough. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra thought Immortal Gu. He pondered and began to deduce the immortal killer move. He was imitating Myriad Star Fireflies, using Vajra thought Immortal Gu as the core. The process was smooth, there was little difficulty, it all went according to Fang Yuan's intuition. An hour later, this immortal killer move was half complete. A day and a night later, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise to deduce it without rest, finally obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this immortal killer move, because he had a new inspiration. Just this immortal killer move with rank 6 Vajra thought Immortal Gu as the core is not powerful enough. Maybe I can use divination tortoise transformation to modify this immortal killer move and raise its strength. This modification would not be easy. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment level, combining the two paths would not be an easy task. The modification took a long time. The outside situation was quite calm now. Even though Shadow Sect was around, and Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were pursuing him, as long as he used the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's foundation would continue to grow rapidly. Undeniably, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his confidence had risen greatly. 3 days later, the modification of the killer move was not done. He was only at 30%, but Wu Yong had summoned Wu Yihai. In the hall, the two brothers talked. Wu Yong told Fang Yuan, if he was not happy with Vajra Thought Immortal GU, he could choose a ranked 6 Immortal GU from the clan's treasury and exchange it. The reason was, after Fang Yuan accepted Vajra Thought Immortal GU, he did not make a move. Wu Yong thought that Fang Yuan was a lone immortal and did not know how the righteous path worked. He might have really assumed that it was a gift from Wu Yubo. This would not do. Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan and hinted to him that this Vajra Thought Immortal GU was all because of this elder brother's efforts. And using the excuse of exchanging GU, he expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan. He did not know that Fang Yuan understood the entire situation. He was just pretending to be unaware. It seems that Wu clan is in trouble now, because they lack GU immortals. Wu Yong wants to make use of me. Fang Yuan immediately understood Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently, many super forces were cooperating to emit pressure on Wu clan subtly. There were many problems. Wu Yong was busy dealing with all of them. And over at the giant dream realm, Ba clan was leading the GU immortals in giving trouble to Wu clan. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to send Fang Yuan there, but Ba clan was creating problems. The pressure at the super GU formation was increasing. To play safe, Wu Yong did not want to change people now. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan of going to the super GU formation was stalled. Thank you for the concern, brother. I would like to take a look at the inner treasury as well. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move using Vajra Thought Immortal GU, but he still wanted to look at the immortal GU inside the inner treasury. Last time, he had chosen immortal GU from the outer treasury. The immortal GU inside the inner treasury were much better and had greater value. As the number one force of southern border, Fang Yuan was excited about what was inside Wu clan's inner treasury. There were few immortal GU in the inner treasury, but they were all the best of the best. But Fang Yuan had too many immortal GU now. He mainly wanted to probe Wu clan's foundation and gain more information about them. Chapter 1306. Immortal GU Reputation Restriction. Among them was an immortal GU called Reputation Restriction. It was a rare information path ranked 7 immortal GU. Fang Yuan was very interested. After all, he was too weak in terms of information path. It was greatly restricting his development. Reputation Restriction Immortal GU had an incredible effect. After it was used, it would turn into a rope to restrict any desolate beast or desolate plant, and even ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. Indeed, even though it was an information path immortal GU, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and unique. What moved Fang Yuan was, this reputation restriction immortal GU's effect varied according to its owner's reputation. This suited Fang Yuan very well. Be it Fang Yuan himself or Lu Guanyi, they were characters who shook all 5 regions. They were widely known. In recent times, who had the most prominent reputation? It was none other than Fang Yuan. My information path attainment level is ordinary. Even if I get this reputation restriction immortal GU, what use is it? Enslaving ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants is not useful to me. Only if I can enslave an immemorial desolate beast. In just this ranked 7 immortal GU reputation restriction will be impossible to enslave immemorial desolate beasts with. The only possibility is to use it as a core to create an immortal killer move. But that will take forever. My information path and enslavement path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. Regarding immemorial desolate beasts or plants, Grandmaster attainment level is already very limited. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not exchange it. He kept Vajra Thought Immortal GU. This choice surprised Wu Yong a little. I made some gains in Eastern Sea. From now on, the divination tortoise transformation that uses wisdom path will be my main cultivation. Fang Yuan explained. This was in preparation for him using divination tortoise transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded. I called you here for an additional matter. Fang Yuan was calm. Please tell me. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. the frosty peak that my clan controls is targeted by Xia clan. There are some historical reasons, they are all recorded in this information path Mortal GU. Brother, I hope you can help defend Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to solve your problem, brother. Fang Yuan agreed before accepting the information path Mortal GU, inspecting it. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very pleased. Fang Yuan looked at the information in the GU worm, he understood this matter. As it turned out, after Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bowl, becoming the greatest beneficiary. Thereafter, other super forces went to trouble Wu clan. After Xia clan gained this profit, they decided to continue plotting against Wu clan, to obtain greater gains for the clan. This time, they targeted Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's resource point originally, it belonged to a lone cultivator GU Immortal. Very long ago, this lone Immortal sought help from Wu clan, and Wu clan wanted his territory, but the lone Immortal did not want to give it away. After a long and arduous negotiation, the lone Immortal lent this place to Wu clan for several hundred years. More than 100 years later, this lone Immortal died from tribulation. This Frosty Peak officially became Wu clan's property, it had great production output each year. Xia clan was able to request for it because they found a descendant of this lone Immortal. The lone Immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak, this was very reasonable, there was undeniable evidence. With Xia clan's backing, they created a lot of commotion, attempting to take back Frosty Peak by creating a ruckus. The lone Immortal's descendant is Immortal GU Master, they actually dared to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path GU Immortals, they are good at plotting. But this time, I must defend Frosty Peak. This is the best chance for me to display my strength. Wu Yong does not want me to go to the Super GU formation, he is afraid I cannot suppress the situation if I have inferior strength. Fang Yuan received the mission, but he did not set off urgently. He knew, even though he was strong, his methods could not be exposed. Divination Tortoise Transformation was good at defense but lacked offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra Thought Immortal GU, but he had to deduce that new Immortal Killer move first. Thus, for more than 10 days afterwards, Fang Yuan stayed inside his house, trying to deduce and modify the Immortal Killer move. This was not a peaceful time. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not move and repeatedly urged them, spreading the news everywhere. Wu clan faced great pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan, but he stalled for time. No rush, if we do not show up, Xia clan cannot take over Frosty Peak by force. Xia clan is causing a commotion. It is no problem, let them make a scene, we will remain unmoved. Be steady. When I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I learned that this was the meaning of life. Be slower, the slower we work, the better the results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons, he had a reply to everything. In the end, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not face much pressure, but as the head of Wu clan, his pressure was getting heavier by the day. The clan's affairs are my affairs. Since this is entrusted to me, I will definitely succeed, I will not let you down, brother, I will meet your expectations. Fang Yuan still willfully did things his way. Wu Yong had no choice, he had no more GU Immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan deduced the Immortal Killer move and experimented with it successfully did he start to leave, heading towards Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been focusing on Wu clan all along, the moment Fang Yuan moved, they received news of it. On Frosty Peak, Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path GU Immortal Sha Zhou Mo spoke. This Frosty Peak is on par with Moon Bowl, Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen here. This is a terrible move. Rank 7 GU Immortal Sha Fei Kuei could not believe it. Sha Zhou Mo thought about it. Wu clan has nobody to send anymore. Wu Yubo is a prideful person, after losing to Immortal Yan Huang, unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and regain his reputation, he would not come out of seclusion. As for Wu Zhen, he is busy defending Phoenix Peak, how can he leave? During this period, all the different phoenix birds are going there to produce their eggs. Ha ha ha, Wu Yong has no choice, he sent Wu Yihai after having no other alternatives. How is this person's battle strength? Sha Fei Kuei asked. Sha Zhou Mo thought about it. His battle strength is unclear, he used to be a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, there is little information on him. But he could escape threats and return to Wu clan, he can defend himself. Recently, he saved Wu Yubo and used a divination tortoise transformation. Due to a coincidence, he managed to counter Lord Sha Qing Kang's scattering mind. Saying this, he smiled bitterly. The divination tortoise has naturally defense against wisdom path methods. Against him, I may not be of use. It will depend on you. Sha Zhou Mo was a ranked 6 wisdom path GU immortal, while Sha Fei Kuei was a ranked 7 light path GU immortal. The latter laughed. I see that this Wu Yihai is stalling for so much time, he has no confidence. Don't worry, I will go ahead and suppress this person. After we take down Frosty Peak, our Sha clan's territory will expand. This will be a huge merit. Chapter 1307, 4 Seasons Tea. The sky was dark, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan flew to the sky, mist surrounding him. I'm here. At his will, he descended as the mist in his vision vanished, showing the land. Southern border had many mountains. Fang Yuan was above many mountains. It was a scene of greenery. In this sea of greenery, Frosty Peak was unique. It was completely white and different in height, standing out from the rest. At the apex of Frosty Peak, there was a mortal GU house. At the entrance of the GU house, Sha clan's 2 GU immortals, Sha Zhou Mo and Sha Fei Kuei, had already sensed Fang Yuan's arrival. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate. He did not purposely conceal his presence. It was normal for the 2 Sha clan GU immortals to notice him at once. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really amazing. He took half a month to travel on a 3-day route. Sha Fei Kuei frowned deeply. Forget it, he's here, let's go. Sha Zhou Mo smiled. The 2 sides met in the sky. Both sides were smiling. They had a grand demeanor. After all, they were representing 2 super forces. The 2 Sha clan GU immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he looks really similar to Wu Dushu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 GU immortals. Sha Fei Kuei was rank 7, he was the person in charge of this negotiation. According to Wu clan's information, Sha Fei Kuei was a rash and resolute person. He had great battle strength. Meanwhile, Sha Zhou Mo was a wisdom path GU immortal who considered many aspects and liked to think deeply. Sha Zhou Mo's personality had to do with his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important situation, he would think about the possibilities over and over. Meanwhile, Sha Fei Kuei's personality was the backlash of a certain immortal killer move that he had tried to use. This was the first time both sides were meeting. Sha clan's GU immortals led Fang Yuan to the apex of Frosty Peak. Please enter for some tea. The 2 GU immortals acted like the hosts of the place, as if they were declaring their ownership. The contest had already begun, but Fang Yuan was unmoved, as if he did not sense it. He smiled as he sat down, drinking. The tea is not bad. After one sip, he praised. Sha Zhou Mo smiled. This is our Sha clan's 4 Seasons tea. Our first Supreme Elder had created it personally. With one sip, you will taste 4 different flavors, making people feel the 4 seasons of spring, autumn, summer, and winter. Therefore, it is called 4 Seasons tea. Sha clan first Supreme Elder was a time path great expert. The 4 Seasons tea that she created showed her incredible attainment in time path. Sha clan's GU immortals used this tea to assert dominance, but after Fang Yuan drank it, his smile intensified. This is a great tea. I wonder if you have any extra. I would like to ask for a few more portions. May I have them? Fang Yuan smiled as he squinted. The 2 Sha clan GU immortals looked at each other. Sha Zhou Mo thought, this Wu Yihai is really greedy. However, even if they were enemies, their righteous path demeanor was important. Furthermore, politics was always changing. Right now, everyone was opposing Wu clan, but maybe they would soon have to cooperate with Wu clan. Sha Zhou Mo decided and was about to speak, when Sha Fei Kuei said, whatever. This is nothing much. We have a lot of 4 Seasons tea. If you want them, you can have them. Saying this, he gave out over 10 portions of 4 Seasons tea. Then I will accept it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Sha Fei Kuei quickly added, let's talk about Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan raised his cup and sipped slowly, before putting it down as he said, please tell me. Sha Fei Kuei quickly spoke, his mouth opened and closed rapidly. This matter takes very long to explain. Since we all know the origin, let's cut to the chase. Little Zhang, come out. As he said that, a rank 5 GU master walked out of a door inside the GU house. This descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, Zhang Kai Zui, greets the 3 immortals. This GU master was old and had white hair. He greeted the 3 immortals without excessive reverence. This little Zhang's bloodline is absolutely correct. Come, Wu Yi Hai, quickly test it. Sha Fei Kuei left his seat, walking to Zhang Kai Zui and pulling his arm, bringing him to Fang Yuan with an expression that seemed to be in a hurry. Zhang Sanfeng was that lone cultivator Gu Immortal who was the owner of Frosty Peak. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng was not his original name, it was sort of a title one. Because he owned 3 mystical peaks, Frosty Peak was one of them. His real name was unknown. Ever since he appeared, he had never revealed his true name, only mentioning his surname of Zhang. As a result, everyone called him Zhang Sanfeng. Even his bloodline descendants did not know his true name. Fang Yuan knew this. Wu clan's information was quite comprehensive. But he suddenly waved his hand, acting confused. Wait, who is this Gu master? Sha Fei Kuei was stunned. Zhang Kai Zui was about to speak, when Sha Fei Kuei said, "He is Zhang Kai Zui, he introduced himself earlier, we all know it." "I know he is named Zhang Kai Zui." Fang Yuan nodded, but he paused and drank tea, continuing, "But what does this mortal Gu master have to do with Frosty Peak?" "It is like this, his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng had once," Sha Fei Kuei added. "Wait," Fang Yuan stopped him, "who is Zhang Sanfeng?" Sha Fei Kuei was stunned. "Wu Yi Hai, after so long, you have no idea who Zhang Sanfeng is." Fang Yuan gave an embarrassed-looking smile. "The clan wants me to protect Frosty Peak, but I arrived in a hurry, I have no idea what the cause of all this is." "Please do not mind it." Sha Fei Kuei thought. "You arrived in a hurry, reaching here after half a month. That's arriving in a hurry." He thought that, but he spoke politely. "Then let me tell you the reason." "I am listening." Sha Fei Kuei spoke rapidly. He explained the historical reason in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan drank his tea and nodded. Sha Fei Kuei said, "Are you clear now?" Fang Yuan placed down his cup, standing up from his seat and cupping his fists at Sha Fei Kuei. Sha Fei Kuei had no idea why Fang Yuan was cupping his fists. It was a bit out of nowhere, but they were in the righteous path. A polite demeanor was everything. No matter what, he had to cup his fists in return. Next, he saw that Fang Yuan smiled again in embarrassment. Fang Yuan said, "Thank you for telling me that, but it was described too quickly. I could only understand the story roughly, I did not understand a lot of it. Can you tell me again?" Again, Sha Zhou Mo, who was beside him, frowned. Sha Fei Kuei did not repeat it once again. He said, "Which part are you unsure about? I can explain that to you." His tone was unhappy. Chapter 1308. Shameless. Fang Yuan seemed to have not noticed. He smiled. "The first line, I did not hear it clearly." Sha Fei Kuei explained it. Fang Yuan nodded. "And the second line?" Sha Fei Kuei frowned. Fang Yuan continued. "I did not hear it clearly either." Sha Fei Kuei repeated it and said in an unhappy tone, "Is there anything else?" "The third line," Fang Yuan said. Sha Fei Kuei's eyes were about to bulge out. He said directly, "Pardon my words, but did you not hear the first 3 sentences? Are you toying with us? Please, you have misunderstood." Fang Yuan waved his hands. "The third line. I heard it clearly." Sha Zhou Mo's expression turned dark. Sha Fei Kuei's brows were lifted high, his eyes were popping, rage showed on his face. "Then what do you want?" Fang Yuan said, "Actually, the fourth line." Sha Fei Kuei waved his hand. "I will say it again, listen closely and carefully." He talked about it again. This time, he said it very slowly, word by word, it was crystal clear. Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fists at Sha Fei Kuei again. Sha Fei Kuei felt perplexed. He had a bad feeling but he quickly cupped his fists. He spoke calmly. "Are you clear on it now?" "Clear, it's clear now. Thank you for explaining, everything makes sense now." "Oh, so that is what happened." Fang Yuan patted his forehead, sitting down. "Thus, your clan has to return Frosty Peak, it is the logical thing to do. Our Sha clan is upholding justice. This Zhang Kai Zui is without doubt the descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, please test it." Sha Fei Kuei requested again. But Fang Yuan only took a glance at Zhang Kai Zui before smiling as he waved his hand. "No rush, no rush. What is it that do you not understand now?" Sha Fei Kuei's expression was grim. He asked in a dark tone. "I have troubled you for the description, but was the situation really like this?" "I cannot confirm it," Fang Yuan said. Sha Fei Kuei was about to laugh from anger. "I am speaking the truth, you can go ahead and seek verification." "Ha ha." Fang Yuan laughed. clapping his hands together. You are a straight talker, I will seek verification from my clan. Saying this, he shut his eyes, as if his consciousness had entered his immortal aperture, to use his information path methods. After a long time, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Sha Fei Kuei urged him, Wu Yi Hai, are you done? Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he smiled in embarrassment, brother is too busy with his work, let's wait a while. Regarding a rank 8 GU immortal, Sha Fei Kuei could not say anything, so Sha Zhou Mo interjected, Lord Wu Yong is busy indeed, he has no choice. But Wu Yi Hai, you may ask other Wu clan GU immortals for verification. Fang Yuan immediately laughed, giving Sha Zhou Mo a thumbs up, worthy of a wisdom path GU immortal indeed, good idea. This praise made Sha Zhou Mo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, but I am not close with any other GU immortal. Do you have any recommendations? Recommend your sister. Sha Fei Kuei was listening by the side, he shouted out of anger. My sister, I only have an elder brother, I have no sister. You must have remembered wrongly. Fang Yuan smiled while squinting. Sha Fei Kuei was speechless. He looked at Sha Zhou Mo, they communicated with their gazes, they could tell that Fang Yuan was wasting time. To think that Wu clan actually sent such a person over. They are too shameless. Sha Fei Kuei was filled with anger. He wanted to negotiate properly, but Fang Yuan refused. And because they were righteous path characters, Sha Fei Kuei could not go overboard. Seeing Fang Yuan's smiling appearance, he really wanted to throw out a punch and send Fang Yuan plummeting to the ground. Don't be anxious, don't be angry, you will fall for his trap. This person is very experienced, he is purposely angering us so we will expose a flaw. Sha Zhou Mo quickly urged. Sha Fei Kuei could only breath roughly, taking in huge breaths. Fang Yuan spoke as he looked at Sha Fei Kuei seriously, do I really have a sister? Please let me know. Sha Fei Kuei, he took in a few more breaths before he said, no, it was a slip of the tongue, please do forgive me. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, I see that your tongue is dry, and your chest is moving rapidly, it seems you have symptoms of getting a fever. You need to drink tea, otherwise you will get sick. In fact, this 4 seasons tea is great, you should take a few more sips. Sha Zhou Mo, Sha Fei Kuei screamed, drink what, we are talking about important business. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, friend, that is not the right attitude, what do you mean important business? Is being concerned about your health not important business? This frosty peak is just a resource point, these are just resources. You cannot fall ill just because of these resources, you will harm yourself. He urged heartfully, but it seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Sha Fei Kuei slammed the table angrily. Wu Yi Hai, he screamed, don't think that you can deceive us like this, and keep Frosty Peak for your Wu clan. HMPH. Fang Yuan's expression quickly changed, saying sincerely, what are you trying to say? I am innocent. We have to follow the rules for Frosty Peak's matter. This is Zhang Sanfeng's possession, if this Zhang Kai Zui is a true descendant, we will return it. On behalf of Wu clan, we will do this fair and square, we will not be corrupt, and ruin the rules of the righteous path just for some benefits. You are an understanding person. Sha Zhou Mo smiled forcefully, saying with deep intentions. Sha Fei Kuei frowned, he stopped shouting, he said, that's right, quickly test his bloodline, Zhang Kai Zui really is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant. No rush, no rush. Fang Yuan smiled and started to drink tea. Let me seek verification from my clan first. It is not that I do not trust you, but this is a major task, I do not dare to decide recklessly on my own. Then quickly verify it, Sha Fei Kuei shouted, but brother Wu Yong has not responded. Fang Yuan looked troubled, then find others, Sha Fei Kuei shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his own leg, that is right, but I just returned to the clan, I do not know anyone else. I am not sure who to find for verification. Earlier, I asked you two to help me, but you gave me no help, I am very troubled too. Once he said that, the two Sha clan GU immortals were shocked, they looked at each other. After such a long time, giving so many excuses, it was now Sha clan's fault. The rank 5 GU master Zhang Kai Zui listened as he stared at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a GU immortal. He was shameless to the max. Zhang Kai Zui was awestruck, his good impression of GU immortals had shattered completely. Forget it, I can tell now, this person is clearly stalling for time. Sha Zhou Mo transmitted. Stalling for what? Sha Fei Kuei asked. Evidently, Wu clan has no justification here, they are in a passive spot. Wu Yihai has to continue wasting time here by giving all sorts of excuses. When Wu clan is no longer so tight on manpower, they will be able to deal with us, it will be difficult then. Let alone other matters, when the phoenix birds lay their eggs, Wu Zhen will be free to come here. If he comes, the situation will be different. Sha Zhou Mo analyzed. You are right, what do we do? This Wu Yihai is stalling for time, but he speaks so justifiably, we have no way of finding problems with him. There are many ways to stall for time. For example, he needs time to verify this, and he also needs time to test his identity. Then what about after he tests Zhang Kai Zui's bloodline? Will he ask if Zhang San Feng only has one descendant? All these questions will be endless if he wants to bring them up. Sha Fei Kuei realized the severity of the problem. I have a plan, Sha Zhou Mo said. What plan? Sha Fei Kuei asked quickly. Sha Zhou Mo answered. As Sha Fei Kuei became overjoyed, he quickly turned to look at Fang Yuan. Wu Yihai, I have long since heard that you are extremely strong, you are the glory of Wu clan. I would like to represent Sha clan and challenge you to a spar. Chapter 1309, Spar. Spar, that was just a nicer way of talking about resolving the problem by fighting. But this fight was different from the intense battles of the demonic path. When demonic path members fought, it was mortal combat. For righteous path GU immortals, they had a lot of assets, why would they fight to the death? Just deciding a winner was enough. This was also why Fang Yuan purposely stalled for time, preventing the resolution of Frosty Peak's issue. This forced the two Sha clan GU immortals to go on the offense and deal with the matter through force. The truth was, on Earth, when negotiations fail, stronger countries would send their troops over. It was the same thing. Sha Fei Kuei's words were quite interesting. He was representing Sha clan and also claimed Wu Yihai to be Wu clan's glory. He said this was a spar, but this was actually a contest between both clans. Just these words forced Fang Yuan into a corner. If he avoided battle, it would harm Wu clan's reputation. This was something that the righteous path would look down upon, he would be treated as a coward. But the two from Sha clan did not know that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai, he did not care about Wu clan's reputation or glory. However, he was acting as Wu Yihai now, he still wanted to go to the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan had to accept this challenge. He thought briefly before saying, if it is a spar, both of you will be fighting against me, I am outnumbered, I will definitely lose. Sha Fei Kuei's expression changed. These were vicious words. In fact, requesting for the spar had already caused him to be in a passive spot. If he lost, it would be humiliation. If the two Sha clan GU immortals fought together and won, they would be using numbers for an unfair advantage, it would make them lose face, they could not spread news about this. Actually, Sha Fei Kuei had not thought of fighting together with Sha Zhou Mo. He said, I will fight you alone, don't worry. Fang Yuan had a reluctant expression. He said, since you want to spar so urgently, I cannot reject you. But since this is a spar, there has to be a time limit, right? We cannot fight on forever. What do you have in mind? Sha Fei Kuei asked. Spars had their rules, it was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, you attack and I defend, as long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose. Sha Fei Kuei's eyelids were twitching. He said, okay. Sha Zhou Mo frowned, he felt something amiss. But since Sha Fei Kuei had already agreed, they might as well spar. He had confidence in Sha Fei Kuei. Frosty Peak was not the place to fight, destroying it would ruin the point of the task. Both sides flew to a desolate valley. Fang Yuan quickly stood opposite Sha Fei Kuei. Start. Sha Fei Kuei could not wait, he wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among southern borders ranked 7 GU immortals, he was a famous expert. In the entire Wu clan, other than the rank 8 GU immortal Wu Yong, the strongest ranked 7 GU immortal, Wu Yubo, was only slightly superior to him. Now that Wu Yubo was in secluded cultivation, who would Sha Fei Kuei fear? One had to say, getting Immortal Yan Huang to defeat Wu Yubo was indeed a well-executed move. In terms of real battle strength, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match, but Sha clan had managed to crack Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was broken and he suffered an intense backlash, causing Immortal Yan Huang to win the battle. Wait, Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Sha Fei Kuei was ready to fight. Fang Yuan's words made him feel very uncomfortable. He called out, Wu Yihai, what else do you want? I almost forgot, since this is a spar, we can't do it so casually, right? Fang Yuan smiled. Sha Fei Kuei thought, how is it casual? Teaching you a lesson is this battle's most important point. He was thinking that, but he could not say it out loud. GU Immortals had all sorts of methods to record scenes. Like earlier, when Immortal Yan Huang challenged Wu Yubo, Sha Clan's Sha Qingkang recorded everything. It was widely spread over southern borders GU Immortal world. Sha Fei Kuei held in his anger. What do you want? Simple, if I manage to win, then the status quo for Frosty Peak will remain, it will belong to us. Fang Yuan said, how can we do that? Sha Zhou Mo, who was far away, was anxious. He rushed to Sha Fei Kuei and spoke loudly. Right now, Sha Clan was finding trouble, having the descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, they had justification and a huge advantage. Wu Clan was forced into a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage, it was not wise. Sha Fei Kuei curled his lips, thinking, I'm not stupid. At the same time, he rejected. No way. In that case, I cannot fight. This spar is voided. Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around and walking away. Sha Fei Kuei almost wanted to curse at him upon seeing this. We left Frosty Peak and came all this way, after so much trouble, and selecting a proper valley to spar. And now, you want to cancel the fight? Are you toying with us? His expression turned grim. Wu Yihai, leaving without fighting, is this the courage and glory of Wu Clan? Fang Yuan stopped moving. Sha Fei Kuei smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at Sha Fei Kuei with a serious expression, saying shamelessly, you are wrong. I am not avoiding the spar, but you two are not agreeing to my request. Since our negotiation failed, it does not mean I am running away. Look, I even chose the location for it. What the fuck? These words made Sha Zhou Mo, who was watching by the side, feel anger. Sha Fei Kuei stared with furious eyes, he was fuming. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. How could Wu Clan produce such a shameless person? Weren't Wu Clan GU Immortals brash and usually eager to fight to resolve problems? Where was the bravery and spirit of Wu Clan? Where was it? But soon, Sha Fei Kuei thought of Fang Yuan's origin. Indeed, Wu Yihai was not a Wu Clan GU Immortal from birth, he was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan showed a deeper smile. Since we cannot spar, let's continue talking and drinking tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really delicious, I am looking forward to it as we speak. Drink tea, talk about what? Sha Fei Kuei felt an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death in his mind, his chest was burning with rage. Sha Zhou Mo looked at Sha Fei Kuei bitterly, thinking, weren't you the one who gave him a lot of tea leaves earlier? Fang Yuan suddenly muttered to himself before saying, how about this, if I win, for the next 5 years, we will maintain the status quo, you will not harp on the Frosty Peak issue, how about that? This, Sha Zhou Mo started to ponder over it. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition, compared to before, it was much more acceptable. But Wu Yihai likely has a plan for giving us this condition. Sha Zhou Mo was still thinking. Sha Fei Kuei spoke, okay, I agree. Sha Zhou Mo was stunned, transmitting, Lord Sha Fei Kuei, you. Are we going to let this bastard continue wasting time? I will bear full responsibility for this, it has nothing to do with you. I cannot waste so much time, the less time I spend with this guy, the better. Sha Fei Kuei replied resolutely, he had a firm attitude. Sha Zhou Mo smiled bitterly. If this battle is lost, even if you, Sha Fei Kuei, take responsibility, can I run away from it? The clan sent me here to help you, it was to give you advice, right? Sigh, he sighed deeply in his mind, transmitting helplessly, then I will hope for Lord to emerge victorious. Are you too sure? Fang Yuan asked. His condition was just delaying the problem for Wu Clan, it did not solve it. But after 5 years, Fang Yuan would be done with his matters, by then, who cares about Wu Clan? We are sure. This time, Sha Fei Kuei did not speak, Sha Zhou Mo did. Okay. Fang Yuan slowly flew back, speaking in an obnoxious way, actually, I did not want to spar, it hurts our relationship either way. But Lord Sha Fei Kuei is so insistent, on behalf of the 4 Seasons tea leaves that you gave me, I will agree to this. Stop mentioning the tea and fight. Sha Fei Kuei bellowed, his eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished his words, Fang Yuan's body shined and turned into a divination tortoise. Sha Fei Kuei was stunned. Fang Yuan was wasting so much time earlier, but he transformed so quickly. Now, it was quite a contrast. Divination tortoise again. Sha Zhou Mo frowned. The divination tortoise's huge body stood in the valley with its 4 pillar-like legs. It filled up this entire valley. The entire divination tortoise was dark in color. The shell had all sorts of markings, thousands or tens of thousands of them. They were very eye-catching. Sha Zhou Mo looked at them for a while before feeling dizzy. He quickly stopped. Sha Fei Kuei did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move now. Normally, when GU immortals spar, they would probe first. Fang Yuan skipped it and used his trump card immediately. The tough shell shows this divination tortoise's defensive power. No wonder he chose this style of sparring. Thinking of this, Sha Zhou Mo frowned even more deeply. What do I do? Sha Fei Kuei hesitated. He did not know what Wu Yihai specialized in, but Fang Yuan knew what he was good at. Sha Fei Kuei only hesitated for a moment, before attacking. First move, he raised his fist and clenched it. Floating in the sky, he aimed at the divination tortoise in the valley and punched. His fist shot out light. It was dazzling. Pure white light gathered in Sha Fei Kuei's fist as it turned into a large ball of light, crashing down. Auras of Immortal GU and Mortal GU mixed together. This was an immortal killer move, Soaring Essence Strike. Chapter 13:10. So embarrassing. Since Fang Yuan had used an immortal killer move, Sha Fei Kuei had no choice but to use an immortal killer move as well. A pure white ball of light moved with an average speed, not showing any signs of light path's speed advantage. But as it flew in the air, it pushed the air aside, emitting a buzzing noise. The wine vat-sized ball of light smashed down like the weight of a mountain on the divination tortoise's back, smashing the tortoise into the ground. The enormous divination tortoise had sunken by over a foot in the ground. Sha Fei Kuei's move was indeed powerful. Light Path was famous for speed, but this soaring essence strike of Sha Fei Kuei was the complete opposite. It was like a heavy fist, and the enemies would often be caught off guard by its powerful strength. However, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise was perfectly unharmed. Sha Fei Kuei's eyes almost popped out when he saw the result of his attack. The divination tortoise was intact with not even a slight dent on it. This was the obvious result. Sha Fei Kuei's move used Light Path to imitate Strength Path. It was considered a unique move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation was a ranked 7 immortal killer move, which used change form Immortal GU and divination tortoise shell Immortal GU as the cores. Especially the latter. Just by activating it, Fang Yuan could obtain a tortoise shell that was not weaker than an ancient divination tortoise. And now, it was an immortal killer move possessing many supplementary GU worms. The tortoise shell's defensive capability was stronger than a real ancient divination tortoise. Ancient desolate beasts had extremely strong and sturdy bodies with vigorous vitality, and tortoises were one of the toughest life forms among all living beings. It was not strange for Sha Fei Kuei's soaring essence strike to show no effect. But to the person involved, this was slightly ridiculous. Soaring essence strike had no effect. He has such a hard shell. Sha Zhou Mo was shocked. Sha Fei Kuei stopped. He started to develop an unfamiliar feeling. That was a headache. Looking at such a sturdy tortoise shell, he felt a headache and did not know where to start. In fact, if he had attacked any other area, the result would not have been this bad, but he had to go and choose the hardest part, the tortoise shell. Naturally, this was also because he wanted to probe the depths of Fang Yuan's strength. What should I do? Sha Fei Kuei began to think rapidly. Although he was irascible, he managed to quickly become cool-headed in the fight. But at this moment, Fang Yuan activated a second immortal killer move. Auras of Immortal GU and Mortal GU rose. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out countless small tortoise shells. The small tortoise shells had the same appearance as the divination tortoise's shell, except that they were many times smaller. The large numbers of small tortoise shells floated in the air, rotating at a very fast speed. What are these things? Sha Fei Kuei stopped thinking and cautiously pulled apart some distance from Fang Yuan. He punched forward with soaring essence strike again. But this time, the wine vat-sized heavy light sphere did not even manage to touch the divination tortoise. Those small fist-sized tortoise shells seemed to be attracted like bees attracted to honey, as they looped towards the soaring essence strike. The seemingly hard tortoise shells shattered into hundreds of pieces in the collisions. But the soaring essence strike also was completely consumed, finally turning into a dim fragment of light that helplessly dissipated in the air. Immortal Killer Move, Vajra Shell. This was the immortal killer move Fang Yuan had been perfecting earlier, combined with his divination tortoise transformation. This was the first time it had been displayed in southern border and even in the 5 regions. The core of this immortal killer move was the rank 6 immortal Gu Vajra Thought. But it was combined with rank 7 perseverance immortal Gu as well as large numbers of mortal Gu. Its might had naturally increased by a lot. It had not been a waste of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Ah, these tortoise shells are actually thoughts. Sha Zhou Mo's eyes emitted sharp light as he saw through the mystery. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal and was very sensitive to all kinds of thoughts. This was the area he was proficient in. As for Sha Fei Kuei, he cultivated light path, not wisdom path. Even though he was rank 7, he only realized after Sha Zhou Mo's notification. Sha Zhou Mo, you are knowledgeable, the two of you are a good match. The divination tortoise spoke human language, its tone filled with sarcasm. In fact, Fang Yuan had not intended to conceal it. It was just that after combining with divination tortoise transformation, these golden thoughts turned into dark tortoise shells. Little Mo, be quiet, I will break his shell. Sha Fei Kuei said. Sha Zhou Mo grunted, but did not speak anymore. Being ridiculed by Fang Yuan had made his expression unsightly. Sha Fei Kuei closed his eyes. He began to prepare. All sorts of Gu worms, auras started brimming and linking up, before quickly spreading. Red Date Immortal Essence was being consumed rapidly. At the same time, he spread his arms and slowly put his hands together above his head. Light surged up like a fountain from him, gathering between his palms. He was still accumulating energy. The radiance was restrained, but a powerful aura started rising up, becoming more and more dangerous. Fang Yuan lowered his tortoise head and firmly rooted his limbs to the ground like a silent dark mountain. But at the same time, the small tortoise shells around him were continuing to fly, their numbers increasing extremely rapidly. There were close to 10,000 at first, but the numbers soon surpassed 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Their proliferation was extremely fast. Rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Gu could create 10,000 Vajra Thoughts alone. As an immortal killer move now, its effect had increased by another level. The most crucial point was that Fang Yuan's body was filled with wisdom path Dao marks right now. Actually, Fang Yuan did not have many wisdom path Dao marks, but he had transformation path Dao marks and there were quite a lot of them. He had killed a lot of transformation path Gu immortals and annexed all of their Dao marks. The most significant harvest was when he had killed Wu Yihai and the 2 immortals inside the regional wall. Just this alone gave Fang Yuan close to 50,000 transformation path Dao marks. 1,000 Dao marks could double the effect. 10,000 Dao marks could give 10 times the amplification. 50,000 Dao marks meant 50 times the amplification. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals would have about 10,000 to 30,000 Dao marks of their main path. Sha Fei Kuei was a rank 7 expert, his light path Dao marks exceeded 30,000 in number. But how could they compare to Fang Yuan? As a result, Sha Fei Kuei and Sha Zhou Mo could only stare wide-eyed at the rapid proliferation of the small tortoise shells that soon covered the whole valley, and were spreading further. The dark and dense numbers of tortoise shells were like locusts and ants. Sha Fei Kuei's expression sank. These small tortoise shells had increased by such a quantity in just a short while, emitting a heavy mental pressure to others. However, Sha Fei Kuei skillfully used the circumstances of the spar. According to the rule they decided upon, Fang Yuan could only defend and not attack, so Fang Yuan could not take the initiative to use these small tortoise shells to attack Sha Fei Kuei. Sha Fei Kuei calmed his mind and activated his immortal killer move. Light Path Immortal Killer Move, Saw Light Wheel. His 2 hands, that were above his head, chopped down at once. A dazzling wheel of light flew out from Sha Fei Kuei's palms. The wheel of light grew rapidly and soon was the size of a boat. The wheel of light was continuously rotating, its edges were filled with sawteeth. Good, Sha Zhou Mo inwardly cheered. The tortoise shells are hard, but this move saws through the target. Even if the tortoise shells are very hard, they will still be sliced apart. However, at the next moment, countless tortoise shells flew over. Under the tortoise shell's self-destructive charge, the saw light wheel could only fly for a short distance before it was completely destroyed. Fang Yuan praised loudly. Great killer move, this move is extraordinary, it actually destroyed over 6,000 of my thoughts. These words were like a slap upon the cheeks of Sha Zhou Mo and Sha Fei Kuei. Sha Fei Kuei needed a lot of time to prepare for this immortal killer move. Normally speaking, the shorter the preparation time for an immortal killer move, the better it was, because if it took longer, it could very easily be disrupted. Once the immortal killer move's activation was disrupted, there would be backlash which often caused heavy injuries to the GU Immortal. Sha Fei Kuei had used the sparring rule, and was able to safely activate this immortal killer move. As he was activating the immortal killer move, Fang Yuan was also doing the same. Sha Fei Kuei activated Saw Light Wheel. At the same time, Fang Yuan could create 30,000–40,000 small tortoise-shell thoughts. The outcome was obvious, the Saw Light Wheel was besieged and destroyed by over 6,000 small tortoise-shell thoughts. Even a fool could compute the numbers here. The method which Sha Fei Kuei had placed his hopes in had ended up like this. This was so embarrassing. Chapter 13:11. Sha Clan retreats. Damn it, Sha Fei Kuei gritted his teeth. He had taken such efforts to activate Saw Light Wheel, but now it seemed like a joke. The small tortoise, shell-like thoughts were still proliferating. 50,000, 60,000. Their numbers were increasing rapidly, not only covering the valley, they were even spreading beyond. Among the dense number of small tortoise shells, some were floating in the air while some were leisurely revolving. In the middle was Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation, with its huge body that was like an iron hill. I can't let it continue like this. Sha Fei Kuei was feeling an increasing sense of urgency. The speed of growth is too fast. No wonder Wu Yihai set this sparring rule, but Lord Sha Fei Kuei still has abilities yet to be used, the outcome of this battle is not certain yet. Sha Zhou Mo thought, looking at Sha Fei Kuei with anticipation. Sha Fei Kuei was already preparing his killer move. Countless GU worm auras rose and surged outwards. An arrogant look flashed past his eyes as he looked down at the divination tortoise. No matter how numerous, they are only thoughts, what can they do? Take this, 33 heavenly lights. Let me see how many layers of heavenly lights can your thoughts stop. Immortal killer move, 33 heavenly lights. It was one of the trump cards of Sha Fei Kuei and was renowned throughout southern border. Is he using it? Lord Sha Fei Kuei's area of effect method. Sha Zhou Mo was inwardly excited. This killer move was quite amazing. Once activated, from Sha Fei Kuei at the center, intense light would shoot out to the surroundings. Under the illumination of the light, all things would receive light path injuries. Intense lights would continue to flicker 33 times, with the illumination range continuing to increase. They were like lights descending from heaven, therefore it was called 33 heavenly lights. At the first flicker, the heavenly light's damage was not high, it could at most only kill some insects. But by the second flicker, its damage would increase and it could destroy plants and flowers. By the third flicker, birds and animals would die when exposed to the light. By the fourth flicker, large trees would be destroyed and boulders would crumble. The fifth flicker, sixth flicker. Like this, the power of the light would continue growing, until it threatened even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The small tortoise shell thoughts were hard, but they simply could not compare to desolate beasts, they would definitely be destroyed by the 33 heavenly lights. There was no doubt about it. Sha Fei Kuei was taking the easy route by using this move. 33 heavenly lights was actually not practical, because once it was activated, the GU Immortal had to stop moving. If they budged even a little, the killer move would immediately stop. Sha Fei Kuei would even suffer backlash. Naturally, the level of backlash also had differences. If the killer move was stopped before the 10th flicker, Sha Fei Kuei would suffer light injuries. Stopping in between the 10th to 23rd flicker would inflict medium injuries, and stopping after the 23rd flicker would cause heavy injuries. After the 30th flicker, the backlash would be even stronger, and Sha Fei Kuei might suffer fatal injuries. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the danger from the backlash once its activation failed. Soon, the light burst forth. At the first flicker, Fang Yuan's tortoise shell thoughts remained unmoved. Second flicker, the thoughts were still growing and did not seem to stop. Third flicker, the thoughts started shaking. Fourth flicker, some thoughts started to crumble apart by themselves. Fifth flicker, hundreds of thoughts collapsed into nothingness. Sha Zhou Mo, who was watching from the side, could not help but smile at this scene. This was only the fifth flicker. The immortal killer move altogether had 33 flickers. But why am I still feeling some unease? Sha Zhou Mo pondered. Sixth flicker, 1,000 thoughts were destroyed, the tortoise shells on the periphery started to show signs of collapse. Seventh flicker, time to deal with you. Sha Fei Kuei sneered inwardly. 70,000-80,000 small tortoise-shell thoughts suddenly surged towards Fang Yuan like a tide. More accurately, they entered his mind. The divination tortoise he had transformed into was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. Its mind was incomparably spacious, and holding 70,000-80,000 thoughts was nothing to it. What? Sha Fei Kuei was stunned. Sha Zhou Mo patted his head as he hatefully exclaimed inwardly, I finally understand what made me uneasy. These small tortoise shells are thoughts in essence. Since they are thoughts, the GU Immortal can store them back inside their mind. As a result, the 78,000 thoughts that filled the valley had completely disappeared and withdrawn into Fang Yuan's mind. Only an enormous divination tortoise was left, quietly lying on the ground. In the air, Sha Fei Kuei's immortal killer move still continued. 7th flicker, 8th flicker, 9th flicker, but there were no thoughts, there was no meaning to these powerful lights. However, the immortal killer move was still in the activation process and could not be carelessly stopped. As such, Sha Fei Kuei could only continue to activate the killer move. 10th flicker, 11th, 12th. It was an extremely awkward situation. After the 33rd flicker, Sha Fei Kuei had spent a large amount of immortal essence, while the divination tortoise hid inside its shell, motionless on the ground. The mountain valley he was inside had now been turned into a flat land. 33 heavenly lights was indeed powerful. It forcefully changed a vast surrounding area into a flat plain. The hills from before were completely gone. This killer move is truly powerful. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. While speaking, he stretched out his head, tail and limbs from inside the shell. These parts were not as strong as the tortoise shell, so during the stronger flickers, Fang Yuan hid inside, suffering no injuries. Hearing Fang Yuan's praise, Sha Fei Kuei immediately felt incomparably stifled. Too shameless. Sha Zhou Mo gritted his teeth, looking at Fang Yuan hatefully. This was especially the case when he saw over 100,000 small tortoise-shell thoughts surge out of Fang Yuan's mind and spread out, surrounding the divination tortoise. The hatred and fury in his eyes deepened by several degrees. How are we supposed to break his defense? The two GU immortals of Sha clan were pondering over this difficulty. You have used 3 moves. Fang Yuan indifferently reminded. Sha Fei Kuei shouted, then take my following move. As he said so, he turned into a ray of light and pounced forward, attacking the divination tortoise from all directions. Countless tortoise-shell thoughts were destroyed as they moved to defend him. But Sha Fei Kuei displayed an expert's demeanor. He moved back and forth around the thoughts, and could not be stopped. Fang Yuan saw that Sha Fei Kuei was serious and going at full force. He withdrew his head, tail and limbs back inside the shell. Sha Fei Kuei was stifled. This Wu Yi Hai was too wretched, leaving behind only the shell for him to target. A gigantic tortoise shell on the ground and countless small tortoise shells in the air, Sha Fei Kuei was increasingly beginning to feel hatred for tortoise shells. The 10th move was over. Sha Fei Kuei's efforts gave no result, while only some slight injury marks had appeared on Fang Yuan's tortoise shell. You win this time. Sha Fei Kuei directly left the scene with this sentence, flying into the sky. Sha Zhou Mo, who was left behind, sighed. He had to clear the mess. At least, he had to take away that GU Master Zhong. 5 years. After 5 years, I will have to come back and find you. Sha Zhou Mo also left, feeling somewhat indignant. Chapter 13:12. Ransacking Frosty Peak. Sha clan's GU immortals lost the spar and left without making a fuss. Fang Yuan stopped his transformation and returned to human form, returning to Frosty Peak. The mortal GU house at Frosty Peak was taken away. Now only a snowy mountain remained with cold air emanating everywhere. Fang Yuan sighed softly. His heart was calm, like a well without a ripple. Victories were not worth him treasuring and bragging. The so-called sense of glory had already left him long ago. For such an easy victory to have happened, it is because I had the advantage. The two Sha clan GU immortals did not know Fang Yuan's strength, they could only estimate it. On the contrary, Fang Yuan knew a lot about them. Whether it be their killer moves, temperament or so on, he was thoroughly aware of them with the information from Wu clan. One could see how important information was in a battle between GU immortals. In fact, Fang Yuan's spar with the Sha clan GU immortals was like Immortal Yan Huang defeating Wu Yubo. Both won due to better intel. Wu Yubo was powerful, but his trump card killer move was seen through by others. As a result, one careless move and all was lost. Fang Yuan had even more information. He advanced step by step through his layers of planning, finally making the Sha Clan GU Immortals retreat. Immortal killer move Vajra Shell is quite effective, but it won't be easy to have such a good result in the future. Sha Clan's GU Immortals would definitely compile their experiences and insights to think of a way to restrict or even decipher and counter Vajra Shell. Deciphering and countering was difficult, but creating a restrictive method was often easy. Wu Yi Hai will also become more famous. This divination tortoise transformation and immortal killer move Vajra Shell are quite remarkable. But once I use them a lot of times, there is a high chance someone will find a way to restrict or even nullify it. Actually, the same applies to reverse flow protection seal. After the battle in Northern Plains, it is definitely being analyzed by the 10 great ancient sects, Longevity Heaven, Old Ancestor Shuihu and others. I should be somewhat careful the next time I use it, especially against these people. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Wu Yu Bo was a clear example to him. It was not easy to create an immortal killer move, but a powerful immortal killer move could not remain stagnant. It needed to be advanced and modified along with time. As such, when others use restrictive measures or even fully resolved your killer move, you could effectively face them. But modifying and advancing an immortal killer move was naturally also a difficult matter. Other than a burst of inspiration, what was truly put to test was the GU Immortal's attainment level. And the best way to raise one's attainment level is through dream realms. Fang Yuan's thoughts could not help but turn towards that giant dream realm again. Because of the widespread emergence of dream realms, there were all kinds of characters emerging one after the other during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, creating a great era filled with chaos and disorder. Unfortunately, it has not been long since I joined Wu Clan. Making a firm request to go to the Super GU formation would be suspicious. Although the matter of this Frosty Peak has ended, who knows when I can go back to the giant dream realm. It is better to deal with the matters at hand and otherwise go with the flow. Fang Yuan pondered while landing on Frosty Peak. This mountain peak was abundant in ice path resources. He still had not properly searched it. Fang Yuan had gotten this rare opportunity after chasing away the Sha Clan GU Immortals. He naturally would not give it up. Snow-filled Frosty Peak and the air was frighteningly cold. In the depths of this accumulated snow dwelled large numbers of insects, including many wild GU worms, as well as cold-resistant vegetation. They mutually formed a balanced ecology. Frost jades. Fang Yuan soon had harvests. A large number of frost jades appeared in his investigative perception. These frost jades were hidden below the thick snow, below the rocky ground. Frost jades are only a rank 5 GU material, but they have some frost jade essence inside, which is a rank 6 immortal material. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan began collecting them. The snow splattered everywhere, revealing the bare surface of the rocky ground. Soon, these rocks also flew everywhere and revealed the frost jades hidden in the mountain. These frost jades were white, with some green hue mixed within. They released intense frost energy, but naturally they were harmless to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan picked up the frost jades in this area. Fang Yuan naturally did not give up the frost jade essence inside. It was just that he did not extract them and they were still inside the center of the giant frost jades. Next, Fang Yuan started searching throughout Frosty Peak. Enormous frost jades were dug out one after the other. The smallest frost jade was already the size of an elephant, while the bigger ones were the size of large ships. Almost every frost jade had frost jade essence inside it. Some frost jade essences were bigger, and there were even 1000-year frost jade essences, which were ranked 7 GU materials. It was not that no one had discovered these frost jades, but they were intentionally preserved by Wu Clan to maintain the foundation of this Frosty Peak. It was these frost jades that formed the foundation of Frosty Peak. Without them, Frosty Peak would not be such a special and remarkable resource point. Fang Yuan took away most of the frost jades. Not only this, he also plundered many wild GU worms. There was no need to think about immortal GU. Normally speaking, Frosty Peak could only produce rank 6 immortal GU once in several hundred years to 1000 years. If there were really wild immortal GU, Sha Clan's GU Immortals would not have accepted their defeat so easily. The majority of these GU worms were of Ice Path. There were also some of Earth Path and Water Path. Among the Ice Path GU worms, most of them were called Cold Wave GU. This type of GU worm formed groups and would often roam around in Frosty Peak. Thus, a severe wave of cold would spread out from Frosty Peak. This was also the reason for Frosty Peak's name. After he finished plundering, Fang Yuan flew to the air and took a last glance at this Frosty Peak. The picturesque frosty peak filled with white snow was now filled with pits of different depths, with rocks and debris filling the area. Not only was the scenery destroyed, the value of resources in Frosty Peak had dropped by over half, and because of the huge deficit, Frosty Peak's foundation was greatly damaged. If I use pulling mountain Immortal GU, I might be able to pull this mountain and store it in my sovereign blessed land. Unfortunately, I can't do that at the moment. My identity is Wu Yihai, a Wu clan member. I made huge profits this time by embezzlement. This has already reached the limits of the righteous path's unwritten rules and cannot be continued. If I really pulled the mountain, not to mention exposing my true identity, I definitely cannot justify my actions to Wu clan. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed and did not dwell on this as he flew away rapidly. Soon, his figure disappeared in the clouds. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to Wu clan's headquarters and met Wu Yong. It is all thanks to you, brother, for protecting Frosty Peak for the clan and deterring those thieves. Wu Yong revealed an appreciative look towards Fang Yuan. You flatter me, it was only a fluke. Fang Yuan replied modestly. Elder Wu Fa, have you evaluated it? My brother's contribution was not a simple one. We should think in the perspective of the bigger picture. Wu Yong turned towards another Wu clan GU Immortal. This Wu clan GU Immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his status was anything but ordinary. He was Wu Yong's trusted aide and was in charge of calculating the rewards and punishments for all the GU Immortals in the clan. Wu Fa spoke with a slight frown. We have already seen Lord Wu Yihai's bravery. With this battle, Lord's name will definitely spread throughout Southern Border's GU Immortal world. But if we talk about rewards, on one hand, Lord Wu Yihai has not completely settled this problem and only set a 5-year agreement. On the other hand, Frosty Peak has been viciously plundered, its foundation has been damaged and its value has greatly reduced. Oh, such a thing happened to Frosty Peak. Wu Yong turned towards Fang Yuan with a surprised look. Fang Yuan sighed. I also did not expect Sha clan's GU Immortals to be such horrible people. Wu Yong frowned slightly. Brother, did you personally see Sha clan's GU Immortals looting Frosty Peak? I did not, it is just my guess. Maybe it was other lone cultivators. Fang Yuan replied with no flaw in his argument. Wu Yong nodded and spoke after a brief silence. Since that is the case, Elder Wu Fa shall make the final decision. Elder Wu Fa calculated for a while before giving a detailed list to Fang Yuan. Chapter 13:13. Dragon Scale Sea Area. Fang Yuan took the list and skimmed through it. The list was filled with various kinds of GU materials. Most of them were naturally mortal GU materials, but there were a few immortal materials as well. Fang Yuan was well aware that if he had handed the frost jades, the frost jade essences and so on, the reward would not just be this. Wu Yong and Wu Fa were actually acting now. They were not scheming against Fang Yuan, but giving Fang Yuan a way to resolve this issue peacefully. Fang Yuan had plundered Frosty Peak. Although it did not cross the bottom line, Wu clan would rather have an intact Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan, however, seemed to not know this and was silent for a while before he replied. I wonder if I can exchange these rewards for immortal GU material, dragon scale soil. Wu Yong was slightly stumped, and looked at Wu Fa. The latter thought briefly and nodded. Returning to his home, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. This time, he had obtained a lot of frost jades and frost jade essence. Fang Yuan might even be able to build a mini Frosty Peak in mini southern border within his sovereign immortal aperture. But this was not the important point. The important point was the dragon scale soil. This special type of soil was only an ordinary GU material, grainy and tough. If a layer of dragon scale soil was viewed from afar, it would resemble overlapping dragon scales. Dragon scale soil was the soil that dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived on, thus it had the aura of dragons. Fang Yuan had purchased this soil before, because this soil gave his dragonfish greater impulse to propagate. Right now, he did not take the other rewards, instead exchanging them for this GU material because he had the same idea. The rate of time in the sovereign immortal aperture has slowed down by many times. This has led to a huge decrease in the production of resources. I don't have enough immortal essence reserves currently. The same goes for immortal essence stones, but the pressure in this aspect can be relieved if I expand the scale of my resource production. After Fang Yuan thought over it, he set dragonfish as the first resource point to be expanded. Desolate beast dragonfish as well as ordinary dragonfish were always traded in huge numbers in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Dragonfish seemed to be a product of food path, they could be used as supplementary ingredients to feed many GU worms. Not every GU immortal possessed immortal GU, but every super force would purchase large numbers of dragonfish at set intervals of time. The dragonfish trade was one of the largest markets in Treasure Yellow Heaven. During the following period of time, Fang Yuan would mainly concentrate on creating a sea area. Currently, mini Eastern Sea of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was no longer filled with shallow pools and lakes like before. Because Fang Yuan had annexed large numbers of water path immortal apertures, mini Eastern Sea was filled with raging waves. Although the water level was not deep, it was a boundless aquatic expanse. There were almost no islands, and sea areas themselves were indistinguishable. Fang Yuan's plan was to construct a dragon-scale sea area. A man-made sea area. This was not Fang Yuan's innovation or creation. In fact, there were many GU immortals in Eastern Sea's GU immortal world creating man-made sea areas. On the current ranking list for Eastern Sea's GU immortal world, many famous sea areas were man-made, built step by step. Of course, the naturally formed sea areas still held most of the positions in the ranking. Constructing a sea area artificially was not easy. Fang Yuan spent a large amount of time and energy to lay out the dragon-scale soil, then he constructed a mortal GU formation in that area and used the GU formation's power to isolate this sea area and make it a special sea area. Then, he led his dragonfish group to this sea area. The dragonfish group was indeed more satisfied in this sea area, and there was a lot more mating. However, this was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan started to prepare an immortal killer move, Bountiful Year. This immortal killer move came from He Fan's true inheritance, but as a matter of fact, He Fan did not create it, he had traded for it with a GU immortal great expert named Pill Immortal. He created this immortal killer move, and He Fan had exchanged for it with other resources. This was a quite rare killer move, as it was an immortal killer move that was specially used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive ability. But its practicality was extremely high, even He Fan had left words of praise towards this immortal killer move in his true inheritance. GU worms rose one after the other, a mysterious aura swelled up and gradually thickened. The Bountiful Year Fang Yuan was using right now had gone through some modifications. The original Bountiful Year's core immortal GU was Year GU, with tens of thousands of supplementary GU worms. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained a rank 7 immortal GU, Perseverance, and he ingeniously added Perseverance immortal GU into the killer move as the first supplementary GU worm. More than 10 days later, Bountiful Year was fully activated. A mysterious power spread throughout the whole dragon-scale sea area, but its effects would take some time to be seen. Even He Fan required 2 to 3 days of time to activate the original Bountiful Year. This is already quite long. After I modified it by adding in Perseverance Immortal GU, the time required has become even longer, approaching half a month. Fortunately, the activation succeeded and there was no backlash. Fang Yuan constantly reflected on his experiences. My time path attainment level is still ordinary, I was barely able to add in Perseverance Immortal GU. This is the main reason for the enormous extension of time. The shorter the activation of an immortal killer move, the simpler the process, the higher the probability of the killer move's successful activation. And, as far as GU immortals were concerned, it was safer. However, Fang Yuan's action had more advantages than disadvantages. With Perseverance Immortal GU's support, the duration of Bountiful Year's effect had doubled. The original Bountiful Year could only influence the immortal aperture for a year. But now, a single activation from Fang Yuan could last for 2 years. This had also covertly saved Fang Yuan a portion of Red Date Immortal Essence. There is still plenty of room for improvement in Bountiful Year. Adding in Perseverance Immortal GU along with Day Immortal GU could raise Bountiful Year's effect. But, with my current attainment level in Time Path, I have reached my limit. Forget it, the matter was settled, this construction was Fang Yuan's first big project. Right now, in Mini Eastern Sea, the first special sea area, Dragon Scale Sea Area, had completely formed. Large numbers of dragonfish lived here, and there were 1 or 2 extremely conspicuous desolate beast dragonfish among the dragonfish group. Bountiful Year's effect did not just cover the Dragon Scale Sea Area, it also included a vast range of this sea area's surroundings. According to what was written in He Fan's True Inheritance, the expenditure of immortal essence to activate Bountiful Year was huge, but for the next year, starting right from the moment of successful activation of the killer move, all of the resources inside the immortal aperture would be produced at a higher rate. However, the result was not like this. Fang Yuan's bountiful year's effect only covered a portion of mini Eastern Sea. On one hand, this was because Fang Yuan had added Perseverance Immortal GU, which reduced the effective range of the killer move. On the other hand, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was simply too vast. Wanting Bountiful Year to cover the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture was no different to a fairy tale. From Dragon Scale Lake to Dragon Scale Sea, this was an enormous leap, and its significance was profound. But after this project, Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence Stones and Immortal Essence Reserves were almost dried up. To be safe, Fang Yuan began to sell all the unnecessary resources in his possession. Like the Frost Jades and Frost Jade Essences he had plundered in Frosty Peak, as well as large numbers of Ice Path Mortal GU. Where there are gains, there are losses. His current management focus was on Dragonfish. After selling some resources, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used a portion of the gains to buy many dragonfish from Treasure Yellow Heaven. He placed these dragonfish in Dragon Scale Sea area. One could say he was staking a lot on this project. No doubt, this had some risks. But if he went at it safely, the efficiency would be lower. Moreover, he was in a safe and stable environment right now, so Fang Yuan chose to be slightly aggressive and took bigger steps. But like this, because his Immortal Essence reserves had become scarce, Fang Yuan appeared to have his hands tied, not being able to casually cultivate, comprehend, train any immortal killer moves. And so on. Days seemed to pass with difficulty. After half a month, the first batch of dragonfish was sold. The situation began to turn for the better. After over a month, Fang Yuan sold the second batch of dragonfish directly to Wu Clan. Who could have thought you would be so proficient in managing dragonfish? Even Wu Yong was slightly surprised. Wu Clan did transactions of dragonfish to begin with, but previously, they had to buy from outside. Now, they could be considered internal sales. Besides Wu Clan, there were also Chao Clan and some other super forces which had close relations with Wu Clan. Fang Yuan's third batch of dragonfish was sold. Because of his identity as Wu Yi Hai and the low price, Fang Yuan's dragonfish smoothly entered the market of Southern Borders GU Immortal World. After the third batch of dragonfish was sold, Fang Yuan's situation had turned a lot better. His Immortal Essence reserves were expanding bit by bit. Fang Yuan was out of his financial predicament, and started to continue his cultivation with a brand new stance. Chapter 13-14, Purchasing Divine Deer Fruits. In a secret cultivation room, Fang Yuan was floating in the air, his expression solemn. His long hair was fluttering in the air, and all kinds of GU worm ores rose from his body, mixing with each other. The crucial step, Fang Yuan mumbled, his gaze turning sharp. He carefully activated a Mortal GU. This was a Metal Path Mortal GU and was only rank 1. Activating just this GU alone naturally had no risks. But the situation now was different. A muffled sound spread from Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's body shook violently like he had been electrocuted. His expression was pale and a trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. I failed again. He heaved a long sigh. He landed on the ground and held his chest while checking his injuries. Fortunately, I only used a rank 1 Mortal GU. These injuries are not much of a problem and there is no need to use mana as before. I will recover in a couple of days with the Sovereign Immortal Body's recovery speed. Fang Yuan was attempting to further improve the killer move Vajra Shell. Immortal killer move Vajra Shell used rank 6 Vajra Thought as a core. Fang Yuan had relied on this killer move and strategy to defeat Sha Clan's GU Immortal, Sha Fei Kue. After the matter, Fang Yuan had felt this killer move was still not satisfying enough and still had room for improvement. Fang Yuan paid attention to this feeling. He knew his wisdom path and transformation path were both at Grandmaster level. Such a feeling did not emerge from nowhere and had great value to him. Unfortunately, although I have made some progress over these days, there have been little to no results. It seems my attainment level is still not enough. I can only let it be for now. In fact, his speed of progress was extremely remarkable compared to other GU Immortals. In the past, Vicious Lightning Fiend had used up several years to deduce the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. He was not even at 10% of Fang Yuan's current speed. However, it was also a wise choice for Fang Yuan to give up. Because he had a way to rapidly raise his attainment, as long as he raised his attainment levels, he could improve the killer move Vajra Shell at once. After Fang Yuan's transactions of dragonfish, his financial condition had improved. and as such, he had spare energy to try modifying immortal killer moves. Deducing an immortal killer move was actually very resource-consuming. For instance, if the attempt failed, GU Immortal could suffer backlash and be injured. GU worms would also be destroyed and would need to be replenished. And if Immortal GU were damaged, that would be even more troublesome. But if the attainment level was enough, the killer move could be improved at once, saving large amounts of time, effort and resources. Fang Yuan's attainment level barely met the requirements of improving Vajra Shell. Although he could improve it, he would have to pay quite a heavy price. He thought it over and resolutely gave up on this small project. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan activated his GU worms and sent his divine sense into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, his divine sense moved nimbly and reached a GU Immortal's will to converse. I will pay 1,300 Immortal Essence Stones for all your divine deer fruits. Fang Yuan spoke. This GU Immortal will shook its head and said helplessly, the price I quoted is already low. You have already come here 3 times, if you really want to buy, add 200 Immortal Essence Stones and you can take them away. Divine Deer Fruits were ranked 6 Immortal material. It was not a rare GU material, but there were few people who sold it because there was not much demand for it. Fang Yuan, however, needed it to feed Vajra Thought Immortal GU. He had obtained Vajra Thought Immortal GU and had to solve its feeding problem. Fang Yuan did not reply, instead, he sized up the products. The divine deer fruits in this stall were of good quality. Fang Yuan had strolled several times around Treasure Yellow Heaven and had found the divine deer fruits here were of top quality. The price was also quite reasonable. Thus, he had visited this stall several times. Divine deer fruits were about the size of a baby's fist and did not grow on trees or plants, instead growing on the antlers of a type of deer desolate beast, fruit deer. It was a deer that bore fruit. Fang Yuan had already inquired about the specific name of this desolate beast, and also saw them being sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, even if he bought a batch of them, the number of divine deer fruits they could produce was a question that needed to be explored. Any resource had its own cultivation methods. For instance, Fang Yuan's dragonfish production was not a result of casual attempts, but was from the insights and experiences of Dongfang tribe. This was the accumulation of a super tribe. As a result, Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of the best quality, and the production was also smooth, giving higher profits while requiring slightly lower capital. I should just buy a portion of divine deer fruits for now to deal with the first feeding of Vajra Thought Immortal GU. When I have sufficient funds in the future, I can consider how to raise fruit deers and be able to be self-sufficiently provide for Vajra Thought Immortal GU. As for whether I can turn this divine deer fruits production into another source of income, that would depend on future opportunities. Fang Yuan pondered while communicating with that GU Immortal will. Then, let me check again. But at this time, the GU Immortal will in front of Fang Yuan suddenly shook and spoke. My main body's divine sense has entered. He says he can discuss the price with you. You should talk it out between yourselves. Saying this, the GU Immortal's will took a back seat. He was waiting for this situation. The GU Immortal who was selling the divine deer fruits had left the divine deer fruits in Treasure Yellow Heaven and also left a will to look after them. But although this will could think and communicate, it had to strictly abide by the bottom line price set by its main body, and this was not negotiable. But now that the GU Immortal's divine sense had come over, Fang Yuan could properly communicate with him about many things. There were many contents up for discussion. I want the divine deer fruits too. Feed Immortal GU. If we can reach a consensus, this absolutely won't be the last transaction. How about it? I will offer 1,300 Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan started to negotiate. The GU Immortal hesitated. This is our first interaction, how can I believe you based on just empty promises? Forget it, we can reach a deal for 1,400 Immortal Essence Stones. Once we have transacted 3 times like this, the price can be lowered to 1,300. What do you think? Clearly, this GU Immortal was not foolish and was quite astute. Fang Yuan refused. If I had ample funds, I would not be haggling with you like this. How about 1,350? That GU Immortal forced a smile. All right. If not for my urgent need for funds and the fact that these divine deer fruits are selling slowly, I would not have agreed to your price. One gave the money and the other handed the goods. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief after the transaction was completed. The feeding problem of Vajra Thought Immortal GU was settled for the moment. Now, It was divination tortoise shell immortal Gu's turn. This immortal Gu fed on kelp. Naturally, it was not common kelp, but ancient ink kelp, which was a ranked 6 immortal material. This kelp was complete black like ink, and when its skin was torn, it would dye the surrounding water into pitch black ink. Fang Yuan was currently short on funds, so he intended to purchase and store some ancient ink kelps to feed divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. He would consider more in the future. In the aspect of food, day immortal Gu was much more pleasant. Because it fed on the water of the river of time, there was no need to think about obtaining its food. In comparison to divine deer fruits, there were many more sellers of ancient ink kelps in treasure yellow heaven. But Fang Yuan was not able to make a deal with any of them. The issue was the price. But he was not in a hurry, there was still some time left before the next feeding of divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. Fortunately, Dragon Scale Sea Area's construction is finished. As long as it continues to develop like this, I will have plenty of funds in the future. Next is the construction of coiling thread caves to produce regretful spiders on a large scale. Fang Yuan had considered it. The market for regretful spiders was huge, especially over in Western Desert. Although the demand was not as large as dragonfish, it was still a lot. But for the moment, Fang Yuan was tight on funds and needed some time to accumulate his wealth before he could start this project. According to this situation, I estimate that it will be over a month before I am able to gather the first sum of funds and start on the construction of coiling thread caves. Hopefully, Wu clan would have stabilized by then and would let me return to the giant dream realm. Wu Yihai's identity restricted Fang Yuan's freedom. Especially under the current situation of Wu clan, it was not good for him to voice out his intention. Over the course of this month, Wu Yong had led Wu clan to deal with the problems created by the various super forces. There were losses and gains. Wu clan's prestige sank, but in truth, there was not much damage to their benefits. Thus, this situation was still continuing. Wu Yong wanted to regain their reputation, while other super forces were not satisfied and wanted to seize some material benefits. The confrontation between righteous path forces was different from the demonic path. Confrontations in the demonic path were fierce and violent, while righteous path confrontations were light like drizzle and often lasted for a long time. Especially when it was a confrontation between super forces with huge assets, it was difficult for them to fight against each other without reservations. They would not fight to the death. Fang Yuan's idle cultivation lifestyle did not last for long. Some days later, he received another task from Wu Yong. Mount Snail, mountain-moving old monster. It was not that he did not have the confidence to complete this task, but the current trend of situations was not looking good. Previously, though Fang Yuan had resolved Frosty Peak's matter, he had in fact withheld his strength and methods, obtaining a barely passable result. He had only created an agreement of 5 years and had plundered the resources of Frosty Peak. Although this was an unwritten rule of the righteous path, he had touched the bottom line. This was naturally Fang Yuan's intent, to leave a bad impression on Wu Yong. Higher-ups did not like using such people, and if they sent Fang Yuan away to the Super GU formation earlier, it would match Fang Yuan's wish. But Wu clan was indeed short on manpower at present, while its territory was too large. A matter concerning Mount Snail had happened suddenly. Wu Yong had no choice but to use Fang Yuan to deal with this problem. Chapter 13-15. Convincing Old Monster. Light rain was drizzling on a range of verdant mountains. Fang Yuan wore a blue robe, and was gazing at these grand rivers and mountains from atop a rock, before his gaze finally settled on a mountain. This mountain was rather special. The mountain peaks beside it were either tall or short, steep or slanted. But this mountain was round in shape. This was Mount Snail, or it could be considered a snail mountain. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It was an enormous river snail with a tall, tower-like spiral shell drenched with green moss. When it stayed still, its body would hide in the shell, looking like a towering mountain. Right now, it was awake and was slowly moving. As it moved, all the surroundings quaked slightly, birds and beasts fled in disorder. Fang Yuan was calmly looking at the movement of this immemorial desolate beast, Mount Snail, from another mountain peak. Its speed was slow. Mount Snail might be an immemorial desolate beast, but its temperament was simple and mild. It was hard to anger it could even be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it also provided benefits. Because Mount Snail's body was full of enslavement path and earth path Dao marks, which created a special environment around it that would spawn many enslavement path and earth path resources. Mount Snail's ownership had all the while been an unsettled issue. Few GU Immortals could control Mount Snail. It was very difficult for even rank 8 enslavement path GU Immortals. Because Mount Snail itself was full of enslavement path Dao marks. There were already 7 known Mount Snails in southern border. Long ago, southern border's super forces had set an agreement. As long as these Mount Snails were not controlled by anyone, that is to say, they were wild Mount Snails, they would be considered as a resource of the clan whose territory it was staying in. This Mount Snail was originally living in Wu clan's territory, naturally it belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, it was time for the Mount Snail's migration. It was currently leaving Wu clan's territory for other territories. Mount Snail's original location was at the periphery of Wu clan's territory. In fact, during Wu Dushu's time, Wu clan had intentionally expanded their territory to include this Mount Snail. Currently, Mount Snail was leaving Wu clan's territory, but the place it was going to did not have other righteous path super forces. This also meant this Mount Snail was going to become wild again. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happening, and under the situation where he did not have enough manpower, without other options, he could only assign this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai, I am Qin Jin Sheng, I am also called Mountain Moving Old Monster. A GU Immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan gazed at the GU Immortal. This old GU Immortal was adorned in a suit of rocky gray armor. His hair was a mix of black and white, looking messy like straws. He looked slovenly, with the corners of his clothes being in shreds. But the rank 7 aura he gave out was majestic and forceful, especially his eyes which shone with sharp light. Right now, as he looked at Fang Yuan, it was like a senior sizing up a junior. It is me indeed, Wu Yihai, I greet Senior Mountain Moving. Fang Yuan bowed slightly, his greeting had the style of the righteous path. This Mountain Moving Old Monster's title had old in it. It naturally was because he was an old veteran, an old senior, having lived for over 2,000 years. He had lifespan GU and also had unique lifespan extension methods. His battle strength was also very high and he was a famous expert among lone immortals, almost at the level of old Treeman Bada and Wu clan's Wu Yu Bo. Rank 7 GU immortals like Sha Fei Kuei could not compare to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Thus, when Mountain Moving Old Monster sized up Fang Yuan, he was not humble and treated himself as a senior, even if Fang Yuan came from Wu clan. Considering the time, it was time your Wu clan sent someone as well. Let's sit and talk. Mountain Moving Old Monster laughed and sat on a rock. Fang Yuan smiled and also sat down. Mountain Moving Old Monster saw that Fang Yuan had no objection to sitting on a rock and also did not have a high and mighty attitude. His impression of Fang Yuan improved. I almost forgot you were a lone cultivator. Although you have joined Wu clan, you don't have the hypocritical attitude of those righteous path members. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head. The righteous path has to act like the righteous path. As for me, I spent most of my time as a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. These habits cannot be changed. Ha ha ha. Mountain Moving Old Monster laughed heartily. I hear you chased away the 2 GU immortals from Sha clan, but plundered the resources of Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan revealed a surprised expression. Senior, these are groundless rumors, I have never stated that. Mountain Moving Old Monster laughed loudly, before heaving a deep sigh. The righteous path GU immortals can't understand you, but I understand. How difficult is it for us lone cultivators to become an immortal? We have to earn every cultivation resource with our own hands. There won't be future opportunities, so we need to grasp the present benefits with all our strength. Who knows what will happen in the future? As for those righteous path GU immortals, even if they stay in their homes, plenty of resources are provided to them. How could they understand the pain and difficulties we lone cultivators face? Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not praise nor did he retort. He knew that Mountain Moving Old Monster's words were absolutely not just to get close to him, but to express his resolve. He, Mountain Moving Old Monster, was a lone cultivator, and the present benefit in front of him was this Mount Snail. His resolve could not be shaken, and the former lone cultivator, Wu Yihai, should be aware of it. I am clear of your intention, Senior, but I still have to ask you to have some understanding. I have my own difficulties in coming here. Fang Yuan spoke. Mountain Moving Old Monster snickered. Everyone has their own difficulties. With age and experience, one's words would carry deeper meaning. Everyone has their own difficulties. Not only was it replying to Fang Yuan's words, it also meant he, himself, had his own difficulties, and more importantly, it was also indicating that Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan did not speak anymore. Sometimes, silence was a tactic which could be used in a confrontation between words. Sure enough, mountain-moving old monster could not sit still and handed an information path Mortal GU to Fang Yuan. Take a look at it. The contents listed in this Mortal GU had high value. If Fang Yuan obtained them, he could directly construct coiling thread caves. We will cooperate. I will take Mount Snail and you will get these. What do you think? Mountain-moving old monster smiled. He was actually trying to bribe Fang Yuan. Instead, it fell within Fang Yuan's expectations. Mountain-moving old monster was a lone cultivator, and from his point of view, he naturally did not want to offend the number one righteous path super force, Wu clan. Despite Wu clan currently being in a predicament, such a colossal force was not something mountain-moving old monster could threaten by himself. More importantly, if mountain-moving old monster obtained this Mount Snail, he would no longer be a person who could freely move. Mount Snail could not be stored inside an immortal aperture, unless it was completely subdued. Mountain-moving old monster was an Earth Path GU immortal. He clearly did not have such attainment. Like this, he would become the owner of this Mount Snail, and would have to defend it if someone attacked it in the future. If he offended Wu clan's GU immortals would attack in waves. How could he defend against them by himself? Even if he could defend once, what about the second time, the third time? Even if he was able to defend against them all, there would be losses in battle. Would mountain-moving old monster still have time to cultivate if he were to be disturbed repeatedly? As such, there was only one option in front of mountain-moving old monster. That was to negotiate with Wu clan. Wu clan did not want to let go of this Mount Snail, but even the large Wu clan was an organization formed by its clansmen. And so long as it was an organization, it could not be an airtight fortress. There would naturally be chinks in the armor. Wu Yihai's arrival gave even greater hope to mountain-moving old monster. Senior, you want to use these to exchange for an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan held the information path Mortal GU and said with a faint smile. The resources inside are very valuable. This Mount Snail might be an immemorial desolate beast, but who can control it? If I become its owner, I will also only be taking the resources produced by it. Naturally, we can talk if you have any conditions. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes glimmered brightly, his attitude turning much warmer. Since Fang Yuan had not directly refused, mountain-moving old monster cheered inwardly and had much higher hope. The contents inside this list needs to be doubled at least. This was Fang Yuan's first condition. Mountain-moving old monster immediately frowned. Mount Snail cannot be yours in name, it will still belong to Wu clan. This was Fang Yuan's second condition. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes opened wide, his warm expression suddenly changing to that of anger. But in truth, senior, you will be this mountain's owner. The benefits will mostly go to you, but you need to hand over a portion of the resources to our Wu clan every year. This was Fang Yuan's third condition. Mountain-moving old monster began to sneer, his expression had turned dark. Wu Yihai, are you playing with me? Of course not. Fang Yuan had a sober expression. He stood up and looked at mountain-moving old monster's eyes with no fear. Senior, may I ask 3 questions? Mountain-moving old monster barely restrained his anger. Speak. Senior, first, you are a lone person not affiliated with any super force. How could my Wu clan leave Mount Snail in your hands? It would be alright if it were a super force, but letting a lone cultivator take benefits would negatively affect my Wu clan's prestige. Second, even if you can take possession of this Mount Snail for the moment, how long can you defend it? Even if my Wu clan doesn't interfere with you, what about the other super forces? Third, senior, do you think that by only bribing me, the whole of Wu clan will simply watch from the sidelines? Mountain-moving old monster fell into silence. After a long while, he sighed and spoke with a hoarse voice. Then if we go with your idea, wouldn't I become the guard for your Wu clan's mountain? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It is just some insignificant reputation. How could everything go perfectly? The conditions I mentioned are actually not excessive. It is because I considered how I was also once a lone cultivator. The question is, do you want face or real benefits? Please consider it properly. This time, the silence lasted an even longer time. Only when the light drizzle gradually stopped, he spoke. All right, we will go according to your idea. Chapter 13:16, Moon Festival. Looking at Mount Snail loudly moving away, and mountain-moving old monster standing on top of it with an owner's air, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to leave. Mount Snail's matter had been settled. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu Clan had reached an agreement with mountain-moving old monster. Mountain-moving old monster obtained most of the benefits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu Clan in name. Wu Yong had assigned Fang Yuan to retain Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had retained it, although it was only a portion, it could be considered as completing the task. Mountain-moving old monster agreed to my conditions because of Wu Clan's force behind me. As for Wu Yong, he is currently worn out by dealing with the difficulties created by other super forces. He has no choice but to forcibly acknowledge the resolution of Mount Snail. Wu Clan is in a grave situation at present. As Wu Yong's brother, I should not idle around outside and must return as quickly as possible. Fang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of this matter. He had an explanation to hand to Wu Clan, and more importantly, he had reaped many benefits from this task. He could already begin the construction of coiling thread caves. Because of these resources, Fang Yuan immediately had spare funds to engage in a large-scale expansion of his second major resource. According to the previous development speed, he would have had to wait more than half a year. And in this duration, there could not be any unexpected mishaps. For instance, intense battle would consume a lot of red data mortal essence. The rate of time in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was slowed down at present. The amount of red data mortal essence he produced was a lot less than before, and Fang Yuan needed to use immortal essence stones to turn them into red data mortal essence. Now, his immortal essence was no longer green grape immortal essence. 100 immortal essence stones were required to turn into 1 bead of red data mortal essence. I need to arrange the GU formation to construct the coiling thread caves. I also need ranked 6 immortal material dark soft silk and ranked 7 immortal material regret water rocks. With these funds, all this can be completed and it is only a matter of time. The important thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the crucial factor. Fang Yuan thought as he moved forward. Right as he was on his way back, in the headquarters of Wu Clan, 2 GU immortals were currently talking about him, Wu Yihai. One was Wu Clan's rank 8 GU immortal, First Supreme Elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fa. Who could have thought my brother would resolve Mount Snail's matter so quickly? Elder Wu Fa, as per the clan rules, how should we reward him? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa was silent for a moment. He knew that Wu Yong's question was not superficial. He was asking about his attitude towards Wu Yihai. He was testing Wu Fa. Because Wu Yihai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were half-siblings. Wu Fa quickly thought and replied, Lord Wu Yihai has a lone cultivator background. One sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily. Right, your remark is correct. Yihai has a lone cultivator's disposition. Even after returning to the clan, he has not changed and is always thinking of quickly making cash and eyeing up cheap benefits. Wu Fa, however, did not agree. Frosty Peak and Mount Snail are not small benefits. Wu Yong's laughter stopped, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. That is indeed not good. If everyone were to be like this, how would Wu Clan continue to exist? But he did not overstep the bottom line and has not left behind any weaknesses that could be exposed. As he said this, Wu Yong sighed and remarked, he has some ability. How could Wu Fa not realize Wu Yong's meaning? Wu Yong naturally could not be pleased at seeing Fang Yuan use the situation to his advantage. But the situation left him no choice. He was lacking manpower and sometimes had no choice but to send Wu Yihai to deal with some matters. Fang Yuan had also revealed his ability by handling these two matters. This ability had obtained Wu Yong's acknowledgement, so Wu Yong would still continue to use Fang Yuan. But when the time arrives and Wu Clan's situation eases up, Fang Yuan would be cast aside by Wu Yong, to the extent that if Fang Yuan were to leave behind any evidence, Wu Yong would grasp the opportunity and deal a huge blow to Fang Yuan. After all, no higher up would feel comfortable with someone like Fang Yuan, who sought after personal gains. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Wu Clan. He met with Wu Yong and described the whole matter briefly, and obtained a reward from Wu Clan once again. Fang Yuan chose to exchange for immortal essence stones. Naturally, this sum of immortal essence stones could not compare to what he had obtained from mountain-moving old monster. It was far too few. The construction of the coiling thread caves was slowly progressing. This was his current focus. Every set interval of time, Fang Yuan would have to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi, stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. After all, Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was extremely taxing on the immortal aperture. This matter was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan could not directly absorb heaven and earth qi, because the amount he absorbed every time was huge and the interval between them was also short. As such, Fang Yuan had to search for some immortal materials in treasure yellow heaven, disintegrating them into heaven and earth qi to infuse into himself. This no doubt consumed a lot of Fang Yuan's spare energy and finances, but he would rather do this carefully. This was the only way he could stick around long enough and avoid showing any flaws that could let others expose his identity. Days passed by. Fang Yuan started to feel somewhat impatient. The problems on the giant dream realm's end have already settled down. But Wu Yong does not seem to show any signs of letting me return. Looks like what I was worried about happened after all. Sigh. Wu Yong was busy dealing with difficulties from all sides, doing everything to stabilize the situation. If he let Fang Yuan return, and a problem occurred on the Super GU formation's end, would he not be creating trouble for himself? Moreover, Wu Yong saw Fang Yuan had some ability and wanted to continue letting him deal with some problems. As for Fang Yuan embezzling resources while doing the tasks, Wu Yong was turning a blind eye to it for now and did not look into it. He did not pursue it, but Fang Yuan wanted him to. Looking at the reason Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and entered Wu Clan, wasn't it for the dream realm? It seems I need to make a move. On this day, Fang Yuan left his residence. For the policies of higher-ups, there were countermeasures. Fang Yuan was an old fox, how could he not have a method to respond to this? Around 12 days later, in a pavilion on Yuhua Mountain, several GU immortals were seated around a stone table. Warm moonlight flowed down like water. Night birds cried out in the lush green hills. Soft wind brushed past. The view was beautiful beyond imagination. Today is Southern Border's yearly Moon Festival 1. It is my fortune to enjoy this festival with all our honorable guests. Chao Si Lu said with a smile. Her voice was beautiful like the soft murmurs of mountain springs, giving a pure feeling. Her appearance was even more beautiful, dressed in a pure white brocade dress. Along with her exquisite features, it gave a feeling of a fairy from mortal tales. Being able to receive Fairy Si Lu's invitation to enjoy the Moon Festival together is my, Luo Muzi's, honor. A GU immortal with the looks of a young man spoke. His smile was glowing with enthusiasm, particularly the gaze he had when looked at Chao Si Lu. It was scorching hot. Chao Si Lu was one of the 3 publicly recognized top beauties in Southern Border's GU immortal world. What stood out even more was her background. Chao Clan, although affiliated with Wu Clan, was also a righteous path super force. Among the 6 GU immortals present, there were 2 women and 4 men. Other than the one couple, Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were pursuers of Chao Si Lu. There were many pursuers of Chao Si Lu, but being able to receive an invitation to this festival from her showed these 2 were not at the same level as the rest. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were naturally happy. They came rushing over immediately when they received Chao Si Lu's invitation. But at this moment, Chao Si Lu spoke to another male GU immortal. Yi Hai, you said you wanted to integrate yourself into Southern Border. Tonight's Moon Festival is a custom of Southern Border. Southern Border has a lot of mountains, separated from each other, but the Moon Festival is a common custom. Every year, at this time, we will all appreciate the moon. Her eyes were glistening with light, her soft voice and her smiling rosy lips created an extraordinary image. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei immediately frowned, as they rigidly stared at Fang Yuan with eyes that could burst into flames. Chao Si Lu's differing attitude could be clearly seen by anyone who had eyes. Moreover, the seating arrangement had already put Luo Muzi and Lun Fei in a bad mood. Because on the main seat was Chao Si Lu and on her right seat was Fang Yuan, while to her left was her best friend, Fairy Tian Lu. As for the other male GU immortals, their seats were arranged quite far away. Moon Festival. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. He asked. Even though he already knew. Interesting, what do we do besides appreciating the moon? We drink tea, recite poems, and also dissect rocks. Chao Si Lu explained with a smile. Dissect rocks. Fang Yuan looked puzzled. Chao Si Lu did not reply. Instead she handed a cup of fragrant tea to Fang Yuan. First, please taste my personally brewed tea. Luo Muzi almost stood up at this sight. Lun Fei's eyelids twitched violently, wishing he could be in Fang Yuan's place. Fang Yuan took a light sip of the tea and commented, "This tea is not bad." "Only not bad. This is Fairy Si Lu's renowned willow spiral tea. Luo Muzi almost yelled. Is there something special that I am unaware of? Fang Yuan looked at Chao Si Lu. Chao Si Lu met Fang Yuan's gaze, before her eyes turned and she laughed softly. Lun Fei's heart started beating faster at the fairy's charming laughter. At this moment, Fairy Tian Lu aptly chirped. This willow spiral tea, if you lightly shake it, a whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea in the appearance of a willow leaf. You will only get the true extraordinary taste of the tea when you drink it at that time. Oh, so it was like that. Fang Yuan shook the cup in his hand, and immediately, there was a change on the surface of the tea. He drank it then, and felt the fragrance overflow in his mouth, giving him a pleasant aftertaste and satisfaction. Great tea, Fang Yuan praised. Of course it is a great tea. Fairy Si Lu's personally brewed tea is not something just anyone can get to drink. Luo Muzi sourly said. To be able to receive your praise, Si Lu's efforts were not wasted. You should know that you need to spend 6 hours to make this tea and you cannot be even the slightest bit careless during the whole process. Fairy Tian Lu said. Lun Fei was extremely moved. It is truly my lifetime's honor to be able to taste Fairy Si Lu's personally brewed willow spiral tea tonight. Fairy Tian Lu's eyebrows immediately rose. Who said you can taste the willow spiral tea? Si Lu took out some time from her busy schedule to make this one cup. Chapter 13:17, Tea Competition. Chao Si Lu only made 1 cup of willow spiral tea, which was given to Fang Yuan. Such a brewing method immediately changed the significance of this cup of willow spiral tea. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed, showing flattered joy on his face, but his mind was tranquil with no ripples. This is truly a pity. No matter how beautiful you are, without eternal life, you will just be a pile of bones in the end. Beauty is superficial, but people cannot stop indulging in it. But this Fairy Tian Lu is indeed Chao Si Lu's best friend, their coordination is remarkable. The only cup of brewed tea was given to Fang Yuan by Fairy Si Lu. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei, who were still thinking of tasting the tea, however, obtained such a reply. Their expressions had become quite stiff at this moment. Chao Si Lu smiled. The willow spiral tea was only a token of goodwill. I have brought bewitching tea for everyone, please have a taste. She waved her silk sleeve, 5 servings of tea appeared on the table. This tea was different from willow spiral tea, it was not in a cup, but in a white porcelain dish. At the center of this dish was a fist-sized dewdrop. This dewdrop was lustrous like a jade, its surface wobbling slightly against the night wind, looking delicate. Bewitching tea is a renowned tea of Chao clan, to think I could have a taste tonight. Luo Muzi gave himself an excuse, but in fact, his gaze was still fixed on that cup in front of Fang Yuan. Lun Fei had already tightly clenched his fists below the table, grinding his teeth as he raised the small porcelain dish and took a sip of the bewitching tea. Good tea, he exclaimed, but his expression was slightly rigid. In fact, bewitching tea was multiple grades higher than willow spiral tea. The latter was only Chao Si Lu's creation, while the former was Chao clan's signature tea. A Super Force's signature tea was naturally more outstanding than the tea created by Chao Si Lu, a single GU Immortal. However, as far as Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were concerned, they would rather give up 100 servings of bewitching tea to drink a serving of willow spiral tea. Bewitching tea is really refreshing and has endless aftertaste. Si Lu, how can I take out my Aurora tea when you brought out this tea? Fairy Tian Lu smiled. Chao Si Lu, however, was not the slightest bit polite to this best friend of hers. Just don't take it out then, I am already tired of drinking your Aurora tea. Right now, I am anticipating Sheng Lu's Drunken Flowers tea. It is rumored this tea was a creation from his inspiration when he fell in love at first sight with you. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to taste it today. I am ashamed. Sheng Lu rubbed his nose, giving a bitter smile. My Drunken Flowers tea is a crude creation, it is not exquisite enough for today. Fairy Tian Lu also smiled while covering her mouth. Si Lu, you are making things difficult for my darling Lu, this won't do. Only I can drink Drunken Flowers tea, outsiders can stop dreaming about it. Her face showed pride and love as she said this. GU Immortal Sheng Lu, who was beside her, looked lovingly at Fairy Tian Lu. They were already holding their hands below the table. Chao Si Lu gave a deep sigh. Oh, I wonder when I will meet a person who will create a tea for me. There was a sense of dejectedness in her soft query. At this moment, moonlight shone into the pavilion. A beauty sighing softly under the moonlight was truly a very lovable sight. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei felt their bodies heating up. Luo Muzi even stood up. Fairy Si Lu, I have a tea which is called 9 Recollecting Fragrances. It is my own creation, Fairy, I would like to offer it to you on this auspicious occasion. Not willing to be left behind, Lun Fei also quipped in, I also have prepared my tea, this is yin-yang tea, there is a clear distinction between yin and yang, Fairy, please have a taste. These two GU immortals only offered the tea to Chao Si Lu, just like Chao Si Lu had given her willow spiral tea to Fang Yuan. Chao Si Lu took a sip of both tea, and said with a smile, 9 Recollecting Fragrances is aptly named, the moment the tea enters the mouth, fragrances coil around the tongue. Tasting it carefully, there are actually 9 moments when the fragrances intensify, it is really extraordinary. Haha, Fairy, it is not worthy of such praise from you. Luo Mu Zi laughed heartily, his previous bad mood swept away completely. Chao Si Lu then said to Lun Fei, yin-yang tea, although it is not a unique creation, I have heard of it before. There are 3 levels to brewing this tea. First level is when yin and yang are obscure. Second layer is when yin and yang are separate. Third level is when yin contains yang, and yang contains yin, yin and yang revolving around each other. Lun Fei, your skill can be seen for being able to achieve the second level of brewing this tea. There are probably less than 10 people who can achieve that in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path GU immortal like you. Tea, wine, delicacies, in this world, they were naturally not ordinary. There were countless ways to brew tea. It was not as simple and shallow as putting tea leaves in hot water. Like the tea discussed by the immortals in the pavilion, willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, drunken flowers, 9 recollecting fragrances, and yin-yang tea, they were all incomplete GU recipes. And when these GU recipes were completed, and the GU immortal brewed tea at that time, they could refine food path GU worms. Food path was one of the many cultivation paths, it was just that it had never flourished. Although it was extremely significant and there was a lot of interests in it, unfortunately, because of historical reasons, there were very few food path inheritances left in the world. This Lun Fei's main cultivation is actually food path. Fang Yuan gave Lun Fei a quick glance, feeling slightly surprised inwardly. What is this guy's origin? I have many immortal GU, if I could obtain his food path inheritance, it might be a huge help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intent. Even if you had no intention to harm others, they might still want to harm you. Fang Yuan was somewhat moved. His current strength was already among the best below rank 8. When he activated reverse flow protection seal, although his offensive methods were still weaker, he could stand toe-to-toe with Feng Zhuzhe. I need to first check Lun Fei's background and see if I can make a move against him or not. If I can, Wu Yihai's identity must not be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan definitely could not brazenly kill Lun Fei. Because he was a righteous path GU immortal GU, and could not adopt demonic path methods. A super force had much more robust strength than a lone immortal, but these forces usually did not lightly offend any GU immortal. The same went for Wu clan. A super force had huge assets and businesses. If a GU immortal could not be killed and escaped, they could destroy many resources of the super force and be a huge headache to the super force. Wu Yong had this consideration as well when he accepted Fang Yuan's idea of giving some concessions to mountain-moving old monster in regards to Mount Snail. It is better to probe and determine the value of Lun Fei's inheritance. If it is not high, forget it. If the value is high and I am to make a move, I need to be absolutely careful to not let his soul self detonate. There was no need to think about immortal GU, they could not be obtained. But Fang Yuan could kill Lun Fei and capture his soul, to obtain the food path inheritance by soul searching. Fang Yuan had always held food path inheritances in high expectations. Unfortunately, due to a lack of fortuitous encounters, he could do nothing about it. Since there were no fortuitous encounters, then he had to make a move himself and rob others. Fang Yuan did not have any feeling of guilt. Many GU immortals were particular about not attacking others if others did not attack them. However, Fang Yuan was someone who, even if others did not attack him, would go attack them. I brewed this tea over 7 days and 7 nights, Fairy, now being able to receive your praise, it was all worth it. Lun Fei's tone was slightly shaking with excitement. He then looked at Fang Yuan and said with a hint of challenge, I wonder what tea Lord Wu Yihai is going to show us. He had not even the slightest idea that Fang Yuan was already brewing thoughts of killing him. Eastern Sea is the most plentiful region in terms of resources. Wu Yihai has lived in Eastern Sea for many years, Any tea he brings out will definitely surpass others and be the top tea. Luo Muzi sat back and spoke with enthusiasm. These two were Chao Si Lu's pursuers. After realizing Fang Yuan's threat, they had tacitly allied to put Fang Yuan in an awkward situation. They praised Fang Yuan highly, making it difficult for him to refuse their request. Chao Si Lu slightly frowned. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei's thoughts were slightly devious. If Wu Yihai could not showcase such a tea, the situation would be awkward. Even if he could, his reputation would suffer. Because this event was hosted by Chao Si Lu, Chao Clan's bewitching tea was the main tea, while other GU Immortals' teas were supplementary. The guests should not overshadow the host. This was an unwritten rule of the Moon Festival. Chao Clan might not care about it, but Wu Yihai's reputation would suffer. The righteous path was very concerned about reputation. Fang Yuan, however, had no hesitation. He directly took out 5 cups of tea and indicated to the others, "Please enjoy." Fairy Tian Lu's eyes brightened. Being the first to pick up a cup, I am very curious as to what Lord Wu Yihai's tea is like. But the first person to drink the tea was not her, but Lun Fei. He looked somewhat hurried. This was the best opportunity to knock down his rival. As a food path GU Immortal, he was proficient in this aspect. How could he not take this opportunity? But with just one sip, he immediately frowned and spat it out. "Pisha, what rotten tea is this? Awful, too awful." Luo Muzi also took a sip before placing the cup down. "This is the most revolting tea I have ever had in my life. It might even be worse than mortal tea." His tone was extremely impolite, with no hint of respect towards a rival. The two had firmly grasped the opportunity to attack Fang Yuan's reputation. Fairy Tian Lu wanted to help mediate the situation, but after drinking it, she gave a helpless smile. "This tea is salty and bitter, it is like seawater." Fang Yuan smiled and unexpectedly admitted, "It is seawater. You actually brought seawater. Are you trying to shame Fairy Si Lu?" Luo Muzi and Lun Fei quickly sent verbal attacks. The smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, replaced by solemnness. "I don't like to drink tea. If I had to choose, this seawater would be my tea. You do not understand. I live the life of a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, an orphan with no one to rely on and with calamities and tribulations pressuring me at all times. Every day, I would wake up early and scoop a bowl of salty seawater to drink. This was to remind myself to not slack and continue persevering." The pavilion immediately fell into silence. Chao Si Lu slowly lifted her cup amidst this silence and took a sip, before slowly putting the cup down. She smiled. Her rosy lips and white teeth seemed brighter than the beautiful moonlight. "This is the most special tea I have had in my life, thank you, Yihai. This tea is good, I am truly moved." Luo Muzi and Lun Fei fell into silence seeing that the person they loved had responded like this. Chapter 13:18. Story of the Moon Festival. "Are you kidding me? My 9 recollecting fragrances cannot even compare to a cup of seawater." Luo Muzi roared inwardly, while maintaining his calm appearance on the surface. "Damn, this Wu Yihai is playing tricks and pulled a fast one. We are offering tea, yet he offers seawater. He is too shameless. Fairy Si Lu even approved of him. This is too infuriating." Veins started to bulge in Lun Fei's clenched fists below the table. Fairy Tian Lu quickly calmed the situation. "The moon is high in the sky. Since we have already drunk tea, if there are no poems to accompany this festival, it would not be complete." Fang Yuan pretended to not understand. "Are we really going to recite poems?" He looked like he had heard it for the first time. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei's eyes immediately brightened. This was another opportunity to knock down their rival. You managed to get away with it the previous time, duping your way through. This time, I am going to push you down from the limelight, then fiercely step on you a couple times. Luo Muzi's mind was revolving around this thought, but on the surface, he was still wearing a smile and had a graceful demeanor. The same went for Lun Fei, having similar thoughts. However, they did not know what kind of person Fang Yuan was. Competing in poetry, this was worse than showing off in front of an expert. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a large stockpile of traditional poems in his head, including those renowned works as well as earth-shaking masterpieces. He could easily use one of them and these two would be unable to save face. "Yes, we are going to recite poems, there is a story behind this." Chao Si Lu answered Fang Yuan. "Oh, please explain." Fang Yuan continued to ask. "This is a story that has been passed down in southern border, and is also the origin of the Moon Festival." Chao Si Lu said with eloquence. Once upon a time, at a certain village in southern border, a young man fell in love with an old Gu master's daughter, and this Gu master's daughter also was in love with this mortal youth. The youth mustered up his courage to propose the marriage, but he was met with the old Gu master's rejection. "You are only a mortal, while my daughter is a Gu master with a bright future. How could you be worthy of my daughter? Get lost," the young man implored and begged, but the old Gu master sneered. "You are daydreaming, thinking I will let my daughter marry you. You, a mere mortal who cannot even brew tea. What use do you have?" The youth replied, "Isn't it just tea? What is so difficult about it? If I brew it, will you marry your daughter to me?" The old Gu master felt a headache. He knew his daughter loved this youth deeply. Forcefully breaking them up would only make his daughter hate him. "If you can make a cup of tea that meets my expectations, I will give you a chance." The youth was joyous and agreed immediately. "Sir, I will definitely make it." The Gu master daughter was extremely worried when she heard about this. "My family is reputed for our famous tea, and you have to make a tea which can satisfy my father. You are only a mortal with no Gu master abilities, how can you brew a good tea?" The young man, however, replied, "Don't worry. Who says mortals cannot brew tea? Let me tell you 3 principles. The first principle, the law of the jungle, big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimps." Saying that, the young man walked to a stream and hooked a big fish. He cut the fish, retrieving a small fish inside. He then cut the small fish, and took out a shrimp from the inside. The second principle, humans need to eat and also need to defecate. The young man then ate the shrimp and pooped out a pile of feces. The third principle, feces can nourish vegetation to grow better. The young man buried his feces under the soil, and sure enough, flowers and plants started to flourish and grow. The young man plucked a kind of flower from among them and soaked it in the stream. The entire small stream turned into tea. The old Gu master could not speak for a long while after he took a sip of this tea. His daughter said, "Father, you are not thinking of reneging on your promise, right?" Only then did the old Gu master nod reluctantly. "Boy, you have passed the first test. But it is still impossible for you, a mortal, to marry my daughter. You are too crude and lack talent, you cannot recite poems." The youth scratched his head and spoke worriedly. "Although I have not recited poems before, I can give it a try." The old Gu master scoffed. "You?" The youth asked back. "Why can't I? Boy, reciting poems is not just casually chanting a few phrases. We Gu masters can cause heaven and earth to change by reciting poems. We can make humans dance with joy. Can you do that?" The youth said in a low tone. "How would I know if I don't give it a try?" "All right, then try. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, then you need to leave and never see my daughter again." The youth had no choice but to agree. He began to pace around, thinking of a poem to recite. But he had never recited a poem before. He had no clue how to start. At this moment, he saw the ants on the ground. He saw the birds and the setting sun outside the window. Suddenly, he patted his head. He began to recite. "Sparrows fly low and snakes slither around. Ants move their homes as it rains down." Southern border had many rainy days, and it was currently springtime as well. The youth had just finished speaking, when light rain began to appear in the sky. The old Gu master's expression changed. The youth continued. "A drop of spring rain resembles a drop of oil, too much of it sends us into turmoil." The rain got heavier and the sky turned dark. The old Gu master's expression was slightly unsightly. The youth grabbed his head and scratched his cheek. Elm trees droop as farming commences, hair falls as seeds scatter. At this point, the youth was stuck and for the life of him, he could not recite the final line. "I will give you some more time." The old Gu master sneered. The youth's eyes brightened as he pointed at the old Gu master and said, "Lord took away all the grains, our hungry stomachs are all in pain." The old Gu master immediately stomped his foot in anger and stood up, breaking the teacup in his hand. Then, he pointed at the young man and shouted, "A mere mortal dares to be so audacious." But his daughter laughed and clapped. "Amazing, this song changed heaven and earth, and even made father dance." The old Gu master was furious at seeing his daughter side with her boyfriend, but was unable to retort. "Good, good, good, consider that you have passed the second test, but there is still the final one. You want to marry my daughter, what about the betrothal gift? Can you take out a betrothal gift that can satisfy me?" The youth lowered his head dejectedly. He lived in a thatched cottage, slept on a straw mat and only had one set of patched clothes. I will use all my assets as the betrothal gift. The youth spoke in a serious tone. Let me see them, the old GU master said. The young man brought the old GU master to his residence, to that old thatched cottage. He then said, these are all my assets. This old hut with holes everywhere. The old GU master pointed with disdain. This straw mat that is about to break. The old GU master threw the straw mat. These rocks used as stools. The old GU master kicked the rocks and broke them. The youth lowered his head. Every sentence the old GU master said made the young man's head lower further down. When the old GU master said his third sentence, the youth's head had almost hung down to his chest. But right at this time, from a rock the old GU master has kicked open, a beautiful GU worm that looked like the moon flew out leisurely, shining brightly. The old GU master was stunned. The youth was also stunned. He had picked up this rock casually from the base of the mountain. The old GU master's daughter cried out happily, this GU worm is definitely enough as the betrothal gift, right? The old GU master was unable to retort, he could not say anything and finally, he could only rub his nose and marry his daughter to this mortal lad. Fang Yuan had already heard of this story before, it was indeed interesting. The story portrayed a conflict between a mortal and a GU master, and actually ended up with the mortal's victory. The youth had braved through the 3 hurdles, finally getting together with the beauty, who was also a GU master. The old GU master had not used strength from start to finish, this did not conform to logic. It, however, showed a lowly mortal's thirst towards a better life, as well as pursuing happiness. Xiao Silu narrated the story to Fang Yuan, conveniently explaining the customs of the Moon Festival as well. Why it was that during the Moon Festival, the people in southern border, be they GU immortals or mortals, would make tea, recite poems and dissect rocks. Naturally, the tea brewing of mortals was done with ordinary tea leaves, and as for dissecting rocks, it was replaced by breaking pebbles as a way of receiving auspicious blessings. This is quite an interesting story, thank you, Fairy Silu, for answering my doubts. Fang Yuan said, politely. Xiao Silu smiled. Why are you so polite, you can just call me Silu. Huh, Luo Mu Zi's eyes opened wide. Xiao Silu's attitude towards Wu Yihai was completely different from how she treated the two of them. We have had tea already, now let us recite poems. Lun Fei said, his gaze towards Fang Yuan flashed with some coldness and his tone had also turned somewhat icier. Xiao Silu's beautiful eyes turned towards Lun Fei. Lun Fei, you are already eager, I am very interested to listen to your masterpiece. Lun Fei laughed happily, the coldness on his face completely dissipated as he replied, then let me recite my simple work. He stood up and slowly walked outside the pavilion as he recited. Stepping into society as an ignorant youngster. Step by step I walk by myself. But tonight I do not drink alone. Because my dream beauty is here under the moon. Lun Fei, in his blue robe and with fair appearance, recited slowly. The first 2 lines described his cultivation experiences, hinting at his lonely journey. The last 2 lines described the current situation, especially the last line, it was an implicit confession. He had walked out of the pavilion, and after his recital, he returned inside, gazing deeply at Xiao Silu. Xiao Silu sensed the passion in his eyes and quickly turned around to look at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan neither looked at her nor showed hostility towards Lun Fei, he was just quietly drinking tea. A trace of disappointment flashed past Xiao Silu's eyes. Chapter 13:19, Poem Competition. Good poem, good poem. Fairy Tian Lu laughed charmingly, especially the last line, my dream beauty is here under the moon, it was truly beautiful. I think it is definitely talking about me, hee hee. She improvised a humorous remark, easing the atmosphere in the pavilion. Lun Fei gave a helpless and bitter smile, sitting down again. Please don't mind my crude creation, it is hardly presentable. Lun Fei, you are too modest, I have a poem as well. Luo Mu Zi said, oh, we would love to hear it. Xiao Silu smiled, looking at Luo Mu Zi with anticipation. Luo Mu Zi turned silent for a moment before slowly reciting. Climbed mountains to seek immortality. Danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light. Dark GU lurk in heart. A dream like golden jade. Thousands of years of loneliness. 5 regions and 9 heavens. Everything is in one breath. The concept and imagination in this poem with 5 words in each line immediately moved the GU immortals. They carefully savored it, Climbed mountains to seek immortality, referred to a GU Immortal's cultivation. Danger present in every step, GU Immortals needed to deal with calamities and tribulations in their cultivation, devoting all their effort in managing their immortal aperture. It was like climbing a mountain. The higher they reached, the more dangerous it became. Dust specks float like light. The meaning was that time was always passing by, and in the mortal world, dust gathered on people and people were like floating dust. Dark GU lurk in heart. On the surface, it referred to GU Immortals storing immortal GU and mortal GU in their immortal apertures. But the GU Immortals present had deep background in literature. They could already savor the deeper meaning. Dark GU referred to darkness, setbacks, failures, compromises, disappointments, and other negative feelings. Mortals thought immortals had good lives, but immortals faced difficulties they did not know. Just look at the living beings in the world, who was truly free and unfettered. GU Immortals endured huge pressure in their cultivation. It was unavoidable for them to have negative feelings. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were not an exception. Climbed mountains to seek immortality, danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light, dark GU lurk in heart. These phrases were brief but contained profound meaning, which when carefully considered, resonated greatly with GU Immortals. The lines after this, a dream like gold and jade, thousands of years of loneliness, it referred to gold and jade, all kinds of wealth, being superficial objects and just like dreams. As time passes, love, hatred, and all feelings disappear. It showed how the poet looked indifferently at the changes in the world, that their mind was free from mortal emotions. The final phrase, 5 regions and 9 heavens, everything is in one breath, was filled with vigor and majesty, sweeping away the gloominess and heaviness from the previous lines. There were several other meanings to it. As long as humans had one breath left in them they were living. When they lose this breath, they would die. People strived and fought for that one breath. Using the world as an analogy, GU Immortal cultivation was just like the pillars holding up the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Everyone was just working hard to support themselves. The entire poem was slow at first before it became faster in momentum, creating a majestic scene that filled the listeners with admiration. For a moment, the pavilion was filled with silence, the immortals quietly ruminating over this poem. Xiao Lu thought to herself, strange, from my understanding of Luo Muzi, how could he create such a poem with his nature? He probably stole someone else's work. He also did not say it was his creation. She sized up Luo Muzi. Luo Muzi looked calm on the surface, sitting upright as he quietly drank his tea, but the smile on his lips gave away his inner feelings. Xiao Lu inwardly smiled, but did not expose him. She then turned her sight towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was unexpectedly strange. This is Qi Ju's 5 words poem. How is it possible? Didn't demon immortal Qi Ju's grotto heaven only appear when dream realms flourished in the 5 regions' chaotic war? Strange, strange, strange. Demon immortal Qi Ju was a great expert from the olden antiquity era, a rank 8 GU immortal with immense battle strength who had once fought limitless demon venerable 3 times. The results were a win, a draw, and a loss. Naturally, the first 2 battles were when limitless demon venerable had yet to advance to rank 9. And, in the final battle, limitless demon venerable had advanced to rank 9, surpassing demon immortal Qi Ju. But the battle had still lasted for 9 days and 9 nights, before the latter was defeated. However, limitless demon venerable did not kill demon immortal Qi Ju and let him go. Limitless demon venerable had said this at the time, you were my biggest enemy, but without you, I would not have trained so desperately. You also had a hand in pushing me towards my current cultivation level. Having received the recognition and praise of a grand demon venerable, demon immortal Qi Ju's name was marked in history. The grotto heaven left after his death had lasted until the present. In Fang Yuan's first life, dream realms manifested one after another during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Regional walls disappeared and the 5 regions turned into one. Such a huge change created a turbulence in heaven and earth Qi, exposing many hidden blessed lands and grotto heavens to the outside world. Demon immortal Qi Ju's grotto heaven was revealed in such a situation. Undoubtedly, the moment it appeared, it caused an uproar in the 5 regions. That shouldn't be. Simple logic is that Qi Ju's 5 words poem was engraved in Qi Ju grotto heaven. How did Luo Muzi know of it at this time? Could it be, he has already entered Qi Ju grotto heaven? Fang Yuan's thoughts became somewhat chaotic for a moment. Qiju Grotto Heaven contained the demon immortal's true inheritance. This demon immortal was on the same level as sword immortal Bo Qing, even He Fan paled in comparison to him. If I could obtain this true inheritance, will I obtain Qiju's true inheritance by killing this Luo Muzi? Intense killing intent rose in Fang Yuan's mind once again. Without knowing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Luo Muzi gave a challenging glance to Fang Yuan. I wonder what great work Wu Yihai has. We are really looking forward to it. That is natural. Lun Fei quickly chipped in. Lord Wu Yihai's origin is not ordinary, he has plenty of experiences and what's more, Eastern Sea is very rich in resources. I can't compare to the scholarly attainment of Wu Yihai. These two praised Fang Yuan with pleasant words, but their thoughts were anything but good. Chao Si Lu was well aware of it. At this moment, she did not protect Fang Yuan but stared at Fang Yuan and encouraged him. I also really want to listen to your poem, I am sure it will definitely be interesting and special. Yes, yes, Fairy Tian Lu quickly agreed. For a moment, Fang Yuan was pressured by everyone, he rubbed his nose and gave a forced smile. Friends, you are all overestimating me, how could I have poems, I don't know how to make any. Wu Yihai, you are modest. Too modest. Luo Muzi laughed. Fang Yuan shrugged. I am telling the truth, I did not even know we would have to recite poems to appreciate the moon. Since that is the case, Wu Yihai, why don't you make one right now? It should be a wonderful work, don't worry if it takes a bit of time, we are all willing to wait. Lun Fei said, not letting Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Of course, he had a lot of poems in his head. There was many poems praised since ancient times from Earth, he could casually copy any of those famous stanzas, it would be enough for this occasion and resolve the difficulties from these Gu immortals. Fang Yuan gazed around. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei loved Chao Si Lu, they naturally considered Fang Yuan an eyesore, both had come to a tacit agreement to work together and knock down their rival. What good would it do for him to contend with such losers? Fairy Tian Lu was Chao Si Lu's best friend and was indeed working hard, helping Chao Si Lu wholeheartedly. As for her lover, he did not speak much and was silent most of the time, quietly drinking tea from the side, this showed how astute he was. As for Chao Si Lu, this fairy had both appearance and background, and was one of the three great beauties of southern border, she naturally had her pride. Chao Clan might have ordered her to approach Fang Yuan, but she had her own methods. She had thought meticulously in hosting this moon festival today. She had thought out everything, not only taking care of small details like seating order, she had also brought her best friend to help her, and an even more brilliant move was that she had invited Lun Fei and Luo Muzi to take part in the event. When two men compete with each other over a girl, even if she was a pig, they would think she is awesome. Only when one wins and the other is out of the competition, and when the victor looks at this pig, he will then realize, oh, this was a pig after all. This was rather exaggerated, but the logic was similar. When a competitor appears, it would make the girl who is being pursued seem even more precious and more valuable. Chao Si Lu was well aware of this logic, so she made this arrangement to evoke Fang Yuan's thoughts and make him take the initiative to pursue her, then she could conveniently agree and hook Fang Yuan in. If it were the real Wu Yihai, perhaps he might have already fallen into the planning of beauty. Unfortunately, the one she was facing was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained unmoved the whole time because he knew the relation between Wu Clan and Chao Clan, and also the scheme of Chao Clan's higher-ups. With this understanding, Fang Yuan was in a strategically superior and stable position, while Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were no more than roadside clowns. When Fang Yuan sized up the Gu immortals in the pavilion, the Gu immortals were also focusing their gazes on him. There was silence in the pavilion, this silence was no doubt a kind of pressure. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei want to embarrass me. Chao Si Lu also wants me to accept the challenge, maybe she is feeling a little upset. After all, for such a beauty, the seawater was too rude. As for Fairy Tian Lu, she is completely on Chao Si Lu's side, and is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan thought of all this, smiling inwardly as he said, then let me recite one, don't laugh at me. We are all ears, we are looking forward to it. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were all smiles. At the next moment, the immortals heard Fang Yuan's poem. O great sea, you are made of water. O horse, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have large eyes and a mouth. The poem ended. The entire pavilion was silent. Everyone's expression seemed to have stiffened. Even Chao Si Lu and Fairy Tian Lu were no exception. This, what the fuck? This is a poem, this is rubbish, this Wu Yi Hai is an utter boor. What nonsense is this? Appreciating the moon and reciting poems, it was an elegant event, now it is completely ruined. The GU immortals were unanimously screaming internally. Fang Yuan was all smiles as he looked at Xiao Si Lu. I wonder if Fairy Si Lu is satisfied. Satisfied? Screw you, you still have the nerves to ask this question. You are simply too outrageous. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei roared inwardly, but being mindful of their bearing, they showed nothing on the surface. The pavilion was still a scene of silence. Hey, hee hee, Xiao Si Lu laughed, even though it sounded very forced. This poem is really special, to tell the truth, I have never heard such a poem. It is indeed worthy of being your creation, now that I carefully consider it, it is actually quite funny. Luo Muzi, Lun Fei, Chapter 1320, please evaluate. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were utterly speechless. They wanted to criticize Fang Yuan, but Xiao Si Lu had made such a remark. If they criticized now, would they not be embarrassing Xiao Si Lu? Luo Muzi and Lun Fei felt like they had swallowed a housefly but were unable to spit it out, it was unbearable. Fang Yuan was laughing on the inside as he gazed around. Xiao Si Lu was forcefully maintaining her smile, while Fairy Tian Lu gazed at her concernedly, her gaze seemingly containing some sympathetic feeling. As Xiao Si Lu's best friend, how could Fairy Tian Lu not know of her intention? It was just that Fang Yuan did not take the bait at all, making them be unable to do anything. As for Luo Muzi and Lun Fei, they had such stiff expressions that it was quite funny. Fang Yuan looked at these two. How was it? My poem was not bad, right? Not bad. Luo Muzi's and Lun Fei's eyes immediately opened wide as they looked at Fang Yuan, seemingly wanting to see how shameless this person could possibly get. But immediately afterwards, they heard Fang Yuan speak. Although I had a flash of inspiration, it seems a true masterpiece poem is also created like this. Si Lu really approves of my poem, but I still would like to hear your constructive feedback. Constructive feedback? This dogshit thing can be considered a poem. You want feedback? Si Lu, why are you speaking of her so closely? You scumbag, hey, who let you address her so intimately? Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were madly raving inside their minds. But they could not lose their temper, they had to evaluate it and give good remarks just like Xiao Si Lu's words so that they would not embarrass her. This disgusted them even more than eating a housefly. Fang Yuan was clearly their rival in love and it was also garbage that could not be considered a poem, but Luo Muzi and Lun Fei still needed to evaluate it and give nice comments. This poem, it is clear, easy to understand, and easy to read, Luo Muzi stammered, his expression was becoming increasingly unsightly and he felt like he was going to vomit. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, then turned towards Lun Fei. What do you think? Lun Fei saw Fang Yuan staring at him, the corners of his lips were raised slightly in a smile and seemed to be twitching. He insipidly remarked, this is a good poem. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose, how could he let this person off so easily? He pursued, what is so good about it? Lun Fei was furious, his face flushed red with anger as he screamed internally, how would I know what's good about it? There is nothing good about it. You created this garbage and still want to be praised. You scumbag. Looking at Fang Yuan's smiling expression, Lun Fei had an intense urge to smash the teacup on Fang Yuan's face. It would really appease his anger. But he could not do that. Xiao Si Lu was right beside them. If Lun Fei did that, what would happen to Xiao Si Lu's face? Wouldn't he embarrass this fairy? Moreover, he was not like Luo Muzi, he was a lone immortal. By contrast, Wu Yi Hai had a noble status, he was in Wu clan, and was the younger brother of Wu Yong. Lun Fei could only restrain his anger as he racked his brains to think of words for evaluating Fang Yuan's poem. I am really pleased with this Moon Appreciation Festival, never had I thought I am talented in composing poems. Fang Yuan smiled at Xiao Si Lu, his gaze full of deep meaning. Xiao Si Lu's mind shook slightly as she smiled. Next is rock dissecting, maybe you will have a huge harvest. Indeed, I am also most expectant towards this event, let us dissect rocks. Fairy Tian Lu quickly helped to change the subject. I have prepared a huge amount of rocks here for everyone to choose. Please. Xiao Si Lu naturally had come prepared, with Chao clan as her background, gathering some rocks was of course not a troubling matter. The mood in the pavilion eased. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei also let out sighs of relief, at least they no longer needed to praise Fang Yuan's poem against their own will. The rocks prepared by Chao Si Lu were of all sizes. The GU Immortals chose them one after the other and dissected them on the spot to see if there were any GU worms inside. As far as mortal GU was concerned, it was very easy for GU Immortals to get them. As such, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike the seriousness when GU masters dissected rocks. Naturally, this only applied to mortal GU. If a mortal GU were involved, this rock dissecting activity would be given serious attention by GU Immortals. GU Immortals had a lot of methods to check whether a rock had mortal GU or not. However, in today's event, they naturally would not use their methods to cheat and only relied on their insight and luck. As for rocks that had immortal GU, they could only be found by chance and not through seeking. The investigative methods of GU Immortals were deficient and without options in regard to such rocks. Trying to get an immortal GU in tonight's event would be wishful thinking and unrealistic. No one present had such expectations, as this was only meant to be an entertaining event. It was just that this entertainment held different meaning to Luo Muzi and Lun Fei compared to the past. They were secretly contending with Fang Yuan, but the result was they were almost at the verge of coughing out blood. Fang Yuan's rock dissecting results had maintained first place from start to finish. Rock dissecting relied on the GU master's discerning eye. Fang Yuan naturally did not lack in this aspect. He had even started his own rock gambling den in his first life. As for luck, was Fang Yuan's luck bad? Not to mention he had connected his luck with several other lucky people. He himself had dogshit luck immortal GU to help him. However, although Fang Yuan obtained victory, it was a rather close one. He maintained superiority from the start, but this superiority was not obvious at times. The one who exerted such strong pressure on him was Luo Muzi. This person was not a lone immortal. He came from one of Southern Border's super forces, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp, and most importantly, his luck was quite good. His results were only slightly inferior to Fang Yuan. Looks like his luck is quite good. Otherwise, he would not have known about Qi Ju's 5 words poem, isn't that right? Fang Yuan thought to himself. It would not be troubling for him to make a move against Lun Fei, but to target Luo Muzi, he had to worry about Luo clan. Naturally, no matter what he decided to do, Wu Yihai's identity absolutely could not be implicated. By the time the Moon Appreciation Festival ended, it was already deep into the night. Everyone bid their farewells one after the other. The scene was quite lively. I will see you off. Chao Si Lu took the initiative to see Fang Yuan off. Luo Muzi's and Lun Fei's eyes flushed red. Let's go. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were originally competitors and found one another an eyesore, but through the course of tonight's event, they had instead reached a tacit agreement. The 4 GU Immortals left the pavilion successively, leaving behind Fairy Tian Lu and her lover. Sigh. Fairy Tian Lu sighed. Tonight's Moon Appreciation Festival was so tiring. Nothing to be done about it. Her lover also sighed, his gaze clear and bright. Both held each other's hands and smiled as they stepped on the clouds and left. This Wu Yihai is a complete boor. What in the world did he compose? Can that thing even be called a poem? Luo Muzi was burning with rage. But Fairy Si Lu actually has a completely different view of him. Lun Fei gritted his teeth. HMPH, what different view? His greatest worth is his identity. Luo Muzi said in a slightly envious tone. Lun Fei's expression was malevolent. I cannot take this lying down. I cannot let Wu Yihai continue living so happily. On their way, Luo Muzi and Lun Fei conversed heatedly. Oh, what idea do you have? Wu clan might be facing difficulties from all sides and they might lack the initiative, but they still have the ability to maintain their status. If you want to make a move against Wu Yihai, you will have to consider Wu clan. Whether it be publicly or privately, Wu Yong will stand behind Wu Yihai. We need to take this relationship properly into account. Luo Muzi spoke. He was a righteous path GU immortal and was aware of the difficulty here. If they overestimated their relationship, they would not be able to cause any harm to Wu Yihai. But if they underestimated it, who would be able to bear Wu clan's retribution? Lun Fei curled his lips as he thought. Righteous path GU immortals have to worry about everything. On the other hand, the demonic path can directly take action. However, Lun Fei was not a demonic cultivator. He was a lone cultivator who was more inclined towards the righteous path. Lun Fei sneered as a sinister light flashed in his eyes. We don't need to personally make a move. Fairy Si Lu has a lot of pursuers, not just us two. We can inform that person. he will definitely be furious because Fairy Si Lu did not invite him this time. You are talking about that guy from Kai clan. Luo Muzi's expression became slightly complex. That Gu Immortal from Kai clan was the biggest pursuer of Chao Si Lu. Before tonight, Luo Muzi greatly loathed him. But now, he was about to make use of his strength to teach a lesson to Wu Yihai. Although Wu Yihai won against Sha Fei Kuei, it was because he relied on his knowledge of the enemy. If he was strong, why would he have to discuss any conditions with that mountain-moving old monster? He could have directly seized back Mount Snail. That guy from Kai clan is definitely stronger than Wu Yihai. Moreover, he hates it when others have any desire towards Fairy Si Lu. Lun Fei continued. Luo Muzi's gaze became resolute. All right, we will inform Kai Shang of today's matter. Chao Si Lu accompanied Fang Yuan for a distance before she bid a reluctant farewell to Fang Yuan. But she did not directly return to Chao clan's headquarters, instead returning to the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a Gu Immortal sitting on a rock chair and quietly drinking bewitching tea. This person was Chao clan's first supreme elder, the crucial character who had helped Fang Yuan return to Wu clan previously. Chao clan's first supreme elder slowly put down the teacup. Although Wu Yihai grew up in Eastern Sea, he is after all Wu Dushu's son. So what do you think? Chao Si Lu's gaze was slightly dim as she softly said, I agree. Fang Yuan targeted Luo Muzi and Lun Fei, forcing them to say his poem was good, but in fact it was an indirect attack on Chao Si Lu. Chao Si Lu was well aware that this was the way of a righteous path confrontation. It was all smiles and jovial on the surface, but was actually a maelstrom of dark undercurrents. Chao clan's first supreme elder sighed. Our Chao clan has all along been allies with Wu clan, but we have never been able to penetrate deep into their core. For the sake of Chao clan, Wu Yihai is a huge opportunity, do you understand? Chao Si Lu bit her lips, her gaze containing reluctance, but she still nodded in the end, I understand. Chapter 13:21, can be used, but unreliable. The moon festival passed, but Fang Yuan was still moving about outside. He took the initiative to get close to Chao Si Lu, although the latter was angry at his attitude during the moon festival. Due to her clan's orders, she was unable to refuse Fang Yuan. Gradually, rumors began to spread. Wu clan's Wu Yihai and Chao clan's Chao Si Lu were very close and often made trips to scenic spots. Whether it be Wu Yihai, Wu Yong's brother, or Chao Si Lu, one of the three great fairies of Southern Border, they were no doubt famous people in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Their actions soon led to rumors. While Chao Si Lu's pursuers were indignant, they had to admit Wu Yihai was an extremely strong rival. Regardless of everything else, just based on Wu clan's and Chao clan's relations, Wu Yihai had an enormous advantage. Fang Yuan was slightly helpless regarding this. He actually did not want to become famous, it was better to keep Wu Yihai's identity low profile. A pity that the circumstances went against his wishes. Because of Chao Si Lu, Fang Yuan's fame soared in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. This situation soon influenced Fang Yuan. The number of times someone tried to deduce him, which had just showed signs of decreasing, rose rapidly and even became frequent. It was very difficult to deal with this situation with just dark limit immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had to often place his aperture down and hide inside his sovereign blessed land. The immortal aperture was an independent world, isolated from the outside. As long as Fang Yuan did not reveal crucial clues, deductions would become extremely difficult. Unless someone had clues like those from Connect Luck, or had information that could deduce his specific location. Fortunately, Fang Yuan himself could make use of frequently placing down his aperture in absorbing heaven and earth qi. With the addition of reverse flow river, the consumption of heaven and earth qi was truly huge. Besides placing his aperture, Fang Yuan had to handle Chao Si Lu while also using Wu clan's channels to get information about Luo Muzi and Lun Fei. It was still not the time for him to make a move. Gu Immortals had endless mysterious methods. With just slight carelessness, one could fail miserably in carrying out a task. For example, Fang Yuan had actually been able to resist the offense of rank 8 Gu Immortals with reverse flow river. Before the battle in Snowy Mountain, who could have imagined such a result? Fang Yuan was cautious. Even if he had a plan to take Luo Muzi's and Lun Fei's lives, he would only start on the plan after sufficiently understanding their details. Afterwards, he would accumulate strength, so that when there was an opportunity, he would immediately deal the fatal strike. Only then would the risks be the lowest, and it would best suit his interests. Lions used all their strength even when hunting rabbits, let alone Lun Fei and Luo Muzi, whom were not weak themselves. Half a month passed like this. On this day, Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan. "Brother, I have few tasks here, choose one of them." Wu Yong said without beating around the bush. "Brother, please tell me, it is my duty to contribute to the clan." Fang Yuan calmly replied. An information path mortal Gu flew out of Wu Yong's sleeve. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw this Gu had 3 tasks recorded. The first task was related to Zanming Mountain. Recently, someone discovered that in the depths of Zanming Mountain, there seemed to be the aura of a wild immortal Gu. This information had already attracted many lone immortals to make a trip. More importantly, Yang Clan, a super force, had also mobilized its members. If the information was true, they could obtain an immortal Gu, which, to any super force, was a joyous matter of being able to increase their foundation. Wu Clan naturally would not let go of such a good chance. Currently, Wu Clan's situation was normal, neither good nor bad. Under Wu Yong's command, the clan had already stabilized itself. Moreover, Zanming Mountain was near Wu Clan's territory. Although not inside Wu Clan's territory, it bordered on it. If Wu Clan did not send its Gu immortals for this, other super forces would probably think Wu Clan had weakened. As such, Wu Yong intentionally included, if they could not seize the wild immortal Gu, they must destroy it and could not let it go to Yang Clan. The second task was that Red Dragon River's water level was rising sharply recently. If it was not controlled, it was very likely to lead to a flood disaster. If there was a flood, it would be of extreme threat to the nearby living beings. Resources would deplete and it could even change the surrounding environment. The super forces near Red Dragon River were paying heavy attention to it. A portion of Red Dragon River flowed past the territories of Chao Clan and Wu Clan. They had to send Gu immortals to inspect the situation and attempt to control the situation to prevent a huge flood. As for the third task, Yi Clan's second supreme elder was holding a banquet for his 1200th birthday. Wu Clan needed to send a Gu immortal to represent the clan in the banquet and deliver the birthday gift. Yi Clan was a powerful clan. Its headquarters were in Lin Kai Mountain, which was located in the northeast corner of southern border and was the closest to Eastern Sea. In fact, Yi Clan had all sorts of close connections to Eastern Sea. As for Wu Clan, it was located in the southwest area of southern border. Although it was not at the southwest corner, it was to the farthest south among all the super forces. Such locations determined that the relation between Yi Clan and Wu Clan was always maintained at a good level. Befriend the distant enemy and attack the near ones. This not only applied to the politics and diplomacy of super forces, it was a fundamental principle. Even though many clans were creating difficulties for Wu Clan, Yi Clan had never participated in it. To preserve this layer of relation, Wu Clan had to send a Gu immortal to Yi Clan's second supreme elder's banquet to give well wishes. "What do you think? Have you decided?" After a while, Wu Yong asked. Fang Yuan nodded. "I have thought it through, and I choose the second task. My battle strength is not high. Choosing to go to Zanming Mountain will probably result in fighting with Yang Clan's Gu immortal. Yang Clan is specialized in soul path while I do not excel in dealing with this path. Then why not choose the third task?" Wu Yong smiled. "Actually, your status is the most suitable for this task, because you are my brother. You will be very warmly received in Yi Clan." Fang Yuan shook his head, giving a bitter smile. "Brother, spare me. Although it is a birthday banquet, there will definitely be representatives from other super forces. With our Wu Clan's current situation, if I go to the banquet, the other Gu immortals will definitely create difficulties for me. I won't be able to deal with all of them. My own embarrassment is nothing, but more importantly, I would be losing face for Wu Clan. That would be too big of a sin." Wu Yong laughed. "Since you have thought of everything, it will be improper for me to insist. Then let's do it according to your decision. Brother, if there aren't other matters, I will bid farewell." Go, go." Wu Yong waved his hand. Fang Yuan turned around, but when he reached the entrance, Wu Yong asked, "Ah, right, when are you going to set off?" Fang Yuan turned around, standing close to the door. "If Red Dragon River overflows and turns into a calamity, it will definitely cause countless living beings to suffer. I would not dare to be slow on this important matter. I will simply pack up my things and leave shortly afterwards." "Good, I can rest at ease then. This matter shall be left to you, you must handle it properly." Wu Yong seemed to be fully confident in Fang Yuan. I will certainly do my best, Fang Yuan solemnly assured, then turned around and left. However, he did not see that after he left, the smile and confidence in Wu Yong's face slowly disappeared. Replacing them was a shade of gloominess. Success. Fang Yuan's heart was shaking with joy, but he showed no expression on the surface. Just like he said to Wu Yong, he packed some things and immediately set off towards the north. He was moving rapidly on his way, but when he had just flown across Yellow Dragon River, Gu Immortal Wu Fa called him to stop. Lord Wu Yihai, please slow down, I have new orders from First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan was laughing on the inside, here it comes. On the surface, however, he showed a surprised expression. He stopped in the air and asked the quickly arriving Wu Fa, Elder Wu Fa, what's the matter? Oh, Wu Fa heaved a deep sigh, his aged face filled with anxiety. There is truth in the saying, when it rains, it pours. There has been an accident over on the Super GU formation's end. Ba clan has been creating difficulties for our clan. Elder Wu Bei, who is stationed there, is injured and is unable to stabilize the situation. Lord, didn't you want to be sent back there? The opportunity is here. First Supreme Elder was mindful of this and decided to swap Elder Wu Bei with you, to let Elder Wu Bei return to recuperate his injuries. Lord Wu Yihai, you will be back in command over at the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, looking like he was caught unprepared. How could this happen? As he said this, he seemed to subconsciously glance to the northwest, and said with hesitation, but Red Dragon River's issue is quite severe, it needs to be resolved quickly. First Supreme Elder has already made proper arrangements for this matter. Lord Wu Yihai, you do not need to worry. Lord, you need to quickly go and stabilize the situation over there. This is a letter GU that Lord Wu Yong has personally sent you. You can directly go to Yitian Mountain without returning to Wu Clan. Wu Fa handed an information path Mortal GU to Fang Yuan as he spoke. Fang Yuan received the letter GU and immediately scanned it with his consciousness. The contents of the letter GU were naturally Wu Yong's voice, saying a serious situation had occurred on the Giant Dream Realm's end and required Fang Yuan to immediately move over there. Fang Yuan gave a deep sigh, looks like I have no choice but to go. Please make haste, Lord Wu Yihai. Elder Wu Fa looked anxious. Fang Yuan shook his head, glancing towards the northwest once more before he turned around and flew towards the northeast. Elder Wu Fa kept on looking at Fang Yuan till he disappeared in the horizons. He then sneered as he looked at the northwest. Everyone knew there was a mountain in the northwest, Dapeng Mountain, which was Chao Clan's main headquarters. Elder Wu Fa returned to Wu Clan's Wu Yi Mountain and reported to Wu Yong. First Supreme Elder, the matter has been handled. Lord Wu Yihai is already moving towards the Super GU formation. Wu Yong was current in the study. He stood up straight, his hand holding a brush which made vigorous movements on a piece of paper. He slightly nodded at Wu Fa, and suddenly stopped his actions. There were 5 large words written on the paper, can be used, but unreliable. A long time ago, when I was still young, Mother asked me about my opinion of Chao Clan. I replied with these 5 words, I can still remember Mother's smile very clearly. Wu Yong sighed, it's a pity my brother has not understood this. Chapter 1322, Restrictions of the Righteous Path. Southern Border, at the location of Yitian Mountain, in the Super GU formation. Wu and Wu Liao pays respects to Lord Wu Yihai. Inside the Super GU formation, Wu Clan's GU Immortals, Wu Liao and Wuan, greeted Fang Yuan respectfully. Fang Yuan nodded. Sit down and explain what happened. Elder Wu Bei actually suffered such heavy injuries. Wu Liao and Wuan glanced at each other. Wu Liao kept quiet, letting Wuan, who was good with words, report, Lord, this is what happened. Originally, Ba Clan was already eager to make a move against Wu Clan, and after Wu Clan was involved in all kinds of difficulties, the GU Immortal leading Ba Clan here, Old Treeman Bada, made a move against Wu Clan. Bada had already been scheming for a long time, and when he made the move, it was so shocking that it put Wu Clan into a passive situation. Wu Clan naturally would not just sit still. Wu Bei set forth, but was schemed against by Bada and had no choice but to have a spar with him. The result of the spar was naturally Ba Clan's victory and Wu Clan's defeat. It is just that we did not expect Lord Wu Bei's injuries to be so severe. Although Lord Wu Bei lost in the spar, he still had a fearsome air. Yes, although he lost to Bada, Lord Wu Bei was still able to engage in the secret discussion with Chao clans and other clans' GU Immortals. We all thought his injuries were not serious. When Wu Wen finished speaking, Wu Liao added in a couple of sentences. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but had a concerned expression on the surface. I understand the situation, Wu Bei has left and I am here now, everything will be like before, I won't move if the enemy doesn't move. Yes, Lord, Wu Liao and Wu Wen immediately responded. They were not surprised at such a command. As far as others were concerned, how could Wu Yihai's battle strength compare to Bada's? Although Wu Yihai had recently gained some limelight, his victory against Sha Fei Kuei was only in a spar. Furthermore, the rules were decided by him. Although he had resolved the conflict over Mount Snail, there was no show of might during the whole process and it was resolved through discussion with mountain-moving old monster. Finally, the rumors with Chao Si Lu carried the feeling of illicit love, and would not engender respect in others. If there is nothing, the two of you may leave. I hurried to get here, I am slightly tired. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wu Liao immediately excused himself and left, but Wu Wen hesitated and said softly, Lord, there is something I need to report. Speak. Fang Yuan already knew what Wu Wen wanted to report. Sure enough, Wu An's words did not deviate from Fang Yuan's expectation. It was related to the matter of Dream Realm business which Wu Clan and other super clans were engaged in. The situation is tense now, the other clans are also anxious and fearful, should we stop this business for some time? Wu Wen worriedly asked. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment. You don't need to worry, I have already said everything will be like before. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yes, Lord. A trace of joy flashed past Wu An's face as he bowed and left. As long as this Dream Realm's business continued, Wu Wen could continue to gain profits from it. Why would he not be happy? Even if the matter turned south and the business was exposed by Ba Clan, Wu An's responsibility was still very low. Because his superior, Fang Yuan, had allowed the business to continue like before. Fang Yuan was obviously well aware of Wu An's thoughts. He sneered inwardly. This Wu Wen is simply short-sighted. It was true that Wu Clan's situation was not too good at the moment, but it was still the #1 clan of southern border. Bada was very astute. Although he made a move, he did not target this Dream Realm business. He knew his limits, because these benefits were not solely enjoyed by Wu Clan, but also by other clans. If he had laid a hand on this business, it would lead to hostility from the other clans, who would then ally with Wu Clan to deal with this common enemy. It was due to his clear insight towards the situation of the whole of southern border that he did not target this weakness to create difficulties. This was a significant weakness, but if he used it now, the results would not be optimal at this time. If someday in the future, Wu Clan's prestige truly crashed, that would be the time to use this and add fuel to the fire. Bada saw this accurately, Fang Yuan did as well. The matters of the world were like games of chess. The best chess players always planned their future moves, knew when to use certain tactics and what chess pieces would achieve the best result. As such, the Dream Realm business could continue to run. What truly decided whether Bada would make a move or not was not this business itself, but Wu Clan. The matters of the world were often this strange. The deciding factors of many matters were not the matters themselves, but something that was outside of them. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously gazed at the direction of Wu Clan. Wu Yong might be a rank 8 GU immortal, but was still schemed against by Fang Yuan. Because this was not a contest of cultivation and battle strength, but experience and methods. The reason Fang Yuan took the initiative to approach Chao Si Lu was naturally not for Chao Si Lu herself, but for something else, that was, to return to the giant Dream Realm. Wu Yong could endure Wu Yihai's greed, but he could not stand Wu Yihai contesting for authority. The seed had already been planted before Wu Dushu passed away. Before she passed away, her last words were that she wanted to give her immortal GU to Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's bloodline and origin were already approved. Once he gained some authority, he would become a huge threat to Wu Yong's rule. Just like when Wu Dushu was in power, she was wary and on guard against Chao Clan. Within Wu Clan, Wu Yong was on guard against two threats, Chao Clan and Wu Yihai. Right now, these two were close to each other, even looking like they would wind up together. How could this not make Wu Yong vigilant? Previously, when Wu Yihai had joined Wu Clan, Chao Clan had mobilized its agent inside Wu Clan, whom unexpectedly was Wu Clan's third supreme elder. Many perceptive people were given a fright. How could Wu Yong not be wary? And now, it looked like Wu Yihai was going to collaborate with Chao Clan. How could Wu Yong not make a move early? Wu Yong's action was quite extraordinary. He did not directly question if Fang Yuan still wanted to return to the giant dream realm. He gave Fang Yuan 3 choices: Zanming Mountain, Red Dragon River and Yi Clan's Banquet. There was deep meaning behind these 3 choices. The first task of Zanming Mountain was naturally the most intense task. There was definitely going to be conflict since it concerned a wild immortal Gu. If Fang Yuan chose this task, it would show he did not fear taking risks for the clan, and Wu Yong could make great use of him in the future. The third task of Yi Clan's Banquet was a test. Yi Clan had close relations with Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan chose this task, it would mean he still had attachment towards Eastern Sea in the depths of his heart. The second task of preventing Red Dragon River's flood was a trap. Wu Clan and Chao Clan both had territories near Red Dragon River. Wu Clan wanted to prevent a flood, Chao Clan naturally would also do the same. As such, there would be an opportunity to collaborate with Chao Clan's Gu Immortals. When Fang Yuan chose this task, Wu Yong's heart had immediately chilled. Even if he had been all smiles at that time, he had already made the decision to transfer Wu Yihai away as soon as possible. He could not let Wu Yihai be in contact with Chao Clan any longer. Chao Si Lu was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She had astonishingly enchanting beauty. Even if Wu Yihai's heart was not moved yet, what about in the future? Even outstanding men might be unable to resist the charms of a beautiful woman, let alone a beauty like Chao Si Lu. Let alone when besides beauty, she was also tied to extraordinary benefits for him. Once Wu Yihai married Chao Si Lu, it was a hugely profitable matter to both him and Chao Clan. Wu Yihai could use Chao Clan to greatly increase his authority inside Wu Clan. And Chao Clan could also finally break their historical limit. With a son-in-law like Wu Yihai, this vine that was Chao Clan could truly penetrate deep into the inner core of the giant tree that was Wu Clan. How could Wu Yong make such a mistake? It was not feasible for him to forcefully break the relationship between the two. It might even backfire if he did not handle it well. Moreover, the righteous path had to do things according to rules. He could not act willfully like in demonic path. Wu Yong had thought for a while, but found it was difficult to handle Wu Yihai. Despite having evidence of Wu Yihai's corruption, Wu Yihai was his own brother in the end. After thinking for a while, Wu Yong thought of the giant dream realm. He could use this dream realm to exile Wu Yihai for as long as possible. After all, wasn't it peaceful when Wu Yihai had stayed in the Gu formation earlier? This past success finally made Wu Yong come to a decision. He immediately took action after making up his mind. Although he gave Fang Yuan 3 choices, in truth, he did not let Fang Yuan have any power to choose. They were just a way of testing him. The righteous path is like this. If one is not at the top, there is no freedom. But even when one is at the top, the whole organization will become the shackles that bind them. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, but he quickly sorted out his mood and began looking at the dream realm in front of him. He had returned to this familiar place once again, and there were still 2 immortal Gu that belonged to him here. The dream realm was always expanding and always moving. Oh, this dream realm is pretty good. It is a dream realm made of true memories and experiences, and not from absurd imagination. Soon, Fang Yuan finished inspecting it and entered a shiny bright blue dream realm. In a gently sloping hill, a middle-aged Gu immortal had his back towards Fang Yuan. My son, do you know why our 2 clan has dominance over this mountain range? Fang Yuan inspected himself. He found he had already turned into a child. Father, I don't know, he replied after giving it a thought. Formation path. The middle-aged Gu immortal's voice rose, carrying strong pride within it. Formation path. Fang Yuan mumbled. Right, formation path. The middle-aged Gu immortal turned around, revealing his aged face and resolute eyes, giving off the air of an authority figure. Among the numerous paths, formation path might be the most complicated path. Son, starting today, Father will impart to you the essence of formation path and guide you in cultivation. The middle-aged Gu immortal said with a burning gaze. Yes, Father, I will definitely study properly. Fang Yuan replied. The middle-aged Gu immortal shook his head. Studying is not enough, you must achieve success, put in all your effort to be the best, be better than all your peers and even those young Gu immortals. Because you are my, Tu Shi Cheng's son, because you are the future leader of the clan. Chapter 13:23. Formation path contains countless paths. Tu Shi Cheng, I have never heard of this name, Fang Yuan thought to himself. Since his father's surname was Tu, this boy Fang Yuan was acting as naturally was surnamed too. Being able to leave behind a dream realm meant he indeed had remarkable skill in formation path, but there seemed to be no formation path great experts with the surname Tu in the history of GU masters. Fang Yuan scanned through his memories, but did not have any findings. Naturally, his knowledge could not encompass the whole of GU master history. Maybe this was the dream of a hidden expert. Come, sit by me. The middle-aged GU immortal sat on the ground, and patted the area beside him. Fang Yuan quickly sat down beside him. My son, do you know how many GU master paths there are in this world? Tu Shicheng asked with a warm smile on his face. Fang Yuan pondered. There were naturally many GU master paths, and looking at the trend, even more were starting to thrive. For instance, when GU master cultivation had just started to flourish, space path and time path were the mainstream paths. Afterwards, wisdom path, chi path, strength path, rule path and other paths emerged one after the other, and now, there were even more paths like fire path, water path, metal path, bone path, poison path and so on. 500 years later, there is also dream path. Innovation never stops, GU immortal paths will continue to increase. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, while replying, according to what I know, there is space path, time path, and also chi path, wisdom path and so on. Tu Shicheng nodded. You are correct, but it is still not detailed. Let me tell you, in Renzu's time during the immemorial antiquity era, there were space path and time path. These two paths researched and expounded on the profundities of time and space. In the remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable created chi path and enslavement path, star constellation immortal venerable created wisdom path and star path, and our formation path was also created during the later period of the remote antiquity era. But its true founder could not be verified. Refinement path and fire path were also created during this period. In the olden antiquity era, limitless demon venerable created rule path, reckless savage demon venerable created transformation path. Strength path, wind path, light path and dark path were also created in this era. In the medieval antiquity era, Genesis Lotus immortal venerable created wood path, thieving heaven demon venerable created theft path, giant sun immortal venerable created luck path. Moreover, metal path, water path, ice and snow path, cloud path, earth path, lightning path, information path and sound path emerged one after another. This was an era where all kinds of diverse paths appeared. And in our present era, bone path was created. There are also phantom path and restriction path. Naturally, what I mentioned are only the mainstream GU master paths. Minor paths like enchantment path, illusion path, and others will be omitted for now. Fang Yuan immediately came to an understanding when he heard these words. So this dream realm is set in the late antiquity era. Right now, spectral soul demon venerable has yet to appear, otherwise Tu Shicheng would have mentioned him. Tu Shicheng continued. Son, I have elaborated on so much because I want to tell you our formation path is one of the longest standing paths in history. Although it cannot be compared to space path and time path, it was created in the same era as chi path and wisdom path. Just based on seniority, it appeared even before transformation path. As he said this, Tu Shicheng asked, the essence of transformation path is to project countless paths. Son, what do you think is the essence of formation path? Although Fang Yuan's attainment in formation path was extremely ordinary, this question was fairly simple and common. He knew about it. He replied, formation path contains countless paths. Haha, good answer. Tu Shicheng did not stint on his praise, and gave a deeper explanation. Our formation path can set up GU formations, which can use GU worms of space path and time path. We can also use GU worms of metal path, wood path, fire path, water path and so on. Just because of this, formation path can be said to be the most complex path among all the paths. Setting up a GU formation is very difficult, because it might need to use GU worms of many other paths. As such, when cultivating formation path, we need to have some understanding of other paths. Even if the understanding is not deep, we need to have basic knowledge of them. At the least, we need to have deep understanding of the GU worms we are using. Fang Yuan continued to nod while listening. This was one of the difficulties of formation path cultivation. Actually, every path had some areas which it was proficient in and weak in. For instance, cultivating enslavement path allowed one to fight many by oneself, but it had an extremely huge demand on resources. Cultivating and learning formation path was a large obstacle, because it involved GU worms of other paths. Formation path GU worms were only the foundation and framework of a GU formation, the rest of the content required large numbers of GU worms from other paths. Because of this, it was difficult to learn and master formation path. Nurturing a formation path expert was not easy. On one hand, it had high demand towards resources, time and knowledge. On the other hand, the GU master needed to have talent for it and put in effort as well. As such, in the GU Immortal world, there had always been very few GU Immortals who specialized in formation path. Naturally, this rarity was only relative. At the very least, there were more formation path GU Immortals than wisdom path GU Immortals. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had not involved himself in formation path in the 500 years of his previous life. The barrier to entry was high, and it was difficult to learn. Son, since you have become a GU master today, I will give you your first GU worm. At this time, Tu Shicheng's palm slowly opened, revealing a small GU worm. This GU looked like a ladybug. Its carapace was glossy and round, it was as small as a little finger, and it had a glistening yellow shine, giving a cute appearance. This is Formation Heart GU, come, refine it first. Tu Shicheng said. With Tu Shicheng's help, Fang Yuan directly refined this rank 1 GU worm. Formation Heart Gu's carapace opened up, the thin wings inside continuously flapped as it merrily flew around its new master, Fang Yuan. This GU worm was not precious and could even be said to be extremely ordinary. Because it was one of the most basic GU worms to lay a formation, and was commonly available throughout the 5 regions. Alright, let's play a game. Tu Shicheng smiled, taking out 4 GU worms. They are all rank 1 GU, I will lend them to you temporarily. Come, use your Formation Heart GU as the core, choose the GU worms from here and arrange them, see if you can form a GU formation. Fang Yuan's eyebrows slightly rose, glancing at Tu Shicheng in surprise. Was this a joke? This boy had just become a GU master, and he wanted him to construct a GU formation on the same day. Although Fang Yuan had not truly cultivated formation path, he had some superficial knowledge of formation path. For instance, normally speaking, this youth should only be involved in constructing a GU formation after at least 2 to 3 months. After all, he had just become a GU master, controlling a GU worm was strenuous, everything was new to him. Calculating primeval essence, nourishing the aperture, feeding GU worms, and other aspects, they all required him to adapt and train. Now, in this dream, this Tu Shicheng was actually asking his son, a boy who had just become a GU master, to construct a GU formation. Ha! This style of education is truly original. Fortunately, it is a dream realm and it is all up to me. How could a normal child accomplish this task? Or maybe, it is because he could not accomplish this, his obsession turned into this dream realm. While guessing, he sized up the 4 GU worms. But, he actually was not able to recognize them all. With his knowledge, he only recognized 3 of them, and could not identify the remaining 1. It was somewhat awkward, but when he thought of it, it was also not strange. The time period of this dream was the late antiquity era. Spectral soul demon Venerable had not appeared yet, thus the situation compared to the present was very different. Moreover, there were countless GU worms, unique and mysterious. There were also many innovated GU worms and many secretly guarded GU worms, of which little were known by others. How could Fang Yuan know of all the GU worms? Even though he was not able to recognize them all, Fang Yuan was still aware of the paths of these 4 GU worms. They were of Earth Path, Water Path, Wind Path and Fire Path. The one that Fang Yuan did not recognize was the Earth Path GU worm. To construct a GU formation, I need to first understand these GU worms. There is no need to worry about Formation Heart GU, but what use does this Earth Path GU worm have? Fang Yuan intended to test this GU and see its ability. But this action was stopped by Tu Shicheng. Tu Shicheng spoke with solemnness. Use your heart to sense it, listen to the sound of your heart, rely on your feelings. Construct the GU formation according to your feelings. Remember, you only have 1 chance. Fang Yuan was immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 13:24, Fang Yuan's 2 trump cards. Although Tu Shicheng was the father of this boy that Fang Yuan was disguised as, he was completely unreliable. What did he mean by rely on feelings? Innate talents could not be embodied like this. If the construction of the GU formation failed, in a minor case, the GU worms would be injured or destroyed, and in a severe case, the GU master themselves would suffer the backlash. If one could create a GU formation just by relying on feelings, formation path GU immortals would not be so rare in the present 5 regions. Arranging a GU formation was a precise and rigorous task, like deducing immortal GU recipes. They both were similar, requiring a process, detailed consideration and continuous tests. However, since the dream realm was like this, Fang Yuan calmed his mind, and continued to ponder how he should tackle this situation where it seemed he truly had to do it in the way Tu Shicheng said. Fang Yuan asked, "Do I need to use all the 4 GU worms?" "Of course not, but you need to at least select 2 to set up a GU formation." Tu Shicheng replied, "I simply don't know about this Earth Path GU worm, so it will be better to give it up." Fang Yuan continued to think. As such, he had 3 choices in front of him. Hurry up, don't think too much, rely on your feelings. Just as Fang Yuan had spent slightly longer in thinking, Tu Shicheng's expression sank a little, urging, "I will give you 3 breaths of time." 3 breaths of time, and there was only one chance. Wasn't he purposely making it difficult? A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Do I need to use Unravel Dream? His current accumulation was already different from the past. Last time, when he explored the giant dream realm, he had limited quantities of dream path. Mortal GU, which led to a limited number of times that Unravel Dream could be used. Fang Yuan had to be very efficient when using it. Fang Yuan had enough confidence. Because he had captured many nightmare demonic cults, using these natural dream path immortal materials along with his persistent refinement, he now possessed very many dream path mortal GU. Thus, the number of times he could use Unravel Dream was at a peak now. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had an unprecedented amount of confidence. Forget it, this is only the first layer of the dream realm, even if it fails, I can continue to explore. Although I can use Unravel Dream much more now, I cannot waste it like this. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave up on using Unravel Dream. He began to activate the GU worms. First was Formation Heart GU. This yellow ladybug was already refined by him, his primeval essence was consumed. It immediately hovered and stopped in front of Fang Yuan, shining with pale yellow light. Fire path, water path, wind path. Fang Yuan mumbled. Since he had given up on the earth path GU worm, then he only had these 3 choices remaining. He chose the rank 1 water path GU worm. The reason for this choice was simple. His fire path and wind path attainment levels were ordinary, but in water path, he was a grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment was not for show. The water path GU worm was successfully activated. It was bathed in the yellow light and revolved around the formation heart GU, flying up and down. Fire path and wind path. Fang Yuan chose wind path. The wind path GU worm also mixed in, and like the water path GU worm, it flew around the formation heart GU. It was just that the wind path GU worm was in the periphery, while the water path GU worm was nearer to the formation heart GU. Fang Yuan waited for a bit. Among these 3 GU worms, one was hovering in the air while the other 2 were continuously flying around. They were all activated but were still extremely stable. Although they have not formed a true GU formation, this progress is quite good. Fang Yuan was slightly pleased. To use an analogy, arranging a GU formation was like building blocks. Each GU worm was a strangely shaped building block. The GU master needed to arrange these building blocks into the shape they wanted. These scattered building blocks would form high towers, buildings and other shapes, creating an effect that far surpassed the individual building block. Although Fang Yuan had not successfully arranged these building blocks into a shape, these 3 GU worms were at least mutually compatible and did not collapse. This was quite good progress. However, a trace of gloominess and disappointment flashed past Tu Shicheng's eyes. Fang Yuan, who was focused on setting up the GU formation, did not notice it. Now, I need to adjust it. Does the formation heart GU need to stay in the center? Can the positions of the water path and wind path GU be swapped? Water path inside, and wind path outside, can I adjust it to water path outside, and wind path inside? Or maybe, the water path GU and the wind path GU can be together. Should I let the wind path GU revolve around the water path GU instead of the formation heart GU? As Fang Yuan pondered, all kinds of plans emerged in his mind. He did not know what results these plans could give, or what effects would they have. His formation path attainment was truly too lacking. Rely on your feelings, stop hesitating. Tu Shicheng urged, looking somewhat impatient. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Actually, he didn't need Tu Shicheng's urging, he also knew he had to take action. If nothing else, his primeval essence was about to dry up. In the dream realm, he had just become a GU master. Although he had a great aptitude, he was activating 3 GU worms at the same time, which intensely burdened on his primeval essence. He already did not have much time to think. Let's give it a try then. Fang Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth, as he activated the Fire Path GU worm as well, putting it inside the newly created structure. He made no changes to the previous foundation, because he did not know what use making changes would have, and also did not know if there was a need to make changes. He was a pure beginner with no feeling for the right action, the attempt was done blindly. But my luck is good, maybe I can succeed by chance. Fang Yuan still had some hope. But soon, his hope was ruined. The moment the Fire Path GU worm was added in, it immediately led to a chain reaction. The Fire Path GU's strength joined with the Wind Path GU, immediately increasing the power. This immediately conflicted with the Water Path GU that was inside. Water and fire were opposing forces, immediately creating an explosion. A soft explosion echoed. It was not intense, but it still exploded, covering Fang Yuan's face with black soot. His hair stood up on end, white smoke was rising. At the same time, the Formation Heart GU was directly destroyed. The other 3 GU worms were also injured to various degrees. The Water Path and Fire Path GU worms were on the verge of death, while the Wind Path GU worm was also heavily injured. You have failed. Tu Shicheng's expression changed. He said with a cold tone, "You truly disappoint me." Fang Yuan's vision changed as he was expelled out of the dream realm. The first exploration had failed. His soul returned to his body slightly shook, his healthy complexion suddenly paled. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his injuries, and found that the injury to his soul was much more severe than he expected. Fang Yuan took out a Guts GU and crushed it. The injuries of his soul were immediately relieved greatly. Fang Yuan used another Guts GU, and immediately his soul injuries were completely healed. The slight sense of vertigo had disappeared at once. Because he had Guts GU, Fang Yuan was not afraid of failing in his dream realm exploration and his soul being injured. Right now, I should be the first person to explore the dream realm. Even Shadow Sect's remnant forces won't be able to catch up to me. Fang Yuan calculated. This was because he had 2 great trump cards to explore dream realms. First was Guts GU, it could heal soul injuries. Second was Unravel Dream. Once used, it would get one straight to solving the problem. Its usefulness was somewhat unreasonable. Guts GU came from Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan had placed Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and was even cooperating with Langya sect in trading Guts GU. They had a monopoly on Guts GU business, they were the only ones producing it, and its demand was always higher than its supply. Recently, Fang Yuan had not been selling his portion of the Guts GU for profit, instead, he was accumulating them. He had a single objective, to be fully prepared in exploring the dream realm. Thus, he had large numbers of Guts GU with him. Because of this, he was short on money, and had no choice but to expand the scale of some of his resources to improve his finances. The first failure did not matter. With Guts GU, Fang Yuan's soul immediately recovered, and could go for a second exploration. But he was not hurried, instead using Connecting Heaven GU to let his divine sense enter Treasure Yellow Heaven. He began to gather information. First was that Earth Path Mortal GU. Fang Yuan did not recognize it, so he needed to understand it. Fang Yuan soon bought a set of the Encyclopedia of Earth Path GU worms from an Earth Path GU Immortal. This was an information transaction and was among the businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were transactions of methods to target against GU worms, there were introductions and understandings of GU paths, there was news of the present political situation, there were also deductions of Time Path and Wisdom Path GU Immortals on the past, present and future. Fang Yuan naturally could rely on his 500 years of experiences to sell information that could definitely attract people. But this kind of information was normally very cheap, and not long after selling them, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage would weaken, so Fang Yuan had never even considered it. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with just this GU Immortal's work, the Encyclopedia of Earth Path GU Worms, and bought some relevant information, naturally including some Mortal Formation Path inheritances. These cost him close to 10 Immortal Essence Stones. To Fang Yuan, this was just peanuts. He soon learned of that Earth Path Mortal GU from the information he bought. This was a GU worm that appeared in the early stages of the late antiquity era. It was soon extinct, because the GU materials required to refine it had been wiped out. The information recorded briefly introduced this Earth Path GU worm's ability. Fang Yuan even obtained the recipe of this Earth Path Mortal GU from another information source. Chapter 1325, 4 Elements Concept. Naturally, the practicality of this GU recipe was extremely low. Because most of the materials for this GU no longer existed. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine this mortal GU, he would have to modify the recipe. He naturally would not do such a pointless thing. With the information he gathered, he already had a deep understanding of this mortal GU. Next, Fang Yuan read those mortal formation path inheritances. This enriched some of his formation path foundation. Despite him not having taken the initiative to research formation path, he had come into contact with it indirectly in his first life, or come across some formation path contents in fortuitous encounters. As such, this enrichment was limited and not high in scope. It was just that he was only focusing on the test in the dream realm this time. He had an objective when gathering the formation path information, and he knew from some information, in the late antiquity era, formation path had a prevailing concept. This concept stated that the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind and fire could make a GU formation stable. They could make most basic GU formations and were the most inclusive. Naturally, this concept only prevailed for some time. After dozens of years, it went out of favor. Compared to the whole history of formation path, dozens of years was too short. This concept was like a small ripple that disappeared in the long river of history. It is just like the origins of mankind. On Earth, people once believed that humans were made by divine beings, be it the Chinese concept of Nuwa creating mankind, or the Western concept of God creating mankind. This was an ideology that lasted for a long time, and after it dominated people's thinking for a long period, it was broken by Darwin's theory of evolution. But in regards to whether Darwin's theory of evolution pointed precisely to the truth or not, as science develops, people over time may find flaws in it. This earth, water, wind and fire concept was similar. Following formation path's development, people started to find that the GU formations created by the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind and fire were not the most inclusive formations. People made new discoveries, continuously deepening their knowledge and continuously progressing. Even though this concept was abandoned not long after, back then, it was progress of some kind. This information was quite valuable. It directly gave Fang Yuan the correct way to pass the first stage of the dream realm. It turns out that I had to use all the GU worms to truly create a GU formation. Fang Yuan gained an epiphany. At the same time, he sighed. This Tu Shi Cheng is really quite deceitful. Clearly all 4 GU worms had to be used, but he actually played dumb and said I needed to use at least 2 mortal GU. Even though he knew this, he still did not know how to make the 4 GU worms revolve around formation heart GU to build an effective GU formation. If these 4 mortal GU could be refined, Fang Yuan could test it out in reality. This was also a common method used by laymen in deciphering dream realms in the early stages. But now, that Earth Path GU worm was difficult to refine. Even if he refined an Earth Path mortal GU by modifying the GU recipe, could it truly be the same as the one in the dream realm? This was a dream realm. Sometimes there would be some differences in the dream realm from reality, and it was not a direct reproduction of reality. Fang Yuan pondered, and decided it was better to test it in the dream realm. The second attempt played out like before, but this time, Fang Yuan chose to activate all these 4 mortal GU at the same time and coordinate them with formation heart GU. It failed. The 4 mortal GU self-detonated simultaneously. Fang Yuan was injured and kicked out of the dream realm. The third attempt, Fang Yuan chose to use the Earth Path GU worm first, and Water Path GU worm second, but it failed again. Following the 4th attempt and 5th attempt, only by the 7th attempt did Fang Yuan succeeded. The 4 mortal GU were flying around formation heart GU. The Water Path and Fire Path GU worms were flying in an elliptic orbit, sometimes near and sometimes far from formation heart GU. Earth Path GU was hovering below formation heart GU, while the Wind Path GU was hovering above. Both were still. Under the control of formation heart GU, these 4 GU worms formed a mysterious force that continuously let out hazy rainbow colors. A GU master's primeval essence would recover at twice the speed inside this light. To GU masters, this is an extremely practical GU formation. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Ha ha ha, good, very good, you are truly my son, you have natural talent for formation path after all. Tu Shicheng laughed loudly and happily at Fang Yuan's success. The hill, the sky, and the land slowly disappeared from Fang Yuan's vision. The first stage of the dream realm was over, the second stage was starting. Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief. He had persisted on not using Unravel Dream in the first stage. In the end, only about 10 or so guts GU were consumed, the total expenses were still low. Without checking how much his formation path attainment had risen, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the surroundings. He discovered he was in a cage. And inside this enormous cage, there was a smaller cage. Inside this cage was a pitch-black panther. It was skinny and its eyes shined with mad hunger, indicating how dangerous it was right now. What's going on? Fang Yuan was bewildered. Right at this moment, Tu Shicheng, who was standing outside the cage, said to Fang Yuan, I will give you 5 minutes to arrange these GU worms into a GU formation. After 5 minutes are over, this panther will be released. I absolutely won't make a move at that time, and will only see if you can use the GU formation to resist this panther. What? Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This method of education, hey, are you really this kid's father? You are the son of Tu Shicheng, you can. Definitely do it. If you can't do it, then you are not worthy of being my son. Tu Shicheng continued with an expressionless face. My goodness, Fang Yuan thought, lips twitching as he looked at himself. He found that he had not grown much and not much time had passed since the first stage. He was at most about the age of 14. This Tu Shicheng looks like he should be a righteous path GU immortal. Why is he so heartless? Maybe this is intimidation to force his son to fully release his potential. Regardless of who this Tu Shicheng's son is, he is truly unlucky. Time was limited. Fang Yuan calmed his mood and began to inspect the GU worms he had. The caged panther was only an ordinary beast, but with his current young body, he definitely could not oppose it. He could only make a GU formation to resist it. There were 5 GU worms, they were still rank 1. Among them, one was formation heart GU, while the other 4 belonged to earth path, wind path, water path and fire path. It was almost the same as in the first stage. The difference was that although the paths were the same, the 4 GU worms were different ones from the first stage. How should he group these GU worms to form a GU formation? With the precious experience from the first stage, Fang Yuan was quite proficient. The first attempt quickly failed. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood in the dream realm due to the backlash, but fortunately, the GU worms were not injured. He was also not expelled from the dream realm. Looks like I can continue to try until the limit of 5 minutes is reached. Although there are still chances to continue, there is in fact almost no hope. Because of the injuries, although nothing happened to the GU worms, his own state was very bad, his primeval essence had depleted and he was injured. Fang Yuan soon discovered that because of the injuries, when he continued to try again, he was unsteady, and although the GU worms flew up, they were shaking. The second attempt also failed. There was more time left, but Fang Yuan was unable to continue attempting, because a GU worm had died in the second failure. If it were any of the other paths mortal GU, it would not be the end, but it just happened to be the formation heart GU. Father, my GU worm is destroyed, can you give me another formation heart GU? Fang Yuan quickly asked, but the reply he got was a ruthless shake of the head from Tu Shicheng. What if you were in a battle, who would give you a substitute GU worm? Son, you disappointed me, you have no chances left. Sure enough, the moment the time limit was reached, the small cage opened up and the panther pounced forward, biting at Fang Yuan's throat instantly. This dream realm was extremely realistic. Fang Yuan could clearly sense his throat being torn, his breathing becoming difficult, the heart-rending pain that came when his skin was ripped apart by the panther's sharp fangs. Blood spewed out rapidly from his wounds, and the panther drank it contentedly. Tu Shicheng shook his head, sighing, you are not worthy of being my son. He then turned around and left. Not giving the solution even at the end, is this Tu Shicheng of the righteous path or demonic path? After being expelled from the dream realm, Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he was naturally gloomy. After using Guts GU to heal his injuries, he continued to explore. Second failure, third failure, fourth failure. Every time he failed, Fang Yuan would be killed by the panther and relive the miserable pain from being eaten alive. If it were any other person, their mind might have already collapsed. However, Fang Yuan was not afraid. He had suffered pain beyond this an uncountable number of times. He only treated the pain as a cool breeze blowing across his face, his mind still focused on constructing the GU formation. 10th failure, 11th, 12th. This second stage was much more difficult than the first stage. After Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm, his soul injuries were also much more severe than what he suffered in the first stage. His soul would be healed using just 2 guts GU in the first stage, but in the second stage, he needed at least 3 guts GU and sometimes even 4 to be healed. Fang Yuan calmly calculated his expenses. If this continues, the cost will become steeper. Do I have to use Unravel Dream? While he was feeling troubled, he suddenly had an inspiration. He entered the dream realm and continued to attempt it. There was a way. Chapter 1326. Rise in Formation Path Attainment Level. A while later, after 2 tries, Fang Yuan successfully constructed a GU formation in the dream realm. This GU formation still used Formation Heart GU as the core. It was just that the Earth Path GU worm was hovering above the Formation Heart GU, while the Fire Path and Wind Path GU worms revolved around the Water Path GU worm. And the Water Path GU worm spanned the distance of a hand below the Formation Heart GU, continuously moving up and down. The GU formation made by these GU worms emitted a hazy white light that shrouded the panther. That's right, this GU formation was an entrapment GU formation targeted at the panther, and did not protect the GU master themselves. Constructing it was not easy. The panther continuously moved around, influencing the construction of the GU formation. Occasionally, Fang Yuan had to stop and wait for the panther to move away from a specific location. 1. This was also the reason why Tu Shicheng gave 5 minutes. Fang Yuan needed the time to arrange the formation. Ha ha ha, good, you are indeed my son. You will continue to study with me in the following days. In a month, there will be an even stricter test which will concern your life and death. If you cannot pass, you shall die. Tu Shicheng laughed, his laughter containing madness. Fang Yuan's young body was standing inside the cage. He glanced at the panther that was constantly struggling inside the GU formation, and then glanced at Tu Shicheng, sighing softly. This formation path dream realm's second stage was passed. Next was the third stage. Fang Yuan followed Tu Shicheng to a riverside where the tides were coming in fast. Looking at the water of this river that was flowing to the east and was red like blood, Fang Yuan immediately realized, this was Southern Border's Red Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers that passed through the whole region: Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. Fang Yuan immediately had a bad feeling when he saw this river. Sure enough, at the next moment, he heard Tu Shicheng's voice. I have already lent you the GU worms, now you can only depend on yourself. If you cannot construct a GU formation, you are well aware of the consequences. Fang Yuan was just about to speak to stall for time, but he was slapped on the back by Tu Shicheng. Fang Yuan was simply unable to resist the enormous strength and was immediately pushed into Red Dragon River. Fuck. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly as he fell into the surging river and was immediately swept away by the current helplessly. Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. He only had a young body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's swimming ability was carried over, and after struggling for a while, he was able to raise his head out of the water and took in large breaths. Making the best use of his time, Fang Yuan inspected the GU worms he had. Damn it! Soon, he mentally cursed once again, because this time, it was not just the 4 mortal GU like he expected, but 12. He had to arrange them in such a short period of time. There were too many ways to arrange them, and under such terrible conditions, hope was slim. Fang Yuan did not hesitate this time, and directly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, an answer appeared in his mind. He immediately understood the first 3 steps of how to activate the GU worms and arrange the GU formation. Only the first 3 steps. Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue to activate Unravel Dream. The 4th step, 5th step and 6th step also appeared in his mind. It was an accurate and precise answer. But there were still some steps from being able to construct the GU formation. Fang Yuan was just about to activate Unravel Dream for the 3rd time, when suddenly a change occurred in the river, and he was swallowed by a whirlpool. Fang Yuan crashed headfirst into a tree floating in the whirlpool, falling unconscious immediately. The next moment, Fang Yuan woke up. He had returned to reality. His soul was severely injured, making him see stars. He quickly used Guts Gu, 1, 2, 6 Guts Gu before he finally recovered. The third stage is even more difficult. The environment to arrange the formation is so hazardous. My formation path attainment has already advanced to quasi-master level. After Fang Yuan realized it, he slowly opened his eyes with a trace of joy. Attainment level was a GU master's unique cognition, involving their sensations and experiences, their insights towards nurturing, using, refining GU and so on, summed up and condensed. It was their comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Attainment levels were divided into 5 levels: Ordinary, Master, Grand Master, Great Grand Master and Supreme Grand Master. Naturally, in between these, there were small levels like Quasi-Master, Quasi-Grand Master and Quasi-Great Grand Master. Ordinary attainment was the level that most GU masters would reach in their lifetimes. Quasi-Master attainment was already rare. Young GU masters with outstanding aptitude or experienced old GU masters could reach this. Master level was when the use of GU worms went beyond superficial workmanship to the level of an art. It was rare to find even one master among 10,000 GU masters. For example, during the contest of Imperial Court, there were only 5 enslavement path masters: Zhang Baoya, Yang Po Ying, Ma Zun, Chong Shanyin, Fang Yuan, and Nu Er. Naturally, the 1 in 10,000 was referring to mortals. To rank 6 GU immortals, their main paths were this level at minimum. Those who possessed quasi-Grandmaster attainment were often elites among ranked 6 GU immortals. Grandmaster level was when one had a very profound grasp of the path, having deep foundations and being able to mimic the effects of other paths. Specifically, the main path's GU worms could be used to imitate the advantages of other paths. He Fan's true inheritance had an immortal killer move, 100 Years Harmony, which was a classic example. It used time path GU worms to produce an effective information path. This also showed that He Fan's time path attainment level was at least Grandmaster. Normally speaking, there were few GU immortals that could attain Grandmaster level. It often required 100 years or even hundreds of years of accumulation, along with natural talent. In Fang Yuan's first life, he had attained Grandmaster in blood path only in the latter stage of his 500 years of life. Those whom were able to have Grandmaster attainment level were mostly ranked 7 GU immortals. Above Grandmaster was Quasi-Great Grandmaster, which was even rarer. They were often ranked 7 experts or certain rank 8s. As for Great Grandmaster level, most rank 8 GU immortals would attain this in their lifetimes. Those whom were able to attain Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster were scarce, few produced even in thousands of years. The rarity of Supreme Grandmasters need not be explained. For instance, in Refinement Path, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters in history. Among them was a hairy man, long hair ancestor. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level could not even be counted as ordinary, but now it had soared to quasi-master level. Most GU masters would find it difficult to reach this in their lifetimes, no matter how much effort they put in. Fang Yuan had attained this just by using up a few days of time and exploring 2 stages of the Dream Realm. This was the power of Dream Realms. They contained true meaning. Once a GU immortal successfully explored a dream realm and obtained the true meaning, their attainment level would be directly raised and their understanding of part of the Great Tao would be deepened. Just 2 stages were enough to advance to quasi-master level in formation path. This dream realm is extraordinary. No wonder it has such difficulty. But I really haven't heard of Tu Shicheng. His method of education was truly unique, leaving Fang Yuan speechless. But the person he was educating was this dream realm's source. This youth was clearly a major character. Fang Yuan could clearly sense he was only a step away from master level in formation path. As long as I complete the 3rd stage, my formation path attainment level will soar to master. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips. A successful exploration of the dream realm raised his foundation. This increase was so huge, allowing Fang Yuan to go through an extraordinary shortcut, and he was unable to stop desiring for more. But since he had already left the dream realm, Fang Yuan was not in haste to go back in. He recalled all the scenes in the 3rd stage, especially the GU worms with him. He had only recognized 60% of them, thus he was now searching for information on these GU worms to increase his understanding. These were all mortal GU, it was just that most of them had long since vanished in history. Fang Yuan soon found the information he wanted, and gained an understanding of these mortal GU. Then he began to reread those mortal formation path inheritances he had bought before. The feeling he got from reading this time was a completely different experience from before. Previously, Fang Yuan only saw the surface of most of the contents of the inheritances, but now, he was able to see their deeper meanings with just one look. They were clearly things he had already read, but Fang Yuan made new discoveries this time. This feeling was extremely mysterious, like sudden enlightenment. However, there were things which Fang Yuan could not completely comprehend. After all, he was only at quasi-master. Some outstanding characters among mortal GU masters could reach master level. The inheritances they left behind naturally had some things Fang Yuan could not understand properly at the moment. Fang Yuan was immersed in the profundity of formation path, unaware of the passing time. If he was thirsty, he drank water; if he was hungry, he ate some fruits. Many thoughts emerged and disappeared like waves in his mind. He was using wisdom path methods to help quicken his progress of learning formation path. Formation path's contents were truly vast, having connections with every path. Thus, it was considered the most complicated path. Only when Wuan requested an audience did Fang Yuan slowly come back to his senses. Unknowingly, 8 days have already passed. Fang Yuan was in a daze for a moment before his gaze slowly cleared up. In his mind, most of the disordered thoughts gradually faded. For the last 10 days, Fang Yuan was lost in the learning process. Not only did his formation path attainment level receive a boost, his comprehension of various basic contents of formation path had also strengthened. What is he here for? Fang Yuan impatiently furrowed his brows. But after thinking for a moment, he still decided to see this Wu clan GU Immortal. As it turned out, Wuan brought over Lady White Rabbit, who reported the situation of the Dream Realm business and gave concrete accounts to Fang Yuan for inspection. Despite Fang Yuan not placing attention on this business, he was, after all, the leader of the whole business. As a subordinate, Lady White Rabbit had to hand over the report. Chapter 1327, Letter of Challenge to Kai Shang. Fang Yuan roughly skimmed through the accounts, increasing his understanding of the forces around him. He then asked Wuan and Lady White Rabbit to leave. "Lord, there is a matter, I don't know if I should speak of it or not." Before leaving, Wuan spoke with some hesitation. "Speak." Fang Yuan was straightforward. Wuan reported to Fang Yuan that there were some rumors recently saying that Kai Clan GU Immortal Kai Shang was coming over to inspect the Super GU formation. Fang Yuan immediately understood Wu An's meaning, and waved for him to leave. Chao Si Lu has many pursuers, this Kai Shang is the most important one among them. He has never taken the initiative to do an inspection. This time, he is most likely coming over to find trouble with me. However, Righteous Path GU Immortals could not disregard all considerations and engage in life and death battle. At most, there would be a drop in reputation. At worst, I will give up my reputation and avoid fighting. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, but I also need to prevent my secrets from being exposed. After all, this Super GU formation was built under the leadership of Kai Clan. Among Southern Border's super forces, Kai Clan is absolutely the #1 force in formation path. Fang Yuan already understood those mortal formation path contents clearly, and there were only a few things which he could not understand completely. However, when he looked at this Super GU formation he was in, there was still no change. He was still dazzled like an ant facing a vast river of stars. Kai Clan's first Supreme Elder had personally set up this Super GU formation. He was a great Grand Master in formation path. Kai Shang's arrival was quicker than everyone's expectations. A banquet to welcome him was essential. Because Kai Shang represented Kai Clan in this trip, what's more, he was responsible for inspecting around the Super GU formation to see if there were any defensive flaws and so on. During the banquet, everyone interacted with each other, portraying a cohesive gathering on the outside, but secretly, there were undercurrents brewing. The perceptive people knew this was not originally Kai Shang's task, but he had taken the initiative for this duty. Everyone in Southern Border knew Kai Shang was pursuing Chao Si Lu, but in these recent times, there were rumors of Wu Yihai being very close with Chao Si Lu. Kai Shang's objective in this trip was self-evident. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not partake in this banquet, instead holed up in the GU formation, continuing to explore the Dream Realm. Many people interested in this could not help but be disappointed at not being able to see a good show. Bada slowly put down his cup. "Nephew Kai Shang, I have already introduced all the GU Immortals here to you, they are all elites. Unfortunately, there is still one person who has not appeared today, this person is even more outstanding. He came from Eastern Sea, and later on, became a part of our southern border. Recently, he has defeated Sha Fei Kuei and mountain-moving old monster, and is the head of Wu clan here. All the GU immortals in the banquet felt a jolt in their minds, they all knew precisely whom Bada was talking about. Kai Shang wore a white robe, he had a handsome face, deep eyes and an aquiline nose, giving him a dark and devious aura. He was 160 years old by now. Old Treeman Bada was much older than him. Kai clan and Ba clan were also united by marriage, thus Bada was not randomly addressing Kai Shang by calling him nephew. Kai Shang smiled. I have also heard of the great name of Wu Yihai. It is truly regretful that I could not meet him today, but I will be here for some time, and I will also be inspecting all around the GU formation. At that time, I will definitely meet Wu Yihai. Kai Shang showcased initiative, immediately making everyone think over this. Fang Yuan, who was hiding away, looked quite weak-willed, compared to Kai Shang. The banquet ended, Wu Wen and Wu Liao were aggrieved, and both requested to have an audience with Fang Yuan. They had a very uncomfortable time in this banquet. They were cast aside by the others and even taunted, the only thing missing was nobody asking them for a spar. Oh, since that is the case, then I shall hold a banquet tomorrow, send an invitation to Kai Shang. Fang Yuan thought for a bit, before speaking. Wu Wen and Wu Liao glanced at each other, they felt excited as they retreated with Fang Yuan's order. Only Fang Yuan, alone, remained in the large hall. He walked to the depths of the hall and looked at the dream realm. He had already explored more than half of this formation path dream realm. After using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had passed through the 3rd, 4th and 5th stages. The main contents of the dream realm were Tu Shi Cheng teaching his son about formation path. His education style was brutal and harsh, using survival to forcefully stimulate his son's potential. Fang Yuan had suffered so much from this that he no longer had the energy to curse. Unravel Dream had outstanding effects indeed. These stages were no obstacle to Fang Yuan, letting Fang Yuan's current formation path attainment soar once again. He had not only stepped into master level, he even went one step further, becoming a quasi-Grand Master. But I still am a long way from truly reaching formation path Grand Master level. Fang Yuan had an extremely clear sensation of this. Towards the later stages, attainment levels became increasingly difficult to raise. This dream realm is still not over. According to its size, there are at least 2 stages left. This Tu Shi Cheng's son was truly amazing, his formation path attainment was definitely above Grand Master level. But recently, Kai Shang has been inspecting the various places of the GU formation. I should restrain myself a bit and stop exploring the dream realm. After all, this super GU formation was constructed mainly by Kai clan. Fang Yuan was still not able to thoroughly understand this super GU formation, so it was better for him to be careful. Fang Yuan knew that once the secret of him being able to effectively explore dream realms was exposed, it would create an extremely huge impact. At that time, not only southern border, the other 4 regions would also be shaken and would mobilize their forces to find him. Wu Yihai is inviting me to a banquet tomorrow. Looking at Wu Wen, Kai Shang smiled. I appreciate Wu Yihai's good intention, but, forgive me, I am on official business and have to prioritize it. Wait for me to finish inspecting the GU formation. After that, I can visit to thank him for his hospitality. Kai Shang refused Fang Yuan's invitation with a slight smile on his face. Wu Wen felt helpless. As he left with a face filled with anger and embarrassment, he reported this to Fang Yuan. Kai Shang's action was slightly overboard and had slapped Wu clan's face. This made both Wu Liao and Wu Wen indignant. The other clans, GU Immortals, however, were secretly laughing at this, anticipating a good show. Regardless, Fang Yuan was calm the whole time. He indifferently looked at Wu Wen and Wu Liao. Since that is the case, then we shall wait. He did not look the least bit angry. But, Wu Wen and Wu Liao were inwardly anxious, feeling like their face had been torn by Kai Shang, but since Fang Yuan did not look anxious at all, they could only take their leave. Although Fang Yuan could not continue exploring the dream realm, he still had a lot of other things to do. For instance, constructing coiling thread caves to expand the scale of regretful spiders. This was to be the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's second large-scale resource expansion. Fang Yuan had been preparing for it these last days. It was all to construct an environment that was suitable for ordinary spiders to qualitatively transform into regretful spiders. According to Dongfang tribe's method, constructing coiling thread caves required setting up a GU formation, and it also required a rank 6 immortal material, dark soft silk, and a rank 7 immortal material, regretwater rock. Fang Yuan had already gathered dark soft silk and regretwater rocks. He had paid a large amount of immortal essence stones as well as some other immortal materials for them. Next was setting up the GU formation. This was clearly a GU formation that concerned immortal materials. Normally speaking, this kind of GU formation which relied upon immortal materials could only be deduced and created by a Grandmaster level formation path GU Immortal. And a Great Grandmaster formation path GU Immortal could construct a GU formation using the natural Dao marks in the world as the foundation. Prior to exploring the formation path Dream Realm, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at an illegible book when he considered this GU formation. But now, he understood it clearly. After all, he had quasi-Grandmaster attainment. Moreover, Fang Yuan still had some inspiration. Maybe I can improve this GU formation and add in Perseverance Immortal GU. According to the principle of this GU formation, if I add in Perseverance Immortal GU, the production of regretful spiders will at least multiply by 8. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement at such a concept. If he could achieve this target, then the regretful spider business would surpass the dragonfish. The profits it could bring Fang Yuan could surpass even the guts GU business. This seemed to be exaggerated, but if looked at carefully, it was true. Guts GU's production was restricted by the quality and the quantity of souls. Currently, Langya sect was killing desolate beasts in Taichu and using their souls as the resources to produce Guts GU. They were also bringing in some souls from Treasure Yellow Heaven as well as the Northern Icy Plain as replenishment. The key point was there was Western Desert's Shao clan, which could take in all the regretful spiders even if its supply was much higher. There was no need to worry about the sales of regretful spiders. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had a collaborative relationship with Shao clan. Fang Yuan started deducing, but soon, he ran into a problem. He was unable to arrange a part of the GU formation. This already surpassed his limits regardless of how many wisdom path methods he used. I am only a quasi-grandmaster. If I were a grandmaster, I would have the foundation to modify this GU formation. Fang Yuan realized, but although I am not a formation path grandmaster, there is someone nearby who has this attainment level. This person was none other than Kai Shang. After Kai Shang refused Fang Yuan's invitation, he started patrolling all the places around the Super GU formation. Every stationed GU Immortal welcomed Kai Shang warmly. Kai Shang was intentionally delaying his inspection. Everyone knew that the longer he delayed, the more Wu clan's face would be lost. Naturally, it was Wu Yihai that Kai Shang held hostility towards, not Wu clan. A love rival. Wu Yihai, you think of yourself as so high and mighty, you look down on me. By inviting me, do you think I will scuttle towards you? HMPH, I want you to come look for me personally. Kai Shang had such an intention in his mind. But soon, this plan of his was destroyed. Because Fang Yuan's letter of challenge was in his hands. In the letter, Fang Yuan wrote, I once toured scenic spots with Fairy Si Lu, and in that time, your name was mentioned. Fairy Si Lu praised you as a genius in formation path, but I, Wu Yihai, don't accept that. I have created a formation path problem. Let's see if you can answer it. If you can, then it is your win. If you can't, it is your loss. I will be informing Fairy Si Lu of this result when I return. Kai Shang completely lost it. Wu Yihai, as expected, you could not take it anymore. But you actually want to use formation path to trouble me. You, a transformation path GU Immortal, want to use formation path to embarrass me. What gave you the guts? You are asking for your own humiliation. I will definitely tell Fairy Si Lu of your loss and prove my, Kai Shang's, strength. Chapter 1328, Fang Yuan's Shamelessness. Kai Shang felt he was humiliated. Yes, humiliated. At present, in the entire southern border GU Immortal world, who did not know of Wu Yihai's identity? Who was not aware he cultivated transformation path? But now, Fang Yuan did not use his primary cultivation to trouble Kai Shang, but instead picked Kai Shang's most proficient domain. This was like saying, I don't need to use transformation path to trouble you, because you simply can't compare to me. The disdain overflowed in this challenge. He could not take it. This could not be endured. Kai Shang's eyes were wide open as he pinched Fang Yuan's information path GU worm and mumbled, let me see what problem you brought out. This is quite something. Soon, A trace of solemnness appeared on Kai Shang's face. As far as he was concerned, Fang Yuan's question was quite challenging. But soon, Kai Shang settled himself. No wonder he is confident of using formation path to harass me. This problem is slightly difficult. He made this problem. That should not be possible. His main cultivation is transformation path. It should be a Wu clan formation path. Gu Immortal behind him who created this problem. HMPH, with his identity as Wu Yong's brother, how could Wu clan's Gu Immortals not help him? Although Wu clan was not specialized in formation path, as long as it was a super force, they would have some involvement in formation path. Because super forces needed to guard their resource points, and had a large-scale demand for Gu formations. But even if a Wu clan Gu Immortal helped you, so what? In terms of the clan's strength, my Kai clan is indeed slightly inferior. But if just comparing formation path attainment, my Kai clan is undoubtedly in first place in southern border. Kai Shang felt intense pride towards his clan. He gathered all his senses and dived into Fang Yuan's problem. The more he pondered, the more he lost himself. With his analysis, he had divided the problem into dozens of segments. Normal methods cannot be used to solve the issue of water and fire opposing each other. The whole Gu formation demands a circular formation. A square formation can be discarded. How to solve this difficulty? This is slightly difficult. But this can't defeat me. Kai Shang's fighting spirit soared high like he had been injected with adrenaline. He inwardly told himself that he had to teach Fang Yuan a fierce lesson. Let him know that he, Kai Shang, could not be humiliated. Lord, the evening banquet that Luo clan's Gu Immortals invited you to is going to start soon. We should be on our way. At this time, a ranked 6 Gu Immortal of Kai clan, Kai Lu, reminded Kai Shang from outside the door. Not going, not going. Kai Shang did not even raise his head. He refused while continuing to deduce the problems in his mind. But, we already agreed. Kai Lu hesitated. I said I am not going. Leave. Kai Shang impatiently replied. Kai Lu could only helplessly leave. Kai Shang took in a deep breath, looking at the formation path problem Fang Yuan sent him. His eyes brightened as he mumbled, what good is there in a banquet? The important thing is to defeat him. The faster I can solve this problem, the better it is. You dare to humiliate me. The night passed like this. Kai Shang had not slept the whole time. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was in a mess and he was extremely tired. With a Gu Immortal's physique, it did not matter if they stayed up all night. But Kai Shang was rather exhausted. He had not rested even a moment during this night, and had put in all his effort to deduce and plan, taxing both his mind and energy. This problem is indeed slightly difficult. But, I have already solved it. Ha ha ha, you dare to mess with me. I will let you taste my awesomeness. Despite being exhausted, Kai Shang was extremely excited and laughed heartily. He could not wait to see how Fang Yuan would respond. I will go right now and enjoy your expression. Kai Shang walked to the entrance when he suddenly stopped. No, I am standing against Wu Yihai right now. We are like generals, how could I take the initiative to visit him? My reputation will be lost. I need to send a subordinate. Soon after, Kai clan ranked 6 Gu Immortal Kai Lu arrived in Kai Shang's study. Little Lu, send this to Wu Yihai. Haha, I want to teach him a lesson. Kai Shang instructed. Kai Lu quickly agreed. His cultivation level was lower than Kai Shang, and he knew Kai Shang was the hope of Kai clan in formation path. Kai clan's first supreme elder, Kai Kuyu, had said a few times in the past that Kai Shang would inherit his legacy. The significance of these words was huge. Kai Kuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. Him acknowledging Kai Shang meant Kai Shang was very likely to become a formation path great grandmaster as well. Kai Shang also did not let down the clan. He had displayed his talents and aptitude in formation path since a young age, and with the clan's resources being poured into him, he cultivated hard all year round and did not slack. After receiving Kai clan's nurturing, his current formation path attainment was not to be underestimated. Relaxing. Fang Yuan slowly woke up and stretched out his arms. Although his soul had the protection of Guts Gu, it would become agitated when used too much. Guts Gu was not able to resolve this, but sleep could restore the soul's calmness. After Fang Yuan had a night's sleep, his exhausted state was swept away, and his mind was vigorous again. Kai Shang's information path Mortal Gu had already been delivered while he was asleep. When Fang Yuan glanced at it, a look of pleasant surprise flashed past his eyes. Oh! He indeed solved it. This speed is quite fast. Fang Yuan sighed as he then immersed himself into the information and started studying it. His eyes shined repeatedly as he gained great enlightenment from Kai Shang's solution. So it was like this. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. This was a completely new thought process and it opened a new window to him. According to this thought process, this answer is still not suitable for my entire GU formation. I need to make slight adjustments in some areas. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. He did not give the whole GU formation to Kai Shang, and only took out parts of it for Kai Shang to solve. Kai Shang's answers had no errors, but there would still be deviations when the entire GU formation was arranged. However, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was already at quasi-Grand Master, and using the foundation of these answers, he fully could make some adjustments. Kai Shang was a Grand Master, and Fang Yuan a quasi-Grand Master. There was not a huge difference between the two. If the difference was too high, it would be impossible to modify the formation. It was just like how Fang Yuan currently saw this super GU formation that covered the dream realm. It was still a mystery to him. He could not understand a thing. Fang Yuan made huge gains by receiving the answer to the issue that was troubling him. Indeed worthy of being Southern Borders Kai clan. He mumbled, praising Kai Shang's formation path attainment. With this problem solved, Fang Yuan could continue his plan to modify the GU formation. His mind was calm and serene, as he began deducing once again. A few days passed like this. Kai Shang was very anxious. After he sent the answer, he had been waiting for Fang Yuan's reply. But, even after some days, he had not received a response. He did not even feel he could taste his food and drinks properly. What is Wu Yihai playing at? Kai Shang mumbled. Kai Shang, what did you say? In the banquet, a Luo clan GU Immortal asked in confusion. Kai Shang slowly came to his senses, only then realizing he was still in the banquet. He had refused a banquet invitation from Luo clan before, but after solving Fang Yuan's problem, he came to attend one. He had to attend it, otherwise, was it not the same as not giving face to Luo clan? GU Immortal Kai Gui, who was sitting at the side, quickly mediated, "Forgive us, Kai Shang has always been like this. His mind often wanders, sometimes he even forgets to eat when he is thinking of a formation path problem. He would stand still all of a sudden, and it can happen even while he is walking." Kai Gui had rank 7 cultivation, and was the leader of the Kai clansmen stationed here. The Luo clan GU Immortal laughed loudly. "I have heard about Kai Shang's behavior. He is indeed a formation path genius. Sigh, if my Luo clan could produce 1 or 2 geniuses with just 20 or 30% of Kai Shang's talents, I would be content." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. He ran into another problem. It seems modifying this GU formation is already beyond my limits. Fang Yuan had encountered a new problem, and this one was much more difficult than the previous one. He could still make an attempt for the previous one, but this time, he did not even think to attempt it as his ideas were too unreliable. Since that is the case, let's hand it to Kai Shang. Fang Yuan smiled. It's here, it's here. When Kai Shang returned to Kai clan's station, he soon got Fang Yuan's information path Mortal GU. His eyes brightened in excitement. Do you think it was easy for me? Even I was getting impatient from waiting. Kai Shang sneered while feeling proud. Right now, he was like a winner picking up his battle spoils. However, after his consciousness entered and he learned of the contents in the information path Mortal GU, his eyes opened wide in anger. What is Wu Yihai saying? He is actually acting so shamelessly. Kai Shang immediately cursed. In the letter, Fang Yuan did not mention a single word about the previous challenge letter. Instead, he casually admitted Kai Shang had some ability. Naturally, it could also be Kai Shang getting lucky. If you can solve this problem, I will admit you have the qualifications to pursue Fairy Si Lu. This was what was written in the letter. At the mention of Chao Si Lu, Kai Shang was even more unable to endure it. Are my qualifications up to you to decide? Wu Yihai, I misjudged you. You shameless guy. Kai Shang felt like Fang Yuan was standing in front of him, sneering in disdain and looking down on him. He suddenly had a strong impulse to rip apart Fang Yuan. Still mentioning going on a sightseeing tour with Si Lu. Even I have only traveled once with Si Lu. Damn this guy. Kai Shang paced around the study, gritting his teeth in resentment. He almost crushed the information path Mortal GU in his hand. But he thought for a moment and withstood this impulse. If I crush this GU, wouldn't it be satisfying Wu Yihai's wish? HMPH, he was not able to create difficulties for me, he is definitely afraid of me now, so he is intentionally saying this. Right, me giving up is probably what he wants to see. I can't let that happen, I will continue to win and make him completely admit his defeat. Make him fully realize my strength. Of course, to prevent him from acting shamelessly again, I must make this matter public, the more people that know of it, the better. Kai Shang learned from his mistake. The origin of this matter was a dispute about a girl. Kai Shang had also found it slightly embarrassing, but now, he was willing to throw caution to the wind against Fang Yuan. Chapter 1329, Fang Yuan admitting defeat. Kai clan's area, in the study room. Kai Lu had been summoned, and after hearing Kai Shang's intention, he said with an awkward expression, "Lord, is that good? Our Kai clan and Wu clan's relation is still quite good. At least, even with Wu clan's current situation, our Kai clan has been maintaining neutrality. So what, other clans can make a move, but our Kai clan can't." Kai Shang was getting angry. Kai Lu thought to himself, Lord Kai Shang is truly like what the rumors said. What should I do now? While thinking, Kai Lu said, I understand Lord's mood, but over here, we have some business where we have been closely collaborating with Wu clan. If we just suddenly fall out. Kai Shang immediately came to a realization. You are talking about the Dream Realm business. Kai Lu nodded. Lord is wise. Wu clan wanted to do Dream Realm business for some income under the table, but how could their actions be unnoticed by Kai clan? The Immortal GU used in this Super GU formation belonged to Southern Borders super clans, but the GU formation itself was personally set up by Kai clan's first Supreme Elder. Although Kai clan contributed few Immortal GU, as far as this Super GU formation was concerned, they had an enormous influence. Thus, Wu clan had to bring in Kai clan if they wanted to do this Dream Realm business. Kai clan's GU Immortals had much more understanding of the GU formation. If they were not brought in, this business could not be done. Kai Shang sighed inwardly. No wonder First Supreme Elder had once said that it is hard to fathom the minds of people. Sigh, Kai Lu is a fellow Kai clan GU Immortal, but for personal gains, he is actually not standing on my side. His expression was gloomy, it was hard to resolve the matter now. He wanted to publicly fall out with Fang Yuan, but he encountered an obstacle in the first step. What should he do now? For a moment, Kai Shang was quite helpless. Because he had taken a position here all of a sudden and had always taken cultivation as his main goal. He had very little contact with other Kai clan GU Immortals and was always focused on researching formation path. His influence in Kai clan was quite small and could even be said to be the smallest influence among ranked 7 GU Immortals. It was also the first time he had come to this Super GU formation. Now, with his lack of connections, as a grand ranked 7 GU Immortal, he was actually unable to mobilize Kai Lu. Kai Lu's mood was quite bad, disobeying a ranked 7 GU Immortal, especially when the latter was an important future hope of the clan, he naturally did not feel good. However, people in low positions naturally had their own survival methods. Kai Lu thought for a bit and said, Lord, it is not that I don't want to do this matter on your behalf. It is just that your status is high, once this matter is proclaimed, it will have a great impact. How about this, please let me inform Lord Kai Gui about this matter. He is the leader here, we will listen to his decision, what do you think? Kai Lu's tone was humble and polite, and was even subtly flattering Kai Shang. Kai Shang felt extremely comforted upon hearing this, and nodded, alright, then let's see what Lord Kai Gui says. Kai Gui's brows furrowed when he heard Kai Lu's report. A fight over a woman, nobody would feel good about involving themselves in a dispute merely over this. Kai Gui felt quite troubled. On one hand, his clansman was Kai Shang, he had to show respect because Kai clan's first Supreme Elder was behind Kai Shang. On the other hand, if they really escalated this matter, it would no longer be a personal matter, but a political one which could affect the diplomatic relations between Wu clan and Kai clan. This was a world where the strong were respected and where one individual's strength could surpass a group's. Thus, politics was also determined by individuals. Kai Shang and Wu Yihai had very high status. A conflict between them was a conflict between Wu clan and Kai clan. This was not exaggerated at all. Especially Wu clan, it is in a difficult situation, being harassed from all sides. If, at this time, my Kai clan joins in, it will damage the neutrality of Kai clan, and not to mention that we will gain poor reputation for kicking someone when they are down, it will also worsen our relation with Wu clan, harming my clan's interests. But I also have to appease Kai Shang. Kai Gui racked his brains for a while before he actually thought of an idea. He then secretly gave his idea to Kai Shang. We cannot make this a big issue, otherwise, the impact will be very bad. Even if we win, we will be making a joke of ourselves. This is, after all, a personal matter, we should deal with this privately. You can tell Fairy Si Lu about the situation. Wu Yihai also has affection towards Chao Si Lu. If you can ask her to be the witness, Wu Yihai would absolutely not dare to act shamelessly. Kai Shang slapped his thigh and shouted, "Great idea." Kai Gui smiled, slightly pleased with himself. From what Kai Gui saw, this method had even more allure to Kai Shang, who did not want to ruthlessly crush their love rival in front of the girl they loved, and gain her attention. Soon, Kai Shang informed Chao Si Lu of the matter through an information path GU worm. Regardless of what was going on with Fang Yuan, Kai Shang immediately felt enormous pressure. Now, Fairy Si Lu knows of this. This is a duel between gentlemen and it was he, Wu Yihai, who sent the challenge. She should not feel disgusted, right? I need to quickly complete Wu Yihai's challenge. This is my specialty, I absolutely cannot lose. The enormous pressure became a huge motivation for Kai Shang. He started concentrating on the problem. Is this another part? It has a slight relation to the previous part of that GU formation. It is likely the whole GU formation was divided into two parts. Damn it, if I knew the whole GU formation, it would have been much easier. Now, I can only deduce according to this part. He was getting a headache. Kai Shang began to use his methods. He was a formation path GU immortal who knew a mystical GU formation taught to him personally by First Supreme Elder. This GU formation used wisdom path GU worms as the core, while the supplementary GU worm was an immortal GU. Normally speaking, be it an immortal killer move or an immortal GU formation, both used immortal GU as the core and mortal GU as supplementary. However, this GU formation actually did the opposite. The supplementary immortal GU used was a water path immortal GU named Sweat. The GU formation's name was Wisdom Sweat Formation. It slowly activated as Kai Shang poured in his immortal essence. There were no gorgeous lights or sparkles, instead, an intriguing smell that seemed somewhere between fragrant and foul was formed. The smell grew more intense, shrouding Kai Shang. Gradually, the smell condensed into a fog which covered Kai Shang's face, making him unable to see anything. For 3 days and nights, Kai Shang did not sleep or rest, continuing to deduce. Finally, the fog dissipated and the GU formation stopped. Some mortal GU were expended and dead, only about 10% of them remained, which Kai Shang stored back into his immortal aperture. Among them was Sweat immortal GU. Kai Shang's whole body was soaked with sweat, as if he had been drenched in a rainstorm. His face also looked pale. But his eyes were shining brightly. All of a sudden, he raised his head and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. I finally solved it. I will see how you can get out of this, Wu Yihai." After a while, Fang Yuan received the letter. Oh, he got smarter, using Chao Si Lu to create difficulties for me. Unfortunately, my goal is not her. This little threat is useless. Fang Yuan soon praised once again. Interesting, this solution is indeed a good method. But why could I not think of it? Although Fang Yuan obtained the answer, he did not focus on it, instead he started to evaluate himself. There were many areas in Kai Shang's solution that Fang Yuan had not been able to grasp. Formation path was extremely vast, the inheritances Fang Yuan obtained were only of mortal level, it was natural for him to not be able to grasp them. As for Kai clan, they would not lack immortal level formation path inheritances. Moreover, with generations of development, and innovating new things based on the original foundation, they were Southern Border's #1 force in formation path. But even if I don't have immortal inheritances, if my attainment level can reach Grand Master, I should also be able to solve this problem. Attainment level was one's understanding of the essence of the Great Tao. A simple analogy would be the solving of a mathematical problem. Fang Yuan wanted to modify the GU formation and achieve his goal. It was like he wanted to reach a number, for example 5. Despite having the GU worms, he did not know how to obtain 5. At this time, Kai Shang's answer was 2 + 3 = 5. Fang Yuan came to a realization that he could achieve his target like this. If his attainment level was enough, even if he did not know, he could rely on his instincts to understand the question from parts, to extrapolate information and obtain the answer of 2 plus 3 equals 5, or 10 halves equals 5. Naturally, GU formations were not as simple as this, especially when there were many GU worms involved. It became harder to arrange them successfully. The contents of GU formations were complicated and varied. There were simple GU formations, compound GU formations as well as formations within formations, depending on the form. There were square formations, circular formations and so on, depending on the activation style. There were instant activation formations and delayed activation formations. Then, they were divided further according to paths, fire formations, water formations and so on. Some GU formations were like towers, with layers upon layers of designs. Some GU formations were easy to modify and were like a set of clothes, modifying them were like sewing a patch. Some GU formations could not be modified, they were like building blocks and changing one of them could cause the whole GU formation to collapse. If one subdivided the GU formations, the GU worms involved would become even more complicated. For example, some GU worms needed to be used together, while some had to be dispersed to influence their respective targets. By the night of the second day, the eagerly waiting Kai Shang received Fang Yuan's reply. This time, with Fairy Si Lu as the witness, I want to see how you will act shamelessly. Kai Shang impatiently sent his consciousness into the information path Mortal GU. His face soon brightened up, because Fang Yuan had admitted his capabilities in the letter and that he was indeed worthy of Fairy Si Lu's admiration. But, Fang Yuan had also written that Wu clan had people that could do this, and it was not anything strange. Kai Shang frowned when he saw this, but he was unable to retort since Wu clan indeed had people who could solve the problem. At this moment, he saw the last paragraph of the letter. Fang Yuan had put forward a problem again. Moreover, he promised that if Kai Shang could solve this, he would admit Kai Shang was superior to him. Even in front of Fairy Si Lu, he would admit he was inferior. Kai Shang started to breathe in deeply. He imagined the situation, when he and Wu Yihai appeared in front of Chao Si Lu at the same time, with Wu Yihai cupping his fists and saying, "I am inferior to you." A love rival admitting he was inferior. The more Kai Shang thought of this, the more moved he became. Wu Yihai has a high status, he is my biggest rival. I can win this and defeat him. More importantly, Fairy Si Lu is the witness, I don't have to be afraid of Wu Yihai reneging on his promise. Chapter 1330. So it cannot be solved. Wisdom Sweat Formation. Kai Shang set up this GU formation again, doing his utmost to deduce the formation. But this time, he met with an unforeseen challenge. Difficult, it was really difficult, even the first 2 rounds added together and multiplied by 10 could not match this. Kai Shang felt like he was a baby trying to ascend a tall mountain. This difficulty, no wonder Wu Yihai is so confident. It is related to the contents of the first 2 GU formations. No, I must use this chance to humiliate Wu Yihai. I will make him admit that he is inferior to me in front of Fairy Si Lu. After a day and a night, Kai Shang's eyes were filled with blood vessels. He was doing his best to try and tackle this problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan was thinking, this difficulty, it has likely surpassed the limits of Grandmaster attainment level. Not long ago, Fang Yuan received Kai Shang's help. He was able to modify the GU formation of the coiling thread caves. He took a huge step forward, there was an immense breakthrough. However, right before succeeding, Fang Yuan was met with an unprecedented obstacle. If the first problem was a pit, the second was a mound, and this final obstacle was a mountain. Only by climbing to the top and removing the obstacle could he complete the modification of this GU formation. This obstacle greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. My initial estimation was that if the GU formation could be deduced, the regretful spider production would be doubled 3 times. That was not the same as 3 times as much. It would increase by 7 times, becoming 8 times the production of the initial size. This growth was terrifying. When the GU formation was created, he would have 7 extra coiling thread caves out of nowhere. Fang Yuan's plan was wonderful, but the realization of it was met with great difficulty. The first 2 steps, he managed to complete, but now, he had no clue. He was just a step from success. How could Fang Yuan give up now? Thus, he placed his attention on Kai Shang. Many days later, the wisdom sweat formation stopped. Kai Shang's expression was pale. His gaze was drifting, there was no light in his eyes. Damn it, His hair was messy, like growing weed, his expression was of frustration, he gritted his teeth. Even though he gave it his all, he did not succeed. This way, he could not beat Fang Yuan, and worse, Chao Silu knew of this third challenge. Kai Shang had already bragged that he would resolve this problem. If he failed, forget about Wu Yihai, but how would he face Chao Silu from now on? Kai Shang felt an unforeseen pressure weighing on him. He quickly ate and rested before going back to his deductions again. Kai clan. It was to the west of southern border, or rather, it was towards the west of all the super forces currently in southern border. Yang clan was the neighbor of Kai clan. This clan was a neighbor of Wu clan, and was finding trouble with Wu clan recently. Conflict arose due to a wild immortal Gu. Kai clan, Yang clan, Wu clan. Following the basic rule of making friends with those far away and making enemies with those close by, Kai clan and Wu clan had always had a good relationship. The newest information was sent to Kai clan's first supreme elder, Kai Kuyu. Kai Kuyu took a look and frowned. This intel was talking about none other than the challenge from Fang Yuan to Kai Shang in the Super Gu formation. Inside the Super Gu formation, Kai clan's leader, Kai Gui, was afraid that conflict between Fang Yuan and Kai Shang would escalate. He had wisely reported this incident to Kai Kuyu. This way, even if the situation worsens, Kai Gui's responsibility would be lowered. After all, he had informed them. Kai Kuyu would divert a portion of his attention to this conflict while he was dealing with complex political matters. After all, both sides had extraordinary statuses. If this was handled improperly, it would escalate further. Kai Shang is troubled. This Gu formation problem is beyond the abilities of a grandmaster. The information had recorded Fang Yuan's third formation path issue. Kai Kuyu was a great grandmaster. He only needed a look to spot the difficulty of this problem. Together with the first two problems, Wu Yihai is trying to create a Gu formation to farm resources. But this person who made the Gu formation is too greedy. They have insufficient attainment level and cannot notice it. If I do not say anything to him, with Kai Shang's obsessive nature, he would continue to research it. If he gets injured from this, he might even die. Is this Wu clan's scheme? They can see Kai Shang's potential, so they are trying to eliminate our future hope. With Wu clan's current situation, it is unlikely. But I cannot be careless. Kai Kuyu thought of this, a sharp light shined in his eyes. He muttered, it seems I have to do something. A moment later, Kai Gui visited Kai Shang, bringing with him an information. Path Immortal Gu from Kai Kuyu. This is First Supreme Elder's instruction. I have to pass this Immortal Gu to you. Kai Gui said. Kai Shang blankly received the Immortal Gu. After looking into it, he saw the details and his expression changed. He cried out in surprise, this is the immortal inheritance left by secluded cultivator Tu Yuan. His earth, water, wind, fire 4 elements formation is unique to him alone. But it had little reputation, because he kept a low profile, few people knew of it. First Supreme Elder actually gave this immortal inheritance to me. I asked for it so many times but I did not succeed in the past. Kai Shang was so excited, he looked into the immortal true inheritance without caring about the outside world. When he snapped back to awareness, a long time had passed. It was night time already. Time passed really quickly. When did Supreme Elder Kai Gui leave? Forget it. Kai Shang's eyes shined brightly, unable to be looked at directly. Kai Clan First Supreme Elder's true inheritance came at a timely moment. It was what Kai Shang needed most right now. Kai Shang was filled with admiration and gratitude towards Kai Kuyu. So First Supreme Elder has been taking notice of me all along. He saw that I was in trouble, so he helped me. Is this cheating? Probably not. First Supreme Elder did not help me directly, he only gave me a true inheritance. The inspiration to solve the problem was thought of by me. That's it. I have wasted enough time. I need to quickly resolve this problem and show Wu Yihai what I'm capable of. Kai Shang was excited and driven. He used the wisdom sweat formation again. 2 days passed, the Gu formation stopped working as Kai Shang walked out angrily. So this Gu formation problem cannot be solved. Wu Yihai, you dare to scam me. Too devious, too scheming. Thankfully, with First Supreme Elder's guidance, I exposed this truth. Thinking of this, Kai Shang gritted his teeth. He had suffered a lot these last days, he barely slept at all, he was invested in the problem. But then, he realized this was unsolvable. Kai Shang felt that Wu Yihai had toyed with him, he was very angry. But soon, he laughed. That's right, this problem cannot be solved. As long as I expose this fact, I win. In fact, I can tell Fairy Si Lu about this, and embarrass this devious Wu Yihai. Kai Shang immediately acted upon it, sending out 2 information path mortal GU. Fang Yuan received 2 information path mortal GU immediately. The first one was from Chao Si Lu. It was not unexpected that Chao Si Lu sent a letter. After looking at it, he was a bit puzzled. But then, he thought of something and looked at Kai Shang's letter. This Kai Shang has improved. He actually went to complain about me, telling Chao Si Lu about the result of this challenge, before sending me this letter. This way, he can prevent me from retaliating. He really has improved. Fang Yuan's smile faded. The result was unexpected. His GU formation had no solution. This was a common situation. Before a deduction succeeds, any new GU recipe, killer move, GU formation, they could be unsolvable, they could be impossible to complete. They were merely illusions, there was no possible way of success. Some problems were easy to tell, but others were not so obvious. Especially formation path, it used too many GU worms and paths, it was too complex. Some ideas could not be exposed as unsolvable until the very end. Multiplying my production 8 times, this idea is hoping for too much, it is not possible. Since it is unsolvable, I can only abandon it and find a new modification. But forget about it now. Since I lost the challenge, I should invite Kai Shang over. This person is quite interesting. Kai Shang did not even think about it, he agreed to go over for the banquet. His attitude was different from before. Initially, he thought that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, he refused to go. But now, he was the winner, he felt that this was an apology banquet, he had to go with the attitude of a winner, to savor the feelings of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first words were, "Wu Yihai, will you relent now?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, smiling, of course, you are a genius, why would I not relent?" Kai Shang was shocked, he did not expect Fang Yuan to act like this, he admitted his defeat. He did not know what to do now. Before this, he had thought of many possible outcomes, and how to deal with Fang Yuan's excuses. But now, Fang Yuan admitted his defeat, he relented. Kai Shang felt like he had nothing to say now. Chapter 1331, Inviting Kai Shang over. The banquet started. In this small hall, there was only Fang Yuan, Wuan, and Kai Shang, 3 GU immortals. Wuan naturally did not play a key role, the only important thing was that Fang Yuan and Kai Shang were interacting. Fang Yuan toasted Kai Shang, speaking politely with a smile, he expressed a lot of admiration and praise towards Kai Shang's formation path attainment. After smiling and admitting defeat, could Kai Shang bear to give him a hard time? Kai Shang was straightforward and unguarded, unschooled in interacting with others, he drank a lot of wine. He assessed Fang Yuan, looking at him in a different perspective. This Wu Yihai is quite a friendly guy. What happened earlier? Was he trying to purposely anger me? Or does he have a request of me? Kai Shang thought to himself. I will not hide it, Kai Shang, talented people like you are the people I admire the most. Fang Yuan laughed, toasting. Kai Shang raised his cup and drank before Fang Yuan even drank. The toasting from earlier had already made Kai Shang used to this subconsciously. But Fang Yuan's words were nice to hear. Especially when they were love rivals, such praise made Kai Shang feel deep accomplishment. I must be alert, this Wu Yihai might be acting, he is very scheming. Kai Shang did not let down his guard, but no matter how he looked at it, Fang Yuan's smile was full of sincerity. Hehe, forget about Fang Yuan's acting skills, but don't forget attitude GU. Kai Shang, take a look. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, handing over an information path mortal GU to Kai Shang. What is this? Kai Shang muttered, he looked into it and his expression changed. As it turned out, this was an information path mortal GU that Fang Yuan was going to send to Chao Si Lu. He praised Kai Shang in the letter, his admiration was overwhelming, he admitted his own insufficiencies, using formation path questions to challenge Kai Shang was just him overestimating himself, he was truly ignorant and could not see Mount Tai, Qi Shang was a true southern border hero. There was no such thing as Mount Tai in this world, but the meaning was the same. After Kai Shang saw this letter, he felt embarrassed. Fang Yuan's praise was too exaggerated. Am I really so good? Southern border hero, why have I never thought of that? What would Fairy Si Lu think after she sees this? All sorts of thoughts appeared, Kai Shang could not contain his emotions. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his gaze transformed. Fang Yuan directly sat beside him. Kai Shang did not feel any dislike towards this closeness. Kai Shang, throughout the southern border Gu immortal world, only you are talented enough for Fairy Si Lu, I am truly in admiration. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Oh, Kai Shang did not know what to say, he had joy on his face but also suspicions. Fang Yuan said again, but I will not give up, all gentlemen may pursue beautiful and clever women, even though I am less talented than you, I will work harder. You won this time, but we will compete fairly again in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, Kai Shang's suspicions faded, he raised his cup for the first time and tasted Fang Yuan. Yes, fair competition. A contest between gentlemen should be fair and square. Saying this, he treated Fang Yuan as a gentleman. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his shoulders. To speak the truth, I hate the other competitors, but you are different. You are so talented and upright, I admire you. If you can get Fairy Si Lu's love, I will bless you too, because I know that I did not lose unfairly. As for the others, they are just clowns. Kai Shang was embarrassed from being praised, he rubbed his nose, saying, actually, some of them are quite strong. Friends are often made after a fight, come, drink. Fang Yuan raised his cup. Kai Shang acted even more openly, drink. He raised his head and gulped, drinking all of the wine in one mouthful. Next, he burped, his face turned red. Awesome. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, pouring wine for Kai Shang again. He smiled sincerely and enthusiastically, he was very friendly. But the truth was, he was calm in his mind, he thought about Kai Shang's information. Wu clan's intelligence was very reliable. Fang Yuan knew long ago. This Kai Shang had been noticed by Kai Kuyu when he was young, he saw the talent that Kai Shang had in formation path, thus he nurtured him deeply. Kai Shang was known as the formation devotee. He was chosen when he was a youth, he was sent into a cave in Myriad Snake Mountain to study. He stayed there for 30 years. When he was 40, he came out and had rank 3 cultivation level, but he surpassed rank 4 and 5 GU masters in creating formations. His formation path attainment shocked the entire Kai clan. Next, his clansmen realized that Kai Shang had actually come out of seclusion because he lost his way and accidentally left the mountain. His performance resulted in great fame, fortune and women came to him, but he rejected them all. His only request was to return to the cave and continue his formation path research. This alerted the supreme elders. Kai Kuyu permitted Kai Shang's request, creating a cave solely for him, with attendants and servants to cater to him. Kai Shang continued his research, he was so engrossed in it, it was shocking, as if formation path was the only joy in his life. He was invested in it, regardless of what happened outside, he only stayed in his cave, engrossed in his formation path cultivation without seeing daylight. When his hair turned white and his lifespan was ending, Kai Kuyu came to see him and asked, in this life, did you regret anything? Do you have any requests before dying? Kai Shang cried loudly, saying, life is too short, 100 years passes by too quickly, my formation path research still has many things left to do, how can I rest in peace? This is my biggest regret. Kai Kuyu sighed in admiration, granting him a lifespan GU. Kai Shang obtained it, regaining his youth and lifespan. Kai Kuyu talked to him about formation path, guiding him for 3 days and 3 nights before confirming that Kai Shang was the clan's future hope, his formation path attainment could reach Great Grand Master in the future. Kai Kuyu did not just say it, he acted on it, nurturing Kai Shang with a lot of resources from the clan. With the clan's help, Kai Shang's cultivation level rose rapidly, he became an immortal. In a few decades, he became a rank 7 GU immortal. Even though he became an immortal, his living habits did not change at all. He was still invested in formation path, he continued to research it endlessly, his closed cultivations lasted from years to over a decade. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Chao Si Lu with a firm attitude. When news got out, Kai clan was taken aback, to think that other than formation path, Kai Shang actually liked women. After getting Wu clan's intelligence, Fang Yuan thought that Kai Shang was an interesting person. With this knowledge, he used a special method to deal with Kai Shang instead. He did not meet with Kai Shang earlier, it was part of Fang Yuan's scheme. He purposely used the formation path problem to challenge him, that was the second step, and this third step was the banquet. Kai Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything progressed according to plan. Not long ago, Chao Silu had sent a letter according to Fang Yuan's expectations. As the person involved, Chao Silu had to express her attitude clearly. Even though she did not state it, in the letter, she talked about her first encounter with Kai Shang. According to Chao Silu, back then, she visited Kai clan with Chao clan's orders. She was attended to by Kai clan first supreme elder's son, Gu Immortal Kai Bang. But to think that this Kai Bang was hitting on Chao Silu by using the beautiful scenery and some poems. If this were normal times, Chao Silu might not get mad, but now, she was the envoy from Chao clan. Kai Bang's actions were disrespectful to Chao clan. Chao Silu felt resentment towards him. To deal with him, Chao Silu purposely got closer to Kai Shang. Kai Bang was Kai Kuyu's son, the supposed next first supreme elder of Kai clan. He had the second highest authority in the clan. Nobody dared to trifle with him except the formation devotee Kai Shang. Kai Shang did not know about the issue. He had no interest in Chao Silu initially, but she purposely talked to him about formation path, and even explained some of Chao clan's formation path knowledge. Kai Shang was deeply attracted. He gained a lot of interest. Chao Silu used Kai Shang to deal with Kai Bang. Kai Bang could not do anything. He could only apologize to Chao Silu secretly. Chao Silu completed the clan's mission and returned in success, also gaining a suitor in Kai Shang. Chao Silu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He gained a clearer understanding of Kai clan's internal affairs. Kai clan's first supreme elder has limited lifespan. He can no longer use lifespan GU, but his son, Kai Bang, became an immortal due to his protection. He has limited capability. Kai Kuyu knows about his son's abilities, but he wants him to become Kai clan's future first supreme elder. Thus, after noticing Kai Shang's personality and talent, he decided to invest in him and nurture this formation devotee. As long as the formation devotee protects him, Kai Bang will have a good chance of staying first supreme elder. And the formation devotee's admiration and gratitude towards Kai Kuyu will make him unable to escape the control of Kai Bang. Kinship, hehe. Chao Silu's letter showed Kai clan's internal political conflicts to Fang Yuan. And because of this problem, a genius like Kai Shang emerged. At the same time, some questions that Fang Yuan had was answered. Come, Wu Yi Hai, let me toast you. At this time, Kai Shang toasted Fang Yuan for the first time, breaking his train of thought. Kai Shang continued, you are a very sincere person. When Fairy Silu and I get together, you do not need to be too upset. You are very talented. There are lots of women in the world, but few are well learned about formation path. Chapter 1332, Happy Host and Guest. Kai Shang drank a lot. His face was red. He spoke a lot. It seemed that after defeating Fang Yuan in this contest, his confidence had risen sharply. He felt that he could obtain the love of his life. GU Immortals had all sorts of methods to prevent getting drunk. But that way, the joy of drinking would be gone, and it was very rude to their drinking buddies. Fang Yuan quickly raised his cup, drinking the wine as he smiled. If that is the case, I will admit I am unlucky. It was too bad that I had a competitor like you. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed to himself, as if lamenting that the heavens saw fit to put someone so gifted in his way. He expressed that sentiment fully in his act. Kai Shang laughed loudly, stretching out his arm and patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, consoling him. This Kai Shang was so innocent and pure. This matter was decided long ago. As long as Fang Yuan agreed, Chao Silu would enter his embrace. This was a certain thing. But Chao Silu did not express her intention clearly, because this fairy had her schemes and pride. She wanted to play hard to get, so as to raise her own value. Actually, Fang Yuan could tell very clearly. Like this time, Chao Silu's letter was the expression of her attitude. Chao Silu is seeing that Kai Shang and I are competing. She is very happy about it. Earlier, she had been watching on the fence. This suited her intentions. When I lost, she then took the initiative to tell me about the situation between her and Kai Shang. She wants to console me and let me know that she has no feelings for Kai Shang. It was his one-sided affection. But this clever woman did not state her attitude clearly. She just talked about a fact to show her purity, while showing that she had a lot of value to her suitors. It was natural instinct for men to pursue women. How many men pursued her, and the type of men that went after her, these somewhat determined the perceived value of a woman. Chao Silu is seeking to be with me. This is not her personal wish, but the political desire of Chao clan. And with just this, I am already ahead of all her suitors. No matter how many times I fail, no matter how many women I go after, no matter how weak I am, even if I make a scene like during the Moon Festival, so what? I am already victorious. In fact, even if I go after another woman instead of Chao Si Lu, she will turn around and pursue me instead. Of course, this is not love, this is politics. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind, he had seen through everything. But he could not accept this love from Chao Si Lu. Once he accepted it, he would be dragged into this vicious political spiral. He would no longer be simply Wu Yihai, he would be the key pawn that Chao clan had inserted into Wu clan to fight for their own benefits. Wu Yong would no longer give him such a relaxed environment like now, he would keep Fang Yuan under close observation, suppressing him and maintaining alertness against this brother. If that happened, would Fang Yuan be able to enter the dream realms easily? Evidently, he could not, he might even get exposed. And that would lead to greater problems. Once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he would face the attacks of Chao clan, because they were a righteous path force, they had to keep a clear distance from Fang Yuan, and Wu clan and Chao clan would try to defend their own reputation by going after Fang Yuan with all their effort, far more than the other clans. However, even though I cannot accept it, and won't accept it, I can make use of this love. Using Chao Si Lu, Fang Yuan would make Wu Yong more alert, he would arrange for Fang Yuan to be sent back to the Super GU formation, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Of course, there was nothing perfect in this world, even though this method was brilliant, it had its drawbacks. Wu Yong's alertness, Luo Muzi, Lun Fei, and Kai Shang, as well as Chao Si Lu's other suitors were all lingering problems. There was pure love in this world, but it was indeed rare. When people lived in this world, they had to consider many things. Chao Si Lu's beauty, background, cultivation level and others, these were alluring temptations. Among her suitors, Kai Shang was the purest, but he still considered the element of formation path, not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Kai Shang's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was mentally prepared. Even without Kai Shang, others were going to come and find problems. Even if they did not come now, they would in the future. Because Fang Yuan was approaching Chao Si Lu, and the benefits associated with her, he angered many people. Among these people, there were suitors, and there were forces behind them after the benefits. As the saying goes, beautiful women are trouble. A beauty was not easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of using love and emotions to conquer a beauty. Actually, there was far more. A woman's beauty was her natural dowry. This dowry was extremely valuable, it was a huge amount of wealth. Who would not want such wealth? But not everyone could protect this wealth. If a beauty was willing to give this wealth to her partner out of pure love, then this lucky person should treat her well. But the truth was, such situations were too few. If it happened, treasure it, if it didn't, don't bank on it. This was not unseemly. This was reality. When Fang Yuan returned to the Super GU formation, he started to think of how to settle the aftermath of this. A true chessmaster would consider many steps ahead before even moving. In fact, when Fang Yuan decided to use Chao Si Lu's love to achieve his goals, he had already started to think of how to resolve the fallout of this issue. If he handled it badly, Kai Shang would be only the first one here. The second, third, and so on, these people would be unending. This would be huge interference for Fang Yuan's exploration of the dream realm. At the same time, Wu Yihai's identity restricted Fang Yuan greatly in dealing with these challenges, he could not expose himself during the process. Fang Yuan needed to resolve this problem carefully and accurately. It was difficult, and yet easy. He would create a target, someone who would attract the attention of those suitors. Fang Yuan had been expecting people to find trouble with him. Kai Shang came here at such an opportune time, Fang Yuan was secretly happy about it. When he looked through Kai Shang's information, his joy increased by several times. His opponent's stupidity was his own fortune. Of course, there was a point. Such stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example from Earth, it was Yu Fei. Yu Fei went on a campaign, and when he was about to succeed, the emperor he served used 12 golden plaques to recall him back to the capital, and executed him on false charges. Was the emperor being stupid? He was. But were the emperor and officials idiots? They were not. If Yu Fei succeeded in his campaign, the reputation of his personal army would rise greatly, the emperor's authority would be lower than this general, the threat was too big. And most importantly, if Yu Fei won, he would bring back the former emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? And now, Kai clan's first supreme elder, Kai Kuyu, intentionally nurtured a Gu immortal like Kai Shang. Was he senile? Did he not know that a person like Kai Shang, who was focused on researching formation path and had no capabilities in political conflicts, would eventually become a tool that was used? He was not senile, of course. He nurtured Kai Shang extensively precisely because he knew this. Because his son needed to be the first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son. Kai Shang was the chosen one. Many people thought that Kai Shang was Fang Yuan's problem. But that was not the case from Fang Yuan's perspective. He felt like this was an opportunity. If he handled this well, he would resolve all the future problems ahead. He would be able to peacefully explore the dream realm and raise his foundation for the following period of time. Thus, Fang Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how would he create the bigger threat than himself, Kai Shang? Without this meat shield, how would he divert all of the attention away? Kai Shang was the easiest to plot against. From his information, Fang Yuan knew that Kai Shang loved to research formation path. He was most skilled in answering problems and creating the necessary Gu formations. Fang Yuan thus challenged him using this. As a researcher, Kai Shang had his unique pride in this domain he was specialized in. He could ignore everything else. He did not pay attention to his appearance, nor did he have any interest in fortune, but he cared about this. Because this was the meaning of his life. Fang Yuan, a transformation path Gu immortal, was using this to challenge him. This was a huge slap on Kai Shang's face to begin with. How could Kai Shang endure this? He could not. Thus, he fell into the trap that Fang Yuan had set. He could not climb out. Not only was he stuck in the trap, he even toasted Fang Yuan, feeling that Fang Yuan was a very sincere person. You are a competitor, but what can I say? We are truly friends made after a fight. Haha, Kai Shang laughed, placing his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder. Enough talking, let's drink. Fang Yuan gulped. Kai Shang stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are so cool. Let's drink." Both sides continued to empty their cups. Good wine. Kai Shang sighed. Sigh, to speak the truth, this is the first time I am drinking so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but he was unmoved inside. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed. They were direct in their actions. The banquets of the righteous path was shrouded in rumors and suspicions. They were filled with schemes and plots. All sorts of devious thoughts were like undercurrents, waiting to sweep unknowing prey into the abyss. Fang Yuan lost the challenge to Kai Shang, but he was very happy. He spread news about this. So what if he lost? Sometimes, losing was a way to achieve one's goals. Kai Shang was also very happy. He felt that this was the happiest he had ever been in a banquet. At once, both the host and guest were happy. Chapter 1333, Plunder Shadow. A joyous banquet was not the end, it was the beginning. Fang Yuan and Kai Shang became good friends. For the next few days, Fang Yuan frequently invited Kai Shang, and Kai Shang often came to Wu clan's territory to visit Fang Yuan. It was both easy and difficult to get close to someone and create a good relationship. The key was simply lowering the status of oneself and accommodating to the other party's wishes. Fang Yuan was an old schemer, with attitude Gu in his possession. How could Kai Shang be his match? Kai Shang was the formation devotee. He was not interested in ordinary Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan was a formation path quasi-grandmaster. He had a connection to this formation path grandmaster. Both parties conversed on the topic of formation path. Kai Shang was soon amazed with Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. He expressed his doubt at this. Because Fang Yuan was a transformation path cultivator. But Fang Yuan told him, I had always been interested in formation path. When I was immortal, I researched formation path and primarily cultivated it due to some fortuitous encounters. But circumstances in life force twists and turns. Later, I had to become a transformation path Gu immortal. But I am already very lucky. After all, how many lone cultivators can become immortal? This helplessness made Kai Shang sigh deeply. He felt a deep sense of compassion towards Fang Yuan. If you want to cultivate formation path, I can help you. Kai clan has a few formation path Gu immortals. I can intervene and transact formation path immortal Gu for you. Kai Shang stated. It was not easy for him to offer this. This proved that Fang Yuan's hard work had paid off. It was possible to change paths, but the vital Gu had to be changed too. Fang Yuan looked very moved. If I want to change paths in the future, I will find you for help. Kai Shang nodded. By then, just tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a GU immortal to change paths, it could not be done quickly, this was a huge matter and needed a lot of aspects to be considered. There were also negative repercussions on the immortal aperture as well. While interacting with Kai Shang, Fang Yuan gained a lot of benefits. Even though his attainment level did not increase, Fang Yuan's knowledge did, his basic understanding of formation path had been supplemented, it was of huge help to him. Fang Yuan gained a more comprehensive and deeper understanding of formation path. What was the difference between GU formations and killer moves? Kai Shang told Fang Yuan, GU formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves use multiple GU worms at the same time, GU formations are the same. GU formations are the killer moves of formation path, each GU formation is a different killer move. Thus, formation path is the path with the most killer moves among all paths. Of course, GU formations and killer moves have slight differences in details. For example, GU formations last a longer time, and after a GU formation is set up, the amount of mental energy the GU master uses up also decreases. What is the essence of formation path? Fang Yuan asked Kai Shang. Kai Shang shook his head. Even though I am a formation path Grand Master, I have insufficient attainment level to talk about the essence of formation path. But my clan's Lord Kai Kuyu had once told me, the essence of formation path is to create environments. Fang Yuan heard this and felt deeply enlightened. The GU formation of the Coiling Thread Caves was precisely to nurture more regretful spiders by creating a new habitat and environment for them, right? It seems that formation path great Grand Masters can use the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to use fewer GU worms in setting up their GU formations. In some places with abundant natural Dao marks, just using mortal GU can form an immortal GU formation. Is that true? Fang Yuan asked Kai Shang again. Kai Shang nodded, explaining patiently, that is true. But actually, at our level, we can only use Dao marks. Some GU formations are not just built on the foundation of GU worms but also GU materials. But we can only use the Dao marks inside the immortal materials to set up the GU formation. After a long time passes, these immortal materials will be destroyed. Formation path great Grand Masters are one step ahead, not only can they use immortal and mortal materials, they can also use the Dao marks of the surroundings according to the environment. This conversation was a huge inspiration to Fang Yuan. Thereafter, he attended to Kai Shang even more enthusiastically. Fang Yuan soon realized that banquets were not very effective at improving their relationship, he might as well converse with him about formation path. Sometimes, an intense discussion would incite the passion in Kai Shang's heart, and make him feel closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also had another trump card, he wrote letters to Chao Si Lu. Every time he wrote a letter, he would praise Kai Shang and exclaim about his shocking formation path talent, and his incredible ingenuity. Kai Shang was getting embarrassed from being praised, he looked at Fang Yuan in a different light, he thought that this person was truly a gentleman, conducting himself uprightly and with an open mind. Returning the favor, he also wrote letters to Chao Si Lu, praising Fang Yuan deeply, saying that he cultivated transformation path and even formation path alongside it, his attainment was so deep that he felt great admiration and surprise at it. Chao Si Lu, she looked at the letters she received, she felt that these two suitors were praising each other so much that they had forgotten about her. She did not expect to see this situation, while she rolled her eyes to herself, she also wrote back letters of praise, especially towards their open-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Kai Shang turned from enemies to friends, this transformation made everyone watching from the side feel deeply shocked. Southern Border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border, because it had countless fierce dark path beasts, as well as shadow monsters that were renowned in Southern Border. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, deep within this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, inside a certain cave. A crazed old man with purple hair and messy clothes was running around barefoot in the cave, while screaming and making a din. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, and his body started to twist as he started to crawl like an earthworm. After moving for a while, he suddenly stood up, laughing sheepishly. But a moment later, his laughter stopped, his cloudy eyes regained clarity. Lord Purple, you are awake. Ying Wuxia suddenly appeared in the cave, he sighed with a complex expression. This crazed old man was Purple. Shadow Sect's party of 4 had vanished after the Battle of Reverse Flow River. They had returned to southern border at some point in time. They had even entered deep into Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Purple sighed deeply. He patted the soil on his body shrunk to his miniman form with miniature wings. Call me Purple Mountain True Monarch, this will help our future actions. Purple Mountain True Monarch said, what information do you have now? Ying Wuxia said, southern border's political situation is progressing according to our plan. But it is a pity, Kai Shang and Wu Yihai did not have an intense conflict, they even became good friends. Oh, Purple Mountain True Monarch was slightly surprised. After looking at the information, he nodded. This Wu Yihai is quite interesting. He primarily cultivates transformation path but also has enough formation path attainment to gain Kai Shang's approval. This would help him, but he could not defy Wu Yong. He was sent to the Super GU formation again. Ying Wuxia nodded. Wu Yong is a rank 8 GU immortal with great authority now. Wu Yihai had just returned not long ago. He did not even join with Chao clan, and cannot get their full support. But this proves further that even though Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator, he has great ambitions. Because he got close to Chao Si Lu, yet he did not get together with her, it shows that he has not agreed on the profit distribution with Chao clan yet. Is his ambition something we can make use of? Purple Mountain True Monarch thought about it. We might be able to make use of this, but we know too little about this person. Right now, our plans on Wu clan should focus on Wu Yong. Wu clan is the #1 force in southern border. They are the pillar of the righteous path. If they fall, southern border would have huge political turmoil. By then, we will take advantage of it and destroy the Super GU formation. We will be able to save our main body. It turned out that Wu clan's political problems were not simple. Shadow Sect was behind them, causing many of the situations. HMPH. So what if southern border's politics get into chaos? Bai Ningbing appeared outside the cave, having a cold expression. With just the 4 of us, even if the Super GU formation only has 4 GU immortals defending it, it will be difficult. Furthermore, our main fighting strength is so unstable. Bai Ningbing spoke without any politeness. Even against the rank 8 Purple Mountain True Monarch. She was fearless, because when Fang Yuan chased after them, she had already set a new alliance agreement with Ying Wuxia and the others. They were of equal status. And Purple Mountain True Monarch's constant insanity made the respect in her heart dwindle. Purple Mountain True Monarch was unmoved, smiling. Political unrest is not enough. Of course, these righteous path forces are not stupid. But this is just to weaken the strength of the righteous path in the Super GU formation. The 4 of us are not enough. We are too short on manpower, so now, we will recruit people. Recruit people? Ying Wuxia was surprised. There are still hidden cards in southern border that I do not know about. Because he knew that southern border's Shadow Sect forces were heavily crippled. If they wanted to attack the Super GU formation, these new members needed to have high power level. Ordinary ranked 6 GU immortals were simply useless. But such people would definitely have been recruited when Ying Wuxia was facing Fang Yuan's pursuit earlier. Or even further back, if such people existed, when Spectral Soul defied heaven to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, they would have been used already, to deal with Central Continent's GU immortals. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded, before shaking his head. Do you two know why I fall into insanity sometimes? Chapter 1334, Assimilating with Heaven's Will. Purple Mountain True Monarch suddenly changed the topic. Bai Ningbing did not speak, while Ying Wuxia asked, is it not the interference of Heaven's will? Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. It is Heaven's will indeed, but I was the one who initiated it. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing heard this and showed shock on her face. Hearing Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, it seemed like his insanity was due to his own actions. Purple Mountain True Monarch sighed eerily. Scenes of the past drifted in his mind. In the past, along with the other first-generation split souls, we found the major enemy was Heaven's will, and tried to find ways to deal with it. I cultivated Wisdom Path. I was the leader of the split souls. I had to be the one to find a way to deal with Heaven's will. Using a part of the true inheritance of star constellation Immortal Venerable that we found, and together with my Wisdom Path attainment, I devised a method that was to assimilate with Heaven's will. Assimilate with Heaven's will? Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia looked at each other, frowning. That's right, Heaven's will is vast and immense, it is everywhere. Back then, we had just started to interact with it, we did not know as many secrets and weaknesses of it as now. Back then, we were greatly restricted, the situation was worsening and getting more dangerous every day. More and more members died after being targeted by Heaven's will, hope was turning bleak. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued. Left without a choice, I used this method that was not a proper solution. Since the enemy was so powerful, I pretended to surrender and infiltrate the enemy to obtain intelligence about it. After all, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia's eyes shone. Even now, they could see the innovation of this method. Heaven's will was formless. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually wanted to infiltrate Heaven's will. It was truly an incredible idea. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not just think about it, he did it. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued explaining. Heaven's will, you must be clear of it. When grotto heavens devour fragments of the 9 heavens, Heaven's will enters, and any heavenly spirit inside would turn dull and robotic. The heavenly spirit becomes like this. It's similar for GU immortals. Every time I assimilate with Heaven's will, I will become crazy and lose my sense of reason. However, this is also why I can greatly reduce Heaven's will's intention of killing me, and am able to live until now. There is also one benefit of this: when I fuse with Heaven's will, I can clearly understand it and learn about its strengths and weaknesses. When I learn about Heaven's will's thoughts, I can see the planning of Heaven's will and am able to plot for myself and Shadow Sect. The principle of Heaven is to be merciless, it treats all beings as pawns. From the perspective of Heaven's will, all beings in this world are its chess pieces. And in this chessboard of destiny, there are some crucial points that attract my attention. Purple Mountain True Monarch's explanation made both Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia deeply interested. Because they had already sensed that Purple Mountain True Monarch's following words were going to be very important. As expected, Purple Mountain True Monarch continued. I assimilated with Heaven's will. I found that in Heaven's will's arrangements, there were some very crucial pawns. So every time I went crazy, I would use Heaven's will to get close to these pawns, and by the time I regained my senses, I would try to turn them over to my side, and use my own power to make them my pieces. And in the battle not long ago, I believe you have already seen the use of one of these pawns. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Ying Wuxia said in realization, Lord Purple Mountain True Monarch, you are talking about Tai Bai Yunsheng. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. That's right, Tai Bai Yunsheng was a crucial pawn in the chessboard of destiny. Even though Heaven's will arranged it, I managed to influence him and eventually used his power to allow you all to escape. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once met Purple Mountain True Monarch when he was a GU master, obtaining his true inheritance. There were Heaven's will's arrangements on him, and also Purple Mountain True Monarch's influence. Thus, when Fang Yuan was used by Heaven's will to return to the past and overturn Spectral Soul's plan, Fang Yuan received Tai Bai Yunsheng's help during the process. Tai Bai Yunsheng submitted to Fang Yuan. One of the reasons was Fang Yuan's own intelligence. The other factor was Heaven's will. But later, Tai Bai Yunsheng separated from Fang Yuan, helping Shadow Sect instead. This was because Fang Yuan betrayed Heaven's will. At the crucial moment, he did not destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, he used it for himself. Tai Bai Yunsheng thus helped Shadow Sect greatly as a result of Purple Mountain True Monarch's influence. Tai Bai Yunsheng died in battle. On the surface, it was due to Fang Yuan. But from another perspective, this was the sacrificial piece from the conflict between Shadow Sect and Heaven's will. Ying Wuxia heard this and finally understood Purple Mountain True Monarch's intent. He called out, I get it, all these years, Lord Purple Mountain True Monarch has traveled the world, you influenced many crucial pawns, and now, they will be the strength to break the Super GU formation and rescue our main body. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled lightly. Precisely. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. An intense jade green light shot into the sky with an alluring fragrance. Countless GU worms were flying around in the jade light, just one look would make a person dizzy. Fang Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the GU worms stopped flying, they landed and fell underground. More and more GU worms went underground, they started to shine and resonated with the previous GU worms, creating a mystical power. The jade pillar of light shrunk and got fainter. At Fang Yuan's will, an immortal GU flew out. This GU resembled a round pearl. It was as large as a goose egg. The pearl had countless markings on it that were moving around. They were brilliant like a blooming field of lotuses, or the rumbling of clouds. It was ranked 6 immortal GU blood acid. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. the arrangement of the GU formation had reached its most crucial moment. Blood acid immortal GU slowly floated into the jade light. Almost instantly, the jade light was dyed by blood acid immortal GU and turned blood red. The red light got stronger and stronger. Several breaths later, it reached an intensity that was on par with the jade light earlier. Fang Yuan let out a breath. The most crucial step was over, he just had to follow the routine now. The bright red pillar weakened before dissipating, but the fragrance still remained in the air, permeating the cave below. This cave was huge, it was around 200,000 square meters. Deep underground, there was a few li of distance. The cave was not completely sealed, there were 100 tunnels that resembled air vents, connecting the cave to the outside world. On the surface of the ground, there were countless holes that were dark and deep, but they gave off fragrance. The GU formation for the coiling thread caves is arranged. The creation of the coiling thread caves is half done. Next, I have to move those regretful spiders over and start nurturing them. This process would require the modification of the GU formation. In a month or two, I will be done. Kai Sheng left this place and returned to Kai Clan, as Fang Yuan continued his Dream Realm exploration. In the formation path Dream Realm earlier, there were 2 scenes left. They were solved by Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move. As he had expected, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level reached Grandmaster. Using his formation path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the immense gains from interacting with Kai Sheng, Fang Yuan easily deduced a brand new coiling thread GU formation. This coiling thread GU formation still used blood acid immortal GU, and the effect was only doubled. Fang Yuan's initial GU formation concept could multiply his gains by 8, but this was not solvable. There was no way of setting it up. Doubling it made Fang Yuan satisfied already. He still had a lot of accumulations left. He could use Unravel Dream many times, and with Kai Sheng leaving and diverting attention away for him, he could secretly explore Dream Realms now. Fang Yuan treasured this rare opportunity. In the following days, he gave an excuse of going into closed cultivation in order to delve into Dream Realms. Right as he was laboriously exploring Dream Realms, shocking news came out that shook the GU immortals of all 5 regions. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects in Heavenly Court had lost. They sent a powerful group to Northern Plains, but they did not manage to save Ma Hongyun and even had a crushing defeat. Out of the 3 rank 8 GU immortals, Wei Ling Yang, Myriad Tidal Dragon and Bai Chen Tian, 2 died while 1 went missing. The one who killed the rank 8 GU immortals was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former steed, legendary immemorial Desolate Beast, Dog-tail life-extending ferret. But Central Continent had survivors too. Zhao Lian Yun, Yu Yi Zi, Shi Zheng Yi and the rest were saved by Wei Ling Yang risking his life. They managed to hair-raisingly escape with their lives under the reinforcements of Central Continent later. This news made the entire world shocked. Central Continent's foundation and strength was publicly recognized as the strongest in all 5 regions. The 10 great ancient sects were super forces which governed Central Continent. Any one of them could defeat the average level of super clans or tribes in all 5 regions. And Heavenly Court was in charge of the 10 great ancient sects. Not only did it rule Central Continent, its influence extended to the other 4 regions. Its status in the hearts of Central Continent's people was unshakable. In the hearts of the people in the other 4 regions, it was the number 1 force in the world. After all, it had 3 immortal venerables that were in it. Which force in this world could match it? But this extremely powerful Heavenly Court actually lost in Northern Plains. After their shock, everyone learned about more information and expressed their understanding. Because it was traditionally known that Northern Plains was tough and had high battle strength, and this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's descendants, Longevity Heaven, were the ones who fought. As for Heavenly Court's defeat, they had ventured into another region. Their true strength had not been used. In fact, the group from Heavenly Court that went to Northern Plains was not just fighting Longevity Heaven, they also fought against old ancestor Shuihu. But regardless of the reasons, they had lost. The reputations of Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable soared, while those of Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects fell drastically. Chapter 1335, Heavenly Court's Countermeasure. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian died while Myriad Tidal Dragon escaped. Fang Yuan muttered. Information was transmitted to him. In this Super GU formation, he was the person with the clearest understanding of that situation. Looking at the date, it is about time. Heavenly Court went to Northern Plains GU Immortal World, which was represented by Longevity Heaven. Central Continent was dealt a huge blow as a result. Dog-tail life-extending ferret, as expected of giant sun immortal venerable steed, its battle strength is truly fearsome. Even though this raises Northern Plains morale, it is not a problem for Heavenly Court. With the 500 years of his previous life, and experiencing the first half of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Fang Yuan knew that Heavenly Court had immensely deep foundation. Compared to it, Longevity Heaven was just giant sun immortal venerable's grotto heaven, its foundation was far less abundant. This kind of event is incredibly rare. It had never happened in my previous life. After this, Northern Plains and Central Continent are basically enemies, or rather, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court are on opposite sides. And now, will Heavenly Court take revenge? If they do, it will be very interesting. Fang Yuan thought in his mind, continuing to deduce and try to find out the possible political outcomes. Longevity Heaven came from giant sun immortal venerable, while Heavenly Court had 3 immortal venerables. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would attack each other so harshly. Right now, the GU immortals of all 5 regions, and all the different forces, were focused on this matter. They were focusing on Heavenly Court's reaction. According to conventional reasoning, Heavenly Court had to counterattack, because it was the #1 GU immortal organization in the 5 regions. If it did not do anything, its reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented any large-scale war between GU immortals. And most people did not know about giant sun immortal venerable's luck suppression Heavenly Palace. It was too difficult for Heavenly Court to attack. Thus, whether it attacked or not, it had its own excuses. And no matter what Heavenly Court chose, its next step would decide the direction that the 5 regions would progress towards. He had predicted this long ago. Heavenly Court sent GU immortals to save Ma Hongyun. They would definitely face the obstruction of Northern Plains GU immortals. After Central Continent's GU immortals failed the rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent, and this battle, which had lasted a long time, finally reached a conclusion. But when he received news of this, Fang Yuan felt something amiss. There was something wrong, but he could not state what the problem was. Perhaps, because everyone has changed so much because of my actions, there were too many chain reactions, and the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking, so I am feeling increasingly uneasy. The radiance of Dream Realm shone on Fang Yuan's face, his expression became dark and uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is most important. Dream Realm, here I come. Regardless of the situation outside, or how treacherous or uncertain it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would feel safer. His soul entered the dream. Regaining his senses, Fang Yuan quickly found out that he was in the wilderness. Nighttime, the crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was immobile. He was carried by 2 people from the front and back. What is the matter? Realizing that he could not move, Fang Yuan started to assess the situation around him. Grunt grunt, sounds that resembled a pig eating entered Fang Yuan's ears. He soon realized that this weird sound came from the 2 who were carrying him. These 2 weird people carried Fang Yuan until halfway up the mountain. The dark clouds in the sky faded. Using the cold moonlight, Fang Yuan found that the 2 strange people holding him up were not humans, they were 2 boar-headed beastmen. In the current world, beastmen are extinct. Since beastmen appeared in this dream realm, what era is this? A question appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt something amiss. He started to struggle, but he soon realized that he was extremely weak. He was heavily injured. He struggled intensely, but he only managed to move his body slightly. Grr, grr. The 2 boar-headed beastmen noticed Fang Yuan's movement and started to growl. Oh no, Fang Yuan cried out internally. But the 2 beastmen were faster. They suddenly let go. Fang Yuan fell to the ground. The intense pain almost made Fang Yuan faint on the spot. Using his firm determination and willpower, Fang Yuan forced his eyes open and saw that the boar-headed beastman in front of him raised his leg. He stomped on Fang Yuan's face as the shape of the boar leg enlarged in Fang Yuan's vision. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's entire head was smashed like a watermelon. Blood flowed out with brain matter scattering everywhere. Fuck. The dream realm exploration ended. Fang Yuan's soul was injured. He was forced out. This means, I need to wait for my chance. I cannot act rashly. Fang Yuan thought as he used Guts GU to heal himself. Unravel Dream had limited usage in numbers. The Nightmare Demonic Cult Immortal materials had already been expended. But Guts GU was different. As long as he had Dang Hun Mountain, Guts GU was infinite in supply. Thus, Fang Yuan was more willing to use Guts Gu and suffer soul injuries than use Unravel Dream unnecessarily. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed, and he entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move, he allowed the two boar-headed beastmen to carry him halfway up the mountain. Grr. At a certain point, the boar-headed beastmen stopped as one of them grunted. The other one lifted Fang Yuan's legs as he walked up. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan could see that these two boar-headed beastmen were on the edge of a cliff. Oh no, Fang Yuan was about to struggle when these two boar-headed beastmen tossed Fang Yuan down the cliff. Fang Yuan rapidly fell down the cliff. His eyes were wide open, the bottom of the cliff was a mass grave. Countless corpses were casually lying around, the rotten corpses had a thick mist of foul-smelling odor around them. Before Fang Yuan could think any more, plop. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan fell to the bottom of the cliff. He was crushed into meat paste, he was dead with a ruined corpse left behind. Fang Yuan was forced out of the dream realm again. This dream realm, what is it exactly? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, in Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman spoke, she had a hunched back, she was bending down, her hair was yellow like wheat, her face was wrinkled and her eyes were blurry. She wore a yellow-brown robe, there was a ring of sand around her waist, she was standing before Duke Long reverently. Duke Long was no longer in a weak state after taking away Di Zhangsheng's life force, he was mighty and commanding now, he had regained his demeanor as the apex of a legend. At this moment, he was looking at the tower in front of him as he nodded, Granny Shaw, you did well. This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower. A rank 9 Immortal GU house. It had incredible reputation, it was famous throughout history. Even though it was shattered in southern border, most of the Immortal GU were preserved. After it was sent back to Heavenly Court, GU Immortal Granny Shaw woke up and had been refining GU, repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Right now, her work was done, Heaven Overseeing Tower was repaired completely. Lord Duke Long, please. Granny Shaw led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei followed, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. The white jade stairs spiraled upwards, it was no different from before. But Heaven Overseeing Tower had not activated, so Duke Long and the others went up without anything happening. When they got to the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the three GU Immortals saw an Immortal GU. This Immortal GU gave off an intense rank 9 aura, it was like a spider, colored in black and white, there was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. What else was it but rank 9 Fate Immortal GU? This Fate Immortal GU was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using the power of Love Immortal GU, it almost died. But after the hard work of generations of Heavenly Court's members, it had finally recovered to 50% during the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After reaching this point of qualitative change, Fate Immortal GU's recovery speed was many times that of before. Right now, even without success Dow marks, it had recovered to 60% due to Granny Shaw's hard work. Good, very good, Granny Shaw, you have contributed greatly to Heavenly Court, you have contributed greatly to humanity. I am sure that when Heavenly Court rules the 5 regions, your merits will be recorded in history and be revered by all descendants in the future. Duke Long sighed with an appreciative tone. Granny Shaw smiled. I am flattered, Lord Duke Long, I was merely contributing my meager strength. Furthermore, repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower was that old man's wish too. He. Granny Shaw laughed continuously as her body turned into sand while she laughed. A wind started blowing from nowhere, causing the sand to scatter in the air. Rank 8 GU Immortal Granny Shaw, Refinement Path Great Grand Master, had died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. When the previous generation Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up from shock, and contributed the last spark of her life to Heavenly Court. Another Heavenly Court rank 8 GU Immortal had sacrificed herself. During this period of time, Heavenly Court had sacrificed many members. Fairy Ziwei's eyes were slightly red. Duke Long's expression did not change, his body was straight like a ruler. He spoke, in the passage of history, generations of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals have sacrificed themselves like this, to give a bright future to our descendants. Wei Ling Yong, Bai Chen Tian, they were sacrificed, Granny Shaw was sacrificed, and in the future, the two of us will do the same. Why has Heavenly Court always been the top GU Immortal force? Other than the 3 Immortal Venerables, there is another important reason, that is, as Heavenly Court GU Immortals are not afraid of sacrificing ourselves. Because we know that humanity needs us, everyone needs us, heaven and earth need us. Fairy Ziwei breathed in deeply, trying to regain her calmness. Then, Lord Duke Long, what do we do now? Duke Long shut his eyes, before opening them again. The great era is beginning, some people cannot be allowed to live anymore. But that Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia, Purple, and others are all crafty, we have no idea where they are now. It is too tough to deduce their locations with the obstruction of regional walls. Fairy Ziwei had a worried expression. No need to worry. Duke Long waved his hand. No matter where they are now, we both know that they will go to one place, the giant dream realm in southern border. Forget about northern plains and longevity heaven, they are small problems. We have to get rid of these largest threats first. Chapter 1336. Part man part beast, Zuo Yiwei. Cold moon and desolate mountain. Two boar-headed beastmen carried Fang Yuan up the mountain from the front and back. Fang Yuan continued to observe, he did not act rashly. My body is a rank 4 GU master, I have an aperture and primeval essence but I have no GU worms. And I am heavily injured and extremely weak, even if I am in a healthy state, without any GU worms, I am no match for these two boar-headed beastmen. However, once we get to the cliff, these two boar-headed beastmen will toss me down. From this height, I will definitely die without the protection of any GU worms, unless I had the sovereign immortal body. Thus, my only hope of survival is on this road up the mountain. After analyzing this, Fang Yuan used this trump card. After activating Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan saw immediate effect. He felt like he regained some strength at this instant. For example, he was like an adventurer who was about to die of thirst in the desert earlier, but now, he drank a few drops of water. There was an effect, but isn't the strength I recovered too little? Fang Yuan had no choice, he could only use Unravel Dream again. This time, some of his injuries had instantly formed scabs, the pain he was feeling became less intense. But on his chest and back, there were still several deep wounds where bones could be seen, they were not recovering. Fang Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously, his major injuries healed drastically, though they did not form scabs, his bleeding condition had ceased. He regained quite a bit of strength, his body had regained some warmth from its initial icy state. But this did not give Fang Yuan any notable battle strength. He was still immortal now, he had primeval essence but he could not fight any of the boar-headed beastmen alone. Moreover, there were two boar-headed beastmen, not just one. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream's effect was so little. I used it 5 times but this is all I got. Fang Yuan looked at the cliff that he was reaching, he made up his mind. Forget it, I should take action first. His body bounced up like a lobster. The two boar-headed beastmen were caught by surprise and he managed to get free from them. Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the tough rock stabbed into his wounds as he almost fainted from pain. The two boar-headed beastmen had already reacted, they shouted as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his profound fighting skills to dodge while escaping and running down the mountain. The two beastmen chased after him. In a while, the two boar beastmen found Fang Yuan. Two white boar tusks stabbed into Fang Yuan's injuries on his back, penetrating out of his chest. Fang Yuan stopped moving, blood flowed out of his mouth. Soon after, his vision turned dark. When he opened his eyes, he was in a hall. He had returned to reality again, sent out of the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured, but what made Fang Yuan surprised was this strange dream realm. This dream realm is the most difficult one I have ever been in. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is incredibly high. As of now, I have not even finished exploring the first scene, and I have already died multiple times. Unravel Dream is also extremely weak in there, what is going on? This problem made Fang Yuan very perplexed. He thought about it and could not deduce anything, he had to take a step back and think about how he could deal with the two beastmen and escape alive. The boar-headed beastmen have huge bodies, if I can enter the forest, it would be easier. But this desolate mountain has no trees around, there are not even any piles of rocks. I can only use Unravel Dream 5 times, any additional tries would have no effect. Even though it can allow me to regain my strength and stabilize my wounds, the effects are not much, it would be better to have a single GU worm. Furthermore, even if I have GU worms in a forest around, my stamina is limited, I cannot get far. After some analysis, Fang Yuan finally realized, so this dream realm forces me to fall to the bottom of the cliff. Entering the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not act rashly, he used Unravel Dream and preserved his strength and mental energy. When he was at the cliff, the two boar-headed beastmen tossed him over the cliff. But the point of difference was, in midair, Fang Yuan started to adjust his body, getting close to the cliff. Several breaths later, he saw some strange rocks on the wall, they were protruding out. There were also some trees that lived tenaciously on the cliff face. With a loud crash, Fang Yuan landed on a rock, his bones broke and he died. The speed of descent was too fast, my injuries were too severe, I died the moment I landed on a rock, it seems I need to land on the trees. Using this experience, Fang Yuan landed on a tree. Following the sounds of some breaking branches, Fang Yuan fell downwards after his body broke some branches. But this time, he fell much slower. He used his soles and arms to grab at the cliff wall and adjust his direction. The second tree. Fang Yuan landed on the tree trunk, he was pierced thoroughly by countless sharp leaves that were as long as an arm. He died on the spot. What is this tree? Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. After many tries, continuously using Guts Gu and Unravel Dream. After dying 18 times in the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally landed at the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were too severe, his four limbs were unusable, only his right arm had some sensation left. He was bathed in blood as his injuries tore open again, his warm blood was flowing out continuously. His bones were mostly fractured, the intense pain was assaulting him like burning fire. But this was the best result that Fang Yuan could achieve after countless tries. Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream, after he got to the bottom of the valley, it could be used again. Fang Yuan's injuries healed a little, he could exert strength in his right arm, his left leg also regained some sensation, but his right leg was completely broken, it was twisted by his ankle at an awkward angle. Fang Yuan quickly inspected the situation around him as he looked around. There was a pile of corpses, like a mountain, flesh was rotting, the stench of corpses was dense as a mist, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? While Fang Yuan was dazed, he felt a strong Gu Immortal aura above his head. Two variant human ranked 7 Gu Immortals appeared in the sky. They were both beastmen, one had a boar head and human body, while another had a snake body and human head. Be careful, it's a big one down there. The Gu Immortal with a snake body and human head said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, big fellow, why are you sleeping, wake up. The boar head and human body Gu Immortal laughed loudly. The two were not quiet, they purposely amplified their voices, they sounded like rumbling thunder, reverberating in the valley. Incited by this voice, an overwhelming aura burst out of the mist-like stench of corpses. An intense aura burst out in the surroundings, all of the stench in the valley was blown away. A giant figure appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It was a giant, 7 to 8 stories tall. It was black in color, its black hair flowed like a cape, extending to its waist. Hidden by its hair were two bright red spots. It had awakened. The two Beastman Gu Immortals were stunned by this aura, they were no longer arrogant, they were filled with anxiety and fear. Fang Yuan was the same. Because this monster's aura showed him, rank 8 peak Gu Immortal aura. But it seems like a man, and an immemorial desolate beast at the same time. Big fellow, go eat. That's right, this flesh and blood was obtained by our clan after many battles. The two Beastman Gu Immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name, I am Zuo Yiwei. The black giant actually spoke, but it went back to eating after saying that. It stretched out its arms, corpses were grabbed by its monstrous hands as it stuffed them into its mouth. This is not good, Fang Yuan thought, at this rate, he was going to be eaten. Southern border, Black Demon Pit. Southern border had many mountains and many pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits, it was small and did not have many Dao marks. It produced some dark path resources, but for super forces, it was not useful, and for normal forces, the excavation was too tough. Thus, nobody came here. But at this moment, Purple Mountain, True Monarch and the others came to Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around, she used the investigative method from Bai Zhang's true inheritance but could not see anything. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not answer her, he spoke seemingly at the air. I am here, act according to our agreement, previously, I passed you my true inheritance, you owe me a favor. Favor? What favor? A voice came from within the pit. Afterwards, an intense aura burst out, from weak to strong, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ning Bing's, Ying Wuxia's, and the others' expressions changed. Only Purple Mountain True Monarch remained calm as before. Haven't you always wanted to be human? Zuo Yi Wei, human. Oh, I remember now, you are that guy from back then. Right, back then, I helped you, you owe me a favor. I, Zuo Yi Wei, want to be human, I need to return the favor. Tell me, what help do you need? What you are most skilled at, eating humans. Ha ha ha, I am sick of eating normal humans. Don't worry, they are immortals, there might even be rank 8 GU immortals. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled. That's good. Chapter 1337, Mushroom in Paradise, Dark Grand Master. Zuo Yi Wei, hearing the name of this giant monster, Fang Yuan's heart shook intensely. This was an immemorial desolate beast with a mysterious origin. It had existed since 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era. Every time it appeared, there would be endless slaughter and fighting. In terms of seniority, the dog-tail life-extending ferret from northern plains was merely a newcomer that rose to fame 300,000 years ago. Zuo Yi Wei, Yutian Guang, these two names were once placed side by side in human history. They were the nightmares of the Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Late Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts, but they possessed human forms, nobody knew why. Whenever they appeared, they would create endless slaughter, no matter which region, they would whip up a bloody storm. Even Central Continent's heavenly court could not exterminate them. They were extremely crafty, they worked together, and whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable was alive, they would hide and not show up. Thankfully, when it was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables era, the kindest immortal venerable throughout history was determined to get rid of these evils. He spent a lot of time and effort, finally locating these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts' hiding spot. After an intense battle, Yutian Guang died, while Zuo Yi Wei was heavily injured. It managed to escape, but it went missing. It was unknown if it was dead or alive. Zuo Yi Wei, I actually encountered this legendary immemorial desolate beast in a dream realm. Fang Yuan held in his shock. He continued to climb. Zuo Yi Wei was eating all of the corpses around it. In the surroundings of this beast, the mountain-like pile of corpses was pouring into its bloodthirsty mouth. Immortal killer move. This was obviously an immortal killer move. Its chewing alone could not allow it to eat at such a rapid speed. Fang Yuan was having a tough time. He was heavily injured and could not move fast. The speed of his climbing could not match the speed of suction by Zuo Yi Wei. He was dragged towards the center by these moving corpses. Suddenly, Zuo Yi Wei breathed in deeply. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and the winds blew him away, into Zuo Yi Hui's mouth. Zuo Yi Wei chewed rapidly. Fang Yuan was chomped up into meat paste by its sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with his soul injuries. How do I pass this dream realm? This problem was like a giant boulder blocking Fang Yuan's advancement. He fell into deep contemplation. While he was brought up the mountain by the two boar-headed beastmen, Fang Yuan tried many ways but could not escape. He knew now that this dream realm was forcing him to enter the valley. But this valley was more dangerous than the boar-headed beastmen, because a legendary immemorial desolate beast was there. Immemorial desolate beasts rivaled rank 8 GU immortals, but most of them had low intelligence. They were not the match of rank 8 GU immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among immemorial desolate beasts, there were a certain few unique individuals. Due to all sorts of fortuitous encounters, they had wisdom akin to that of humans. They learned the ways of GU cultivation and had immortal apertures. They knew how to manipulate immortal GU and could even unleash immortal killer moves. Their danger was extremely large, thus, every legendary immemorial desolate beast had its own name. Like dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Chu, Central Continent's evil dragon Di Zhangsheng, as well as Huo Kong, along with Zuo Yi Wei and Yutian Guang. These were all legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Such existences were often stronger than most rank 8 GU immortals. This could be seen from how the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chu, killed two heavenly court rank 8 GU immortals. Man is the spirit of all living beings, but they had weak bodies and could not compare to other lifeforms if GU worms were not used. Be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery speed, vision, hearing, and others, humans were inferior. Immemorial desolate beasts possessed extremely dense Dao marks. They had longer lifespan than humans. Their recovery, strength, and others surpassed an ordinary human. Once they could use immortal GU and immortal killer moves, possessed an immortal aperture and had wisdom like humans, their strength would naturally surpass rank 8 GU immortals. Does this dream realm want me to try and escape from getting eaten by Zuo Yiwei? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Using Unravel Dream along the way, he went to the bottom of the giant corpse pile with a shred of life remaining. Good. Fang Yuan gathered his focus, and pushed away all of the corpses before Zuo Yiwei started eating, burying himself. As Zuo Yiwei started to suck, intense winds blew. The surface of the corpse mountain started to fly away towards it. Fang Yuan was intact as he had dug into the corpses. But soon, the intense winds continued unceasingly as he was swept into Zuo Yihui's mouth again. Fuck. Fang Yuan's final view was a row of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. Entering the dream again. I'll dig and dig more. Fang Yuan continued as he used Unravel Dream to find some easy spots to drill into, allowing his progress to be faster. Zuo Yiwei continued to breathe in. After a long time, the wind stopped. Fang Yuan was also on his last breaths, hiding among the corpses. I finally endured it. While he was rejoicing, one of the two Beastman GU immortals in the air spoke. Zuo Yiwei, good appetite. The dark giant said, too few, too few. I want to eat more humans. The more humans I eat, the closer I am to becoming human. Don't worry, there's more. The Beastman GU immortal laughed as it opened its immortal aperture. A large number of human GU master corpses fell down like a waterfall. Fuck. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he uncontrollably cursed. At the next moment, he was squashed to death by the pile of corpses. Fang Yuan dug into the corpse pile, but this time, he did not use his full strength. After the intense winds vanished, he was at the top layer of the remaining corpses. Corpses rained down as Fang Yuan quickly climbed towards the walls, trying to find some mountain rocks as his shelter. After the corpses rained down, he was intact. What should I do now? Fang Yuan looked at the pile of corpses in front of him as he thought rapidly. Currently, he was still buried among the corpses. He was about 6 meters away from the top layer. And now, he felt a numb sensation in his chest. Fang Yuan could not see in the pile of corpses. He used his hand to touch it. Next, he touched a slippery tail. It seemed like a snake or a centipede. Next, this tail drilled into his chest. Am I dying again? This question had just appeared in his mind when he was kicked out of the dream realm yet again. Earlier, that seems to be a GU worm. Fang Yuan thought in real life. There are so many mortal GU master corpses. It seemed like a huge battle occurred and some mortal GU were not taken away. That is normal. Even if GU immortals find them, those tiny mortal GU are not of significance to them. Of course, in an extreme environment like the Sea of Corpses, while GU might be created, it is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this GU worm was his opportunity. After his injuries healed, he entered the dream realm again. Refinement of the GU worm failed, he died. Refining again, this time, he was in a deadlock as Zuo Yiwei started to eat again. Fang Yuan was interrupted and failed, he died. Finally, after refining the GU worm, he realized that it was a rank 2 GU worm used for offense. Fang Yuan cursed as once again, he died. Again, he died, and died. What sort of rotten dream is this? There were an uncountable number of failures, even one time, because of his actions. The two GU immortals took notice and waved their fingers, causing Fang Yuan to die from a mystical light. Despair. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any mishap or wind was a fatal danger to him that caused him to die. Should I give up on this dream realm? Thoughts continuously appeared of giving up. Fang Yuan's investment in this dream realm was beyond the rest, but hope was bleak. He could not see any chance of success. This dream realm was unimaginably difficult. Let's try once more. I can persevere once more. I died again. Should I give up? There was another chain of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up, but he could not bear to because he had invested so much. More importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience to him. Even if he gave up now, would he encounter such a dream realm again in the future? Gritting his teeth and persevering. Until the final time, there were about 60 corpses in the ground in the valley. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before preserving his life. He was mixed among them. A GU formation appeared. Fang Yuan discovered that Zuo Yiwei was trapped by this super GU formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground, only its upper body could move. This damned 4 elements formation, let me break you. After it ate enough, Zuo Yi Wei roared at the sky as it burst out with a powerful dark gray light. The gray light enveloped the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move Gray Knight. Let's retreat. The two Beastman GU Immortals flew into the sky. The four elements formation activated, as earth, water, wind, and fire. Four mystical lights burst out and resisted the gray light, limiting it to the valley. Zuo Yi Wei growled in anger and unwillingness to give in, but it was useless. What the? How can I dodge this? The gray light was everywhere, enveloping the valley. The Beastman GU Immortals could run, but Fang Yuan could not. He watched as the surrounding grass and rocks were eliminated by this gray light. He himself was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. This is an unsolvable dream realm. The gray light cannot be dodged. If I had known this, I would have given up long ago. That was the wiser decision. Feeling deep regret, Fang Yuan returned to the real world. His soul injury was much more severe than any of his previous attempts. What made Fang Yuan joyful was that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level all of a sudden. What happened? Fang Yuan quickly inspected. He was shocked to find out that this dream realm had vanished. So lasting until the final moment meant passing this dream realm. I succeeded. This is a survival type dream realm. I only needed to last till the end. This dream realm only had one scene, but after passing it, my ordinary dark path attainment level rose up to Grandmaster level. Is it because of Zuo Yi Hui's existence? Many questions were left unanswered. Fang Yuan's knowledge of dream realms was too shallow. After all, he had not invested effort into dream realms in the 500 years of his previous life. At the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lu Lan were filled with questions. Where is this? He Lu Lan looked at the world of birds and flowers that was shrouded in thin fog as she asked. This is the Mushroom Paradise. A variant human GU Immortal appeared from within the fog. Mushroom GU Immortal. Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. Mushroomen were a type of variant humans. They resembled humans, but there was a mushroom cap on their heads, resembling a hat. Below the mushroom cap were the mushroomens' brows and eyes. As for nose, ears, and other features, they were all present. Mushroomen Paradise. He Lu Lan muttered these two words. Don't tell me, this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables. Chapter 1338. 7 Illusions True Inheritance, Chakra Melons. Before He Lu Lan finished her words, Purple Mountain True Monarch interrupted. That's right, this blessed land has been modified by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It faces no calamities and tribulations. The Mushroomen blessed land has turned into the Mushroom Paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in this world, but this one is very special, because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had cultivated here before he became a Venerable. Oh, the Mushroom GU Immortal sighed deeply. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I knew that one day, I would have to pay a huge price. But if you want me to help you with evil deeds, that is impossible. You can just kill me. I won't kill you. Purple Mountain True Monarch showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring them into the Melon Cave, where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once stayed in and cultivated for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The Mushroom GU Immortal's expression became even more bitter. He thought for a while before nodding solemnly. All right, I agree. Mushroom Paradise, Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by the Mushroom GU Immortal. Purple Mountain True Monarch assimilated with Heaven's will. He could sense Heaven's will's plotting. He used this Mushroom GU Immortal to successfully send He Lu Lan and Bai Ningbing into this magical place. These are the chakra melons that my tribe grows. You can cultivate here secretly, but don't damage a single melon. The Mushroom GU Immortal said. Chakra melons. Bai Ningbing and He Lu Lan looked at each other, seeing the shock on their faces. Chakra melons were ranked 7 immortal materials, containing refinement path Dao marks. They could be used in any GU refinement. Thus, this immortal material was very widely used. And now, both of them saw the scale of this melon plantation cave. It was simply terrifyingly huge. How many chakra melons were there? Purple Mountain True Monarch explained from the side. No need to guess, this is the largest chakra melon production area in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They have almost 60% of the market share. Of course, I did not bring you here for the chakra melons. The important thing is this Super GU formation. This Super GU formation uses Rule Path Ripe Immortal GU as the core, and it also uses Rank 7 Do Immortal GU as a supplementary Immortal GU. When you train your Immortal Killer moves here, the effectiveness will rise sharply. You will become more proficient in them. And because of Do Immortal GU, your immortal essence recovery speed will be very fast inside the GU formation. He Lu Lan and Bai Ning Bing heard this and showed great joy. Such a cultivation paradise simply suited them perfectly. He Lu Lan cultivated strength path primarily along with fire path. She had few strength path immortal GU, and many fire path immortal GU. She also had countless fire path immortal killer moves left by her aunt in the fire path true inheritance. Bai Ning Bing had just obtained Bai Zhang's true inheritance. She was not weak either, she had many immortal GU and immortal killer moves. Right now, what restricted them was the fact that they had just obtained their true inheritances and did not have the time to fully convert these gains into battle strength. In the regional walls, when they fought Fang Yuan, this weakness was very obvious. Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up and took charge. In order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought these two here, using this paradise to train the two immortals. Melon Cave had a huge space. The Mushroom and GU Immortal easily provided an area for Bai Ning Bing and He Lu Lan to cultivate. After making arrangements for them, Purple Mountain True Monarch left the Mushroom in Paradise. Fang Yuan was still in the Super GU formation, exploring Dream Realms. On the surface, he was cultivating in seclusion. He had deceived everyone, nobody knew that he was exploring Dream Realms. His gains were immense. Kai Sheng was a good benchmark. Kai Sheng was the formation devotee. After more than 100 years of researching formation path, he reached his formation path Grandmaster attainment level. At his age, his talents and achievements were considered rare among GU immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to pass a dream realm with formation path true meaning and become a formation path Grandmaster. Because dream realms were so amazing, and could reduce the time needed for accumulations, during the 5 regions chaotic war, all sorts of GU immortal experts appeared. They were like shining stars in the sky. There were countless geniuses. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a formation path Grandmaster, he was also a dark path Grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had new ideas towards the use of Dark Limit Immortal GU. Right now, I can use Dark Limit Immortal GU as the core to form an immortal killer move targeting myself, to prevent the deduction of others. Along with my Dark Path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will be very terrifying. I can even use Dark Limit Immortal GU as the core to form an immortal killer move that can unleash an attack resembling Dark Arrow Immortal GU. There is also another idea. I can use Dark Limit Immortal GU in other immortal killer moves to conceal all of the auras of these killer moves. After using them, I can catch people off guard, and achieve incredible effects. Actually, for Fang Yuan, he needed Food Path and Information Path Dream Realms most. Food Path would allow him to feed Immortal GU more easily with lower costs. The savings could be used to assist in his cultivation or development of resources. Information Path was even more important. Fang Yuan had many Information Path alliance agreements right now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, he was restricted, it was inconvenient. There was another point. If his Information Path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to decipher many information path traps and methods. He would be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world did not come according to one's wishes. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he finished his exploration, Zuo Yi Hui's dream realm vanished. The new dream realms that filled up the space were all strange and absurd types. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms, even if he had Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan patiently waited. Dream realms changed among themselves occasionally. But because he met with absurd dream realms consecutively, Fang Yuan could only divert his efforts elsewhere. Developing his immortal aperture was the key goal. Secondly, his newly obtained Dark Path attainment level allowed him to create some useful immortal killer moves, and finally, he had to collect information. After Heavenly Court lost 3 rank 8 GU immortals, they kept a low profile. The 5 regions were in a state of peace. But Wu Clan's troubles did not end. Even with Wu Yong suppressing the situation, sending people to resolve conflicts, the other super forces were causing all sorts of problems. Wu Clan was extremely busy in dealing with them. There was a troublesome matter recently. The cause was the Immortal GU recipe of Bathing Flames Immortal GU. Immortal GU Master had by chance excavated it. Once news spread, Yao Clan's and Wu Clan's attention was drawn. This Immortal GU recipe was part of the content of the Fire Path True Inheritance left by Stunning Immortal. 1,000 years ago, Wu Clan and Yao Clan had lingering enmity after fighting over this Fire Path True Inheritance. Eventually, Both sides suffered losses, but they did not obtain this Fire Path True Inheritance. The Fire Path True Inheritance was said to be destroyed, but since the recipe of Bathing Flames Immortal GU appeared, everyone started to have hope. Especially Wu clan and Yao clan. Due to historical reasons, these two super forces had to get this Immortal GU recipe. Even if they could not get it, the other party was not allowed to get it. Thus, Wu Yong sent out Wu Yiran. He gave up on defending Blood Tide Pit, a resource point. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, he obeyed the orders as he wanted to quickly settle the matter, but soon, he found that there was no stunning Immortal True Inheritance, only this Bathing Flames Immortal GU recipe was left. As a result, many GU Immortals left, they did not want to offend two super forces just for an Immortal GU recipe. Yao clan was not going to give up, they sent a powerful person, Yao Zheng. Wu Yiran and Yao Zheng fought 4 times, they had 2 wins and losses each, the final match was the crucial one. During this crucial moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch secretly arrived at a meeting point. On a nameless mountain, he met a mysterious GU Immortal. The mysterious GU Immortal was covered in rainbow light, concealing his appearance. You called me here? Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. That's right, regardless of how you obtained the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, you have already made an alliance agreement, you need to do 7 things for me. Alright, which 7? The mysterious GU Immortal answered openly. Purple Mountain True Monarch's lips curled. First, kill Wu Yiran. The mysterious GU Immortal was stunned. Are you sure? Purple Mountain True Monarch's smile widened, continuing, second, kill Yao Zheng. The mysterious GU Immortal was wary. What are you trying to do? You don't need to care about that. Just kill the 2 of them. Purple Mountain True Monarch chuckled. The mysterious GU Immortal snorted coldly, his body vanished on the spot as he left. Purple Mountain True Monarch's smile gradually faded, his arms were behind his back as he looked at a faraway mountain with a deep gaze. There is not much time left, I need to take action. He muttered softly. A few days later, shocking news emerged. Wu Yiran and Yao Zheng both went missing, the result of their fight was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken, because from their Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU, Wu Yiran and Yao Zheng were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was enraged. Right when he sent GU Immortals to investigate this, Blood Tide Pit erupted, a huge blood tide caused great destruction. Wu clan quickly sent GU Immortals to suppress the situation, but they found traces that an immortal killer move, Collapsing Art, was used at the scene. Collapsing Art was a killer move self-created by Yao Zheng. The traces at the scene were indisputable. The situation became complex. Did Yao Zheng die after all? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, is any other clan striking? Wu Yong felt something amiss, he could sense a dangerous storm brewing. Chapter 1339, Framing, Blood Tide Pit. Sounds of waves were unceasing, the air was filled with a bloody smell, assaulting everyone's noses. The 2 GU Immortals from Wu clan, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky now, looking at the sea of blood below, the former's expression was solemn while the latter's was bitter. The blood flood has spread an enormous distance, more than 10 mountains were flooded, if we do not seal it now, this calamity will cause even greater damage later. Wu Yuanju said solemnly. Blood Tide Pit was originally defended by Wu Yiran, but after he died, Blood Tide Pit was taken down and the GU formations inside were destroyed. This caused the blood tide to burst out and flood the surrounding area, causing this huge disaster. Rong Hao had a worried expression. It will not be easy for the 2 of us to create a new GU formation and seal the blood tide again. If we had another rank 6, with 3 GU Immortals, we would barely be able to do it. These 2 had rank 6 cultivation level, it was not difficult to handle this blood tide disaster, but Wu Yong gave them a limited amount of time. 2 people were not able to resolve this in a short period of time. There was no choice, Wu Yong could not deploy more people to handle this troublesome situation. During Wu Dushu's era, Wu clan rapidly expanded without obstruction, because Wu Dushu could suppress the entire situation alone. Once Wu Dushu died, Wu Yong took over. Wu clan only had 1 rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong had great capabilities, Wu clan's territory was just too big. Due to Purple Mountain True Monarch's scheme, the super forces could not control their desires. Wu clan was faced with obstacles created by many of the super forces. Wu Yong stayed in their headquarters and was maintaining the situation and deciding on who to send. But this time, Wu Yiran had died. With him gone, a huge gap formed instantly in Wu clan's defense line. Sending out Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao was already Wu clan's limit. Give it our all, even if we exceed the time limit, we have already tried our best. Wu Yuanju sighed, starting to act. Rong Hao cooperated. He was not a Wu clansman, he was an external supreme elder recruited by Wu clan. Southern borders clans were very unwelcoming to outsiders. It was not easy for Wu clan to break tradition and recruit an external GU immortal into Wu clan. Under the two GU immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to push backwards. The blood tide pit was like a huge monstrous mouth, devouring the blood outside. The situation was under control. It was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing this blood tide and rebuilding the GU formation, Rong Hao, you will have to take over the position of guarding this place. I hope you can be careful, the situation is quite tense now. Rong Hao nodded. I understand. I heard that this blood tide pit was not naturally formed, it was created by Blood Sea Ancestor on purpose. Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea Ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he had meticulously arranged. It was not eye-catching earlier, similar to normal pits, but when a GU master from Shang clan entered, he obtained a Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining Blood Handprint GU. This person is Shang clan's previous clan leader, Shang Yanfei. He had died on Yitian Mountain. After Shang Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, blood tides started to appear in this pit unceasingly. Wu Dushu sent GU immortals here and made this part of Wu clan's territory. Due to Wu clan's management, Blood Tide Pit quickly became a Blood Path resource point. Wu clan was developing Blood Path. This resource point made great contributions. You two sure are happy. At this time, Rong Hao heard a voice in his mind. Who? Rong Hao was shocked. He wanted to use his methods to defend himself, but he could not move at all. He quickly looked over at Wu Yuanju to seek help, but he was soon met with despair, as Wu Yuanju was also immobilized, in the same state as him. A small figure had appeared on Rong Hao's shoulder. He was the size of a thumb, he had wings on his back, resembling dragonfly wings, his purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than Rank 8 Wisdom Path GU Immortal Purple Mountain True Monarch. Miniman GU Immortal. Wu Yuanju was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Purple Mountain True Monarch's aura was concealed, he did not expose his Rank 8 aura. Rong Hao quickly added, as a variant human, you must know that humans are the rulers of the world. No matter who instigated you, I hope that you will not act rashly. Because we are not only human GU immortals, we are also members of Wu clan. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in southern border. If you kill us, the consequences will be severe. We have no grudges between us. We of Wu clan would not bully people. If you have any requests, we can help you with them, we can become friends. Wu Yuanju continued. He had great chemistry with Rong Hao, both threatening and urging at the same time. But before he finished his words, he started to stutter as his gaze turned hollow. Rong Hao was shocked, he blurted out, Wisdom Path GU Immortal. At this point, he also became incoherent. Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path methods interfered with Wu Yuanju's and Rong Hao's thoughts. They could not even think and speak now, they were completely defenseless. When GU immortals manipulate GU worms, thoughts were needed, their body actions also needed thoughts to act. Purple Mountain True Monarch directly interfered with their thoughts, controlling them from this aspect. These two ranked 6 GU immortals had no way of resisting him. Easily controlling the situation, Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the blood tide pit and smiled. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out, in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the surroundings. The blood tide below his feet became calmer. After some time, Purple Mountain True Monarch opened his mouth, letting out a breath. His breath floated into the blood tide pit, it was not eye-catching, quickly devoured by the rushing blood tide, vanishing. At this point, Purple Mountain True Monarch turned around, looking afar and saying, your turn. Light in 7 colors appeared as a voice said in a trembling tone, you are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can move unhindered in southern border, why must you find trouble with a minor character like me? I have my own plans. You have to pay for what you owe. When you inherited 7 illusions true inheritance, you should have expected this day. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. But the inheritors before me have never received any orders. Why me? The mysterious GU immortal covered in rainbow lights said in a reluctant tone. Purple Mountain True Monarch sighed, looking at Heavenly Court. Maybe this is your fate. Alright, use Chao Ji Kai's method to kill this person. Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Purple Mountain True Monarch captured these two alive, but he still wanted the mysterious Gu Immortal to kill them. The mysterious Gu Immortal did not dare to disobey Purple Mountain True Monarch. He used his profound light, as it transformed and landed on these two Wu clan Gu Immortals, destroying their souls, and even their bodies turning into wooden statues. Purple Mountain True Monarch released control on them, as these two statues fell into the blood tide. Let's go, Purple Mountain True Monarch said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu Immortal defy Purple Mountain True Monarch? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert, with just the Information Path Alliance agreement in the True Inheritance, it could restrict the mysterious Gu Immortal. Both of them left as quickly as they came. Of course, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not forget to clean up his traces in the battlefield. A moment later, intense winds blew in the air, countless clouds were scattered, clear skies could be seen everywhere. A grand and vast rank 8 aura enveloped the area. Wu Yong's expression was of rage, his eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who had killed them? Wu Yiran died earlier, and now, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were dead. Because of Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU, Wu clan received news almost immediately. Wu Yong was enraged, he decided to go out himself. Wu clan lost 3 GU Immortals at once, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6s, the losses was tremendous. Wu Yong felt both loss and anger. He wants to see who it was that could step past this bottom line and anger Wu clan. But next, after seeing Wu Yuanju's and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue murder, his pupils shrunk to pin size. Chao Ji Kai. A moment later, Chao clan Gu Immortal Chao Ji Kai rushed to the scene. Blood Tide Pit had been suppressed, the ground was completely covered in blood, and there were also 2 Wu clan Gu Immortal corpses. Chao clan First Supreme Elder, what do you have to say? Wu Yong had a calm expression, his tone was very plain. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Chao Ji Kai was. He was Chao clan's First Supreme Elder, his signature immortal killer move was Wooden Statue Murder. If any ordinary Gu Immortal was hit by this, their souls would crumble and disperse, they would lose their life, their bodies would turn into wood, and the remaining life force could be used to grow trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Chao Ji Kai explained, Lord Wu Yong, please listen, I did not do this, someone is trying to frame me. Chao clan and Wu clan have a long relationship, we are closely related. Before Chao Ji Kai finished his words, Wu Yong interrupted him. His eyes were shining, he stared at Chao Ji Kai, of course I am willing to trust you. Chao clan and Wu clan, we have marriage connections, we are in an alliance, how can our relationship be ruined by this? Chao Ji Kai let out a breath of air, bowing deeply, Lord Wu Yong is wise. Wu Yong continued, if someone is trying to frame you, this is way too obvious. Who is it? What motives do they have? What plans do they have next? This is what I am concerned about. Wait a while, I have already invited Tai Clan Gu Immortal Tai Mian Shen. Chapter 1340, Ghost Summoning, Tai Mian Shen. Southern Border, Tai Clan, Wancheng Mountain. A chain of low sounds enveloped this unassuming valley. At the bottom of this valley, there was a girl. She had a tall body, her legs were more than 60% of her total height, she looked heroic and agile. Right now, her eyebrows were sharp like swords, her eyes were shining like stars, she looked upwards. Giant rocks that were the size of houses were crashing down towards her by the cliff. The girl breathed in deeply, at this moment of life and death, she shut her eyes. Hundreds of giant rocks were about to land on her, but at this moment, she opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light radiated, it was extremely dazzling, as if a miniature sun had appeared in the valley. The light lasted for a while before vanishing. The loud sounds also vanished, endless white powder scattered down, slowly descending. The young woman was bathed in the rock powder, joy showing on her determined face. Good, Tai Ruo Nan, you succeeded in this killer move I taught, passing the final test. From now onwards, you will follow me and cultivate, I will teach you the ways of becoming an immortal. A grand voice echoed in this valley. The young girl knelt on the ground. Thank you for the guidance, Lord Supreme Elder. You hate evil so much and have great talent, you are suited for my Iron Mask true inheritance. Originally, your father was one of my chosen seeds, but to think that his daughter had countless times his talent, The grand voice suddenly stopped. But soon, Tai Ruo Nan heard, "There is a sudden issue, stay here and cultivate. The killer move I taught you might have succeeded, but you are not proficient enough. During this period, you need to practice more. When I return, we will have further plans." Yes, the girl respectfully bowed, excitement could not be concealed on her face. I finally did it. Father, I surpassed you. Watch me in heaven, I will become a GU immortal and obtain true strength. This world is too dark and chaotic, only with greater strength can I punish evildoers and reward those who carry out good deeds, justice will prevail and the world will be a better place. Zhang Li, you bitch who murdered your own husband, to think that my brother treated you so well, and in the end, you actually acted so ruthlessly and killed him. Today, I will cut you into pieces, you will die without a proper corpse. A young GU immortal shouted, his rage was unstoppable, his rank 7 aura was bursting. Ever since he passed the dream realm regarding Zuo Yiwei, his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level. But next, there was an absurd dream realm. Fang Yuan played safe and did not explore this dream realm full of uncertainties. After waiting for a while, he finally encountered a realistic dream realm. But in the end, he became a female GU immortal in this dream realm, and was very risque. Because this female immortal cultivated enchantment emotion path. This was a tiny path, derived from wisdom path as a minor path. It used emotions to fight, and enchantment to allure enemies. Right now, Fang Yuan was a female immortal, he wore a pink dress, there were 2 huge treasures on his upper body, the corners of his skirt were open and exposed until his upper thigh. When he smiled, it was incredibly seductive. This was another person's dream realm, he had to be a character in it if he wanted to take part in the dream. Of course, becoming a woman would not disrupt Fang Yuan's impassive mental state. He was vigilant against his enemy as he concentrated on his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan glad was that this female immortal had many immortal GU. I'll try this GU first. Fang Yuan instilled immortal essence as he heard an alluring cry from it. This voice that appeared was not controlled by Fang Yuan, it was a woman's voice filled with seduction and temptation. The young GU immortal was very angry earlier, but after hearing this sound, his body went limp, his killing intent faded. His momentum was lost as he gritted his teeth, clarity returning to his eyes. Vicious woman, you dare to toy with me. Take this move. Saying this, he pushed with his hands as a huge tornado swept towards Fang Yuan with countless wind blades. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, dodging as he used his second immortal GU. Immediately, Fang Yuan's skirt turned into a pink fog as it coiled around him, bringing Fang Yuan away quickly. The speed was impressive, Fang Yuan sighed, it was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal GU, the only regretful part was, the farther he flew, the thinner the pink fog on his body, it was able to cover his entire body earlier, but now, his tender white thighs and arms were exposed already. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running naked, this mindset of being embarrassed was no longer in him, moreover, this was a dream. The regretful thing was, this immortal GU could not be used for long, otherwise, with just this speed, his enemy was not a problem. Slut, you ran quickly. But you will die today, in order to kill you and avenge my brother, I will do anything and pay any price. The young GU immortal shouted loudly with blood-red eyes. At the same time, he used his immortal killer move. Jade green wind gathered into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger shone with jade light, Fang Yuan took a look at it and felt fearful. Oh no, Fang Yuan's heart sank, just these 1 or 2 immortal GU alone cannot stop the immortal killer move. But I do not know what immortal killer moves this Zhang Li possesses. As he felt troubled, Fang Yuan quickly used Unravel Dream. Suddenly, a mysterious power moved in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. An immortal GU and dozens of mortal GU were activated under this mysterious power. This is, Fang Yuan sensed this and felt great joy. He quickly continued to use Unravel Dream. Under its influence, the mysterious power continued to exert its strength. Many GU worms in his immortal aperture were used. Next, a completely unknown immortal killer move was activated. Fang Yuan did not know what this immortal killer move did, or what effect it had. There was no time to lose, right now, the young GU immortal had already blown at his hand with his lips. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, flying towards Fang Yuan, fast and ruthless. Fang Yuan sighed to himself, at this moment, it was all up to chance. Would Unravel Dream use an effective immortal killer move to defend against this Jade Wind Dagger? Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but pinch his fingers, waving at this young GU immortal as he whispered bewitchingly, "Ghost summoning." This voice was enchanting to the limit, even Fang Yuan shuddered upon hearing it. Next, a ghost really came. This GU immortal soul had rank 7 battle strength, it flew towards the Jade Wind Dagger relentlessly. That young GU immortal saw the ghost and his expression changed, he shouted, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhang Li, had killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration, he called out, "As long as I stop this killer move, your brother's soul can be saved, destroy it if you dare." The young GU immortal was enraged, but he was afraid of harming his brother, he could not fight properly. Fang Yuan was intensely joyful, he quickly attacked and stabilized the situation. A moment later, he found a flaw and killed him. He passed the dream realm. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, returning to reality. This dream realm only had one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a tiny dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one try, inspecting himself, he found that his attainment level for Wisdom Path and Soul Path had risen. Enchantment Emotion Path had never left Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Path Dao marks in this world, only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level grew. As for Soul Path, perhaps that Zhang Li cultivated Soul Path too. Her ghost summoning immortal killer move belongs to Soul Path. He analyzed and looked at his attainment level. Right now, he had 8 Grandmaster level paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path, and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster, Luck Path was Master, Phantom Path was empty. His Sword Path attainment level was ordinary, his Soul Path was also ordinary, but after Zhang Li's Dream Realm, it had risen to Quasi-Master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost Summoning, is quite interesting, even though I do not have enough Soul Path attainment level, my Wisdom Path is Grandmaster. It was from a realistic Dream Realm, I very likely can use this same killer move again, with a portion of its strength. Even if I cannot replicate it, I can create a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it is inferior to improving Vajra Shell. Ordinary GU immortals would be happy if there was a possibility, they would try to deduce the immortal killer move. Recently, his attainment level had risen a lot, he had countless inspirations, he could only choose to modify the immortal killer moves with the highest value to him. This was a good problem to have. His Dark Path attainment level was Grandmaster, he could use Dark Limit Immortal GU and Perseverance Immortal GU as the cores to create a new immortal killer move. This immortal killer move would allow him to conceal himself. His Formation Path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan had a new idea about Vajra Shell. This made him extremely moved. The original Vajra Shell used Vajra Thought Immortal GU and Perseverance Immortal GU as the cores, but in his concept, if he could add in Precaution Immortal GU and some Formation Path Mortal GU, the power would rise by multiple times. After Zhang Li's Dream Realm, the following ones were not suited for exploration. Fang Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the immortal killer move Vajra Shell. Just as Fang Yuan rapidly increased his strength, Tai Mian Shen arrived in front of Chao Ji Kai and Wu Yong. This ranked 7 GU immortal wore a martial uniform, his chest and legs were covered in light armor, there was a thick iron mask on his face. He had not brought a mask to wear, it was the trait of cultivating the iron mask true inheritance. All the GU immortals who cultivate this true inheritance must have a heart of justice, they also were often people most skilled in southern border in investigating the truth. After seeing those 2 corpses, Tai Mian Shen declared, it was not Chao Ji Kai. Chao Ji Kai let out a breath of air. Who was it? Wu Yong asked. Someone mimicked his immortal killer move Wooden Statue Murder. This is something seen before in history. Tai Mian Shen answered. Lord Wu Yong, I wonder if you have heard of 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Wu Yong frowned. You mean the inheritor of the 7 Illusions true inheritance. It is said that the GU immortal who inherits it will have a method to mimic almost any method used by GU immortals in this world. Tai Mian Shen, is that true? Tai Mian Shen nodded. Our clan's demon suppression tower had once contained a 7 Illusions demon immortal. We did not manage to get the contents of the 7 Illusions true inheritance, but we know a lot of its secrets. This 7 illusions true inheritance has 7 different layers. The inheritor can choose to inherit any of the layers or get the complete 7 illusions true inheritance. But after inheriting one true inheritance, they will have to agree to one condition. In the future, they would need to do something for someone. Taking all 7 layers would mean 7 conditions. Our clan has already devised methods to locate a 7 illusions inheritor, and differentiate their methods. I used it earlier. This was undoubtedly a 7 illusions demon immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded, frowning deeply. Even if they knew the truth, so what? Who was the 7 illusions demon immortal? Which force or person was behind them? Wu Yong still did not know the answer to this problem. But at the next moment, Tai Mian Shen's words eased Wu Yong's frown. Chapter 1341. Purple Blood River traps Wu Yong. I can locate the 7 illusions demon immortal. Tai Mian Shen's words eased Wu Yong's frown. As it turned out, after capturing one 7 illusions demon immortal, Tai clan had started to make arrangements against the 7 illusions true inheritance. Among the southern border super forces, Tai clan was the force that targeted the demonic path most fiercely. Especially after they built the demon suppression tower, they were the pillar of the righteous path in pursuing demonic path GU immortals. Right now, Tai Mian Shen was using his immortal killer move to investigate the area for clues. This way, after finding the direction, Tai Mian Shen flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Chao Ji Kai looked at each other for a second before following after him. The clues were broken, but found again time after time. With the experienced Tai Mian Shen leading the way, the 3 immortals had great progress. But an hour later, they returned to the blood-tide pit. Chao Ji Kai was shocked. Why are we back here? Tai Mian Shen smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Chao Ji Kai reacted as he praised, such guts. Wu Yong looked around coldly. After a few breaths, his gaze was locked onto an area in the blood-tide pit. The peaceful lake suddenly raged with waves. Countless blood beasts emerged from it. Large numbers of desolate-level blood beasts, with a small number of ancient blood beasts, formed into an army as they charged at Wu Yong and the others fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of path beast. They did not reproduce normally, but were born from heaven and earth, created using natural blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit had such an incredible thing. A blood beast breeding ground. Tai Mian Shen said softly as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong expressed surprise on his face. Blood Tide Pit contained a true inheritance of Blood Sea ancestor. It was obtained by mortal GU master Shang Yanfei, and was later taken by Wu clan. Wu clan turned the Blood Tide Pit into their possession, and explored it, but did not find anything special. It was only treated as a resource point after that. So many blood beasts in ambush, no wonder the 7 illusions demon immortal is hiding here. Chao Ji Kai said, blood beasts formed into an army and attacked. They had all sorts of forms. Some had tiger heads and horse bodies, some had snake heads and rabbit bodies, some had tortoise shells and dragon tails, some were like trees, while some were giant fruits. The pungent smell of blood assaulted the nose as these blood beasts growled sinisterly. This force suddenly attacked. Even super clans would be caught off guard. But Chao Ji Kai's and Tai Mian Shen's expressions were unchanged. They did not intend to retreat. Because at this moment, Wu Yong was standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted, rage flickering in his eyes. He was very angry, because during this period, he was staying in Wu clan, deploying members everywhere to deal with all sorts of situations. He was extremely repressed. And now, this 7 illusions demon immortal had vile intentions. They actually caused the deaths of Wu clans Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Tiny traces of wind was gathering around him. The gentle green wind had unknowingly surrounded the growling blood beasts as well. The blood beasts were still rampaging. Their speed did not fall at all. Just when they were about to reach the 3 immortals, blood beasts started to explode. The explosions were not loud, they were very gentle, like the bursting of bubbles. Blood beasts detonated one after another. Even though they were close to the immortals, they were no threat, unable to deal any damage. The growling and attack was like a joke. Hundreds of ranked 6 battle strength and dozens of ranked 7 battle strength beasts had disintegrated in front of Wu Yong, fragile like toys made of paper. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed, I cannot detect anything. Chao Ji Kai was full of shock. Tai Mian Shen had a solemn expression, staring at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was dark. he stared at the blood tide below him. The blood beasts did not form out of nothing, the blood tide had dried out, the blood tide pit that was oozing with blood earlier was now drying up. Chao Ji Kai sighed, it was a pity. He could see that the dense blood path Dao marks in blood tide pit had vanished. From now on, blood tide pit no longer existed, it was only an ordinary pit now. Wu Yong did not care. This pit, unfathomable to the eyes of normal people, was completely exposed to him. A rainbow-colored figure appeared in Wu Yong's investigative range. You are the daring person who is trying to challenge Wu clan's authority. Wu Yong said calmly, but everyone could hear his killing intent and rage. The mysterious Gu Immortal in the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I had no choice, I was forced to. Now, I seek your understanding. Wu Yong's expression changed. At the next moment, his environment changed abruptly. The blue sky and mountainous ground had vanished, the surroundings had turned into a color of purple. The three immortals could not sense their distances, their sense of space had been severely disrupted. Tides could be heard, the blood beasts that were destroyed earlier turned into bloody water as they gathered into a river, flowing below the three immortals. The blood-colored waves and ripples appeared, countless purple thoughts rained down and assaulted the immortals. Damn it, these blood beasts were just the prelude and trap. So vicious. Chao Ji Kai cursed. Tai Mi and Shen looked around nervously. What immortal battlefield killer move is this? Is it a super GU formation? With his investigative abilities, he could not see through this place. Wu Yong was unhappy, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeves. Boom! Intense winds blew as a giant tornado surrounded the range of 1 li, encircling the three immortals. Purple thoughts rained down furiously, landing on the ball of wind as they splattered, but could not break the defense. Wu Yong did not move, his expression was cold, he raised his right arm and flicked. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertips. The small worm got out of the ball of wind and flew towards the blood river rapidly. While flying, it grew larger as its body expanded to 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. After a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long. It bared its fangs and claws, breaking the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river gushed and formed a spiral, trying to devour the wind dragon like a giant beast. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a green light, the wind dragon roared and turned into countless jade wind blades, shooting everywhere. The blood river spiral was broken by the wind blades, but the wind blades continued to cut as the red blood river was split into two. Chao Ji Kai and Tai Mi and Shen watched with wide-opened eyes, they had shocked and chaotic emotions. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move with outstanding power, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not last for a move. Wu Yong could actually use such a powerful immortal killer moves, it was like his instinct, it was as easy as breathing. Every killer move of Lord Wu Yong had its aura concealed to the limit, he was truly hiding his strength. Chao Ji Kai's heart was still in a commotion. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second style variation move, turning into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is definitely not as useless as the rumors say, he has such incredible battle strength, this person is hiding so deeply. Tai Mi and Shen's eyes shone with brilliance. He looked at Wu Yong's back, feeling glad that Tai clan and Wu clan were allies, they had not turned on each other. Wu Dushu and Wu Yong were mother and son, the former was like a fierce wind blowing on the top of a mountain, while the latter was a powerful tornado at the bottom of a valley. They acted differently and had opposite personalities, but they were equally powerful and domineering. However, even with Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The split river turned into two, expanding and forming two blood rivers, both were equally big as before. Chao Ji Kai's expression changed, to be able to remain under the attack of a rank 8 GU immortal and trap all three of them, what sort of method was this? His doubts did not last long, because a figure soon emerged from the blood river, speaking and giving them the answer. This is my purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal GU that your mother left you, with just that rank 8 gentle wind GU, you cannot break this formation. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. He was not in his miniman body, he was as large as a human now. When he spoke, his body rose up as an island, floated below his feet. Chao Ji Kai and Tai Mi and Shen's expressions changed, Wu Yong was also moved. This was because Purple Mountain True Monarch did not conceal his aura, he was undoubtedly a rank 8. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong called out. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled. looking at Wu Yong with his clear purple eyes. Of course, it is to kill you. Once you are dead, Wu clan will go into a commotion, other clans will attack it, it will break apart. Wu Yong was stunned, he suddenly laughed as he raised his head. He was laughing from anger. After laughing, he lowered his head, a fierce light shooting out of his eyes. Such guts, in that case, I will kill you and raise my prestige as a rank 8. Saying this, a strong aura burst out of his body. Countless GU worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Chao Ji Kai and Tai Mian Shen both retreated, they could feel unparalleled threat coming from Wu Yong's body. Purple Mountain True Monarch's smile faded. Wu Yong's immortal killer moves earlier were undetectable, their auras were concealed completely. But now, the immortal killer move he was conjuring had incredible aura, it was like a raging storm. From this perspective, Wu Yong was using his full strength to fight. What immortal killer move was it that made Wu Yong unable to conceal the aura? No matter what killer move it was, once activated, an incredible power would be unleashed, the might would be unstoppable. How could this be allowed? At Purple Mountain True Monarch's will, countless purple thoughts burst out like a storm, gushing out. Wu Clan, Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu Clan GU immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression as sweat rolled down his face, his expression was deathly pale. He shouted in shock. Lord Wu Yong's Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU were destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Chapter 1342. With elder brother gone, younger brother takes over. The Ancestral Hall on top of Wu Yi Mountain was a mortal GU house. Using a large number of rank 5 mortal GU, even though it was inferior to immortal GU houses, it was extremely significant to Wu Clan. Essentially, every super force and normal force would have an Ancestral Hall. Inside, Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU would be used, or even Blood Rope GU. The former two were common, while Blood Rope GU was rare, because it was Blood Path. Even the small and big sects in Central Continent had buildings similar to the Ancestral Hall, storing Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU. At this moment, Wu Ba Chong was standing in the Ancestral Hall, looking at the GU worm fragments blankly. After the Life Tablet GU shattered, it would be like wood scraps, while Soul Lantern GU would become a cracked ladybird, it would not be shining with a dark blue light anymore. Wu Ba Chong was old, but he had a muscular body resembling a bear, his hair was white and his nose was wide, he had thick brows and sharp eyes, he was a steady and responsible person. He was the second supreme elder of Wu Clan, he had gone through many ordeals, resulting in his calm nature, but now, his forehead was full of sweat, his breathing was ragged, his gaze was chaotic and in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died. Wu Ba Chong stared at the two mortal GU fragments, he had already stood here for a while, but his mind was in a mess. How could this happen? A great rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu Clan, he died like this. Wu Ba Chong did not dare to imagine this or believe it. Did Lord Wu Yong die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU were immortal GU, it was possible to interfere with them using some methods. But Wu Yong was uncontactable now, no matter how Wu Clan tried to communicate with him, none got through, this was an undeniable fact. Regardless of whether or not Wu Yong was dead, his situation was definitely not good. Being able to make a rank 8 GU immortal end up in such a state, who is it? A rank 8 existence among the demonic path and lone cultivators? Or is it the other super clans, are they collaborating to deal with our Wu Clan? Wu Ba Chong continued to guess. The more he thought, the more messy his mind was. Wu Dushu died, Wu Yong went missing, in this huge Wu Clan, the number 1 super clan in southern border, there was actually no rank 8 existence guarding it now. This was a severe situation, Wu Clan was in a disastrous state, and the most fearful thing was, the perpetrator was still unknown. After his shocked emotions returned to normal, fear and loss filled Wu Ba Chong's heart. Normally, there was Wu Dushu or Wu Yong suppressing the situation, he did not feel anything. But now that the two rank 8 great experts were gone, Wu Ba Chong realized that his stable and firm shoulders could not bear the weight of Wu Clan. During Wu Dushu's era, he was the second supreme elder, after Wu Yong ascended to her role, he continued to assist him. In terms of seniority, he was among the oldest and most experienced southern border righteous path GU immortals. He was only rank 7 in cultivation level, his battle strength was not outstanding, if he fought against old Treeman Bada, he could not win. Even among Wu Clan, there were many ranked 7 GU immortals who could fight him evenly. However, he was the first person to return among Wu clan's higher-ups. Thus, he had the initiative. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has gone missing and his life tablet GU and soul lantern GU have shattered. Once news gets out, there would be a huge commotion, everyone's hearts would waver. Should I hide the information? Wu Ba Chong quickly shook his head. This shocking news had already been exposed to many Wu clan GU immortals by the Wu clan ranked 6 GU immortal who was guarding the place. If Wu Yong was confirmed to be dead, the mastermind who attacked Wu clan would not give up this chance to target their morale. Thus, he could not seal this news even if he wanted to. Is the matter at hand to find the missing Lord Wu Yong, or should we shrink our defensive lines and recall the supreme elders who are outside to guard our base? Wu Ba Chong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong would definitely be dangerous. To be able to destroy Wu Yong's life tablet GU and soul lantern GU and have him disappear, the mastermind was definitely powerful. Sending ranked 7 GU immortals to find him was like sending sheep to a tiger. And if they retracted their defensive lines and called back the elders, it would be a huge political loss, many of their resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces tried to take over at this time, Wu clan would suffer immense losses. Wu Ba Chong was hesitant, he was stuck between two tough options. After a long time, he licked his dry lips, he decided to put both options on hold. He was going to hold a meeting with the Wu clan GU immortals as the second supreme elder. They would execute the plan after coming to a consensus. Wu Yong was missing and uncontactable, a huge storm surrounding Wu clan was quietly forming. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed, he was multitasking as he listened to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited the White Rabbit true inheritance. This true inheritance was quite famous in southern border, the inheritor had to be pure-hearted. And when they cultivate in the future, they had to maintain the same pure-heartedness. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance's methods could not be used, using them forcefully would result in backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trustworthy, she was a popular person among lone immortals and demonic cultivators. Wuan had noticed this initially, thus he convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the intermediary in hosting this immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super GU formation and report the situation of the immortal opportunity business to Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan did not gain any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, he listened to the business situation as it could help him learn about the changes in the area surrounding the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly, her voice was like smooth water, she reported with a gentle gaze on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was in Wu Yihai's appearance now, his face was handsome, his nose was tall and wide, his manly heroic aura was completely displayed. Lady White Rabbit had fallen for him already, she purposely spoke slowly, treasuring this precious time she could spend with Fang Yuan alone. Unfortunately, each time Fang Yuan met with her, he spoke only twice. The first sentence was to ask Lady White Rabbit to sit as she gave her report, and the second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew deeply that Wu Yihai had a high status, she felt like she was a lowly person and could not match Fang Yuan. She was very happy to spend this time with him once in a while, she felt very blissful. Right at this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice halted. Because she saw Fang Yuan's expression change. This situation was very rare. Lady White Rabbit's heart clenched. What happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter any problems? Fang Yuan gradually shut his eyes, willing as he opened the hall. Yihai, at this point in time, you still have the mood to relax and spend time with a woman. A female immortal barged into the hall. Lady White Rabbit turned around and looked. This was a young woman wearing green clothing with wavy sleeves. Her skin was smooth like snow, her body was curvy and she resembled a delicate willow. She had an extremely beautiful face, especially her attractive eyes, concealed by her long eyelashes, they seemed clear as water. She is Chao Clan's Chao Si Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized this person as she flustered, lowering her gaze in panic. She knew this person's relationship with Fang Yuan. Some time ago, there were rumors about Fang Yuan and Chao Si Lu circulating around. Fairy Si Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the top 3 fairies in southern border. Only someone like this can be with Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought this, as she felt pain in her heart nurturing and fermenting. Chao Si Lu took a look at Lady White Rabbit who was lowering her head, she seemed to be nonchalant, but she was actually very attentive. Chao Silu was trying to seduce Wu Yihai into becoming Chao clan's son-in-law. Chao Silu had to look at all of Fang Yuan's information. And in Fang Yuan's information, Lady White Rabbit was present. This was the first time Chao Silu was meeting Lady White Rabbit. She saw that Lady White Rabbit had a delicate body, her eyes were like rubies, she had fluffy rabbit ears that were drooping, her eyes were looking down, it was cute and endearing. Even though under close examination, her appearance was slightly inferior to Chao Silu, men loved these tiny pitiful creatures that were full of cuteness. But now is not the time to deal with her. Chao Silu snorted internally, passing White Rabbit as she went up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had opened his eyes, standing up from his bed as he smiled towards Chao Silu. Fairy, this sudden visit is truly joyful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, thinking, Wu Yihai is smiling again, I have not seen him smile for a long time. He looks like the sun shining in spring when he smiles, if only he could smile at me. Chao Silu looked at Fang Yuan, disregarding pleasantries, it seems you really do not know. Sigh, my next words will only be shocking, there is no joy. Fang Yuan's expression changed. What happened? Chao Silu did not answer him, she turned around and said to Lady White Rabbit, Little lady, please leave first, I need to talk to your lord. What? Lady White Rabbit was dazed. Fang Yuan waved his hand, White Rabbit, please. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to defy Fang Yuan, she acknowledged as she left the hall. As the doors closed, Chao Silu said, Wu Yong is missing, his life tablet GU and soul lantern GU are destroyed, news has not spread in southern border yet, but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. This was simply too shocking. With the destruction of his life tablet GU and soul lantern GU, Wu Yong was likely to have died. He was the pillar of Wu clan, if he died, would Wu clan be able to defend its territories? Chao Silu continued, Yi Hai, I am here to lend you a hand. You are Wu Yong's brother, the person closest to him in bloodline, and you have sufficient cultivation level. With Wu Yong gone, you have to take over as first supreme elder. From today onwards, you will hold the authority of Wu clan. Chapter 1343, Gaining Authority Without Even Moving. Taking over Wu clan. Chao Silu's words made Fang Yuan moved. How could he not be moved? After all, Wu clan was a super force, and it was not an ordinary super force, it was already very powerful, having the #1 position for years after years in southern borders history. Wu clan had a huge territory with all sorts of resource points, it had a deep foundation and an incredible rich treasury. If he could control this super force, becoming the person with the highest authority, Fang Yuan's future cultivation resources would be unrestricted. Right now, Fang Yuan had a lot of assets. The trading of Danghun Mountain's guts GU, dragonfish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, star fragment grass, star dart GU, star river GU, stellar fire GU, falling meteor GU, as well as the spirit snake trade which had started recently. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan was raking in gold every day. If the rest of the resources in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were included, he had an ordinary rank 8 GU Immortal's foundation. If he also included Langya Blessed Land's Wisdom GU, and Danghun Mountain located inside it, and City Well in the turbulent Flow Sea area, Fang Yuan had surpassed ordinary rank 8 GU Immortals. But he paled in comparison if he placed his resources against those of a super force. Any super force had an incredibly deep foundation, even if they currently did not have a rank 8 great expert, they had them in history. In addition to the resource points that the super forces controlled in the 5 regions, Fang Yuan's assets were truly inferior in comparison. For example, Wu clan's Blood Tide Pit produced more profits than Fang Yuan's Dragonfish transactions. Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to Blood Tide Pit. In resource points inferior to Blood Tide Pit, like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Field or Jade Light Pit, were countless. There were also about 10 top-tier resource points better than Blood Tide Pit. And don't forget, the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's GU Immortals, and also the blessed lands and grotto heavens of Wu clan's predecessors. Of course, super forces had lots of earnings and also spending. Wu clan was currently in a state of having more assets than manpower, they were barely able to defend these resources when Wu Yong was around. But with him gone, they were sure to have losses, they had to give up some. But even so, if Fang Yuan could control Wu clan, his gains would be immense, far beyond him working alone. He took a look at Chao Si Lu, immediately realizing her intention. Like what Chao Si Lu said, with Wu Yong gone, the role of Wu Yihai, whom Fang Yuan was acting as, was the best choice of becoming Wu clan's first supreme elder. This was an unbelievably rare chance. Fang Yuan did not doubt that Chao Si Lu was speaking the truth, because it was too easy to verify. Chao Si Lu was here in a rush, she showed her sincerity. Fang Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a huge thing happened. I had no idea. The urgent matter at hand is to get back to Wu clan. Wu Ba Chong has already gathered the supreme elders, many GU immortals have already returned, even if they did not return, their wills are present. But they purposely left you out, I wonder what their intentions were. Chao Si Lu said anxiously. Using Wu Yihai was the best chance that Chao clan had in interfering with Wu clan. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short time, I have no foundation or network. It is too difficult to take over and become the first supreme elder. They purposely left me out, it shows that my chances are way too slim. No, you have a big chance. Yihai, don't forget that you have me, Chao clan is backing you up. Chao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked. How will Chao clan help me? What will Lord Chao Ji Kai do? Chao Si Lu's expression froze, she hesitated for a while, but she did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan. She said the truth. Our first supreme elder went with Lord Wu Yong, he has vanished as well, his life tablet GU broke and we cannot contact him. Other than them, Tai clan's Tai Mi and Shen also went missing. They were investigating the deaths of Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, but now we do not know if they are alive or not. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. What is going on? Chao Si Lu smiled bitterly. Trust me, this is all I know. Fang Yuan showed hesitation. Such a shocking event, we cannot hide it from the world for long. Who was it? Without Lord Chao Ji Kai, how will Chao clan help me? Don't worry about that, Chao clan has already come to a consensus, I am the chosen representative. Chao Si Lu said. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. Chao clan was the weakest among southern borders super forces. Despite that, they were united, even with Chao Ji Kai missing, they still carried out their plans accordingly, as expected, any super force had its extraordinary aspect. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He sensed that there were undercurrents brewing a huge vortex, the mastermind was a powerful force. Even if he took over as Wu clan's first supreme elder, so what? No resources could match his gains in exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need more resources, he needed attainment level from the dream realms. The latter was the truly precious fortuitous encounter. Even if he became Wu clan's most authoritative figure, which was alluring and beneficial to him, Fang Yuan knew that there were countless choices in life. If one wanted to progress further, they could not be blinded by profits, they needed to be clear about what were the most important things. Once I become first supreme elder, I would need to return to the clan and hold the fort, back at Wuyi Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? I had put in so much effort to come here. But rejecting Chao Si Lu is not wise. If I anger Chao clan and ruin our relationship, I will gain nothing. But the most important thing is, in the eyes of everyone, if I stay here and do not return to gain control of the clan, it would be very strange and suspicious. After all, I also displayed a level of political ambition earlier. Fang Yuan thought as he paced around the hall. Chao Si Lu was stomping her feet in anxiety. Yihai, why are you hesitating? This is too shocking, I need some time to think. Fang Yuan waved his hand. There is no time, we need to leave now, you can think along the way. Chao Si Lu said. No, this is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, having a grim expression. Do you know? You have already fallen for their trap. Chao Si Lu was stunned. What? Fang Yuan said. If we return openly like this, what would Wu clan's supreme elders think? They are not stupid. If I, Wu Yihai, goes back with Chao clan and take over as first supreme elder, leaving my brother in the lurch and instead, bringing in outsiders to fight for benefits in the clan, the entire clan will be torn apart. Without sufficient strength and reputation, how can I take over as first supreme elder? Chao Si Lu blinked, thinking. Wu Yihai's words made sense. Then do we stay here while Wu Ba Chong controls the situation and takes over as first supreme elder? Chao Si Lu retorted. Fang Yuan thought that this Chao Si Lu was not easy to get rid of, but he smiled. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush. Chao Si Lu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan's smile deepened. He looked at Chao Si Lu with a sharp gaze. I believe that even if I do not return, Wu Ba Chong cannot control the situation, am I wrong? Chao Si Lu was stunned again. Wu Clan, discussion hall. Wu Ba Chong slammed the table, dust flew upwards from the damage. He shouted. Wu Chao, what do you mean? No matter what suggestions I bring up, you object, are you trying to find trouble with me? Wu Chao smiled coldly, standing in the middle of the hall as he looked at Wu Ba Chong. Second Supreme Elder, you are too hasty. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is dead or alive, just the life tablet GU and soul lantern GU cannot determine it. Look at you, you are sitting in his seat already, I was warning you earlier out of kindness, you should sit in your own seat. Supreme Elder Wu Chao, Wu Clan is in grave danger now, we should discuss the important matters and not bother with these small details. I feel that there is no issue with Lord Wu Ba Chong leading the discussion, he is the second Supreme Elder after all. And now, Wu Clan needs a leader. Do you think we do not know what intentions you have, Wu Chao? I just want to remind you, you are a Wu clansman, not a Chao clansman. In the hall, some GU immortals spoke, helping Wu Ba Chong target Wu Chao. Wu Chao sneered. In terms of bloodline, the most qualified person to become first Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the second Supreme Elder take over the position? Are we in a central continent sect? As clans, we emphasize on bloodline. Why did Wu Yihai not come? Wu Ba Chong, did you inform him? Some GU immortals spoke out, most of them were defending their territories, only their wills were participating in this. Wu Ba Chong observed their expressions, even though he showed anger on his face, he was calm as ice in his heart. I did not succeed, he sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up, patting his forehead as he sighed. I was rash, I was too worried about the clan. You are right, Lord Wu Yihai should be leading us, I will welcome his return. I am willing to listen to him. Once he said that, the GU immortals were shocked. Wu Chao was also evidently surprised. What was this Wu Ba Chong planning? The contents of Wu Clan's discussions soon got to Fang Yuan. Chao Si Lu showed joy as she looked at Fang Yuan. Great, even though we did not return, we can still take over Wu Clan. Fang Yuan had a grim expression, the situation was progressing at an unpleasant rate. Wu Chao's actions were understandable. After all, this former Wu Clan third Supreme Elder was already bribed by Chao Clan. But Wu Ba Chong's action of taking a step back was truly brilliant, Fang Yuan was quite impressed. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. Chapter 1344, Troubled Thoughts, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Building. What is it? Chao Si Lu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer her, he paced around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex now, the mastermind was hidden, while Wu Yong was missing, everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to decide his course of action now. Fang Yuan could deeply feel how helpless he was in this situation. Wu Clan's GU Immortals, Chao Clan's GU Immortals, as well as Southern Border's situation and the mastermind, they all forced him to leave the Super GU formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult test. He did not want to be a chess piece of Chao Clan and Wu Clan, he wanted to keep his benefits amidst this complex situation. Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Ba Chong's intention and desire. Maybe I can make use of this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to make use of it. He stopped walking around. He faced Chao Si Lu. Since they want me to lead the clan, I will give my orders. Yihai, this is the demeanor of a heroic man. Chao Si Lu's eyes shone, she praised. Fang Yuan continued. With the mastermind hidden, we need to play safe now. I will order Wu Clan's GU Immortals to give up on the faraway resource points and return to Wu Yi Mountain. We will activate our immortal GU houses to defend against the unknown. Chao Si Lu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's action. Fang Yuan informed her of his thoughts regarding Wu Clan's internal affairs, he did not treat her as an outsider. Chao Si Lu was joyful, she said, this is the best method to play safe. But it is a severe loss, by giving up the defense of so many resource points, the surrounding super forces will take over them. We have no choice, Wu Clan's strength is too dispersed, with this uncertain situation, we can only regroup and defend against future challenges. Fang Yuan sighed, that makes sense too, let's go, we should return to Wu Yi Mountain. Chao Si Lu approved of Fang Yuan's idea, she said. Fang Yuan shook his head, No, we are not leaving. This will be too dangerous. Even my brother was ambushed, we are just rank 7, wouldn't that mastermind easily deal with us? If this mastermind wants to deal with Wu Clan, their next target is me. How can I leave now? The route back to Wu Clan is too dangerous. Fang Yuan's excuse was very reasonable. Chao Si Lu's expression turned grim, nodding, that is true. We need to be safer, it will be best if we can be escorted by an immortal GU house. After spending so much effort, he finally convinced Chao Si Lu. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. But he was still frowning. He had finally managed to stay in the Super GU formation, but now, how long could it continue? Wu Yong's survival was uncertain. This situation made even Fang Yuan, who knew about certain future events, feel helpless. Inside the Purple Blood River formation, there were over a dozen blood rivers now. In this dim place, countless purple thoughts were pouring out unceasingly. Tai Mi and Shen shouted loudly. Iron sand that resembled fog was surrounding him, forming a huge veil that defended him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom, entering the iron sand veil towards Tai Mi and Shen unobstructed. Damn it! Tai Mi and Shen gritted his teeth. He had no options against such a phantom path method. But at the moment of crisis, a clear wind blew. The purple thoughts that had turned into phantom burst like bubbles. So close, Tai Mi and Shen looked around, giving Wu Yong a look of gratitude. Purple thoughts formed into a storm around Wu Yong. There were countless blood beasts mixed among them. But even in this intense battle, Wu Yong was uninjured. He still had the spare energy to take care of Tai Mi and Shen and Chao Jikai, who were far away in the battlefield. This Purple Blood River formation has phantom path effects. If we do not get rid of the ruined bat corpses, these phantom path effects will not end. Chao Jikai shouted. He needed to shout, because voice transmissions would not work here. Wisdom path methods like communicating with thoughts were also unusable. Tai Mi and Shen had a cold gaze, sharp as a dagger. He looked around and saw that there were 30 to 40 ruined bat corpses. Most were desolate level, but there were some ancient ruined bats and even an immemorial ruined bat, defended by 2 blood rivers. In fact, at this point, Tai Mi and Shen could understand some things already. These ruined bat corpses were rapidly melted in the blood river. Especially when the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom, these ruined bat corpses were being consumed at a rapid rate. But so what if he knew about the importance of the ruined bat corpses? Not long after they fought, that rank 8 GU Immortal, Purple Mountain True Monarch, had vanished. Wu Yong was greatly restricted now. He was defending against Purple Mountain True Monarch's sneak attack. It is unwise to get Lord Wu Yong to destroy the ruined bat corpses. That purple-haired rank 8 will use it to his advantage. In this situation, Chao Jikai and I need to work together to clear the ruined bat corpses. If that purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong would be able to block him and save our lives. But what if he could not? Or rather, even if he could save their lives, if he had to give up a chance to destroy the GU formation, what would Wu Yong do? Tai Mi and Shen was hesitant, because trust between the three was lacking. But at this time, a complex aura burst out from the very center of the battlefield. Great winds blew. Wu Yong's sleeves were fluttering like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance had turned into one of grand boldness and authority. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal GU that my mother left me, I will show you. Wu Yong called out coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were blown away. The blood rivers were in turbulence. Several rivers were cut apart from this intense wind. Chao Jikai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mi and Shen's iron mask was also shaved off slightly from this commotion. He called out in surprise, this is an immortal GU house. Wu Yong had struck without warning, making a truly shocking move. He did not use any immortal killer moves. He took out an immortal GU house from his immortal aperture. This immortal GU house was not glorious or grand. It had the appearance of a bamboo building. This was a very commonly seen type of building in southern border. It existed in the other 4 regions as well, but it was only built on mountainous terrain. This bamboo building had 2 stories, made entirely out of bamboo. There were even bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos. Drops of dew were dripping down from the leaves, green as jade. Wu Yong's sleeves billowed, flying into the 2nd story of the bamboo building. He sat by the window, flicking his finger as the bamboo building shook. More than 10 drops of jade dew fell off the roof. At that moment, the jade dew shot out from the bamboo building at lightning speed. Everywhere they went, clear wind blew, sweeping everything. Be it the purple thoughts or blood-red tides, they were all disintegrated by the wind. So impressive, Chao Ji Kai praised. The Jade Du had flown over and resolved his crisis. Wu clan had 3 immortal GU houses initially, but now they have a 4th. And this immortal GU house has the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal GU. Wu Yong had truly hidden it very deeply. Tai Mi and Shen was deeply shook. The 2 GU immortals were saved one after another. They flew into the bamboo building, standing beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal GU house that my mother constructed, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong sat by the window, looking at the GU formation outside as he explained clearly. Amazing. With this building, we will not lose. It is only a matter of time until we escape. Chao Ji Kai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong was using Wu Dushu's 2 rank 8 immortal GU to activate an immortal killer move, Chao Ji Kai would be very worried. Because activating immortal killer moves had a chance of failure. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash if he failed in activating it. But Wu Dushu had died. Wu Yong had only inherited these 2 rank 8 immortal GU for a short amount of time. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, he had high status. How much time did he have to practice his killer moves? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal GU were used with other GU worms to construct an immortal GU house. Everyone knew that immortal GU houses had fixed abilities, but they were easy to use and would not normally have backlash. Tai Mi and Shen's emotions were much more complex. He thought, Wu clan actually had a 4th immortal GU house, and it is a rank 8 immortal GU house. It is far more powerful than the first 3. Each immortal GU house will greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal GU house, and some GU immortals, as long as they had enough immortal essence, Wu clan would basically have the equivalent of a second rank 8 GU immortal. Wu Yong had truly concealed this deeply. He could not help but assess Wu Yong again in a new light. Wu clan was not having an easy time recently. They were facing the threat of many forces around them. As the only rank 8 GU immortal left in Wu clan, Wu Yong was busy sending out people to deal with problems. He was in an awkward state. But as long as he used this immortal GU house, all his problems would be resolved. Wu clan's reputation would soar and they would become the #1 force in southern border again without doubt. All of the other forces would stop having greedy thoughts. But Wu Yong did not. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's problems. He hid this immortal GU house very deeply. Even Wu clan's GU immortals did not know of it. If he was not trapped inside this purple blood river formation, nobody would be able to find out that Wu Yong actually had a 4th immortal GU house, and it was a rank 8 immortal GU house at that. With just this, Wu Yong is definitely not inferior to his mother Wu Dushu. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. We are far apart. And earlier, my clan did not join in on making problems for Wu clan. Tai Mi and Shen let out a breath, feeling relieved. All of the super forces dominated an area. They had been in southern border for countless years. They understood each other very clearly. Each of their strengths were balanced with the amount of territory they had. It was in a deadlock. But once Wu Dushu died, this balance was upset. Thus, the other super clans worked together to find trouble with Wu clan. But the moment they displayed this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, it would replace Wu Dushu and suppress southern border once again. Wu Yong simply had been scheming so deeply, he had been hiding it from view. One could easily tell, the moment he took out this immortal GU house, the other clans would suffer. They would be met with a great defeat. Chapter 1345, Worsening Situation. Fang Yuan moves. The morning sun rose into the sky. It was dawn. The air was still moist and damp. 2 Wu clan GU immortals stood above the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with mist. At night, the mist would obscure vision and had no special trait. But when the sun rises, and sunlight shines into the canyon, the mist would give out sharp golden light. These fragments of gold light were not glaring. The mist filled this golden canyon, making it grand and imposing. This is Golden Cloud Canyon. It produces metal path and cloud path resources. Long ago, Wu clan had taken it away from us forcefully. A Wu clan GU immortal sighed. But now, it is time to take back our assets. The other Wu clan GU immortal nodded, a faint light shining from his body. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance had changed. He now resembled a famous expert in the demonic path. The Wu clan GU immortal beside him nodded, before rushing down towards Golden Cloud Canyon silently. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally defended by a Wu Clan Gu Immortal, but because of Wu Yong's disappearance, Fang Yuan had ordered everyone to return to Wu Clan's headquarters. This news could be concealed for a while, but it was eventually noticed by everyone. However, Wu Clan was a righteous path force, they could not attack directly. There were righteous path rules, thus, Wu Clan needed an excuse. Therefore, they said that they were pursuing a demonic path Gu Immortal and charged into Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they took down Golden Cloud Canyon and established that fact, it will not be easy for Wu Clan to reclaim Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Wu Clan can come up with lots of excuses, like, we helped Wu Clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon, we want some compensation. It would be a problem for Wu Clan. Coming up with excuses was the greatest ability of righteous path forces. Unless Wu Clan had superior battle strength and forced Wu Clan to back off. The demonic path expert that the Wu Clan Gu Immortal transformed into flew towards the golden mist like a huge bird. Sensing his aura, the mist inside Golden Cloud Canyon changed, metallic sounds could be heard from it, causing vibrations in the eardrums. At the next moment, countless blades, spears, swords, halberds, in the form of golden phantoms, shot out endlessly. Even though the Wu Clan Gu Immortal left, the resource point's Gu formation was still around. At this moment, it was activated automatically, defending itself. The gaze of the Wu Clan Gu Immortal was stern, he called out as a strong blade chi shot down, slicing sharply. Everywhere it went, space shattered, winds were moving rapidly. Evidently, Wu Clan came prepared, he used blade chi Immortal Gu. Wu Clan's Gu formation was just a mortal Gu formation, how could it match a ranked 7 Gu Immortal? Not only did the countless golden phantoms shatter, even the Gu formation was completely destroyed from one attack. At once, the golden mist in the canyon was split in the middle, a large amount of the golden mist parted as the canyon's true appearance was exposed. The two Gu Immortals from Wu Clan had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where are you going? One of the Wu Clan Gu Immortals shouted as he charged ahead. A purple waterfall descended like a mist, it was 180 feet tall. Poisonous waterfall. On a mountain close to this waterfall, there was a mortal village that Wu Clan specially arranged. Die. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged into the mountain. Wu Clan's Gu masters retreated, they were at their final line of defense. Wu Clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, stood at the crossroad as he shouted at his enemies, your Yang clan is really despicable, you actually assaulted our Wu Clan. HMPH. We have been putting up with you for a long time. You have been too overbearing in occupying this place. My father and mother just wanted a Gu worm to cure their poison, but they actually died in this mountain. Today, we will settle the score. The leading Yang clan Gu master was still quite young, he charged into the mountain with rage and hatred. Damn it, Wu Clan's Gu masters were in a defensive location, but Yang clan came prepared, they had great numbers. Wu Clan's Gu masters were bound to lose, they could only escape from a secret cave. Yang clan's Gu masters defeated Wu Clan, they cheered in the rubble of the village. Above the clouds, the Yang clan Gu immortals watching this expressed joy on their faces. This was the area where Yang clan and Wu Clan bordered. Yang clan had been planning for a long time, sending a group of Yang clan mortals here, and allowed them to live here, causing conflict to occur between them and Wu Clan. Because of this excuse, Yang clan could invade and occupy Wu Clan's territory openly now. With the righteous path's rules, these were just mortal conflicts, unless Gu immortal seeds were killed, there were no consequences. Poisonous waterfall was just an ordinary mortal resource point, it produced some mortal poison path Gu, it was not important to Gu immortals. But once this opening was made, from now on, Yang clan only needed to move forward to reach their destination, the truly valuable, Corpse Mountain. River water raged like thunder, resounding in the ears of a Yao clan Gu immortal. He stood at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian, looking at the raging Red River. Not far from here, two rivers were connected. Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River, these two rivers merged together, forming a huge whirlpool that created great waves, it was extremely dangerous. Southern border's three rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in these rivers sometimes. And these spirit springs would be mixed in the river water, once they were washed away, the river water would be full of natural essence, allowing more GU materials to be created. Corpse Emperor Yu Ding-Tian. This was a very special mountain. During ancient times, a southern border rank 8 GU Immortal had turned into a zombie and fought against the combined forces of many super clans. After the rank 8 Immortal zombie died, this place became a wasteland, it had no value. But to think that as time passed, gradually, on the mangled corpse of this rank 8 Immortal zombie, due to the nourishment of the natural essence from the river, along with the aquatic plants in the river that rooted themselves, this place turned into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was thousands of feet tall, there were large numbers of zombies living in it, and it produced transformation path zombie GU, as well as chi path zombie chi GU. Before the headquarters of Southern Borders Zombie Alliance was exposed, they had targeted this precious area and wanted to pay a high price to buy it from Wu Clan to make it their headquarters, but Wu Clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not get it, but now, this belongs to my Yao Clan. The Yao Clan GU Immortal was very excited. He looked afar, away from the river and towards the shore. That was Wu Clan's territory. After taking over this Corpse Emperor Yu Ding-Tian, Wu Clan's territory east of Red Dragon River and north of Yellow Dragon River would be completely lost. Yao Clan took down Corpse Emperor Yu Ding-Tian. This was like a bridgehead, they could finally start going after Wu Clan's other territories. News that Wu Yong had died spread out of nowhere. After getting such news, several super forces colluded secretly, thus, they did not act alone this time. Yao Clan, Yong Clan, and Hu Clan, they were just 3 of these clans. Wu Clan's headquarters were in chaos. Damn it, these 3 clans are simply too daring. We lost 3 resources at once, especially Corpse Emperor Yu Ding-Tian, this is a huge loss. In the past, Wu Clan from top to bottom spent such effort and a huge price to obtain it. Retaliate, we need to retaliate. We have our immortal GU houses, what are we afraid of? Wu Clan's GU Immortals bellowed in anxiety, some were arguing endlessly, some raised their arms in objection, some were remaining silent. More than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Wu Clan had been trying to conceal this information, but like Wu Ba Chong had guessed, the mastermind had already spread news of it. Initially, the super clans did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he gave out a lot of false information to mislead others. But his actions were not normal. Super forces were not stupid, after some observation and probing, they finally acted. The moment they did, Wu Clan went into a difficult spot, they lost a lot of territory. In the discussion hall, because Wu Yong was missing, the main seat was empty. Wu Ba Chong, who was second supreme elder, sat by the side, he was silent, quietly observing the surrounding GU Immortals' expressions, even though he had a heavy heart, he felt a bit smug. Especially when he looked at Wu Chao, his lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Chao was the Wu Clan GU Immortal in charge of guarding Corpse Emperor Yu Ding-Tian. Once they lost that resource point, it was a huge loss to Wu Chao. Wu Chao was solemn and had a cold expression. Even though he sensed Wu Ba Chong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to be aware, sitting like a statue. Stop arguing, be quiet. Wu Ba Chong said. This time, nobody rebuked him, the discussion hall quickly became silent. Wu Ba Chong was very pleased at this, under the Immortals' anxious gazes, he sighed. Such a huge matter happened to Wu Clan, but we still cannot make a decision, let's ask Lord Wu Yihai to make his decision. Wu Chao frowned. The other Wu Clan GU Immortals looked at each other. Some were unhappy with Fang Yuan, grumbling, such a huge matter happened to our clan, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying inside the Super GU formation. I heard that Fairy Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit, the GU Immortal who said this had vile intentions. Wu Chao frowned even deeper now, he wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but he was in a dangerous state himself, he hesitated and did not speak. Wu Clan's letter soon got to Fang Yuan. Such a thing had happened, Fang Yuan was not surprised, he expected it. It seems that I cannot stay here anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the Dream Realm, sighing deeply. These last days, he wanted to continue exploring Dream Realms. But his luck was bad, he kept getting those absurd Dream Realms, there was no way to explore it. Chapter 1346, Chao Clan's Trouble, Rabbit's Deep Love. Of course, over these last days, Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. The biggest batch of regretful spiders in his possession had been sold, Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence storage was no longer lacking. As for Vajra Shell, Fang Yuan had completed its modification, he only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Extended Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Dark Limit Immortal GU and rank 7 Perseverance Immortal GU as the cores, and several hundred Mortal GU to greatly lengthen the effect of Dark Limit Immortal GU. At this time, Xiao Xilu requested to meet him. At Fang Yuan's will, the doors opened. Xiao Xilu had a grim expression, worry could be seen on her face. She brought bad news with her. Other than Yao Clan, Hu Clan, and Yang Clan taking over Wu Clan's territories, Ba Clan and Sha Clan had also moved at the same time, but against Chao Clan. Looking at southern borders map, Ba Clan and Sha Clan were to the north of Chao Clan, they bordered Chao Clan. Chao Clan lost their wedding dress lake and empty origin pit, they were annexed by Ba Clan and Sha Clan respectively. After Chao Clan's first supreme elder, Chao Ji Kai, went missing, Chao Clan also did the strategy of gathering their GU immortals and defending their base, in anticipation of the enemy. This made Ba Clan's and Sha Clan's actions very successful. Chao Clan lost a lot just now. Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Origin Pit were resource points that were more valuable than Blood Tide Pit. Chao Clan was the weakest Righteous Path super force. After losing 2 resource points, Chao Clan was furious and upset. Fang Yuan had also heard of these 2 resource points. There was a folklore about this Wedding Dress Lake in southern border. According to legends, a fairy in heaven weaved clothing, making her own wedding dress, whoever received it would become the husband of this fairy. After the fairy made the wedding dress, she tossed it into this lake, and it was picked up by a fisherman who lived by the lake. The immortal and mortal loved each other, staying inside the lake, living happily ever after. This story was mostly fiction, but Wedding Dress Lake had all sorts of clothing GU. Like Fire Cloak GU, Water Armor GU, Wood Armor GU, and so on. In its history of being in Chao Clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal GU. As for Empty Origin Pit, it was known by the mortals living in the mountains nearby as the final resting spot, it could communicate with the immortal realm. After the ignorant mortals died, their corpses were tossed into this pit. Before these corpses landed, they would be torn to shreds by the space path Dao marks here. These ignorant mortals thought that the reason was because they had ascended to the immortal realm after dying. The truth was, this place was excellent in producing space path resources. Sha Clan had wanted it for a long time, and even though Chao Clan was not their match, they were backed by Wu Clan. Right now, with Chao Ji Kai and Wu Yong missing, this was a great opportunity. How could Sha Clan miss it? Chao Clan and Wu Clan had been in an alliance for a long time, their fortunes were tied together. Chao Clan was invaded by Ba Clan and Sha Clan, it was like Wu Clan getting attacked. This way, including Yao Clan, Hu Clan, and Yang Clan, a total of 5 super forces were attacking Wu Clan. The situation was at its worst. If they could not stop this, Wu Clan and Chao Clan would lose even more territory later. I will arrange it now. Wu Chao will bring the immortal GU house here and escort us back. Fang Yuan said to Xiao Xilu. Xiao Xilu nodded, this was the reason she came. With Chao Clan's predicament, Xiao Xilu had to look for help from Fang Yuan. Actually, because of Fang Yuan's delay, Xiao Xilu was very unhappy already. If not for the fact that Chao Clan only had 1 immortal GU house, they would have already sent out 1 to bring Fang Yuan away. Go arrange it too. Gather Chao Clan's GU immortals, we are leaving together. Fang Yuan said again. Xiao Xilu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give it up temporarily. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he did not hesitate. Then what about the immortal GU we used to set up this formation? Xiao Xilu frowned. We will bring them away. Otherwise, some GU immortals with ill intent will forcefully refine them or even destroy them. We know what these people are capable of. Excuses are too easy to find. Fang Yuan said plainly. Don't forget that my formation path attainment is not low. I am capable of taking out some immortal GU. Fang Yuan added. Xiao Xilu thought of Fang Yuan and Kai Sheng's competition. She nodded, thinking, Wu Yihai's formation path attainment is indeed not low. Kai Sheng had once praised him for it. In fact, she underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster, he was comparable to Kai Sheng. In the past, this super GU formation was completely indecipherable to him, he could not see anything. But after becoming a formation path grandmaster and staying here for so long, Fang Yuan had gained a rather deep understanding of this super GU formation. Modifying this GU formation was out of his ability, but taking away some immortal GU was possible. After the decision was made, Chao Si Lu called Chao Clan GU Immortal Chao Bo, "Pack up, when Wu Clan's Immortal GU house arrives, we will leave and return to our base." Chao Bo quickly acknowledged, asking in succession, "When are they coming? I need to arrange the clansmen." Chao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand. "No rush, I had just contacted them, it will take some time." Chao Bo expressed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu Clan's base is near Yitian Mountain, if they are sending an Immortal GU house, it will take 4 to 5 days to reach here. In this case, I can do the final round of the business. Chao Bo left and started to think. The business he thought of was naturally the Immortal Opportunity business. Chao Clan and Wu Clan were in dire straits. This caused Chao Clan's and Wu Clan's GU Immortals to feel worried. The Immortal Opportunity business was taking a huge hit. 2 of Chao Clan's GU Immortals were stationed to guard the Super GU formation here. Chao Bo was one of them. He had ranked 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he begrudged the decision, but the Immortal Opportunity business changed his mind. Now that we are returning, the Immortal Opportunity business cannot continue, there might even be fights later. Since we are leaving anyway, I will make this a big one. Chao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Chao Bo met with Demonic Path GU Immortal Fairy Miao Yin. "Fairy, we meet again." Chao Bo had an excited expression, his eyes were darting around as he observed Fairy Miao Yin. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was in the Demonic Path, her strength and appearance was top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border, on par with Chao Si Lu. All along, Fairy Miao Yin had been entering the giant dream realm to find opportunities in the dream realm. Even though her soul was often injured, the dream path materials that she gathered were not few. Even though Wu Clan and Chao Clan, and other super forces tried to buy these dream path materials from her, Fairy Miao Yin rejected them all without hesitation. "Let's go in and speak," Chao Bo said as he looked at the 2 GU Immortals behind Fairy Miao Yin. According to the rules, each business would only have 1 demonic cultivator or lone immortal. But this time, because Chao Bo was going to leave, he made this a big one and went ahead to bring in 3 GU Immortals at once. At the same time, in Wu Clan's area, Lady White Rabbit looked at Wuan. "Lord Wuan, is it true that everyone is leaving?" And so urgently. Wuan nodded. "The situation is not looking good, I'm sure you've heard some rumors. But it is not a problem, don't worry, Wu Clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the Immortal Opportunity business, wait for us to return." Lady White Rabbit pondered for a moment before asking weakly, "Before you leave, I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai again, is that possible?" Wuan had a difficult expression. "Lord Wu Yihai is in seclusion now, he is trying to deduce an immortal killer move, he might not have time for you." Lady White Rabbit had a sad expression. "I don't know why but I have a bad feeling, I want to meet Lord Wu Yihai, I just want to take a glance at him." "Isn't he leaving too? I will wait here for a few days until he comes out, is that okay?" Wuan sighed deeply. It was obvious at a glance that Lady White Rabbit had affection towards Wu Yihai. "It is a pity that the feeling is not mutual, I am afraid that in Lord Wu Yihai's eyes, Lady White Rabbit is just a tool, what a shame." Wuan felt some sympathy in him. He nodded. "All right, you can stay here, Lord Wu Yihai will see you after he ends his closed cultivation." Thank you. Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed, she quickly thanked him profusely. Cultivating in the secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 Immortal GU. Immortal GU Precaution. This GU worm was the size of 2 hands, it was like a longhorn beetle with a black exoskeleton, it was very heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, he could not hold it. But it had already been refined by Fang Yuan, it was floating in the air now as Fang Yuan observed it. This Immortal GU was one of the 2 Immortal GU that Fang Yuan had taken after joining Wu Clan as Wu Yihai. As the name suggested, the Immortal GU's effect was to protect the GU Immortal. It was rule path and had one weakness, when used alone, it needed some time to activate. It could only activate its effects after 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time was not short for GU Immortals. Especially in intense battles, 10 breaths of time was enough for a dozen rounds of fights, with countless attacks unleashed. And most importantly, if a GU Immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. By then, activating Precaution Immortal GU would be too slow. However, once Precaution Immortal GU was activated, 10 breaths of time later, its defensive effect would be incredible. It was one of the top-ranked 7 defensive Immortal GU, it had status equal to Sword Escape Immortal GU. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had a new idea. He wanted to fuse Precaution Immortal GU into the Immortal Killer move Vajra Shell. And now, he had already designed the killer move, he just needed to test it. Chapter 1347, Chai Clan has human smoke. He started. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he started to activate a large number of Mortal GU, followed by Vajra Thought Immortal GU and more Mortal GU. The third step, and the most important one, he activated Precaution Immortal GU. Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise, spitting out a huge amount of blood. In his immortal aperture, large numbers of Mortal GU were destroyed, but thankfully, Precaution Immortal GU was sturdy and did not get damaged. Fang Yuan's head was dizzy, his Immortal Killer move failed, his organs were damaged, he suffered heavy injuries. Thankfully, he had transformed into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast. He had a tough body and incredible recovery speed. If he did this with a human body, his injuries would have been worse, his organs and intestines might have disintegrated on the spot. Why did this happen? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was different from what he conceptualized. In fact, before Precaution Immortal GU could use its power, this Immortal Killer move broke apart. Fang Yuan had used Affection Immortal GU and other Wisdom Path Immortal GU to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move. Such a severe error should not have occurred. This was truly a huge blow to him. After Fang Yuan's injuries healed, he calmed down and looked at the killer move. After several deductions, Fang Yuan was even more troubled. There are no problems, though. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Fang Yuan instantly understood where the problem was. He had misunderstood Precaution Immortal GU. When Precaution Immortal GU activated, it continued to expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it could only unleash its power after 10 breaths. It did not activate at the 10th breath, but at the 11th breath. Because of this small mistake, the entire Immortal Killer move failed and Fang Yuan suffered a backlash. To think that the problem was here, it was truly a blind spot. It seems that I need to add some Time Path GU worms to make up for the time difference. Fang Yuan's Time Path attainment level was ordinary, it had never risen much. Because he had never encountered any Time Path Dream Realm. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and Wisdom Path deduction methods, it could make up for some of his weaknesses. But because of this, the deduction could not be completed instantly. 1 day passed, Fang Yuan did not rest. 2 days passed, Fang Yuan was still deducing. 3 days passed, Wu Clan's Immortal GU house had already completed most of its journey. Fang Yuan's deduction finally had some progress. After his qualitative advancement, his future deductions went smoothly. Southern Border, Human Smoke Mountain Range. This place had the most living mortals in Southern Border. Villages after villages were seen on the mountains here. On some mountain peaks, there were even several villages, they were neighbors. This was a bountiful sight. The population had multiplied to its limit, there were a vast number of humans here. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a GU Immortal would be able to wipe this place out. No mortal could resist their unstoppable might. And at the center of this mountain range, it was the political core of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. The base of one of the super clans, Chai Clan. The person who created Chai Clan was called Chai Fu, he had left his mark in human history. During his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's GU Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path along with Earth Path, because he had gained a lot of insight from reading the legends of Ren Zhu. He had a human path killer move. During his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan. After modifying the mountain range, he created Human Smoke Mountain. In fact, most GU Immortal experts and great experts would read the legends of Ren Zhu. A true inheritance of human path was hidden within the legends of Ren Zhu. This was indeed the first true inheritance in the history of the GU Master World. It had a unique inheritance method. Normal inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance and Bai Zhang's true inheritance. But Ren Zhu's human path true inheritance was just one book, the legends of Ren Zhu. It was information. The profundities of human path were concealed in this information, and whatever a GU Immortal learned would depend on their affinity and talent. Everyone had different gains. After all, the benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom. But every immortal, venerable and demon venerable had their gains, and those were huge gains. For example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck after reading the legends of Ren Zhu. After Chai Fu read the legends of Ren Zhu, he left behind the human path method that he learned after death, passing it down to his Chai clan descendants. Precisely so, Chai clan's development strategy was different from other super clans. Chai clan focused on increasing population, to increase the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they basically only focused on a portion of their clansmen and allowed them to develop and grow in the 5 regions. These clansmen would have the bloodline of certain authoritative figures in the super force, they were also called the main bloodline. And a portion of the people would stay inside their blessed lands or grotto heavens and would not go outside. These people were often the branch bloodlines. Only when unexpected mishaps occur and the main bloodline dies out, or when a ruling figure dies without an inheritor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai clan expanded the population, but they did not have Chai clan bloodline. If any other clan did this, they were courting trouble. Spending great effort to nurture mortals of other surnames, with greater population, more GU masters would emerge among them. These GU masters would not have the clan's bloodline, their loyalty was greatly reduced, they had no value in being nurtured to become GU immortals. If they became GU immortals on their own, it would cause conflict between them and the main clan. But Chai clan was different. They nurtured so many mortals, but these mortals all had low aptitudes, there were few GU masters among them, not to mention GU immortals. In contrast, highly talented people continuously emerged from Chai clan's own descendants, there were many who were talented enough to be nurtured into GU immortals. This formed a clear contrast to the other super forces. According to their conjectures, Chai clan's abnormal situation was likely due to the human path method that Chai Fu had left behind. However, no matter which generation it was, even though Chai clan had lots of genius descendants, because of limited resources, these GU immortal seeds eventually remained as only rank 4 or 5 GU masters. There was a need to talk about Southern Border's geography at this point. Southern Border's biggest features, other than mountains, were the 3 great rivers. Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River, and Yellow Dragon River, each of them passed through the whole of Southern Border, cutting it up into many segments. Red Dragon River started from the extreme northwest, moving east towards the south, all the way until Southern Border's extreme southeast. Jade Dragon River started above it, it had a downward slope if a bird's eye view over the region was used. Yellow Dragon River had the shape of the character G, there was a protrusion at the top, it was far more steep than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with both Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River 1. At the point of intersection between Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River, it was Wu clan's territory. Towards the northeast shore of the huge whirlpool there was Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian. As for the intersection between Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the huge whirlpool there was dozens of times as large. Natural essence was incredible dense there. At the center of the whirlpool, there were huge numbers of spirit springs, tens of thousands of them. These spirit springs were not stable, almost every breath of time, dozens would be destroyed. Thus, a great amount of natural essence poured onto the river banks. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that throughout the whole of Southern Border, this place had the greatest density of primeval energy. Over there, the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced, on par with grotto heavens and blessed lands. And at this place, the bases of 3 super forces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River formed a cross shape, with the center being the spiral whirlpool. Chai clan's human smoke mountain was north of it, Ba clan was south, while Sha clan was to its east. For the last 3 days, Chai clan's discussion hall had been in chaos. Now was no exception. Chai clan's first supreme elder sat before everyone as his gaze flickered, showing a hesitant expression. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent him a letter. In the letter, Fang Yuan, who was Wu Yihai, represented Wu clan and was willing to work with Chai clan to attack Sha clan and Ba clan. This was an incredibly important matter. Chai clan's first supreme elder had to gather the clan's GU immortals and discuss about it. The discussion hall's chaos was due to this. We cannot attack Ba clan and Sha clan. Wu clan's intention is just to make use of us to get rid of their external pressure. The moment we attack, our Chai clan will have to face two super forces at once. If these two super forces ignore Wu clan and turn around to target us, we will be on the losing end, we will not be able to overturn it. A Chai clan GU Immortal shouted loudly, standing at the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished his words when a GU Immortal at a corner proposed, we can choose to attack one clan. Even though Wu clan gave the request of fighting both clans, we can negotiate about this matter. This will not determine what we do, after all. Sigh, the matter is severe. Our Chai clan has so many mortals around, if we fight, the other party just needs one GU Immortal to wipe out all of our mortals, we will suffer huge losses. An elderly GU Immortal from Chai clan's side, he was very apprehensive. Because of the human path method's limitation, these humans could not leave human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal GU formation or an immortal GU house to defend the place. Precisely so, we need to fight for more resources. That's right, our Chai clan's advantage is that we have a human path method to allow geniuses to appear in our descendants. But we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we chase away one clan or even two, we will gain a vast amount of resources, we will become the #1 force in southern border in no time. These were the arguments of the side that wanted to fight. Chai clan's first supreme elder remained silent. After a while, he looked at a GU Immortal in the hall, asking, Yu Yan, tell us about your view. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.